The apocalypse descended. Blue Star turned into a game, and all humans received the opportunity to change class. These professions were diverse and bizarre. Gourmand, test taker, saint, scholar, clown, pseudo-human. And Suyu, who was working in a short video production crew, received the unique class True Pelican. This class cannot obtain any active skills, but after killing monsters, it can permanently plunder the monster's attribute points and specialties. What the hell are you acting like? Wu Tao, the round-headed, round-bellied deputy director of the short video crew, flew into a rage and glared at Suyu. I'm telling you, your salary for this month is gone. It doesn't matter anyway, the crew promised to provide meals. You. Wu Tao was taken aback, staring at the handsome young man in front of him. Are you talking back to me? A small actor talking back to the deputy director sent by the investors. Such a hard head. First, there is no physical contact between my mouth and yours. Second, is your mouth so heavy that it needs to be propped up? Suyu turned and walked away while magnanimously waving his hand. Forget it, I forgive you, but now I have to go eat, I'm hungry. There was really nothing to say to a deputy director who came to show off his authority and didn't even have professional knowledge. The drama was almost finished and the effects were good. This nominal deputy director, sent only to check progress, insisted on denying the crew's hard work over the past period. All he wanted was to highlight his own importance. Of course, the main reason Suyu was so tough was that he had accidentally won the lottery jackpot a few days ago. With a huge sum of money, he was financially free, so there was no need to tolerate an unreasonable deputy director. Hearing Suyu's reply, Wu Tao's face turned red as a tomato at an incredible speed. I'm telling you, your role is gone. I'll replace you. Suyu stopped and turned around. Just as Wu Tao thought he was going to back down, Suyu revealed a genuine smile. Oh, the pressure didn't work on others, so you're hurt and broken. Bang. Wu Tao, visibly panicked, picked up the thermos cup from the table and threw it at him. I'll beat your mother's head. Suyu deftly dodged the thermos, backstepped out of the tent, then turned around coolly to go get his meal box. Even if he was fired, it would be a waste not to eat the free meal. Just then his phone rang. Suyu looked at it. A hint of joy appeared on his face, and he immediately answered. A gentle female voice immediately sounded. Mr. So, due to an intern's input error, the last digit of the winning lottery number changed from 7 to 6. So we regret to inform you that you are not the winner of the 1415th issue of Hema Lottery. But rest assured, Hema Lottery will send you 2 packs of tissues as compensation. Also, we will fire that intern. We hope to get Mr. Su's understanding. Suyu's eyes widened. What was this? How could this happen? What do you mean by an intern's input error? Are they fooling a fool? Oh, look, what do I hear? Wu Tao picked up the thermos cup from the ground, his sarcastic voice coming from behind Suyu. So you won the lottery and became arrogant, but it seems your big prize is gone. Oh my god, but don't be sad, my friend. You at least got 2 packs of tissues, perfect for crying in bed tonight. Suyu turned around expressionless, then suddenly gave a crooked smile. I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but it seems I can't. Wu Tao's breath hitched, scared by Suyu. He subconsciously asked, what do you mean? Suyu took a deep breath, about to speak. But suddenly a majestic voice sounded in his mind. Doomsday game loading, complete semi-datification in progress. The voice, Doomsday game loading, complete semi-datification in progress. Wu Tao's eyes widened, instantly associating with Suyu's previous words. He couldn't help but step back 2 steps, looking at him in terror. What is this? Did you do this? You're not human. What the hell is speaking in my head? Suyu's lips twitched slightly. He had no intention of explaining to Wu Tao that this was just a coincidence. He realized that whether he won the lottery or not didn't matter anymore. The next moment, his consciousness appeared in a pure white space. The majestic voice continued. Data entry, your player number is 6721, a changing class. Class change successful. Your class is the unique class, True Pelican. A pale blue light screen appeared before Suyu. Player ID 6721 LV. 1 is 0 100 class True Pelican, unique HP 50, A energy 50, stats physique, 5 spirit, 5 mystery, 4 charm, 7 luck, 9. Suyu's gaze fell on his luck stat, and he raised an eyebrow. I knew it. I won the lottery on my first try, so I'm definitely lucky. But then, as if thinking of something, he muttered. Are you kidding me? My charm is only 7. Does this thing count assets as part of charm? For most people, the appearance of the Doomsday game would be a massive shock to their worldview. But Suyu simply complained a couple of times, and then accepted it all calmly. He opened his class details and read carefully. Class trait, this class cannot obtain any active skills. After killing monsters, it can permanently plunder part of the monster's attribute points and 1 specialty. Class growth, none. This class cannot gain any attribute, skills, or specialties through leveling up. Doesn't look good. This class is too weak in the early stage, too slow to start. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Before he could think more, his consciousness returned to his body the next moment. Wu Tao opened his eyes dazedly. The experience of the past few minutes shattered his worldview. The sudden appearance of the Doomsday game made this 45-year-old man momentarily at a loss. After his consciousness returned to reality, the first thing he thought of was his son, who was still in high school. I have to find him. Damn it, why can't this phone work? Who are you going to find? Wu Tao turned to look at Suyu. He now thought clearly that the Doomsday game had nothing to do with Suyu. I don't have time to argue with you now. I apologize for what I did before. Now I have to go find my son. How old is your son? 17. Do you think a fat, short, middle-aged man is stronger than a high schooler at his peak? Wu Tao's breathing became heavy. He glared at Suyu. Can't you talk properly? What time is it now? You're still saying these sarcastic things. I'm telling you this is a disaster for all humanity. Suyu said expressionlessly, my class is strong in the early stage. If you follow me, I can keep you alive. Wu Tao regarded Suyu with a skeptical gaze. What did you just say? What is your profession? Suyu paid him no heed this time. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, detached one of the steel poles supporting the tent, and took it in hand. Wu Tao caught on at once, followed suit, and swiftly armed himself with a steel pole of his own. The tent, stripped of its supports, collapsed entirely. Perhaps bolstered by the possession of something that could loosely be called a weapon, Wu Tao's courage swelled. Suyu, from what I can see, nothing seems to have changed yet. What exactly is this apocalyptic game? Call me brother, you. Huh? Wu Tao barely restrained the urge to bash Suyu's head with his steel pole. Still, judging from Suyu's demeanor, he now believed Suyu's profession must be formidable in the early stages. After another appraising glance at Suyu's height of over 1 meter 80, Wu Tao silently estimated that his attributes must be considerable. With some difficulty, he ventured, "Be brother you, we should hurry and find the others now." As the saying goes, many hands make light work, and a fire burns higher when everyone adds wood. Suyu cast a sidelong glance at this adaptable middle-aged plump man, and remarked, his tone neither warm nor cold. Had you not requested it yourself, your tent would have been pitched alongside the rest of the crew's. Wu Tao, hearing this, was somewhat embarrassed. The reason he had arranged for his tent to be set up here was so that come nightfall, he could summon his mistress for some outdoor amusement. It was as it were one of his little-known private indulgences. Ahem, setting that aside, Before Wu Tao could finish his sentence, his entire body trembled as he stared skyward in stunned silence. Suyu looked up. A deep crimson rift was tearing open across the heavens with terrifying speed. In the next instant, streams of white radiance burst forth from the fissure, one of which crashed to the ground directly before Suyu. As the radiant light dissipated, a creature of roughly half a meter in height, a most adorable specimen, materialized before the two men. It resembled a sentient, glutinous rice ball, its plump body encased in a translucent pale violet membrane, hovering suspended in midair. What the hell is that? Wu Tao was dumbfounded. The aesthetic bore no resemblance whatsoever to what he had imagined. Suyu moistened his lips. It looks rather appetizing. Wu Tao. In that moment, regret washed over him. Had he known Suyu was such a deviant, he never would have provoked him in the first place. The creature's data panel materialized before Suyu's eyes. Name: purple glutinous bubble, LV. 1. Quality common. HP 50. Energy 50. Attributes: physique, 5 spirit, 5 mystery, 5 charisma, 5 luck, 1. Expertise 1. Protective outer shell. Skills 1. Have a purple egg. 2. Slow regeneration. Overall combat power 8. This was the passive ability of Pelican's eye, which granted Suyu the power to perceive any creature's data panel. Little Wu, this creature wields 2 skills: have a purple egg and slow regeneration. Suyu retreated a step, positioning Wu Tao before him. Go on then. Watch for when the purple glow around its body intensifies. Don't get greedy with your strikes. Dodge immediately. A herd of uncivilized steeds thundered through Wu Tao's mind. To hell with your damned have a purple egg. He was certain Suyu was toying with him, yet because he stood to Suyu's front left, the purple glutinous bubble had already locked its gaze upon him. No. The violet luminescence upon the creature's shell flared brilliantly as it surged toward Wu Tao with tremendous force, the displaced air whistling past, its oppressive aura overwhelming. Wu Tao's limbs had long since turned to jelly. He stood frozen, his mind utterly blank. Suyu's brow furrowed slightly. He delivered a sharp kick to Wu Tao's posterior, sending him sprawling 2 meters away, just in time to evade the creature's charge. Wu Tao struggled to his feet and cast Suyu a look of profound gratitude, particularly when he spied the deep crater marking the spot where he had just been standing. No. The skill having missed its mark, the purple glutinous bubble was visibly disgruntled and shifted its focus to the one who had thwarted it. Suyu. Little Wu, pull yourself together. Think of your son. Use your skill. My skill. Wu Tao snapped back to reality. Hold on, brother, you. My skill requires time to activate. The instant those words left his lips, Suyu sidestepped the creature's charge and delivered a vicious strike with his steel pole. A number materialized above its form. 2. Truth be told, the damage was meager, but more critically, the recoil left Suyu's hand throbbing with numbness. The purple glutinous bubble halted abruptly in midair and charged once more. After evading 2 consecutive charges, Suyu's brow creased faintly. Due to the semi-datified nature of this world, he was indeed subject to physical exhaustion as his stamina waned. Aha! At that very moment, a thunderous war cry pierced the air as Wu Tao, his entire body engulfed in white flames, barreled headlong into the purple glutinous bubble. A gleam sparked in Suyu's eyes as he watched the collision unfold. -10. A respectable number emerged. Well struck, little Wu. Aya! Wu Tao's roars continued uninterrupted, his features contorted into a feral snarl as he swung his steel pole with savage abandon, pummeling the creature. Numbers blossomed one after another as the purple glutinous bubble's vitality plummeted at a visible rate. Suyu tracked its HP fluctuations with keen attention, ready to swoop in for the killing blow at any moment. Yet Wu Tao's endurance lasted mere 3 seconds. Upon their expiry, the white flames extinguished, and he collapsed to the ground utterly drained. I can't go on. The strain of this skill is immense. Suyu examined the creature closely. The purple glutinous bubble had but 12 HP remaining, well within his capacity to finish it off. He said nothing, engaging the creature alone in a contest of attrition. Yet after a brief respite, Wu Tao regarded Suyu with a doubtful eye. Hadn't he claimed his profession was formidable in the early stages? From this display, where exactly lay its strength? Could it be that he was withholding his skill as a safeguard against him? Upon recovering some measure of stamina, he observed the creature's vitality plummeting to its nadir, and a scheme began to form behind his eyes. I'll aid you. So saying, he charged forward, steel pole raised. At this juncture, the purple glutinous bubble retained merely 4 HP, and Suyu's steel pole was poised to crash down upon its form. Yet the corners of Suyu's mouth curved upward almost imperceptibly, for he had long anticipated Wu Tao's attempt to steal the kill. With a deft flick of his wrist, his steel pole swept past the creature, slicing only empty air. Wu Tao's steel pole, meanwhile, descended squarely upon the purple glutinous bubble. -2. With lightning reflexes, Suyu reversed his grip and struck, wiping the creature's HP clean. On my hand slipped just now. Lucky for me you landed that timely blow, little Wu. Wu Tao stared at Suyu in disbelief. A middle-aged man with scant gaming experience was predictably no match for Suyu when it came to kill stealing. Notification: you have slain purple glutinous bubble LV. 1. Based on damage dealt, EXP 3. Notification: you have consumed purple glutinous bubble LV. 1. Physique 1. Notification: you have digested purple glutinous bubble LV. 1. Extracting expertise. Notification: you have acquired the expertise, protective outer shell. A series of notifications chimed in succession. Suyu glanced through them briefly, and a flicker of delight crossed his heart. Protective shell, common grade, physical damage taken reduced by 1 point. A rather unremarkable trait, yet one that held some usefulness in the early stages. Meanwhile, the increase in physique simultaneously bolstered Suyu's health and energy, raising them by 10 and 5 points respectively. Clearly, health was determined solely by physique. The current conversion being 1 point of physique equals 10 points of health. There may well be corresponding traits that allow physique to yield an even greater amount of health. Energy, on the other hand, was derived by summing physique with either spirit or mystery, then dividing by 2. As for whether it paired with spirit or mystery, that depended on which of the two held the higher value. In other words, for Suyu, physique was unquestionably the most vital attribute. For since he could never acquire active skills, he naturally had no demand for energy whatsoever. Of course, spirit and mystery possessed their own merits, for elevating these attributes could bolster one's resistances. Hey, didn't you say your class was incredibly powerful in the early stages? Wu Tao squinted his eyes, sizing Suyu up and down. Suyu cast him a sidelong glance. How utterly foolish, to still be unable to discern just how formidable my class truly is at this point. Wu Tao drew a deep breath. I was the one who dealt the majority of that monster's health. Suyu's expression remained impassive. Use that head of yours and think. Who was it that told you the monster's skills? Wu Tao froze for a moment. He recalled it now. Suyu had indeed told him the monster's abilities. Your class allows you to know these monsters' skills. So now do you understand just how powerful my class is, eh? Wu Tao fell silent. He cast a glance at the deep crater on the ground and couldn't suppress an involuntary shudder. Had Suyu not known the monster's abilities in advance and delivered him that timely shove, he would very likely have taken the full brunt of that devastating blow head on. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Suyu with a complicated expression. I really do owe you an apology. I shouldn't have come looking for trouble earlier. But truthfully, I never wanted to either. It was the investors who sent me, and they were quite forceful about it. They even set specific quotas for me. I suspect it's because your crew's director refused additional funding, so the investors sent me to spite you all. Suyu raised an eyebrow. So you're saying your apology earlier wasn't sincere? Wu Tao. Suyu waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Wu, since you now recognize your error, you ought to listen to me properly from here on out. Go on, call me brother you again. Let me hear it. Wu Tao's lips twitched. He realized he was utterly unable to discern what kind of person Suyu truly was. By all reasonable logic, shouldn't he have sincerely apologized only for Suyu to graciously accept? After which the two of them would bury the hatchet and let bygones be bygones. Brother you, tell me, what is your class? Wild King. Suyu sized Wu Tao up and down. Wild as in roaming the wilderness, and king as in sovereign. Correct. Suyu fell silent for a bewildered moment. Just what exactly were the naming conventions of this apocalyptic games classes based on? No matter how one looked at Wu Tao, the man simply had absolutely nothing to do with the words, Wild King. And your skill, Wild King's roar. Channel for 5 seconds, then unleash a shockwave howl that boosts damage for 3 seconds, but it consumes a great deal of stamina. Suyu instantly categorized Wu Tao with surgical precision, a burst damage dealer. Given the class's inherent weakness in the early stages, Suyu understood with perfect clarity that he needed to team up with others at the outset and seize kills at critical moments. Once he secured enough kills, stacked his attributes, and acquired various strength-enhancing traits, this class would truly begin to come into its own. He raised his gaze toward the rift in the sky where streams of white light continued to pour forth, scattering in every direction. Occasionally one might catch sight of a streak or two of emerald light, perhaps elite monsters. Xiao Wu, have you ever given any thought to a certain question? What question? What are we going to eat from now on? After a brief silence, Wu Tao came to realize that the question Su Yu had raised was an acutely practical one. The arrival of the apocalyptic game would inevitably send shockwaves through the established order. Agriculture that had already been mechanized along with manufacturing and the like would all suffer an unavoidable regression. After all, once immense power became concentrated in the hands of individuals, the organizations that had upheld the old order would find it exceedingly difficult to force those individuals back into factory lines. Brother Yu, I think we ought to consider something more immediate. What are we going to eat tonight? Wu Tao glanced in the direction where the rest of the crew had set up their tents. A short while later, the two arrived at the spot where the rest of the crew had pitched their tents, only to find not a single soul in sight. Wu Tao hurried toward where the vehicles had been parked, and Su Yu soon heard him shouting curses in fury. Those bastards, they drove off with all the cars. They must have driven straight back to the city. He then went to check the tent where boxed meals had been distributed earlier. Damn it, there's nothing left, not even a single bottle of water. Wu Tao stormed up to Su Yu in a rage. Those people went way too far. Just as expected, Su Yu's expression remained serene. In the face of crisis, it was only human instinct to seek safety and advantage. Brother Yu, so what do we do now? Without food, we can't maintain our stamina. How are we supposed to fend off monsters? And once night falls, are we really expected to sleep in these tents? These tents are so flimsy they offer no protection at all. If any monsters show up, we'll be in serious danger. Wu Tao fired off a string of questions, his face darkening with each one. This place was a stretch of wasteland on the outskirts of the city. The crew had come here to film certain scenes and never expected the apocalyptic game to descend so suddenly. This location was roughly 20 kilometers from the city center. While Wu Tao busied himself with futile efforts, Su Yu had already formed a plan in his mind, and now he spoke decisively. We go hunt the monsters ourselves. Huh? Wu Tao was aghast. Why? Wouldn't that be incredibly dangerous? Su Yu's expression remained impassive. That voice earlier made it perfectly clear. This is the apocalyptic game. Since it's a game, slaying monsters would very likely drop equipment or materials of some sort. And I suspect that defeating monsters might directly yield food as a drop. Don't you think that monster we encountered earlier looked rather like a purple, glutinous rice ball? Wu Tao was half skeptical, half believing, with a nagging feeling that Su Yu was just trying to pull the wool over his eyes. But he seldom played games in his daily life, so he could find no counterargument to refute it, and could only nod along in reluctant compliance. All right, Brother Yu, I'm calling you that from the heart now. I want to survive. I still have a son at home. Enough, stop your rambling. Su Yu cut him off, his gaze locked firmly on the landing point of a stream of white light. Follow me. Excellent, Xiao Wu. Just a little more, hold on. Nicely done, splendid work. Su Yu tossed out words of encouragement in passing, while suddenly whipping his steel rod forward to claim the kill on the monster at the brink of death. This was already the third kill he had stolen, yet Wu Tao remarkably voiced no complaint. The reason was simple: the experience gained from defeating a monster was divided according to the damage each contributed to it. In Wu Tao's view, since he had dealt more damage, he would naturally receive more experience in the end, and would surely reach level 2 ahead of Su Yu. Nothing again. Wu Tao wiped the sweat from his brow, his slightly corpulent frame beginning to falter from exhaustion. Brother Yu, this monster didn't drop anything either. Su Yu glanced at the notification panel. After slaying 3 purple glutinous blobs, he had gained a total of 3 constitution points. His constitution had now reached 9 points, nearly double what it was before, and a surging vitality coiled within his body. A faint smile crossed his lips as he reached out to pat Wu Tao on the shoulder. Little Wu, patience. Wu Tao was at a loss. I'm genuinely exhausted. Besides, night is about to fall. As he spoke, he gestured toward the dimming amber sky. Dusk was descending, yet the rift in the heavens remained. Streaks of flowing light hurtled in every direction. How many would perish tonight at the hands of those seemingly harmless, even adorable monsters? Su Yu had no answer. Perhaps the authorities of the Tianxia Kingdom would dispatch troops to maintain order. But as power became concentrated in the hands of individuals, what would become of human society's order? He understood all too well that he must grow stronger, swiftly striving to become one of those who shaped the new order. Before night falls completely, we can take down one more. Su Yu's expression was calm, his tone brooking no argument as he pointed to the front left. A streak of light is heading toward where we pitched our tent earlier. We can kill it along the way. Wait, that doesn't look like a monster's descent light, does it? Wu Tao had been about to agree, but as the light drew nearer, he exclaimed in surprise. Brother Yu, I can see it clearly now. There appears to be a box inside. Su Yu needed no prompting. He had already discerned it himself, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes before making a swift decision. Let's go, chase that light. The two broke into a sprint. Moments later, Wu Tao noticed something remarkable in bewilderment. Why was Su Yu running so much faster than him? Despite giving his all, the distance between them only grew. He was certain that Su Yu's current speed surpassed that of a professional sprinter. Damn, with that kind of running ability, why settle for being a short drama actor? You could compete in the Olympics, become famous overnight, land an endorsement deal, and never worry about money for the rest of your life. Wu Tao muttered his complaints under his breath. In his view, since he hadn't leveled up, Su Yu certainly couldn't have either. No level up meant no attribute points. In other words, the speed Su Yu was displaying must have been his even before the Apocalypse game descended. But what he could never have imagined was this. Between them, the two had slain 4 purple glutinous blobs. Wu Tao had only gained 28 experience points. Su Yu, however, had received 12 experience points, 4 constitution points, and a special talent. Watching Su Yu pull further ahead, Wu Tao cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother, you wait for me." Then he saw Su Yu come to an abrupt halt in the distance. Immediately after, accompanied by the thunderous roar of a motorcycle, a blinding white light suddenly flared, burning into his retinas. Wu Tao squinted, sensing something amiss, and quickened his pace to reach Su Yu's side. "Brother, you, what's going on?" It's you." Though he had only seen her once, the person on the motorcycle had left quite an impression on Wu Tao. The reason was simple. She was also a member of their film crew. Moreover, even among a cast of striking performers, her beauty was of the highest order. Qin Jifei, however, paid Wu Tao no attention whatsoever. She merely gazed at Su Yu with an expression steeped in guilt. "They tricked me into thinking you were on another vehicle and had already left. My phone had stopped working by then. I couldn't reach you." Wu Tao turned his head to glance at Su Yu, then curled his lip in disdain. "So what if he's handsome, tall, and built well? What's so impressive about that?" Yet Su Yu's brow furrowed slowly. "Qin Jifei, I do owe you 2,000 tianxia coins. But you don't have to chase me down on a motorcycle over such a paltry sum, do you?" Wu Tao. He stared at Su Yu in utter disbelief, questioning whether the man before him was even human. Qin Jifei wore an exceedingly sheepish expression. "I'm sorry, I didn't want to either. But my profession is... It's..." Su Yu raised an eyebrow. "Your profession is what?" Qin Jifei replied, "A debt collector. If someone owes me something, I receive a speed boost when moving toward them. The more they owe, the greater the speed boost, and the higher the damage I deal to them." Wu Tao blinked, then suddenly interjected, "Wait, I don't recall our crew having a motorcycle." Qin Jifei had only just noticed the short, stout man beside them. She replied offhandedly, "I snatched this bike. Someone provoked me, so I killed him and took his motorcycle." Wu Tao's eyes went wide. "KK kill. Murder." Su Yu, however, paid this trifling detail no mind at all. "Qin Jifei, don't tell me something is chasing you right now." "Impossible." Qin Jifei shook her head. "We ran into a monster. Everyone else in the crew died, and all the vehicles were smashed. I narrowly survived, managed to kill that monster, and obtained a piece of equipment. It was only then that I realized you hadn't left with us at all. We were near Fengtai Road at the time. A blonde punk happened to provoke me, so I killed him. Once I had my ride, I used the changes in my movement speed to track your location, and came looking for you." As she spoke, a peculiar smile crossed Qin Jifei's face as she slowly dismounted the motorcycle. "Brother Su Yu, do you remember that promise the two of us once made, eh?" Before Su Yu could react, Wu Tao's legs had already begun trembling in terror, and he hastily asked Su Yu, "Brother UWH, what's going on? Is she here for revenge?" Su Yu cast him a sidelong glance. "Little Wu, Qin Jifei and I are both actors." Wu Tao was stunned. "What do you mean?" Su Yu smiled. "I told you long ago that I'm no longer interacting with you as an ordinary person. Everything you've experienced was orchestrated by me, including that rift in the sky. The voice you've been hearing in your head was also projected there by people I hired. As for the monsters you killed, those were robots I manufactured, designed to look cute on the outside." Wu Tao stood dumbfounded, his mind completely frozen. Huh. Qin Jifei cast Su Yu a startled glance, then played along. "I can vouch for it. Everything Su Yu said is true." Wu Tao's legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed onto the ground in a daze, utterly lost. Su Yu smiled. "How was my acting?" Wu Tao strained to look up at him. "Great. Absolutely great. Haha, I'm safe, and my son is safe too." Qin Jifei's lips twitched slightly as she watched Wu Tao, secretly wondering if the stout little man had actually taken Su Yu's nonsense seriously. Su Yu blinked. After all, he still possessed a shred of conscience. "Enough, I won't deceive you any longer. Everything I just told you was a lie. In truth, the Apocalypse game has truly descended." "Impossible. You know the abilities of those glutinous rice balls, which proves you manufactured them." Su Yu. Qin Jifei's face revealed an intrigued expression. "Your profession, your skills, and the power you wield. Were those conjured out of thin air by Su Yu?" Wu Tao wore a wooden expression. "I've figured it out. It must all be special effects. Or rather, Su Yu is actually an alien with advanced technology. Right, he runs way too fast. That speed is definitely not something a blue planet human could achieve. He must be an alien." As he spoke, he suddenly turned to Qin Jifei with a terrified expression. "Are you an alien too?" In the end, through the most tangible of evidence, Wu Tao was forced to accept the reality that the apocalyptic game had descended upon them. His face twisted in despair. "I'd honestly rather you two were aliens." Qin Jifei paid him no heed. Her gaze shifted to Su Yu, her expression sobering as a murderous glint surfaced in her eyes. "On my way back, I encountered an elite monster guarding a treasure chest. We should join forces, slay the creature, claim its bounty, and split the spoils evenly. The situation has changed. We must seize powerful strength before anyone else does if we wish to determine our own fate. Suyu shook his head. We can discuss that later. Did you bring anything to eat? Qin Jifei blinked. I've already had dinner. I'm not hungry right now. Wu Tao couldn't help but interject. So what you're saying is you didn't bring any food either. Qin Jifei's brows furrowed. Neither of you had dinner. Suyu shot Wu Tao a sidelong glance, and Wu Tao promptly fell silent. Forget it. Qin Jifei, give me a ride. I just saw a streak of light carrying a treasure chest. Let's find it first. Qin Jifei had arrived on her motorcycle, her attention consumed by watching the road, so naturally, she hadn't noticed any chest within the light. She patted the rear seat, beckoning Suyu to climb on. Suyu swung his leg over and wrapped his arms around her waist. Have you put on weight? Qin Jifei's breath hitched. Her waist was textbook A4 proportions, complete with visible abdominal definition, the fruits of her long-standing dedication to fitness. She couldn't be bothered to dignify his question with a response. She stomped on the accelerator, and the motorcycle launched forward with a thunderous roar. Wu Tao rubbed his eyes, watching the motorcycle disappear into the distance, his mouth twitching involuntarily. You two get to ride while I run on foot. Thanks a lot. Yet he dared not linger, terrified a monster might materialize beside him at any moment. He broke into a sprint without hesitation. From the back of the speeding motorcycle, Suyu suddenly spoke. Ease up on the throttle. This is the middle of nowhere. Nobody's competing for that chest. I've been dying to ask, that short fat guy, is he really that pompous assistant director from before? Why does he listen to you so obediently? A middle-aged relic like that actually calls you brother you. Because my class is invincible in the early game. Oh. Qin Jifei studied Suyu's eyes through the rearview mirror. What class are you? We're here. The chest should have landed somewhere around here. Suyu gently drew Qin Jifei's waist backward, signaling her to brake. Though exasperated, Qin Jifei brought the motorcycle to a stop. Suyu dismounted in one fluid motion and walked slowly toward the treasure chest. They stood at the fringe of a mountain forest where a scattering of withered pine trees clung to the landscape. The chest was wedged at an angle into a slab of brown rock, radiating a dazzling white luminescence. Suyu made no move to open the chest immediately. He waited in place, and after a moment Wu Tao came staggering over, gasping for breath. Brother Ui, I'm here. Suyu turned to Qin Jifei. How many points is your luck stat? 3 points. And you? Cough, 1 point. Wu Tao seemed somewhat surprised to find the chest still unopened. You two haven't opened it yet. Suyu flipped the chest open with a casual motion and looked down. Inside lay 2 items. Name: minor health potion, basic. Category: consumable. Quality: white. Effect: restores 30 HP upon consumption. Assessment: in a critical moment you'll truly understand just how utterly useless restoring 30 HP can be. Name: triangle ruler LV. 3. Category: equipment. Quality: white. Effect: equipping grants 1 physique attacks, inflict an additional 1 point of physical damage. Assessment: smack some skulls real good. Suyu held both items up for display. Unfortunately, this piece of equipment requires LV. 3 to equip. Who wants this potion? It only restores 30 HP. Keep it yourself. It restores 30 HP. Brother, you should hold on to it. Suyu offered no false modesty. He pocketed the potion, then picked up the triangle ruler, a full meter in length. The equipment level isn't high enough for me to equip, so I can't benefit from its stat boost. But the material is solid enough to use it as a weapon directly. Qin Jifei shook her head and pulled a small booklet from her pocket. I already have equipment. Wu Tao stared at it longingly. He wanted it badly, but he understood perfectly that this piece of equipment held no share for him. Suyu nodded. I'll use this ruler for now. Little will once you hit LV. 3, it's yours. Wu Tao blinked. Huh. Suyu swept a glance at him. You're the DPS. In truth, Su, you didn't hold this piece of equipment in particularly high regard. A mere 1 point of physique. Nothing more than the effort required to slaughter a single purple slime. But for Wu Tao, that single point of physique was nothing short of priceless. An increase in physique didn't just amplify the physical damage he dealt. It also elevated his maximum HP and physical resistance in tandem. It was the very definition of a stat that could both withstand blows and deal them. A comprehensive boost that touched strength, endurance, and agility alike. Brother you, thank you. The title of Brother you tumbled from Wu Tao's lips with unmistakable sincerity. Because at that moment he wanted nothing more than to survive, to live long enough to see his son again. And Suyu's gesture had given him a glimmer of hope. In times like these, the vast gulf in their ages had long since ceased to matter. Suyu shook his head and asked Qin Jifei, what abilities does your class have? Qin Jifei answered without hesitation. I currently have 2 skills, 1 active, 1 passive. The active skill is Lend. I can loan my own HP to a designated target and reclaim it after 3 minutes with interest. The passive is Debt Collector. Based on the amount I've loaned, it increases the damage I deal against my debtor as well as my movement speed. Suyu nodded. Got it. You're a healer. Qin Jifei. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Think about it. You're lending HP. If you never call it back, isn't that essentially healing someone? Qin Jifei. Heh. Wu Tao seized the opportunity to chime in. I'm the DPS, brother. You as the scout, you're the healer. The only thing we're missing is a tank. Suyu spoke in a languid drawl. If Jifei loans her HP to you, then you become the tank. It's called serving 2 purposes with 1 Tao. Wu Tao. I think we seriously need to figure out what we're having for dinner. Brother, aren't you hungry? His words laid bare the brutal reality of their circumstances. No food, no water. Stranded in the wilderness, monsters lurking on every side. Qin Jifei walked over to the motorcycle and flipped open the seat compartment, pulling out 2 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of water. The crew packed everything up and left, but I figured you hadn't eaten, so I brought these for you. Her brows curved into a gentle smile, a hint of reserved delight glimmering in her eyes as she tilted her chin up with a touch of pride. Aren't you going to praise me? Suyu accepted the noodles and the bottle of water, casually tossing 1 pack to Wu Tao. I praise you. You're so perfunctory. My name is Suyu, not perfunctory. You should say hello, Suyu. Oh, hello, Suyu. Wu Tao, clutching his instant noodles, had a fleeting moment where he felt this packet contained nothing but dog food. With their hunger and thirst addressed, night descended upon the land, and the 3 of them returned to their campsite. After some deliberation, they resolved to take turns keeping watch through the night. Come dawn, they would set out to find the elite monster Qin Jifei had mentioned. If they could bring it down successfully, they would make for the city without delay. For only within the city limits could they find food and water in any sufficient quantity. That night was not an easy one to endure. Suyu was the first to take watch. With no one around, his expression remained placid as he gazed upward at the rift in the heavens. That rift was not the only one. Casting his eyes about, he could faintly discern rifts of varying sizes scattered across the sky. They resembled eyes embedded in the firmament, gazing coldly down upon the earth below. Streaks of light descended without cease, as though intent on exterminating every living soul upon this land. With these things about, not a single night's sleep will be peaceful. Suyu murmured to himself, his thoughts reaching further still. Their descent from the sky proved that such monsters could appear above anyone's head at any moment. Once these creatures grew stronger and their destructive power increased, ordinary rooftops would no longer keep them out. This meant anyone might be slain by a monster in their sleep, utterly unaware. Since this is an apocalypse game, perhaps one day there will be a quest to close the rifts in the sky. Suyu's thoughts drifted farther and farther afield. The following day, Qin Jifei had actually brought 6 packs of instant noodles and 3 bottles of water. She had planned it carefully, 2 packs and 1 bottle for Suyu last night. Then this morning they would split the remainder between the 2 of them. But with the unexpected addition of Wu Tao, the provisions meant for 2 had to be divided among 3. In truth, food was the lesser concern. The real problem was that they had only 1 motorcycle. Wu Tao, ever perceptive, suggested, "Brother Yu drives, I'll crouch on the front footboard, and Qin Jifei, you sit behind Brother Yu." So saying, he ducked his head, and with some difficulty wedged his body into the footboard of the motorcycle. Fortunately, though Wu Tao was somewhat plump, he was also short, so he just barely fit. Suyu swung himself onto the bike. Qin Jifei narrowed her eyes, swung her leg over the seat, wrapped her arms around Suyu's waist, and whispered softly into his ear. "Have you gained weight?" Suyu paid her no heed, the roar of the motorcycle drowning out all else. "Qin Jifei, show me the way." Fengtai Road. Amidst a stretch of ruins, a middle-aged man with a resolute countenance struggled to his feet. Cough, cough. Beside him, 2 young men supported him, their faces burning with fury as they glared at the 5 or 6 people before them. One of the young men roared in anger. "You pack of hyenas! That monster and its treasure chest. We spotted them first." From the opposing group, a refined-looking middle-aged man in a Western suit stepped forward with a cold smile. How naive, still trying to reason at a time like this. With a wave of his hand, the men behind him brandished weapons of every description and surged toward the 3 as one. Not far from them lay a monster resembling a lion, its entire body covered in yellowish-brown scales. The creature was on its last breath, its body riddled with wounds. Its pale crimson eyes fixed unblinkingly upon those who had injured it. With its limited intellect, it could scarcely fathom why these humans would slaughter one another. At that very moment, a thunderous rumble reached its ears, and the ears of all present. Zhang Ming, the refined middle-aged man in the suit, watched the motorcycle hurtling toward them from a distance, his brows knitting slightly. More fools rushing to their deaths. Yet the 3 who had been at a disadvantage saw things differently. "Teacher, son, someone's stirring the pot. Let's look for our chance." Zhang Wangyuan steadied Sun Qiuyang as they retreated step by step, a glint of hope crossing his face. Cough, cough. "I'm afraid it won't be that simple." Sun Qiuyang shook his head and glanced at his own health. Only a little over 20 points remained. Of the 3, Sun Qiuyang was an associate professor at Fengtai University, and the 2 young men were his students. They had been preparing for a business trip and fieldwork when the apocalypse game descended upon them. After a harrowing journey, they had happened upon this scale lion monster. Zhang Wangyuan's keen eyes had spotted the treasure chest, and the 3 had just begun attempting to slay the creature, when fortune turned against them and Zhang Ming's group appeared. On the motorcycle, Qin Jifei rested her chin upon Suyu's shoulder, her eyes narrowed. "Suyu, it looks like someone's beaten us to it." Screech. Suyu whipped the bike into a sharp turn, the tires shrieking against the ground as the motorcycle ground to a halt. His gaze fell upon the lion-shaped monster. Name: Sand Scale Beast LV. 1 Quality Elite, HP 180, Energy 85, Attributes Physique 9, Spirit 8, Mystery 5, Charisma 8, Luck 1, Traits 1. Wilderness Hunter 2. Sand Scale Skills 1. Sand Control 2. Rock Spike 3. Maul overall combat power 16, 2 traits, 3 skills, and elite quality. Its overall combat power exceeded the purple glutinous rice slime by 8 points. The main reason was its elite template, which doubled its HP scaling, from 10 HP per point of physique to 20 HP per point. Even so, the creature was now barely clinging to life. Suyu swept his gaze slowly across those present. Qin Jifei stood behind him, with an impassive expression, the small notebook already in her hands. Only Wu Tao's face had flushed crimson. He had realized he was wedged tight in the motorcycle, and his legs had gone numb. Friend, wouldn't it be wiser to keep moving? Zhang Ming said, coldly fixing his stare upon Suyu. Why bother stopping? Behind him, a burly man raised a fire axe in a menacing gesture, pointing it at Wu Tao. Look at that fatty. He's cowering on the bike and won't even come down. Why don't you two scram already? The moment his words fell, a chorus of jeering laughter rang out. For all their suits and ties, Zhang Ming's men had actually been debt collectors in their former lives, city-dwelling hoodlums who had found new employment. As for Zhang Ming himself, he had been a minor manager who once oversaw them. Thanks to his strong class and ruthless temperament, he had managed to hold on to his position of leadership. Suyu glanced back at Wu Tao's crimson face, his own expression betraying nothing. Paying no heed to Zhang Ming and his men, he walked unhurriedly toward the sand-scale beast. Halt! Zhang Ming bellowed sharply. Old Zhuang. The burly man Old Zhuang charged towards Suyu in great strides, his axe cleaving down, without hesitation, towards Suyu's neck. Clang! With a sharp crack, Suyu blocked the fire axe single-handedly with his set square. Not bad for a big guy. How come you've got so little strength? Old Zhuang's eyes went wide, unable to believe that this man had parried his attack so effortlessly. His class currently granted only a single passive skill, but an exceedingly useful one, a 20 boost to physique. His base physique had started at a respectable 7 points, which was already on the high end. An ordinary healthy adult's physique typically sat at around 5, Suyu himself being a case in point. Add the 20 physique increase, and Old Zhuang's physique reached 8. For a figure few could match. Yet Suyu had devoured 4 purple glutinous rice slimes, his physique already at 9. Think you're something special because you've got a skill? Die. Old Zhuang refused to accept defeat, convinced Suyu must have activated some ability of his own. Gritting his teeth, he brought the fire axe crashing down in a vicious overhead strike. Zhang Ming's brows furrowed. With a raised hand, a thin white beam of light shot towards Suyu. Qin Jifei had been tracking every movement on the field. Seeing Zhang Ming strike, her small notebook emitted a faint glow. In the next instant, a membrane of light materialized around Suyu's body, perfectly canceling out the thin white beam. Suyu's expression remained calm, his footsteps steady as he retreated step by step toward the sand-scale beast. Zhang Ming furrowed his brow, never expecting his guaranteed skill to be intercepted. His gaze fixed intently on the small booklet in Qin Jifei's hand. Everyone attacked together. Kill this woman first, then that fatty. Lao Zhuang, you tie him up first. Just then Zhang Wanyuan seized the opportunity and spoke with urgency. Teacher Sun, let's help those 3 who arrived later first. 2 weak ones taking down 1 strong. Sun Shiliang's gaze grew somewhat opaque as he nodded slightly. You and Xiao Su go give them a hand. I'll hold back for now. Zhang Wanyuan and Su Ping had long taken a dislike to Zhang Ming and his group. Now, with youthful hot blood surging and an opportunity presenting itself, they charged recklessly toward Zhang Ming's side. Sun Shiliang drew a deep breath, his gaze never leaving Suyu, the expression in his eyes growing increasingly solemn. He thought far more deeply than his 2 students. He wanted that treasure chest. He had crossed blades with Lao Zhuang before and knew of his formidable physique, yet now Lao Zhuang could not budge Suyu in the slightest. Thus in his eyes, both Suyu and Zhang Ming were major obstacles in his contest for the treasure chest. On Zhang Ming's side, aside from Lao Zhuang, there were 4 others. Meanwhile, Qin Jifei, with Zhang Wanyuan and Su Ping, numbered only 3. Their hearts were not united either, barely able to hold their ground against Zhang Ming's group. Just then the deafening roar of a motorcycle suddenly erupted, barreling viciously toward Zhang Ming at the forefront. They saw Wu Tao wedged in the lower frame, desperately reaching upward to grip the handlebar. At the same time, he tilted his face out past the shield, staring intently at Zhang Ming. Damn it! Zhang Ming was startled by Wu Tao's bizarre appearance and dodged sideways onto a large slab of rubble, rendering the motorcycle's charge utterly useless. You fat bastard are asking for death. He did not unleash the white beam of light. Perhaps the skill was still on cooldown, but a fire axe also rested in his grip. Oh! Wu Tao let out an agonized scream as his left arm took a hit, but simultaneously an even louder shriek rang out. No! At some unknown moment, Lao Zhuang had been struck down by Suyu, a gaping wound torn across his thigh. The fire axe in his hand had long since been cleaved in 2, rendered useless. He could only watch helplessly as Suyu approached the monster and raised that seemingly unremarkable triangular ruler. Yet it was this very ruler that in a single clash had sheared through his fire axe. SSSHK. The triangular ruler plunged viciously into the sand-scale beast's neck, draining away its final life. A familiar notification chime echoed in his ears. Notification: you have slain the sand-scale beast LV. 1. Based on damage dealt, experience 1. Notification: you have devoured the sand-scale beast LV. 1 physique 2. Notification: you are digesting the sand-scale beast LV. 1 extracting the target specialty. Notification: you have acquired the specialty, Sand Scale. Sand Scale Elite Tier. Your Earth attribute resistance increases by 10. Physical resistance increases by 10. Resistance was a hidden attribute never displayed on the player panel, yet its effect was immensely significant. With high resistance, damage values that might otherwise be apocalyptic would become as light as a feather. Su Yu's heart stirred, another specialty for bolstering his durability. This Sandscale beast possessed 2 specialties, and he had actually set his sights more on that wilderness hunter. One glance revealed it enhanced defensive capability. After all, to secure more kills, attack power could never be neglected. Still, survival-oriented abilities held their own importance, and this round could be considered satisfactory. Moreover, the 2-point increase in physique pushed his physique attribute to 11 points. This number had already surpassed the human limit of 10 points in physique, reaching an entirely new threshold. Correspondingly, a notification chime sounded within his mind. Notification: your current physique exceeds 10 points, triggering 1 genetic optimization. Notification: please select one of the following 4 options as soon as possible to proceed with genetic optimization. 1. Bedrock Foundation. For every 3 player levels, gain physique 1. 2. Mighty Grip. The strength coefficient provided by physique is permanently increased by 10. 3. Swift Stride. The agility coefficient provided by physique is permanently increased by 10. 4. Robust Frame. The constitution coefficient provided by physique is permanently increased by 10. Coefficients such as the strength coefficient were fairly straightforward. 1 point of physique, for instance, translated to 1 point of strength. Upon choosing Mighty Grip, 1 point of physique would yield 1 points of strength. Su Yu understood now that selecting different genetic optimizations would shape his physique inclinations for the future. As for the first option, he dismissed it without hesitation. After brief deliberation, Su Yu selected Swift Stride. He favored mobility above all else. Because his class potential was extraordinarily potent, should danger arise, the ability to escape meant boundless future possibilities. The moment Su Yu made his choice, a stream of light flickered through his body. Accompanied by a faint tearing ache, subtle changes rippled through the tissues of his body, rendering him ever more agile. Notification: once physique exceeds 40 points, a second genetic optimization will be triggered. Su Yu had no time to heed the ensuing notifications, for nearly everyone was now charging toward him. Zhang Ming surged to the forefront, his eyes blazing with fury. He had believed Lao Zhuang could keep Su Yu entangled indefinitely, never expecting him to be felled in mere moments. Of course, the true reason lay in Zhang Ming's covetous desire for the small booklet in Qin Jifei's grasp. His reason for not diverting manpower to aid Lao Zhuang was to concentrate his forces as swiftly as possible, slay Qin Jifei, and seize the treasure. But he had not anticipated that Zhang Wanyuan and Su Ping would intervene at this juncture, resulting in gains on neither front for him. Yet Zhang Ming no longer cared who struck the killing blow on the monster. His concern now rested solely on the treasure chest behind it. With the death of the Sandscale beast, the illusory chains binding the treasure chest, once shrouded in green radiance, gradually dissolved away. This signified that the chest could now be opened. Bam! But just then the crack of a gunshot exploded beside the ears of everyone present. Nobody move. A deep, resonant voice boomed through a loudspeaker emanating from a speeding vehicle drawing near from afar. Su Yu's gaze sharpened. In Tianxia Nation, firearms were banned among civilians. However, since the advent of the Apocalypse game, mobile phones had ceased to function, yet guns still worked. This heralded a message that was neither good nor ill. In the short term, the Tianxia official forces who possessed firearms would amass formidable power. Let us hope they make the rational choice rather than resorting to heavy-handed control, Su Yu murmured, inwardly opting to halt his actions. As for Zhang Ming and his cohorts, their expressions shifted violently before they too chose to cease. After all, at this stage, the overwhelming majority of players still lacked the means to contest firearms. Ultimately, the vehicle, its surface emblazoned with guard insignia, rolled to a gradual halt before the gathering. A tall, broad-shouldered, middle-aged man stepped down from the vehicle, followed by more individuals disembarking in succession. They were clad in black and white guard uniforms, their countenances stern and unyielding. Lao Sun, the leader, strode purposefully towards Sun Qiuliang. Fortune favors me. I spotted you from the vehicle. Sun Qiuliang gazed at the approaching figure, a vivid flush of joy spreading across his features. Old Hanzhou stepped forward and steadied him. What happened here? Sun Qiuliang glanced toward Zhang Ming. My 2 students and I encountered a monster guarding a treasure chest. They happened to pass by and tried to steal our kill. Zhang Ming's face flushed crimson in an instant, his expression twisting into something feral, and suddenly his hand rose. A slender beam of white light shot toward Hanzhou's throat. In the next heartbeat, however, one of the guards activated a skill. Layer upon layer of golden radiance enveloped Hanzhou in protection. Bang! Hanzhou pulled the trigger without the slightest hesitation. The remaining guards opened fire simultaneously, and within moments all 6 of Zhang Ming's group bore wounds across their bodies. Such was the threat firearms posed to low-level players. Struck by bullets, Zhang Ming's courage deserted him entirely. He shrieked wildly. You are guards. How dare you point your guns at us civilians? Hanzhou supported Sun Qiuliang, while fixing Zhang Ming with an icy stare. How naive, still trying to reason at a time like this. Gunfire erupted in a thunderous volley. In the span of a few heartbeats, 6 more corpses littered the ground, yet the guards had not escaped unscathed either. They had expended no small amount of ammunition, and the desperate counterattacks from Zhang Ming's group had left their HP far from full. With the outcome now decided, Hanzhou lowered his weapon and at last turned his gaze towards Su Yu, his eyes betraying nothing but cool indifference. Sun Qiliang noted this and stirred inwardly. He stepped forward and pointed at Zhang Ming's corpse on the ground. The kind of bastard who tries to steal someone's kill deserves to be cut down by everyone's hand. Hanzhou replied, I don't know anything about kill stealing. All I know is that these people laid hands on my friend, so they die. His tone bristled with chilling killing intent, and the guards behind him wore solemn expressions, not a single one voicing dissent. Reassured by these words, Sun Qiliang asked, Old Han, you're not at the guard bureau. What brings you here? Naturally, I have a conflict with Zhang Wentao. He wants to prioritize protecting civilians while I want our brothers to grow stronger first. Hanzhou's expression remained composed as he continued. The times have changed. Communication systems have collapsed across the board, and as a result, all strategic weapons such as long-range missiles have been rendered obsolete. In other words, the only things we can use to fight monsters in the future are our own strength along with firearms and heavy weapons that still function, for now. So my thinking is quite simple. I have guns in my hands, so I'll use them to let our brothers level up rapidly. Once we're strong enough, we can protect the civilians however we please. What do you say, old son? Want to join us? Sun Qiliang did not hesitate in the slightest. Old Han, we've been brothers for years. We walked together through middle school and high school. I trust you. Hanzhou nodded with evident satisfaction upon hearing his declaration, then turned his gaze towards Su Yu, the warmth in his eyes cooling into something sharp. Old son, what's the situation with these few here? Sun Qiliang considered slinging mud at them, but upon reflection, his 2 students were present to witness everything. His conscience, tempered though it was by a teacher's sense of propriety, ultimately compelled him to speak nothing but the truth. Having heard Sun Qiliang out, Hanzhou looked at Su Yu and said bluntly, since the matter here is settled, you lot should be on your way. As he spoke, a thought stirred within him. He was after all still a good man at heart. Otherwise, with guns in hand, he could simply have robbed these people and walked away. Fine. But before we part ways, let's open the treasure chest first. No objections, right? Su Yu smiled as he uttered words that brought a sudden oppressive stillness to the entire scene. Hanzhou fixed Su Yu with a calm, level gaze. An ordinary person would have buckled long ago beneath that suffocating pressure in his eyes. Yet Su Yu remained utterly unmoved, his smile unwavering as he turned to look at Sun Qiliang. The fact is, our arrival saved your life. Do you acknowledge that? Sun Qiliang faltered. It was undeniably true, and he could hardly deny it. Su Yu then turned his gaze to Hanzhou. Compared to the contents of this treasure chest, which weighs more? Your brother's life. Hanzhou shook his head. Old son said they discovered the chest first. Su Yu pointed at Zhang Ming's corpse. Isn't the one who tried to steal their kill lying right here? Hanzhou laughed suddenly. What makes you think you can reason with me? Su Yu's smile only deepened. Because I've noticed that dodging pistol bullets doesn't actually seem all that difficult. While Zhang Ming's group had been locked in their bloody struggle with Hanzhou's guards, Su Yu had already discerned this truth. It wasn't that his speed outpaced the bullet itself, but rather that his neural reaction speed far exceeded that of Hanzhou and the others. 11 points of physique coupled with his specialization in agility had elevated Su Yu's reaction time to a level beyond human limits. He was confident that the instant Hanzhou's finger tightened on the trigger, he would register the motion and evade before the bullet ever left the barrel. In other words, unless faced with an overwhelming barrage, semi-automatic pistols posed little threat to him. Hanzhou's group numbered 4 in total, and dealing with 4 guns fell well within Su Yu's capabilities. This was not actually difficult to understand. One must remember that 11 points of physique would typically require an ordinary player to gain several levels to achieve. Some classes currently gain only 1 point of physique per level, so reaching 11 points would require reaching levels 5 or 6. In other words, pistols posed a drastically diminished threat to players around level 5. Of course, the vast majority of players were still level 1 at present, so pistols still held considerable value. Unfortunately for Hanzhou, Su Yu had already feasted beyond his wildest dreams. Hanzhou stared intently into Su Yu's eyes. He had studied micro-expressions extensively, and from what he could see, Su Yu's confidence was genuine, not the bluff of a desperate man. This realization sent a chill through his heart, and for a moment, he could not fathom what card Su Yu held. Sun Qiliang, witnessing this exchange, was equally startled, memories flooding back of how Su Yu had utterly crushed old Zhuang. He quickly leaned over and whispered a few words into Hanzhou's ear. Hanzhou's brow creased almost imperceptibly as he mulled over the information. At length he looked at Su Yu and said, very well. We split the contents of the chest evenly. Go ahead and open it. Su Yu did not move an inch. Wu Tao, go fetch the chest. No one stirred. Qin Jifei's lips twitched faintly as he stepped back and hauled Wu Tao out from beneath the car with a forceful yank. Ouch! Wu Tao yelped, his face contorted in pain. His arm was wounded, his legs still numb. His condition was wretched indeed. After a brief moment to collect himself, he made his way toward the treasure chest. Watching this, a flicker of regret crossed Hanzhou's eyes. He had hoped Su Yu would lower his guard and retrieve the chest himself, exposing his back. Then he could have launched a sneak attack with impunity. But Su Yu's vigilance forced those treacherous thoughts to scatter like ashes. Wu Tao hobbled toward the chest, desire kindling within him. Yet he crushed it ruthlessly before it could take root. He was no fool. He knew perfectly well that several gun barrels were trained on him at that very moment. Besides, Su Yu's display moments ago remained seared vividly into his memory. Drawing a deep breath, he carried the chest over to Su Yu. Hanzhou seized the moment to speak. You and I should walk to the middle of the group to make sure you don't pocket everything yourself. Su Yu shook his head. Agreed, but you must holster your pistol. Hanzhou narrowed his eyes. The other party still feared firearms, it seemed. This knowledge bolstered his confidence considerably. Agreed. He tucked the pistol into his waistband and strode boldly to the center of the crowd. Only then did Su Yu step forward and open the treasure chest, which pulsed with an emerald glow. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the air, but Su Yu had already sidestepped to the left a fraction of a moment before the sound registered. Hanzhou had made his move. The reason was painfully simple. Within that treasure chest there was only a single emerald gleam, indicating that it contained merely one item. This rendered their previous agreement to split the spoils entirely hollow. Hanzhou believed Su Yu would not back down, and neither would he himself choose to retreat. Therefore combat became the only viable course of action. In the very instant he pulled the trigger, he also reached out, attempting to snatch the item from within the chest. How could Su Yu possibly allow him to have his way? The moment he discerned that the chest held only a single item, he had already seized it in his grasp. It was a piece of equipment, one of green quality. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yu equipped it at once, and a pair of iron boots radiating a bronze luster materialized upon his feet. Attack! Hanzhou bellowed the command, but before he could fire a second shot, Su Yu's figure split into two, charging toward him with ferocious resolve. Hanzhou's pupils contracted sharply. He retreated a step, saved by a golden barrier that enveloped him in its protective embrace. Simultaneously, the guards behind him opened fire. Those guards moved with practiced coordination. Two fired from the left, one from the right. The phantom of Su Yu on the left took two bullets and dissolved like a burst bubble. But the one on the right dodged the bullet with a lightning sidestep, driving his triangular ruler ruthlessly toward Hanzhou's throat. In that precise instant, a small tome in Qin Zhifei's hand flickered, releasing a ray of white light. The golden light shielding Hanzhou shattered instantly. Hiss! The triangular ruler sank 3 inches into flesh. Su Yu's physique far surpassed Hanzhou's, and this strike unleashed both a crippling and crushing blow. Under Hanzhou's horrified gaze, a massive damaged figure materialized. -30. As a guard, his physical conditioning was naturally commendable. 6 points in physique, granting him 60 hit points. Yet this single strike had claimed half his life. More fatally still, a cascade of detrimental effects refreshed across Hanzhou's status panel. Player 6721 has unleashed a crushing strike upon you. As their physique vastly exceeds yours, an additional 15 points of crushing damage are inflicted. You have entered the crushed state, physique temporarily reduced by 20. The attack caused a fatal wound, tracheal severance. You have entered the severely wounded state, all attributes reduced by 20, stamina consumption greatly increased. Your severely wounded state has triggered the bleeding effect, losing 1 of maximum health per second. Hanzhou's eyes nearly split with fury. He could not fathom, no matter how he racked his thoughts, why Su Yu's physique would far surpass his own. The apocalypse game had only just descended upon them. Everyone was a level 1 player. On what grounds could your physique attribute be so vastly superior to mine? Of course, Hanzhou had no leisure to contemplate such questions now. His sole concern was survival. With his physique diminished, his maximum health had plummeted accordingly, now a mere 36 points. Su Yu's assault had stripped him of 30 hit points, leaving him with only 6. Furthermore, the bleeding effect still ravaged his body. A desperate plight. 10 paths to death, none to life. Hanzhou's eyes widened, and in that moment regret gnawed at him. Had I known your physique was so formidable, so terrifying, would I in my right mind have dared to turn against you? Bang! In that fleeting instant of deliberation, Hanzhou's gaze fell upon Qin Zhifei and Wu Tao behind Su Yu, and a flicker of cunning illuminated his eyes. The very next second, he dropped to his knees before Su Yu, without hesitation preparing to shout his demands. He intended to leverage the safety of Qin Zhifei and Wu Tao as bargaining chips, attempting to negotiate with Su Yu. After all, you may be powerful, but surely the 2 companions you've brought cannot all be equally formidable. Take that short, stout fellow, for instance. Nothing about him suggests anything but uselessness. However, hissed Ku, with his windpipe severed even in his half-datafied state, he could not articulate a single coherent sentence. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Hanzhou's gaze. His eyes widened in disbelief. In his desperate urgency, he had utterly failed to account for this possibility. Su Yu, upon witnessing Hanzhou drop to his knees before him, felt a jolt of alarm, suspecting it might be tied to some class ability, a prelude to a devastating ultimate skill. Thus, without a shred of hesitation, he swung his blade in a clean arc and a head soared skyward. But in that very moment of pause, 3 bullets whistled through the air. Ironically, it was Hanzhou's kneeling that allowed these 3 bullets an unobstructed path to strike Su Yu. Yet Qin Zhifei had long been prepared. A dome of white light materialized, shielding Su Yu from harm. Meanwhile, Wu Tao, recognizing that reconciliation was no longer possible, roared a battle cry, and ignited with the Wild King's fury, charged toward the 3 guards. As for the 5-second channeling time, what a cunning fatty he was. Long before Su Yu had even approached the treasure chest, he had already begun his channeling. Nevertheless, the present circumstances remained decidedly unfavorable for Su Yu's trio. Across from them stood 3 guards alongside Sun Chiliang and his 2 companions. 3 against 6. The numerical advantage did not belong to Su Yu. Fortunately, their previous skirmish with Zhang Ming and his group had left the opponents in less than peak condition, and Su Yu's formidable combat prowess became the key to shattering this deadlock. After slaying Han Zhou, he wasted no time whatsoever charging toward the 3 guards with unwavering decisiveness. He and Wu Tao advanced from the left and right, forming a pincer encirclement. Bang, bang, bang. A gunshot rang out and Wu Tao took a bullet. Yet he still closed the distance to one of the guards, his fire axe wreathed in white flames descending toward the man's skull. This fire axe had originally belonged to Zhang Ming and his lot. Amid the earlier chaos, Wu Tao had surreptitiously claimed one for himself. Did you truly believe I relied solely on firearms? The guard's gaze was glacial, his eyes burning with loathing as they fixed upon Wu Tao. His willingness to follow Han Zhou clearly marked him as a trusted confidant. Their bond ran deep. And now that Han Zhou had perished, how could hatred not consume him? As for the inconvenient truth that they had actually arrived last, and that the treasure chest had never belonged to them in the first place. Naturally, this guard would never trouble himself with such reflections. A guard capable of pondering such questions would never have elected to follow a man of Han Zhou's ilk, but would have remained dutifully at the guardhouse. Die. His palms shimmered with a steel-like sheen. He dodged Wu Tao's fire axe with a deft sidestep and lunged in retaliation, fingers thrust toward Wu Tao's chest. A flash of vicious resolve glinted in Wu Tao's eyes. Disregarding his own safety, he raised the fire axe and struck again. He was resolved to exchange wound for wound. The guard had never anticipated that the somewhat comical short and stout fellow would display such unyielding decisiveness. In the next instant, his steel-forged hand shattered Wu Tao's sternum, causing his hit points to plummet catastrophically. Yet his own shoulder was cleaved by the fire axe, its white flames scorching his flesh. The guard calculated inwardly. This exchange of blows favored him. His heart hardened with vicious resolve. Even if it meant trading wounds, he would first eliminate this stout pest. After all, a truly unreasonable powerhouse still remained to be dealt with. But this aspiration of his was ultimately destined to come to naught. 20. A figure materialized above Wu Tao's head, his health surging upward in an instant. The guard's concentration faltered for a heartbeat. His gaze snapped toward Qin Zhifei in the distance, fury and frustration roiling within him. Taking stock carefully from beginning to end, Qin Zhifei had already deployed 3 skills. The guard cursed inwardly. This was nothing short of cheating. They actually had a healer among them. His spirit instantly deflated. With the enemy capable of regeneration, how could he possibly trade wounds advantageously? Yet in the very next second, he discovered that he need no longer agonize over such quandaries. How is this possible? The guard struggled to lower his gaze, staring at the triangular ruler that had pierced through his chest as the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. In his final glimpse, he beheld the corpses of the other 2 guards. Thus all 4 guards perished, their nascent ambitions crushed beneath a single merciless blow. Schwick. Su Yu withdrew the triangular ruler, sparing not even a glance for the fallen guard's corpse before turning to kick behind him. At his back, Sun Chiliang was retracting the fist he'd driven into Su Yu, retreating a step and raising his arm to block. But he was already wounded and his constitution was far inferior to Su Yu's. How could he possibly withstand the blow? A single kick scattered his stance, and as Su Yu moved to finish him with another thrust, 2 of his students intercepted the strike. You murderous fiend. Zhang Wanyuan's expression burned with fury as azure radiance materialized around his hands, which he thrust toward Su Yu. But his speed was far too slow. Su Yu pivoted effortlessly to evade, drove the triangular ruler brutally into his lower abdomen, and swiftly withdrew it. In an era where most possessed only a single skill, Su Yu's formidable constitution revealed a terrifying advantage. Particularly after Su Yu had equipped that green-grade piece of gear. Name Shadowsplit Boots, no level restriction. Category Equipment. Quality Green. Effect 2 Constitution when equipped AU during high-speed movement, an extremely small chance to generate a phantom afterimage. Evaluation: dear customer, this side does not recommend that the unfortunate equip this. With a constitution totaling up to 13 points, battling these level 1 players was akin to a tiger wandering into a flock of sheep. Coupled with the aid of Qin Zhifei and Wu Tao and the fact that their opponents were in diminished condition from their earlier battle with Zhang Ming and others, all these factors combined left the outcome utterly without suspense. Don't kill my students. At this life and death moment, Sun Chiliang, contrary to all expectations, threw himself before his last remaining student. Teacher's son. Su Ping's eyes glistened with tears. He shoved Sun Chiliang violently towards Su Yu, then turned and fled. Su Yu blinked only to see Sun Chiliang's face frozen in shock and profound regret. He seemed never to have anticipated that his own student would commit such an act under these circumstances. Su Yu gathered his focus and stepped forward to claim the life of the one who had ambushed him from behind. But in the next instant, Sun Chiliang's figure blurred, and then impossibly he and Su Ping had swapped positions. Run. Teacher's son, remember this. I love you. Su Ping's voice tore through the air in a hoarse scream. Su Yu's eyes widened. Fearing some monstrous skill might be unleashed, he drove the ruler straight into Su Ping's heart without hesitation. Daughter. Su Ping breathed those final words before his life force hit zero, and his body slumped down limply. In the distance, Sun Qiliang, who had not heard Su Ping's final words, stared at the corpse with horror and disbelief etched across his face. It would likely take him quite some time to reconstruct his entire worldview. However, Su Yu found it far more entertaining to let that worldview remain shattered in this very moment. And so Sun Qiliang perished as well. Cough cough. With the battle concluded, Wu Tao finally allowed himself to relax, and only then did the pain from his injuries wash over him. He gazed at his wounded arm and the cracked ribs in his chest, his expression one of utter despair. Brother, you am I done for? If you want to die, I can help you with that. Wu Tao fell silent. Su Yu gathered the 4 pistols scattered across the ground, and as he passed by, Wu Tao tossed him a small vial. This is that small health potion. Wu Tao's eyes widened. For me, if you don't want to give it back. Wu Tao fell silent for a moment, then, under Su Yu's bewildered gaze, extended the vial outward. My panel shows that since we've become partially datafied, injuries that would normally take a long time to recover now heal much faster. My most serious injury is the cracked rib, but as long as I keep my health full, it'll heal completely in just 24 hours. So this small health potion that can turn the tide in combat, you should keep it. Su Yu frowned slightly, a sudden thought occurring to him. When you're wounded, can your health regenerate naturally over time? Su Yu had naturally sustained injuries in the previous battle as well, though none were severe. At the very least, no negative status had appeared on his panel. So after disengaging from combat, his health recovered by 1 every 10 minutes. Of course, during combat, Su Yu currently possessed no means of natural health regeneration. Wu Tao nodded. Yeah, now that I'm out of combat, the panel shows 1 health recovery every 10 minutes. Su Yu understood. It seemed injuries like a cracked rib wouldn't affect natural out-of-combat health regeneration. After a moment's thought, he tossed the small health potion to Qin Zhifei instead. You hold on to this. During combat, if things get critical, drink it to heal me or Xiao Wu. Because once fighting starts, if I take time to drink a potion, I'll lose the crucial moment. This was a small issue Su Yu had identified only after experiencing this battle. After all, this isn't a true game. Drinking a potion isn't instantaneous, it requires a brief interval. If an enemy were to seize that interval, the consequences would be dire. Fair enough. Qin Zhifei considered this and agreed. But are we heading back to the city now? She glanced down at the corpses strewn across the ground, her expression subtly complex. All this bloodshed over a single treasure chest. Who's to say the city isn't already drenched in blood by now? Do you think there are more good people in this world or more bad ones? Of course, the majority are ordinary people, neither good nor bad. Su Yu pointed at Wu Tao. What kind of person do you think he is? Qin Zhifei raised an eyebrow. An ordinary person. Wu Tao felt a sudden, inexplicable twinge of awkwardness and said in a small voice, Sister Qin, you're part of the production crew too, right? Actually, it was your director who rejected the investor's request for additional funding. So, they sent me to make trouble for you. They just wanted to squeeze more money out of you. Qin Zhifei's brows furrowed slightly. So? Wu Tao was taken aback. So in your eyes, I should be a bad person. Qin Zhifei shook her head. I'm just an actress. Whether the director earns more or less has nothing to do with me. Wu Tao drew a deep breath and turned to Su Yu. Brother, you then in your eyes, I'm definitely a bad guy, right? Su Yu nodded. That's right, exactly so. Faced with such blunt affirmation, Wu Tao's mood sank inexplicably. He pressed his lips together. TCH Xiao Wu, you're already a grown man. How are you still so hung up on this? Su Yu suddenly laughed and continued. An enemy to one is a hero to another. Don't you understand that yet? Of course, that doesn't change the fact that by conventional values you remain a bad person. But what I want to say is, in the current circumstances, what you need to be is a useful person. After all, without Xiao Wu's diligent damage dealing, how would brother you get such easy kills? Wu Tao's feelings were a tangled mess. He realized he couldn't quite fathom what kind of person Su Yu truly was. For one fleeting instant, he felt a bone-deep fear of Su Yu. Of course it wasn't because of the things Su Yu had said. Mainly, he had only just come to this realization in hindsight. Su Yu had slain so many people, yet showed not the slightest trace of discomfort. He himself had merely exchanged injuries with a single guard, and his calves were still trembling. Qin Zhifei's expression remained impassive. So Su Yu, you've talked so much nonsense. Are you going to the city district, or not? Su Yu regarded her with a look that said she was a fool. Are you simple-minded? Didn't I already tell you? My profession is incredibly powerful in the early stages. So now that we've reached the city district, do you really think I should let someone else steal it from me? And look at this thing here. A handgun. With this thing in hand, who would dare to mess with you? Qin Zhifei's beautiful almond eyes went wide with fury. Who are you calling simple-minded? You? Damn you, you're the simple-minded one. What's the use of a handgun? Didn't it still get wrecked by you? So, that just proves I'm even more powerful. You shouldn't have asked such a stupid question about whether to return to the city district in the first place. Hey. Standing off to the side, Wu Tao suddenly felt like he was one person too many. So he quietly stuffed himself beneath the floorboard of the motorcycle. Then he heard the sounds of voices gradually fading away. Focusing his gaze, he saw the two of them, still bickering as they went, walking toward where the police car was parked. He immediately grew anxious. Hey, wait for me. No, hey. Damn it, I'm stuck again. Fengtai City. Su Yu and his group of 3 had still returned to the city district. Thanks to the police car, no one dared to trouble them along the way. However, the scenery along the route plunged all 3 into a heavy silence. Monsters descending from the rifts in the sky inevitably led to chaos. Vast expanses of blood smeared across every surface. Mangled limbs and shredded flesh could even be glimpsed in the wreckage. Wu Tao, seated in the back, shrank into himself. Brother, you, why'd we stop? The car's out of fuel. This was a main street lined with all manner of shops. It ought to have been bustling. But now it lay utterly desolate, with many of the shops' interiors reduced to scenes of utter devastation. Just then the sound of footsteps came from within a hardware store, and one by one people began peering out. It's a police car, a real police car. The guards are here. That's wonderful. More and more people emerged from the hardware store. They were nearby shopkeepers and customers. With the advent of the Apocalypse game, they had been forced to band together and fight the monsters. Their leader was a towering, powerfully built man named Zhang Daoyang. He wore a brown short-sleeved shirt, and a tattoo was visible on his exposed arm. With a single raised hand, the others all fell silent. Inside the police car, Qin Zhifei asked Su Yu, should we get out? Su Yu answered her with action. He opened the car door and stepped out under the suddenly astonished gazes of Zhang Daoyang and the others. You're not a guard. You've never seen an undercover officer before. Su Yu's face was expressionless as he flashed the gun in his hand. Zhang Daoyang's breath caught, and an ingratiating smile immediately spread across his face. Officer, my apologies. The main thing is some people impersonated guards before and tricked us, causing us to lose a large amount of food. The mere mention of this matter sent the crowd behind him into a furious uproar. Young officer, you've got to do something about this. Tricking us out of our things and impersonating guards. It's the worst kind of crime, deserving of the harshest crackdown. Yes, they're utterly lawless, officer. You've got to help us. Su Yu nodded with a solemn expression. Indeed, impersonating a guard is a crime. It must be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Seeing him speak thus, a flicker of delight crossed Zhang Daoyang's face. But then he heard Su Yu's tone suddenly shift. By the way, you should still have some food on hand, shouldn't you? Officer, what do you mean? We've been on the road a long time and need supplies. Please cooperate with official duties. The corner of Zhang Daoyang's mouth twitched slightly. His gaze fell upon the gun in Su Yu's hand, and a smile struggled onto his face. Yes, we have bread left. Please come and have a seat inside. What kind of talk is that? Su Yu's expression turned grave. Am I the sort of insatiably greedy guard? Just hand us the bread, and throw in some mineral water while you're at it. I won't go inside the house. Zhang Daoyang drew a deep breath, feeling as though his eyes had been opened to a whole new realm. How could anyone in this world be so utterly shameless? Food only, no entering the house. The unspoken implication was obvious: take the benefits, avoid the trouble. With such parasitic guards in Fengtai City, how could they ever hope to resist the monsters? And just at that moment, a streak of green light happened to shoot forth from the rift in the sky, landing not far from the gathered crowd. A green streak of light, an elite monster. Zhang Daoyang immediately went on guard, bellowing, defensive formation. Prepare for battle. Xiao Wang, Xiao Lu, take the front line with me. Because of what Su Yu had said earlier, he didn't count on Su Yu to deal with the monster at all. It was a monster that resembled a goat, but its body was covered in rough, grayish-brown skin, its texture like the bark of an old tree. From its spine, ribs, and hindquarters, layer upon layer of living leaves grew thickly, occasionally curling slightly. Where its horns should have been, normally rigid and curling, two soft, nearly translucent grayish-green tendrils had sprouted instead. The tendrils writhed, and in almost an instant it turned gracefully to face Su Yu and the others. Within those deep emerald pupils a cold light suddenly glinted. Mu roar. Its four hooves crossed in swift alternation as it charged toward Zhang Daoyang at tremendous speed. At that moment, Zhang Daoyang actually produced a semicircular ruler and thrust it high above his head. Su Yu stared in astonishment, only to hear Zhang Daoyang shout fiercely, Espire superscript 2-2. In the next instant, an illusory formula materialized above the semicircular ruler and swiftly sank into it. Under Su Yu's widening gaze, a line of ethereal text materialized above the ruler. Randomizing radius R. Randomization complete. This round radius R 3M, huh? Lady Luck is on my side. Staring at this number, Zhang Daoyang was overjoyed. The semicircular ruler in his hand became ethereal, swiftly expanding into a colossal semicircular ruler with a radius of 3 meters. An overwhelmingly powerful aura blossomed forth from the giant semicircular ruler. Zhang Daoyang raised the massive ruler high overhead and swung it in a full arc, slamming it down toward the goat monster's head. Mu roar. The goat monster slammed on the brakes, abruptly turning to flee, trying to run. Too late. Zhang Daoyang's face beamed with exhilaration as he gave chase, hot on its heels, raising the colossal ruler and bringing it down like swatting a fly. Su Yu's brow furrowed. Don't chase it. This monster is deceiving you. As his words fell, the goat monster made an abrupt halt and spun around in an instant. The tendrils atop its head rapidly swelled, twisting together into a shield that firmly deflected the massive semicircular ruler. Zhang Daoyang, meanwhile, was forced back several steps by the recoil, his hands going numb. But he paid no heed to such trivialities now, nor did he spare a thought for how Suyu could have known the monster's true capabilities so precisely. He could only speak, his voice laced with disbelief. This monster can understand human speech. It possesses intelligence. Name Forest Touch Goat LV. 3. Quality Elite. Health points 240. Energy points 120. Attributes Physique, 12 Spirit, 6 Mystery, 12 Charisma, 9 Luck, 3. Expertise 1. Walking Ancient Tree 2. Impersonator. Skills 1. Tentacle Strangulation 2. Seasonal Alternation 3. Deep Forest Trap. Overall Combat Power 30. A level 3 elite monster with a staggering 30 points of overall combat power, far surpassing the sand-scaled beast from before. The reason Suyu had warned Zhang Daliang was that he had noticed the Deep Forest Trap skill. When the monster appeared, Qin Jifei and Wu Tao could no longer sit still and stepped out of the police car one after another. Qin Jifei drew closer to Suyu. What's the plan? Suyu licked his lips and produced a triangular ruler. We're officers now, and besides, there are too many people here. Qin Jifei's lips twitched faintly. He drew out his small booklet and readied himself for battle. Nearby, hearing Suyu's words, Zhang Daliang felt a surge of joy in his heart. He hadn't expected that this young officer, who had been so shameless before, would prove so dependable at the critical moment. And then he saw the triangular ruler in Suyu's hand. Your class is also problem solver. As he spoke, Zhang Daliang raised his semicircular ruler, attempting to block the Forest Touch Goat's charge. Suyu paid him no heed, stepping forward and sweeping his triangular ruler horizontally. At the same moment, two burly young men stepped out, attacking the monster from its flank. They were the Xiao Wang and Xiao Lu Zhang Daliang had mentioned. But their attacks struck the Forest Touch Goat's body without stirring even the slightest ripple. The monster stood utterly unmoved as pitiful -2 values popped above its head. Not good. This monster's defense is too high. The instant Zhang Daliang finished speaking, a rather striking number suddenly appeared as Suyu's triangular ruler descended. 12. Truthfully, such damage wasn't particularly high, but people feared comparison above all else. Especially when Zhang Daliang saw that Suyu could actually match the Forest Touch Goat in raw strength. Your physique attribute is way too high. Did you activate a skill? Are you by any chance a chatterbox? Huh. I guess so. They all say that too, but I think talking a bit while doing things feels rather nice. He spoke rapidly while hammering the Forest Touch Goat's skull with his semicircular ruler. Suyu pressed his lips together and took a step back. Those people over there, are they just going to watch? Zhang Daliang shook his head. They're afraid of the monster. Suyu said nothing, retreating step by step. Zhang Daliang blinked in confusion. Huh? Officer, if only a few of us fight, then the outcome will simply be us getting killed by this monster. Since that's the case, I can only choose to preserve myself. Suyu's expression was utterly cold. As he ceased his attack, Xiao Wang and Xiao Lu could no longer withstand the pressure and could only retreat step by step. Fortunately, the monster seemed wary of Suyu and did not pursue. The two men were barely able to fall back. Seeing this, Zhang Daliang's brows knit slightly. Without a word, he sheathed his semicircular ruler and pointed at Xiao Wang and Xiao Lu. Fine, I've long found them annoying anyway, but those two brothers are still brave. The three of us, can we follow you? The moment these words fell, the onlookers who had been spectating from behind immediately panicked. Old Zhang, what kind of thing is that to say? How could you be like this? Exactly, you're so tall and built. You're supposed to protect us. I say, little Zhang, and you too, young officer, don't be rash. I can see you two can still fight. As they spoke, they shrank back, trying to stay as far from the monster as possible. Some could not help casting glances at the police car parked nearby, itching to drive it away. Facing these people, Wu Tao, who stood leaning against the car, merely raised his blood-stained fire axe slightly, which was enough to frighten them into stillness. Because his sternum had been fractured, he was naturally unable to join the battle, so he simply guarded the vehicle. Suyu paid absolutely no attention to what those people were saying. He merely stared at the Forest Touch Goat retreating step by step. Perhaps his earlier performance had left an initial impression of intimidation upon this monster. Facing Suyu, the monster displayed a considerable degree of caution and did not blindly pursue. In those deep green pupils there even flickered a hint of something almost human, deliberation. At a safe distance, Suyu turned his head to look at the people cowering behind, a smile spreading across his face. You're really not coming. How can you be like this? A middle-aged auntie dressed in a gaudy mess of colors stood with hands on her hips, shouting loudly. You're an officer, we're citizens. Officers protecting citizens, isn't that only natural? The others, hearing this, immediately found their moral high ground and rushed to speak one after another, hoping to use moral coercion to make Suyu stand in front and fight for them. Sigh. Seeing this, Suyu let out a somewhat disappointed breath. It seemed there was no way to get those people on the field to help him take down this monster, so that he could devour it himself. To be honest, Suyu quite wanted this monster's expertise. Both of its expertise were very useful, but precisely because of that, this monster was extremely difficult to deal with. Especially the Walking Ancient Tree expertise. Walking Ancient Tree boss tier growth capable 10 of damage you receive is converted into your health points. An elite quality monster, yet possessing a growth capable boss tier expertise. This was undoubtedly unreasonable. When things deviate from the norm, there must be something sinister afoot. At the same time, this forest touch goat's skills were also terribly vexing. Skill named Seasonal Alternation. Skill effect can switch between spring, summer, autumn, and winter, gaining different bonuses in each. At this moment, it was in spring state, the effect being recovery of 0.5 of maximum health per second. This was nothing short of a freakishly overpowered skill, and the later it went on, the more terrifying it became. It only needed 200 seconds to recover from a sliver of health to full. How could anyone possibly fight that? Precisely because of this, Suyu was certain that relying on their group alone, there was absolutely no way to slay this monster. If the people behind could muster some courage, there might still be a fight to be had. But they had chosen to retreat instead. So Suyu gave up on them, retreating step by step to the police car. During this process, the forest touch goat not only did not obstruct him, but a glint of delight even flashed through its eyes, as if watching the wooden thorns covering a delicacy fall away on their own. Bang! The sound of a car door closing rang out. The next second, the police car sped away amid those people's wailing shouts. Qin Jifei, wait, Suyu, didn't you say this car was out of gas? Suyu, I lied. Qin Jifei. Suyu, I stopped because I saw a supermarket nearby. You didn't notice that supermarket. Qin Jifei. Before she could even collect herself, blood-curdling screams rang out from behind, one after another. Zhang Daliang could not help but look back, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Brother Zhang, don't look. You've already been more than decent to them. We were all strangers to begin with. Xiao Wang said in a low voice. Zhang Daliang shook his head. I just feel something's not right. Just then Xiao Lu suddenly smacked his own forehead, eyes wide. Wait, Brother Zhang, what is all this? Auntie Zhang, Uncle Sun, weren't they fighting alongside us before? Why, yes. Xiao Wang clutched his head, a look of anguish crossing his face. They didn't seem afraid of the monster before. I still remember Annie Wang's class was Martian philologist. She could emit all sorts of bizarre non-mainstream text. It was actually pretty impressive. In the driver's seat, Su Yu's expression gradually grew solemn. Are you suggesting that your perception suffered a certain degree of deviation during the previous period? He turned his head to look at Zhang Daliang. What is your mystery stat? 2 points. And the two of you? Mine is also 2 points. Mine is 3 points. Before Su Yu could ask again, Qin Jifei said directly, I'm 3 points. Wu Tao followed closely, I'm 2 points. Su Yu's mystery stat was 4 points. He had previously felt that was lower than ordinary people's. Yet considering their situations together, a mystery stat of 4 points seemed to be on the higher end instead. And that forest touch goat's mystery stat was 12 points. Which meant that if the forest touch goat possessed a skill that affected cognition, then naturally the higher the mystery stat, the less one would be affected. A bold notion flashed through Su Yu's mind. Could those people who were hiding at the back earlier possibly all have mystery stats of just 1 point? Along with this thought came a deep chill. That monster was absolutely not elite quality. His own cognition had also been deviated, influenced by a skill. Su Yu immediately opened his panel and looked at the notification after using Pelican's eye. Name Forest Touch Goat LV. 3. Quality Chieftain. HP 480. Energy 280. Attributes Physique, 12 Spirit, 6 Mystery, 16 Charisma, 9 Luck, 3. Traits 1. Walking Ancient Tree 2. Disguiser. Skills 1. Tentacle Strangulation 2. Seasonal Shift 3. Deep Forest Trap 4. Cognitive Interference. Overall Combat Power 50. As expected, that monster is Chieftain level, possessing the skill Cognitive Interference. But it still doesn't add up. We all saw it. When that monster descended from the sky, it was a streak of green light. Zhang Daliang's face bore an expression of anxiety. It's the disguiser trait. Su Yu shook his head. It seems we all assumed from the start that monsters are unconscious when they descend. Now it appeared that even during the descent certain monsters could remain conscious. That forest touch goat from the very moment of its arrival had used its trait to disguise itself as an elite quality monster. Everyone's expression turned somewhat grim. Ordinary monsters were already difficult enough to deal with, let alone a monster with intelligence. Wu Tao frowned, but why did it let us go? Su Yu cast him a sidelong glance and simultaneously floored the accelerator. It probably wanted to divide and conquer, but perhaps it didn't know that this car thing moves really fast. Mu wail. A howl that made one's bones grow cold faintly echoed from behind. Zhang Daliang looked back. It killed Aunt Wang and the others, and it's chasing us. However, Xiao Wang swallowed and picked up the thread. True enough, it can't run as fast as the car. Qin Jifei suddenly spoke. By the way, why are we running? Why don't we try ramming it with the car? Because of its skills and traits. Su Yu stated very calmly the traits and skills of the forest touch goat. Qin Jifei, so can this car go any faster? Everyone. Su Yu, ahem, folks, I have some bad news. The car really doesn't have much fuel left. Qin Jifei instantly grew alert. No way. You're trying to trick me again. Su Yu shook his head. I'm not that bored. I'm telling the truth. Zhang Daliang clenched his fists tightly and turned to look at Su Yu. Officer, how about I go down and hold it off while you all go ahead? The moment his words fell, Xiao Wang, who had been watching behind, spoke up with a mixture of surprise and joy. That's wonderful. Zhang Daliang. Hold on. Even if you're happy that my sacrifice lets you survive, you can't just say it out loud like that, can you? That's way too hurtful. Yet Xiao Wang paid no heed to Zhang Daliang's suddenly darkened face and went on talking on his own. That monster realized it can't catch up. It seems to have stopped chasing. Zhang Daliang was taken aback, realized he had misunderstood, and hurriedly turned to look behind. It's true. It stopped chasing. It's headed in another direction. A sense of relief washed over everyone's hearts, a feeling of having narrowly escaped death welling up within them. Xiao Lu exhaled a long breath. Damn, never thought the day would come when I'd be chased around by a goat. But it's fine. We can level up. Once we get our levels up, a mere goat won't be able to make any waves. Suyu, however, did not share this view. Monsters. Can't they level up too? The moment these words were spoken, everyone was startled and then fell into a long silence. After a long while, Wu Tao, who was sitting by the car window, seemed to see something unbelievable, and an expression of excitement appeared on his face. Did I see wrong? Those rifts. How do they look like they're gradually closing? You didn't see wrong. In the front passenger seat, Qin Zhifei narrowed his eyes. More than that. Pillars of bronze one after another protruded from the rifts, gradually closing in the sky and descended toward the ground. What are those pillars? Suyu looked up, fixing his gaze intently on the pillar closest to them. Suddenly he jerked the steering wheel and said in an unquestionable tone, "Whatever those pillars are in our current situation, they represent a turning point, and we must seize the initiative." And then the police car completely ran out of fuel. Everyone. Suyu. Let's get out. Fortunately, the bronze-colored pillar that had fallen nearby wasn't too far from them. A moment later, Suyu and the others arrived at the bronze pillar's landing site, only to find that someone was already there. Upon seeing Suyu and the others arrive, a balding middle-aged man among them proactively waved them over, his face alight with exhilaration. "Friends, come quick, we've got hope." Suyu released his grip, supporting Wu Tao. Wu Tao's sternum was fractured. If he were left to run on his own, it would worsen the injury. And among those present, Suyu had the highest physique. Therefore, while maintaining the group's overall pace, he had supported Wu Tao the entire way, preventing his injuries from deteriorating further. What's the situation with this pillar? Something great. As long as we complete the task on this pillar, we can establish a player stronghold. Suyu's eyes gleamed slightly. A player stronghold. What this meant was clear as day. The balding man seized the opportunity. "Friend, all of us here trust this big brother. Look, how about joining us and under his leadership getting this player stronghold set up?" As he spoke, he pointed at a young man leaning against the pillar with his eyes closed, resting. That young man slowly opened his eyes, looked at Suyu, and revealed an exceedingly faint smile. "What is your name?" "Suyu. What is your name?" Zhang Fan's expression slowly turned cold, copying my words. "Seems like you've got a bit of a chip on your shoulder." Though he spoke these words, his heart was secretly elated. What he needed at this moment was to establish his dominance, and in his eyes Suyu had delivered himself as the perfect instrument for that very purpose. With this thought in mind, he stepped forward slowly, and a pair of brass knuckles abruptly materialized in his hands. "Today I shall, bro. I was wrong, bro, I was wrong." Zhang Fan raised his hands high above his head, his face twisted with terror as he stared at the pistol pressed against his forehead. Bang! Suyu fired a shot into the sky with an impassive expression. Zhang Daliang caught the signal and immediately stepped forward, pointing at Zhang Fan. "You think you're pretty tough, don't you? Do you have any idea that this gentleman here is a security officer? What you're doing is assaulting an officer. Do you understand that?" I didn't know, alright. If I had known this lord was a security officer, you couldn't have given me enough courage to provoke him." Zhang Fan capitulated decisively, his face now plastered with sycophantic smiles, as he gazed at Suyu, his former arrogance nowhere to be seen. Naturally, his subordinates followed suit, each one falling silent and not daring to make a sound. In an instant, the entire situation had fallen under Suyu's control. "You, what's your name?" Zhang Fan answered with an obedient expression. "My name is Zhang Fan, officer. You can just call me Xiao Zhang." Did you just say you want to rebel?" No. Officer, you must have misheard. My name is Zhang Fan, not rebel." "What? You dare claim I misheard? Isn't that itself a form of rebellion?" Zhang Fan's lips twitched imperceptibly. The next moment, he suddenly raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to his own face. "Officer, sir, I was wrong." "Oh." Suyu nodded, walked over to the bronze pillar, examined it briefly, and placed his hand upon it. "Prompt, you have touched the stronghold core, bronze grade. Prompt, upon completing all stronghold tasks, you may establish a bronze grade stronghold. Prompt, completing stronghold tasks grants contribution points. Once the stronghold is successfully established, the individual with the highest contribution points may serve as its leader. Prompt, a bronze grade leader receives additional template enhancement. Task 1, slay 100 ordinary grade monsters. Task 2, slay 10 elite grade monsters. Task 3, slay 1 boss grade monster. Task 4, submit 10 pieces of white quality equipment. Task 5, submit 1 piece of green quality equipment. TCH, at this point the world can never return to what it once was." Suyu's face bore an expression of amusement as he gestured for the others to come forward and touch the stronghold core to accept their tasks. Qin Zhifei narrowed his eyes in contemplation, then leaned in to whisper a question in Suyu's ear. "Suyu, do you want to be this leader?" Suyu nodded without the slightest hesitation, his gaze sweeping across each person present. Wu Tao, Zhang Daliang, and the others wore expressions of unwavering support. Zhang Fan and his 6 companions, however, displayed varied expressions, clearly waiting for Zhang Fan's stance on the matter. Zhang Fan lowered his head. "Officer, sir, perhaps it would be better if we split up and act on our own." Suyu smiled. It seems you're longing for another taste of your own palm against your face. Zhang Fan's throat bobbed as he forcibly swallowed his rising emotions, forcing a smile onto his face. I was merely concerned that we might not coordinate well together, that's all. Since you're confident, officer, we'll all follow your lead. Suyu curved his lips into a smile. Wu Tao, you'll stay behind. These two will stay as well. Keep watch over the stronghold core. If anyone else arrives, let them accept the tasks freely. Don't stop them. He pointed at two of Zhang Fan's men. They instinctively glanced at Zhang Fan, who gave them a subtle nod. Suyu took note of this exchange, committing it to memory, then turned to Zhang Fan with a smile. Xiao Zhang, shall we go? There are quite a few monsters nearby. We must all work together as one. Yes, yes, yes. Officer, just leave it to us. Suyu turned around and Qin Zhifei and the others followed. At the very rear of the procession, however, Zhang Fan's face instantly darkened. The bald man slowed his pace and drew alongside him, exchanging a meaningful glance. Zhang Fan shook his head, formed a gun gesture with his hand, and traced the character for endure upon his palm. Hey, Xiao Zhang, come walk with me here. Suyu beckoned him backward with a wave. Zhang Fan's face twitched, but he immediately plastered on a smile and trotted to Suyu's side. Officer, I was just worried about being an eyesore to you. Oh, Xiao Zhang, I have high hopes for you. You'll go in first later. Give me a good performance. Zhang Fan was seething with fury within, but fearing Suyu's pistol, he could only maintain his sycophantic smile. He thought darkly to himself, endure for now, but once his level rises he would give Suyu a reckoning he would never forget. He was brimming with confidence in this, for his class was remarkably powerful. Before long the group encountered monsters. 3 purple glutinous bubbles. They hovered above a mangled, unrecognizable corpse. Upon sensing Suyu and his group's arrival, a violet luminescence flickered across their bodies as they immediately unleashed their skills. But everyone present had dealt with these creatures before and naturally would not fall for such tricks. Zhang Fan nimbly dodged the charge of 1 purple glutinous bubble, and a pair of brass knuckles materialized in his hands as he brought them crashing down with vicious force. A negative debuff immediately took effect. Physical vulnerability status: physical damage you receive will increase by 10, lasting 10 seconds. Stackable maximum 4 layers. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Fan rained blow after blow upon the creature, treating it as though it were Suyu's skull, pummeling it with gleeful abandon. Swish. Just as he was about to deliver the killing blow, Suyu's blade descended with effortless grace, stealing the kill right out from under him. Zhang Fan's lips twitched slightly, but upon seeing that most of the experience points had been his to claim, his heart settled somewhat. Fool. All he knows is stealing kills, but what's the point of that? The bulk of the experience is mine. Just wait. Once my level rises, I won't have to fear your pistol anymore. The future belongs to me. Meanwhile, Suyu glanced at the notification panel, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Not bad. Another 3 points of physique. Seems my snowball has finally started to roll. All 3 purple glutinous bubble kills had been his, so he had naturally plundered 3 points of physique. Suyu's physique now stood at 14 points, and with the additional 2 points provided by the shadow step boots, that brought the total to 16. Such a physique value, without exaggeration, had already far surpassed the vast majority of players. Suyu smiled. Let's go, we continue. Zhang Fan also smiled. Everyone give it your all. Let's try to take down as many monsters as we can today. On the surface they appeared to be in perfect harmony. Qin Zhifei's brow furrowed slightly. She glanced at Suyu several times, on the verge of speaking, but ultimately held her tongue and chose to trust him. You're a security officer too, aren't you? At the bronze grade stronghold, Core Haibang looked at Wu Tao with a flattering expression on his face. Wu Tao blinked. How long had it been since someone had looked at him with such obsequious deference? Oh, perhaps only a day or two. But why did it feel like an eternity had passed? Lost in these thoughts, his tongue kept pace. What? Is there something you need? Nia Haibang waved his hands hurriedly. Nothing. I just wanted to ask. That leader of yours looks quite impressive. Wu Tao's eyes narrowed slightly, for he had caught the implied meaning behind Nia Haibang's words. Just then the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through. Someone was coming. They were a group of students in school uniforms, roughly 7 or 8 in number, and judging by their height, they appeared to be high schoolers. Wu Tao's eyes lit up as he thought of his own son. But soon his gaze dimmed, for his son did not attend school in Fengtai City. He took a deep breath and looked at the students once more only, then noticing that the one leading them was a girl of striking, delicate features. The girl strode swiftly toward the bronze pillar, her expression calm and composed as she fixed her eyes on Wu Tao. Excuse me, but what is this bronze pillar used for? You'll know once you touch it. Wu Tao did not stop them, following Suyu's instructions. Yet the girl merely frowned and gestured with her hand for a tall, broad-shouldered boy behind her to step forward. No way. The boy curled his lip, eyeing Wu Tao with wary suspicion, and placed his hand upon the bronze pillar with palpable reluctance. This is... Sister Shui, this is a player settlement core. As long as we complete the task, we can establish our own player settlement. Only then did Shui Qingya lay her hand upon the bronze pillar, and a contemplative expression soon settled across her face. The 3 of you. Are you here to guard this bronze settlement core? Wu Tao was somewhat taken aback. How did you figure that out? Shui Qingya, how many people do you have in total? Wu Tao frowned. What are you planning to do? Shui Qingya, we can unite together, seize the initiative, and claim the greatest benefits from this settlement. Wu Tao tested her. Your students, surely there can't be only this many of you. Shueqingya, a very powerful monster descended upon our school. It slaughtered countless people, and we fled in scattered groups to escape. Wu Tao nodded at last. In that case, just wait here until Brother Yu returns. Schlick. A triangular ruler cleaved cleanly through the neck of a sand-scale beast, draining the last sliver of its life force. Prompt, you have devoured the sand-scale beast LV. 1 gaining 2 points in physique. Prompt, you are digesting the sand-scale beast LV. 1 extracting its specialized trait. Prompt, you have acquired the trait. Sandscale. Prompt, you already possess this trait. It has been strengthened. Sandscale 1 elite grade. Your resistance to earth attributes increases by 15, and your physical resistance increases by 15. Oh. Suyu was momentarily stunned. When devouring a trait he already possessed, the original trait would be strengthened. But the puzzling thing was when he had repeatedly slain the purple glutinous slime, before he had also extracted the shell armor trait multiple times. Yet the original shell armor trait had not been strengthened in the slightest. This left Suyu somewhat bewildered. Could it be that shell armor was merely a common grade trait, and therefore incapable of being strengthened at all? Mulling this over, he casually glanced at his current player panel. Player ID 6721 LV. 165,100 class true Pelican unique HP 220 energy 135 attributes physique 242 spirit 5 mystery for charisma 7 luck 9 traits 1 shell armor 2 sand scale 1 3 swift stride skills 1 Pelican's eye passive unique equipment triangular ruler shadow step boots comprehensive combat power 40 8 bare physique score of 24 points could truly be called luxurious. The fruits of nearly half a day of hunting, 8 purple glutinous slimes and 1 sand scale beast, had granted him a full 10 points in physique. At this moment Suyu possessed absolute confidence in his ability to crush Zhang Fan and his ilk at will. However, Zhang Fan remained entirely unaware of this. In truth, his mood was exceedingly cheerful, his eyes brimming with undisguised delight. Fantastic. I've leveled up. Haha, that fool never pulled his weight. He definitely hasn't leveled up. With this level up, my physique went up by 1 point, my spirit went up by 1 point, and I also get 2 free attribute points. Zhang Fan tried allocating all his free attribute points into physique, and his entire spirit was instantly invigorated. Gazing at the impressive 9 points in physique on his panel, his confidence swelled to unprecedented heights. At this moment he was seized by the illusion that even bullets might not be all that difficult to dodge. No, I need to hold back a little longer, wait until I reach level 3. That'll be the safest bet. Zhang Fan forcibly suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, turned towards Suyu, and arranged a most sincere smile upon his face. Brother Yu, it's getting dark. Should we keep going, or head back? Suyu regarded him with an inscrutable half-smile. Well then, let's head back. Zhang Fan bowed and scraped with eagerness. You got it. By the time Suyu and his party returned to the settlement, core night had fallen completely over the land. A bright moon hung high in the sky, pouring down cold luminous light that bathed the earth below. Were one to gaze down from the heavens above, they would see bronze pillars scattered across the ground in seemingly random patterns. Each bronze pillar stood a certain distance apart, carving the land into distinct territories. It was easy to imagine that in the days to come fierce conflicts would inevitably erupt between the various settlements. The reason was simple: some settlements were situated in industrial zones severely lacking in food sources. Without food, what was one to do? Planting crops now would be far too late. The only option left was to seize by force. Fortunately, the bronze-grade settlement core Suyu had encountered was located in a rather favorable position. This was Fengtai Square, with an expansive view and a large supermarket nearby. The only pity was that when the apocalypse game descended, some of the people inside the supermarket had carried off a portion of its supplies. Aside from that, large supermarket heading left leads to Hongliang Bridge, which can serve as our retreat route. At the same time, we can utilize the water resources beneath the bridge to ensure the settlement never runs short of water. Shueqingya sat upon a small stool, regarding Suyu earnestly as she continued. In any case, this settlement is quite decent. Oh, and these supplies. I had them transported here as well. She extended her hand, pointing toward the small pile of assorted foodstuffs and several cases of mineral water arranged beneath the bronze pillar. Suyu gave a slight nod. So what is it that you want? Shueqingya, to survive, of course. This settlement is already in your grasp. I couldn't take it from you even if I tried. If I were to leave this settlement, it would be difficult to occupy another one in such a short time. Therefore, I wish to join you and become a stakeholder in this settlement's fortunes. Her expression was utterly serious, her words blunt and unvarnished, yet her gaze betrayed not the slightest ripple as she continued. At present, there are still many people who lack the courage to venture out, paralyzed by the fear of running into monsters. So for now, the competition over settlement cores remains relatively mild. But given enough time, once those people muster their courage, they too will step out from their homes. I refuse to fall into the same predicament as those people. I want to seize the initiative, which is why I led them here to seek out the bronze pillar proactively. Now I have laid bare my entire thought process before you. So may I have your answer? Suyu gazed at Shueqingya, reading sincerity upon her face. Very well. As long as you heed my arrangements and fight on my behalf, I shall naturally grant you the corresponding authority. Taking careful stock, the people under his command had grown considerable in number, yet each belonged to their own faction. Zhang Dalian's trio, Zhang Fan 7 and Xue Qingya 7, all had come afterward. As for Wu Tao, he would leave that matter aside for now. The only person Su Yu could truly place his trust in was in truth Qin Jifei alone. Fortunately, his own martial prowess was steadily swelling, sufficient to keep the entire situation in check. Having received Su Yu's assurance, a charming smile bloomed upon Xue Qingya's slightly baby-rounded face. Then I'll call you brother Yu, just like that uncle does. You may call me Uncle Yu if you prefer. Xue Qingya visibly faltered for a fleeting instant. Huh, Su Yu, where do we sleep tonight? A stoic-faced Qin Jifei approached from a short distance, resting her hand upon Su Yu's shoulder and giving it a measured squeeze, neither too light nor too heavy. Also, there are monsters roaming outside right now. We must arrange for sentries to stand watch through the night. Sister Qin. Xue Qingya rose obediently. We're students. We're used to staying up late and waking early. Any of us can take a watch shift. Qin Jifei merely offered her a smile before turning to Su Yu. Oh, by the way, a handful of scattered people caught sight of our large group gathering here and have been drawn over. How shall we arrange matters for them? Are we to permit them access to the bronze pillar? Su Yu cast a casual glance at those people, roughly 6 or 7 of them, currently being held at bay beyond the bronze pillar by Zhang Fan. He waved dismissively. Let them touch it. The more people who touch it, the better. The reasoning behind this was actually quite simple. The more people who accepted the stronghold quest, the more thinly each individual's share of contribution points would be divided. For instance, if only 10 people accepted the quest, then the total contribution points would be contested among those 10. Under such conditions, those who seized the initial advantage might not necessarily be the ones laughing at the end. But what if 100 people were to accept the quest? Each one of them would claim a certain share of the contribution points. This would cause those pursuing from behind to find their potential share growing ever smaller. Su Yu was presently the one who had seized the initiative, so naturally, he hoped that everyone's individual share of contribution points would shrink as much as possible. The smaller the shares, the faster he could establish his dominant position, thereby securing for himself the title of stronghold leader. Zhang Fan had actually perceived this truth as well. That was precisely why he had blocked those people from touching the bronze pillar to accept the quest. In his view, the contributions those people would earn by accepting the quest and slaying monsters rightfully belonged to him. He had already resolved his course of action. Once he reached level 3, he would lay his cards bare before Su Yu. Therefore, he had no desire whatsoever to watch contribution points that should belong to him be divided among the others. Zhang Fan was even feeling rather smug. That fool. Surely he hasn't thought through this layer of things. Probably thinks I held those people back as a gesture of goodwill toward him, right? Then he saw Su Yu rise to his feet and stride in this direction. Zhang Fan quickly gathered his composure and offered an ingratiating smile. Officer, these people wanted to touch the stronghold core, but I blocked them all. Su Yu regarded him with an impassive expression, then turned his gaze toward those who had been drawn here. Go ahead and accept the quest. Huh, you're letting us touch the stronghold core. Really? Zhang Fan was stunned, and so were those people. The very next moment, they hastened forward with delighted expressions to touch the stronghold core and accept the quest. Afterward, they exchanged glances, each wearing a different expression, and clearly seemed inclined to depart. They all understood that this place was already under Su Yu's dominion. If they remained, they would have no hope of contending for the position of leader. But the question was, would the one in control of this place permit them to leave? Under their anxious and uneasy gaze, the faint trace of a smile surfaced upon Su Yu's face. If you wish to leave, you are free to go. I won't stop you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. He too wanted to leave. But alas, damn it. Why should those who arrived later come and go as they pleased while he alone was made to stay? That bastard surnamed Su, truly a fiend. Under his gaze tinged with unconcealed reluctance, those people departed in short order, nearly all of them gone. Only one remained. He was a young man wearing black-framed glasses of middling height, dressed in casual attire and loose-fitting trousers. Su Yu regarded that person with curiosity. Why aren't you leaving? Sun Bowen let out a sigh. They cling to wishful thinking. I don't have that luxury. They call you officer, so you must be a police officer, right? May I follow you? Su Yu replied. Since you wish to stay, you must understand this. What I require is someone who obeys. Sun Bowen offered a wry, bitter smile. Officer, I harbor no ambitions. I simply wish to survive. As long as you don't send me to my death, that's all I ask. Upon witnessing this, Su Yu could not help but muse internally. How useful this veneer of being a police officer truly was. Were it not for this veneer, Sun Bowen would most likely have chosen to leave as well. Upon reaching this thought, he pointed toward the rear and said, Go help out. Set up the tents first, then go collect the food rations. Upon seeing that Su Yu had accepted him, Sun Bowen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I'll get to work right away. These tents had been salvaged from a large supermarket in the vicinity. Qin Jifei had long since dispatched people to procure these tents, and only afterward had she come to find Su Yu. Clearly she had not come to discuss the matter of nighttime lodging with him, but rather. Su Yu gave a slow shake of his head, then ceased to dwell upon it further. Thereafter, as dusk deepened, the tents were pitched, and everyone had received their share of rations. Su Yu sat upon the ground, bread in hand, and water to drink, his expression unreadable. Beside him, Qin Jifei leaned against his shoulder while looping her arm through Xue Qingya's, the two of them chatting and laughing together. Farther away, Wu Tao stood alone, gazing up at the starry sky, lost in thought. It was at this moment that Zhang Daliang suddenly spoke up. "Brother Yu, do you think we can survive this?" Upon hearing these words, everyone fell silent. Even Zhang Fan, for the briefest of instants, wore a look of bewilderment upon his face. Indeed, such a violent upheaval completely without warning, and the apocalypse had descended upon them. Everything from their former lives had been torn to shreds, the old order dissolving into nothingness. At the same time, monsters rained down from the heavens, plunging all of them into a state of extreme instability. Faced with such circumstances, a question lingered, however faintly, in every heart. And that question was, how much longer could one hope to live? Amid the silence, Su Yu suddenly laughed. "I'd say, don't be too greedy. Live one day, and that's one day." The crowd fell mute, the atmosphere freezing solid for a moment. This was not the answer they had wished to hear. At the very least, had Su Yu spoken any words of encouragement, just then they would have accepted even those. But the very next moment, Su Yu's unhurried voice rang out. "Of course, since you've chosen to heed my words for now, I can state one thing with complete clarity. Once the stronghold is established, I shall ensure that each of you stands a greater chance of surviving. Brother Yu, I believe in you." A somewhat hoarse voice rang out. Wu Tao met the gazes of the crowd and continued, "I won't be embarrassed to tell you, when I first encountered those monsters, my legs went weak. If it weren't for Brother Yu, I might already be dead." His expression was earnest, and the crowd naturally believed his words. The way they looked at Su Yu gained an additional note of recognition. "I also believe in Brother Yu." Zhang Daliang spoke up at the right moment, and he had originally wanted to mention Su Yu's formidable combat strength. However, considering how Su Yu had coasted during the monster hunt earlier, and given Zhang Fan's presence, a certain possibility took shape in his heart. So he changed his tone. "Brother Yu is a security guard after all." Xue Qingya cast a subtle glance at Su Yu. She felt he probably wasn't a security guard. The reason was simple: she had seen Su Yu's hands. The web between thumb and forefinger, the base of his index finger, utterly devoid of calluses, impossibly clean. This proved Su Yu had never undergone intensive firearms training. Of course, this wasn't conclusive evidence either. Not every security guard has extensive firearms training after all. Besides, who cares whether Su Yu is actually a security guard? The fact that he could rally so many people in such a short time proves he is a capable person. Capability is what matters most right now. With this thought, Xue Qingya said obediently, "Yes, Brother Yu is a security guard. I'm certain he can lead all of us to survive." As everyone voiced their support, one after another, Zhang Fan suddenly couldn't sit still. What was happening? This Su Yu had been stealing kills all day, and now he had won everyone's hearts. It must be because he has a gun. Zhang Fan felt he had figured it out. These people must have been intimidated by Su Yu's firearm. Once he himself reached level 3 and defeated Su Yu head-on, they'd realize guns aren't so fearsome. Thinking this way, Zhang Fan felt his confidence return, even believing he was enduring hardship for a greater purpose. "Alright, everyone, eat well and drink, well then follow the previous arrangement for night watch." Su Yu finished his last bite of bread, dismissed the group, and returned to his tent. This isn't looking good. Inside the tent, Su Yu sat cross-legged, an expression of contemplation involuntarily surfacing on his face. "The increase in physique has made my appetite enormous. Even after eating all that, I'm only half full. If this continues to increase, how much food will I need to consume each day?" Looking at it this way, once everyone's physique improves, won't the daily food consumption become an astronomical figure? Su Yu speculated that perhaps once the player settlement was built, new channels for obtaining high-energy food would open up. Otherwise, in the later stages, players would probably have to keep eating constantly just to avoid starving to death. But to build a player settlement, a series of tasks must be completed. The other missions were manageable, but this one, slaying a boss-tier monster, was rather tricky. The only boss-tier monster Su Yu had encountered so far was the Linshu goat, and he had witnessed firsthand how troublesome the Linshu goat was. A single instance of its cognitive deviation ability was enough to render someone utterly helpless, incapable of any resistance. But that doesn't mean there's no way to kill it. Su Yu's eyes gleamed as a flood of schemes and stratagems rushed into his mind. "I need to bait out its cognitive deviation skill first." The next day, everyone woke early, or rather most of them hadn't slept well at all. Each carried their own worries, their hearts heavy with thoughts of family and friends whose fates remained unknown. Still, the worst mood belonged to Zhang Fan. Last night, he had considered slipping away under the cover of darkness. But the people Su Yu assigned to night watch weren't all his previous subordinates. Combined with his burning desire to level up and then take down Su Yu, he hadn't dared to risk leaving. And once everyone had finished breakfast, Su Yu clapped his hands, drawing their attention. "Now that our numbers have grown, sticking together slows us down. So today I've decided to have everyone spread out, search for monsters, and lure them back here." This was Su Yu's intended use for these people. Let them serve as his tentacles, drawing monsters in while he sat comfortably in place and feasted to his heart's content. After he finished speaking, Zhang Fan's eyes immediately lit up, and he blurted out eagerly, "Great. This way we can complete the settlement quest sooner. I'm with you, Brother Yu." "Oh right, Zhang Fan. You stay behind and give me a hand." Zhang Fan suddenly wanted to slap himself. Was something wrong with him? Why had he opened his big mouth? Shui Qingya considered for a moment, then said softly, Brother Yu, if too many monsters are lured here at once, can you handle them all? The others looked at Su Yu. This was their question too. What if they lured the monsters back only for Su Yu to be completely unable to handle them? Wouldn't that spell disaster? Zhang Fan frowned inwardly. For some reason, he sensed something was off. Was Su Yu planning to use firearms against the monsters? Yet Su Yu offered no explanation. Everyone go. Don't worry about whether I can handle the monsters you bring back. Oh, and if you spot a monster that looks like a goat, run immediately and run toward me. Wu Tao was the first to rise. Brother Yu, I'm off. With him setting the example, the others tentatively chose to trust, departing in pairs and small groups. Qin Jifei saw them off, but remained where she stood studying Su Yu with a suspicious gaze. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me like that? Qin Jifei, that goat. Can you handle it? Zhang Fan listless. What goat? Su Yu took the opportunity to pat his shoulder. Little Zhang, perk up. I'll need you on the front lines later. Zhang Fan. Qin Jifei was speechless. The reason she had stayed was precisely her worry that someone might actually lure the Lin Chu goat over. But seeing Su Yu's attitude, it seemed he hadn't taken that goat seriously at all. Since the settlement quest requires slaying a boss-tier monster, we'll have to face the Lin Chu goat sooner or later. Su Yu's expression grew unusually serious as he continued. Based on my deductions, there's likely a boss-tier monster near every settlement core. And when we kill a boss-tier monster, won't it drop powerful equipment and items? So we can absolutely take out the boss near our own settlement first. After that we can head to other settlement cores to help them slay their boss-tier monsters. Of course, for Su Yu the real prize was plundering the boss-tier monster's specialty abilities. After all, equipment might be outclassed eventually, but specialty abilities are always useful. Though there was no need to say that out loud. Because Su Yu was kind-hearted, he didn't want them to witness the gap between people and have their resolve shattered. Zhang Fan had never encountered the Lin Chu goat and didn't know how terrifying boss-tier monsters were. But he had tangled with elite-quality sand-scale beasts and understood just how troublesome elite-quality monsters could be. So right now he was more than a little panicked. Wait, Brother Yu, just a few of us going up against a boss-tier monster. Have you lost your nerve? How could I possibly be scared? Zhang Fan despised being called a coward above all else, for the truth cuts sharper than any blade. But an elite-tier monster. Before his words could even fall, he saw two people in the distance running toward them with desperate abandon. They don't seem to be our people, do they? Zhang Fan rose to his feet, rose onto his toes, and squinted his eyes wide to look. Brother Yu, it looks like there's a goat chasing them. Qin Jifei had also seen it, her lips pressing together slightly. That would be the elite-tier monster, the forest-touched goat. From afar, those two people screamed desperately towards Su Yu and the others. Help! Help! In truth, the news of the Bronze Pillar's descent had already spread throughout the surrounding area the previous night. It was merely that most people were scattered and disorganized, and with Su Yu and the others standing guard there, none dared to approach. These two were precisely such cases. Yet this morning, when the two of them set out to search for food, they had the misfortune of encountering the forest-touched goat. Fortunately, they were not far from the stronghold's core, and there remained some distance between them and the forest-touched goat. Thus, after a brief moment of deliberation, they chose to flee toward the more populated stronghold's core, fighting for whatever sliver of survival chance they could grasp. As for whether the people at the stronghold's core could handle this terrifying goat, in that critical moment of life and death, how could they possibly spare the thought for such trivialities? Zhang Fan's eyes nearly split with fury. Holy shit. Those two idiots led an elite-tier monster straight to us. In that instant, despair consumed his heart utterly. In his estimation, counting himself alongside Su Yu and Qin Jifei, there were only 3 of them. Even adding those two, that would make no more than 5 people in total. 5 people battling elite-rank monsters might still be manageable, but to take on an elite-tier monster, this was no different than arm wrestling with a load-bearing beam. The forest-touched goat possessed a physique of 12 points, and after a period of pursuit it finally caught up to those two. Then under Zhang Fan's gaze, which had suddenly gone wide with horror, the tendril horns upon its head shot forth, rapidly coiling around the necks of the 2 figures ahead like serpents. Crack! Accompanied by a sickening sound of shattering bone, 2 heads were wrenched clean off by its twisting horns. Holy! Zhang Fan's teeth clattered against each other, his legs trembling violently, nearly buckling beneath him. Yet he clung to one fragile thread of hope. Brother Yu, we've got guns. In the face of life and death, this cry of Brother Yu rang with the most heartfelt sincerity. Then he watched as Su Yu, wielding a set square, charged toward the forest-touched goat with great strides. At this moment, Su Yu remained remarkably calm. What he relied upon was his exceedingly high physique attribute. The substantial elevation of his physique had caused his attack power to rise in tandem. The situation was entirely different from yesterday. Muwail. The forest-touched goat snarled low, and within its cunning deep green pupils flickered a trace of wariness. Evidently, it still remembered Su Yu. Within its understanding, this human before it possessed a relatively high physique capable of engaging it in combat and causing it some degree of trouble. But that was all it amounted to, merely somewhat thorny to deal with. A gleam of green light condensed in its eyes, and it activated its skill, cognitive interference. The world before Su Yu's eyes instantly transformed. The forest-touched goat seemed to grow immeasurably vast and towering, gazing down upon him from above. An invisible terror bound his mind and spirit, rendering him nearly breathless. He had fallen prey to cognitive deviation. But that's all it amounts to. My mystery attribute is higher than that of ordinary people, so its interference upon me isn't particularly potent. Suyu drew a deep breath, forcibly steadying his mind and spirit. He was well aware that Wu Tao and the others had not gone far and would be able to hear the sounds emanating from this place. He needed only to engage and stall this forest-touched goat briefly, and reinforcements would soon arrive. However, it seemed the forest-touched goat's cognitive interference was nothing more than this. Suyu reached out to block its descending front hoof, and with a slight exertion of strength actually hoisted its entire body into the air. Boom! Abundant power surged forth violently. Suyu seized the goat's hoof, and his set square plunged ferociously toward its eye. Muwail! A flash of terror crossed the forest-touched goat's pupils. It had never imagined that this human before it would now possess such terrifying strength. Yesterday this human's strength had been virtually indistinguishable from its own. How could his power now be so immensely greater? ABA. Beside them, Zhang Fan stared in utter stupefaction at Suyu, who had forcibly hoisted the forest-touched goat aloft and slammed it crashing down. He felt as though he must be hallucinating. How could that Suyu from yesterday, the one who coasted through everything, who only knew how to steal kills, possibly be this powerful? This simply shouldn't be possible. Could it really be that he was hallucinating? Just then he heard Qin Zhifei speak. That monster can interfere with our cognition. Oh, that's right. That must be it. Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It must have been his own cognition that had been tampered with. At this thought he suddenly realized, wasn't this actually a golden opportunity? Suyu was going to his death, so why shouldn't he seize this chance to escape? As for this monster, once he gained a few more levels and gathered enough hands, he could take care of it eventually. He took a quiet step backward, only to hear Qin Zhifei's haunting voice drift over. Go help Suyu. Zhang Fan turned his head and saw Qin Zhifei raising a handgun. Wait, you have a gun. Why don't you go shoot that monster? Fool. My cognition might be compromised right now. What if I accidentally hit Suyu? Though Qin Zhifei spoke this way, the truth was simply that she had never used a gun before, and her aim was atrociously poor. Zhang Fan's face darkened. Suddenly, he spotted a short, stout fellow running toward them from the main street on the left. He recognized that stout fellow and knew him to be one of Suyu's people. Damn it! Zhang Fan cursed inwardly and made his excuse. My cognition might also be compromised. I could accidentally wound Suyu too. Qin Zhifei paid him no further attention. She stepped forward in small paces, preparing to heal Suyu at the critical moment. Moments later, more people returned, and Zhang Fan realized he likely would not be able to slip away. It's that goat. Zhang Daoyong spotted the forest-touched goat from afar, and a flash of hatred gleamed in the depths of his eyes. Without hesitation, he charged toward it in great strides to assist Suyu, shouting at the top of his voice. Everyone listen up. This monster can interfere with cognition to a certain degree. Anyone with low mystery attributes, stay away from it. Even as he spoke, an expression of resolute sacrifice spread across his face. Then he watched as that goat turned tail and fled. Zhang Daoyong. Suyu gazed at the large fistful of withered leaves in his hand, narrowing his eyes. Slippery little thing, aren't you? A moment ago he had seized the goat's hoof, intending to trade injuries with the forest-touched goat. But the monster had no desire to fight Suyu on those terms. It activated its skill, seasonal transition, shifting itself from its spring state to its autumn state. In its autumn state, it will transformed entirely into withered leaves, allowing it to slip free from Suyu's grasp in an instant. This little trinket truly does have an absurd number of flashy active skills. Suyu crushed the withered leaves in his hand to dust, pushed off powerfully with his foot, and gave chase. Unfortunately, before pure numerical superiority, all of that is useless. He had already discovered that the attacks of this forest tentacle goat posed little threat to him. The blows landing on his body caused no pain or damage. But his own attacks dealt around 30 points of damage to it. This was precisely why the cunning creature had chosen to flee. But how could it possibly run faster than Suyu? Within seconds, Suyu caught up to it, and even grabbed its hind leg. Moo! A deep terror flashed across the forest tentacle goat's eyes. This time Suyu learned his lesson and held on tightly, giving it no chance to break free. At the same moment, Zhang Daoyong arrived in time, shouting loudly, Spire superscript 22. Radius R randomly determined randomization complete. This radius R1M. Zhang Daoyong swung his semicircular ruler with all his might, striking from the side, but only managed to slice off a few dead leaves. His attack power wasn't high enough. Moreover, in autumn state, the forest tentacle goat would reduce damage taken by 15. In the end, it only dealt single-digit damage. But precisely because of his obstruction, Suyu seized the opportunity, completely subduing it and pinning it beneath him. SCHHH. The triangular ruler thrust deep into the left front chest of the forest tentacle goat with violent force. In this moment, the creature that had once forced Suyu to strategically retreat was slowly sliding into the abyss of death. Seeing itself deeply trapped in desperation, the forest tentacle goat activated its skill seasonal replacement, once again changing from its original autumn state to winter state. In an instant, its body became stiff and unable to move. But at the same time, a layer of thick ice appeared on its body surface and spread rapidly, covering the entire body. Zhang Daoliang's attack landed on the thick ice, leaving only a white mark before returning without effect. Brother Yu. He looked at Suyu, but Suyu remained silent, stabbing down ruler after ruler. Soon a thin crack appeared on the thick ice. Wu Tao's roar suddenly echoed. He had finished charging white flames surrounding his body. The white flames spread, coating the fire axe in his hands with white fire. Take my axe. He raised the axe high and chopped down with all his might, as if to chop out all the fear and anxiety from this period. Crack. Perhaps the flame truly had a counter effect against thick ice, for there were signs of the ice melting on the forest tentacle goat's body. Well done. Zhang Daoliang was delighted, and swung his semicircular ruler even more fiercely. But Suyu did not think the situation was that favorable. This forest tentacle goat was extremely cunning. How could it simply use a time-delaying skill in desperation? That is to say, it was delaying time for a purpose. What purpose? Suyu suddenly raised his head and actually abandoned the forest tentacle goat under his feet, rushing to the left front at full speed. Moi. Zhang Daoliang was startled, not knowing what Suyu was doing, wondering if his cognition had been interfered with. But soon he realized he was wrong. How is this possible? Wu Tao's surprised voice rang out. They saw that on the ground the thick ice gradually melted under the flame, and the forest tentacle goat inside flickered and vanished like bubbles. Wu Tao immediately understood, that's not the monster inside this ice, had escaped. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and they saw Suyu grabbing the forest tentacle goat's neck with his left hand, pressing it firmly to the ground. Assimilator, this talent combined with cognitive interference is truly formidable. There was a coldness in his eyes as he said softly, "Unfortunately, I have Pelican Eye and can see your data." In Suyu's perspective, above the forest tentacle goat that had disguised itself as air, there were columns of data. More accurately, what he saw were columns of data floating in the air. Then, undoubtedly below the data was the forest tentacle goat that had disguised itself as air. So after realizing that the forest tentacle goat's transformation into ice was meant to delay time, Suyu used Pelican Eye to scan the surroundings and discovered its true location. From this aspect, Pelican Eye is an extremely overpowered skill. It's just unknown whether this skill can reveal invisible units. Moo. Terror flashed in the forest tentacle goat's eyes. It couldn't understand why this human could see through its disguise, but it knew it seemed to have truly fallen into a desperate situation. Its horn extended like vines, trying to wrap around Suyu's neck, but was grabbed by Suyu. Only this much strength. Suyu grinned, his knee pressing on its body, the triangular ruler falling again and again. At first, the forest tentacle goat could still struggle, but slowly its struggling intensity became weaker and weaker, until finally its dark green pupils lost all luster, and its final HP was reduced to 0. It was dead. Tip: you killed the forest tentacle goat. LV 3. Based on the damage you dealt, EXP 150. Tip: you devoured the forest tentacle goat. LV 3. You obtained 4 points of mystery. Tip: you digested the forest tentacle goat. LV 3. Extracting the opponent's talent. Tip: you obtained the talent Walking Ancient Tree. Walking Ancient Tree. Boss level 10 of the damage you take will be converted into your HP. Suyu slowly stood up. The forest tentacle goat's corpse dissipated bit by bit, but also left an azure treasure chest in its original place. This was the first time after killing a monster that it dropped a treasure chest. But this time no one dared to covet this treasure chest. Zhang Daoliang, Wu Tao, Xueqingya. All those who rushed back, even Zhang Fan, stared at him, dazedly unable to come to their senses for a long time. Indeed, the process of Suyu killing the forest tentacle goat was too brutal. A powerful boss-level monster was ruthlessly destroyed from start to finish by him. Such terrifying combat power, how did he achieve it? No one could figure it out, so in their hearts they inevitably developed fear towards Suyu. Such fear had nothing to do with Suyu's usual behavior. It was simply fear of powerful strength. Brother Yu. Lord Yu is magnificent. Zhang Fan shuddered, came to his senses, and despite the cold sweat on his face, clapped desperately. He was extremely fortunate that the forest tentacle goat had appeared at this moment. Otherwise, when he reached level 3 and chose to show down with Suyu, he didn't know how miserably he would die. The more he thought about it, the more afraid Zhang Fan became, and the harder he clapped. The subordinates he previously had also looked at Suyu with admiration and fear, even gradually becoming fervent. After all, compared with Suyu, what was Zhang Fan's combat power? The reason they were willing to follow Zhang Fan was simply because Zhang Fan could bring them security. But now, having witnessed Suyu's combat power with their own eyes, they felt that Suyu could better help them survive. Moreover, Zhang Fan was still clapping at this moment. Thus, without any hesitation, Ye Haibong, who had previously tried to extract information from Wu Tao, shouted loudly, "Lord Yu is truly the one the people desire." To be honest, seeing his underlings lavish praise upon Suyu left a faint bitterness stirring in Zhang Fan's heart. The sensation was akin to being betrayed by cattle, a feeling altogether disagreeable. But alas, his own hands had grown numb from clapping. Enough, stop the applause. It's getting rather grating. Suyu held the treasure chest in his hands and cast a casual glance at Zhang Fan. "Yes, sir." Zhang Fan immediately snapped to attention, pressing his hands tightly against his trouser seams in a posture of impeccable precision. Suyu surveyed the crowd. "Which of you possesses the highest luck?" Xueqingya's heart stirred, and she swiftly raised her small hand. "Brother Yu, my luck is 4 points." She had previously gathered statistics. Ordinary individuals possessed a luck stat of merely 1 point, with only a select few reaching 2 points. Compared to these people, her luck attribute was undeniably exceptional, reaching a full 4 points. Thus, through her luck stat, she could further accentuate her own significance. For after witnessing Su Yu's strength, she believed that following him would enable her to survive within this apocalypse. Having conceived such an aspiration, she must display her value to the greatest extent possible. In her view, the present moment presented a perfect opportunity. Only 4 points. Yet Su Yu merely swept his gaze across her before turning his attention to the others. 4 points is far too low. What about the rest of you? Does anyone possess a higher luck attribute? Shueqingya. What did he mean by 4 points being too low? The crowd unanimously shook their heads. Their luck attributes hadn't even reached 4 points. Su Yu observed this and felt a twinge of disappointment welling within his heart. Was there truly no one whose luck exceeded his own 9 points? It seemed he would have to open the treasure chest himself. He slowly lifted the lid of the chest, and within lay 2 objects emanating a purple radiance. A rich purple luminescence blossomed forth, magnificent and mysterious, utterly captivating the gaze of everyone present. Nia Haibang instinctively spoke, "Brother UWH, what's inside?" Slap. Zhang Fan had finally seized his chance, delivering a heavy strike to the back of Nia Haibang's head as he scolded. "What's there to ask? These are Brother Yu's belongings. Is it any of your concern to inquire?" My apologies, my apologies." Nia Haibang winced in pain, waving his hands repeatedly, though secretly harboring resentment toward Zhang Fan. "Good lord, everyone belongs to Brother Yu now. What gives you the right to act so high and mighty?" Su Yu paid no heed to these two. He merely gazed at the 2 items in his hands, his brows furrowing slightly. These were 2 pieces of equipment, both of purple quality. Name: Withered Sheep Bracelet, unrestricted. Category: Equipment. Quality: Purple. Effect upon equipping grants the active skill, Deep Forest Trap. Evaluation: best utilized in conjunction with cognitive interference. Name: Twisted Sheep Ring, unrestricted. Category: Equipment. Quality: Purple. Effect upon equipping grants the active skill, Cognitive Interference. Evaluation: best utilized in conjunction with Deep Forest Trap. In Su Yu's understanding, equipment that provided skills should represent the most precious existence within the same quality tier. For in battle, possessing an additional skill could unlock countless tactical variations. In other words, these were 2 pieces of equipment capable of elevating the ceiling of one's combat prowess. Su Yu's 9 points of luck had unquestionably manifested its tremendous might, allowing him to obtain such 2 exceedingly precious pieces of equipment. But the problem was, due to my class, I cannot acquire any active skills. Su Yu proceeded to equip these 2 pieces of gear. As expected, he was entirely unable to obtain the skills Deep Forest Trap and Cognitive Interference. Thus, Su Yu silently removed these 2 pieces of equipment, reflecting that being overly fortunate was not always a blessing. He lifted his head to regard the crowd, his expression impassive. "Disperse, all of you. Go lure monsters. We shall endeavor to complete the stronghold mission at the earliest opportunity." "Yes, sir. At once, Brother Yu." "Understood. We're heading out immediately." The crowd responded in unison. Su Yu's combat prowess had kindled within their hearts a newfound hope of surviving the future, naturally instilling within them a sense of purpose. With purpose came unity of spirit, and with unity of spirit came motivation. Only Zhang Fan wore an expression of astonishment regarding Su Yu with cautious hesitation. "Brother Yu, am I to lure monsters as well?" Su Yu cast him a sidelong glance. "If you wish to stay, then stay. If you wish to lure monsters, then lure monsters." This only left Zhang Fan utterly bewildered as to what course of action to take. A sensation akin to serving a capricious sovereign washed over him, leaving Zhang Fan desolate, feeling that his fate was truly bitter. The beginning had unfolded so smoothly, yet upon encountering Su Yu, everything had been reset to naught. After a moment's deliberation, Zhang Fan clenched his teeth and turned to depart. At this moment, aside from Su Yu, the only one remaining present was Qin Jifei. After some thought, "I believe this item should still be given to you." Qin Jifei retrieved a ring from her pocket and handed it to Su Yu. "What is this?" "A piece of blue quality equipment dropped by the monster that wiped out nearly the entire film crew. It's your belonging. Keep it for yourself." "Never mind. My luck isn't high, so holding it serves no purpose." Qin Jifei tossed a milky white ring towards Su Yu. Having personally witnessed Su Yu extract 2 pieces of purple quality equipment from a blue treasure chest, she had ultimately resolved to entrust this piece of equipment to the most suitable bearer. Name: Fatal Cut, luck attribute greater than 3 points. Category: Equipment. Quality: Blue. Effect: Luck 1 U, critical rate increases by 10. 8 luck, maximum increase of 15. Evaluation: TCH. Critical rate. Su Yu was momentarily stunned. Critical rate was a secondary attribute displayed within the submenu of the panel. Secondary attributes of greater complexity, such as physical resistance, were likewise displayed within this submenu. After equipping Fatal Cut, his critical rate had reached 9. This value was already considerable. Approximately 1 out of every 10 attacks could trigger a critical strike. This piece of equipment. Just keep it for yourself. I mean, this equipment is truly of no use to you. Qin Jifei glared at Su Yu with exasperation before turning to leave. "Where are you going?" "To lure monsters." "You're a healer. What monsters could you possibly lure?" Qin Jifei's lips twitched slightly. She longed to retort that she was no healer whatsoever. Her class was debt collector. Judging from her skill architecture, she was unmistakably an assassin class, possessing formidable single-target prowess. This was precisely why she had retained Fatal Cut until now. Qin Jifei gazed at Su Yu with utter speechlessness. Do you recall what I once said to you back when we played games together at the orphanage as children? Su Yu raised an eyebrow. You said you didn't enjoy playing support. Qin Jifei smiled. Correct. I dislike playing support. I prefer playing assassin. Killing people is immensely exhilarating. Upon concluding her words, she waved her hand and made to turn away. Very well then, this thing shall be lent to you for now. Su Yu's expression remained impassive as he tossed the withered sheep bracelet, imbued with the skill Deep Forest Trap, to Qin Jifei, continuing his words. This skill possesses a certain degree of synergy with your class. After you lend out, your health, the opponent will inevitably grow anxious, eager to eliminate you within a brief span of time. Therefore, you may fully exploit this by luring them into stepping upon the Deep Forest Trap during their reckless assault, thereby securing an even greater advantage. Qin Jifei's lips curved into a smile. Tisk, so does this count as a token of affection? Su Yu sneered. Ha, you're overthinking it. I merely said I would let you use it, not that I would give it to you. Qin Jifei departed without so much as a backward glance. Only Su Yu remained standing before the bronze pillar, utterly alone. Before long, perhaps a mere dozen minutes or so, someone arrived leading monsters back. It was that fellow Nyahaibang. What he had drawn back were two purple glutinous blobs. In the early days when the Apocalypse game had only just descended, Su Yu still needed Wu Tao to deal damage. But now beneath Nyahaibang's reverent gaze, he slew these two monsters with effortless ease. Brother Yu, you're truly incredible. We're all human beings. How can the gap between us be so vast? Noticing Su Yu's calm glance turn his way, Nyahaibang deliberately lowered his voice. He meant to tattle. Brother Yu, you should watch out for that Zhongfan. I saw it with my own eyes. He tried several times last night to slip away from here. You were following Zhongfan before. Yes. He simply lorded over everyone just because his class was good and his combat strength was high. Nyahaibang wore an aggrieved expression as though he had been coerced into following Zhongfan all along. Su Yu waved his hand. That's enough, you may go. Right away, brother Yu, rest assured. I'll go draw monsters right now. Nyahaibang bowed and scraped his way out. He believed his display of loyalty had been masterfully executed, and that Su Yu would surely value him all the more in the days to come. But in truth, from Su Yu's perspective, matters were entirely otherwise. One who can betray Zhongfan without the slightest twinge of conscience today, who was to say he would not betray me in such fashion tomorrow? Naturally, given Su Yu's present standing, the time had come to contemplate the art of balance and restraint. As the saying goes, one should not abandon the Yellow River for its turbidity, nor favor the Yangtze solely for its clarity. How to strike a balance among the disparate forces under his banner. This was the inner political cultivation he must gradually hone henceforth. Su Yu understood with perfect clarity that countless pairs of eyes were presently fixed upon this place. They lacked the courage to approach now, but once the stronghold was established and they witnessed its benefits, their boldness would surely grow. In the final analysis, everything comes down to strength. Just as Su Yu had anticipated, there were indeed those who had set their sights upon this stronghold's core. First, one must consider a question: why had that forest-touched mountain goat appeared near the stronghold's core? The answer was in truth exceedingly simple. Someone had deliberately lured the forest-touched mountain goat there. Within a large private room, a dozen or more people sat scattered about. Upon the table at the center lay an assortment of open food items, as well as several packs of beer. Smoke curled through the air, voices rose in discord, men and women mingled together. The scene was scarcely fit for decent eyes. The man in the seat of honor wore a black suit, one leg crossed over the other, fidgeting with a brass lighter, his expression betraying a certain irritation. Qin Hai did indeed have cause for his vexation. He was 27 years old this year, and through the full leverage of his father's influence had come to possess a company of his own, reaping considerable profits each year. It ought to have been a triumphant life, from here on out not remained, but to indulge in its pleasures. Yet who could have foreseen that the advent of the Apocalypse game would reduce all his past accumulations to nothing in the span of a single day? Fortunately, his class excelled in combat, enabling him to maintain a temporary hold over those fair-weather friends who had once flocked around him. Suddenly, as though his patience had at last been exhausted, Qin Hai turned his head to look at a bespectacled young man. Tell me, Xiao Xiao, is your scheme truly reliable? What if that mountain goat slaughters everyone near the bronze pillar and then refuses to leave? The moment he spoke, the clamor within the private room fell silent, and all eyes turned toward him. Xiao Xiao adjusted his glasses, a self-assured smile playing upon his face. Brother Hai, you needn't trouble yourself over that. In my plan, once that mountain goat has finished off those people, its condition will surely be in poor shape. Or alternatively, it might be that those people pay a steep price to slay the mountain goat themselves. But regardless of which scenario unfolds, we can play the Oriole behind the mantis and the cicada, striking them while their condition is weakened. As if to corroborate his words, a flurry of urgent footsteps sounded. Immediately thereafter, a slender figure burst in, face aglow with panic. Brother Hai, this is bad. Xiao Zhao's brow furrowed at once. What's with the frantic display? Out with it. Have they begun fighting? Qin Hai's brow creased even deeper. Could it be that the mountain goat wasn't lured over? No, that's not it at all. The man was beside himself with terror. It was one person, one single person, who slaughtered that mountain goat. That mountain goat before him was like a mere plaything. Not a ripple did it raise. At these words, all present were seized with astonishment. Xiao Xiao sprang to his feet in a single motion. What nonsense are you spouting? How powerful that mountain goat is. Do you think we'd be ignorant of it? Qin Hai fixed his gaze intently upon the man, his countenance darkening, not a word passing his lips. The man wore a face as wretched as a funeral. Brother Hai, how could I jest about such a matter? But the facts are precisely so. Seeing him speak thus, the assembled company could not help but believe him. Qin Hai drew a deep breath. You weren't spotted, were you? The man nodded frantically. I found an excellent vantage point and watched through binoculars in secret. I absolutely could not have been discovered. Then that's good, that's good. Qin Hai exhaled a breath of stale air. Inconceivable that such a mighty warrior should exist. By all accounts, it seems we can only concede that stronghold to them. What a pity, what a pity. Xiao Xiao clenched his teeth, clearly reluctant. His eyes darted about, and he spoke up in council. Brother Hai, there are no shortage of people in these surroundings who covet that stronghold. If we were to form alliances and coordinate our efforts, we might yet contest it once more. A gleam of interest flickered in Qin Hai's eyes, but he shook his head at once. Enough, enough. How could I wager the lives of our brothers on such a gamble? Xiao Xiao took the cue and immediately struck his chest in solemn assurance. Lord Hai may rest easy. I have a method that guarantees our brother's safety while still enabling us to capture that stronghold. I refrained from employing it before, for the scheme was too ruthless, but now there is no longer any cause for such restraint. One purple glutinous blob after another perished beneath Su Yu's triangle ruler. Amongst them were also several sand-scale beasts. A tremendous surge of experience points poured into his experience gauge, propelling his levels swiftly upward to level 3. At level 3, he could at last properly equip the triangle ruler and benefit from its effects. Of course, a mere single point of constitution increase was hardly worth mentioning for a Su Yu of his current standing. To say nothing of immediate tangible results, one could only say the benefit was negligible. As for the other advantages that came with leveling up, Su Yu's experience was this: it felt precisely as though he had not leveled up at all, utterly devoid of any change. Such was the inherent drawback of his class, it could not gain any attribute points whatsoever through leveling. Brother Yu, there are hardly any monsters left nearby. By now it was noon, and most of the people had returned, weariness etched upon their faces. Naturally, though they were exhausted, they were also filled with joy. For Su Yu had not hoarded the experience points for himself alone, rather he had allowed them to participate in slaying the monsters. By this means they too could reap experience points, and thus avoid falling behind in their growth. Moreover, compared to hunting on their own, this method was safer, while yielding no lesser gains. In their eyes, this demonstrated Su Yu's magnanimity, his capacity to embrace others, his grand vision, undoubtedly further cementing their resolve to follow him. But in truth, the principal reason was that experience points were entirely a chicken rib to Su Yu. Tasteless when consumed, yet a pity to discard. Since such was the case, why not distribute them among his subordinates, and thereby win a measure of loyalty? What cause was there not to? Su Yu secretly glanced at his attribute panel. Attributes: physical body, 523 spirit, 5 mystery, 8 charm, 7 luck, 91. Specializations: 1. Protective shell 2. Sand scale, 4-3. Swift step 4. Walking ancient wood. Sand scale 4 elite, your resistance to earth attributes increases by 20, and physical resistance increases by 20. 20 purple glutinous bubbles, and 3 sand scale beasts. That was Su Yu's harvest for the entire morning. A total of 26 points added to his physical body attribute, coupled with 3 enhancements to the sand scale specialization. An unprecedented surge of power flooded through his body, and that was far from the end. Once his physical body reached 40 points, a second gene optimization was triggered. System prompt: your current physical body exceeds 40 points, triggering a gene optimization. System prompt: please select one of the following 4 options for gene optimization. Option 1, Wind Trace, Shadowless Flight. The agility coefficient provided by your physical body attribute permanently increases by 10%. While continuously moving, the agility coefficient gained from physical body will progressively increase up to a maximum of 30%. Option 2, Rock Gallop, Earth Affinity. While continuously moving, you gain 1 layer of rock armor fragment, stacking up to 4 layers maximum. Each layer of rock armor fragment reduces damage taken from the next hit by 5%, and 1 layer is consumed after taking damage. Option 3, Honey Light, Vitality Pulse. While continuously moving, you gain 1 layer of vitality. Upon accumulating 5 layers of vitality, you can heal yourself. Each layer of vitality heals a portion of your health equivalent to 0. 2 multiplied by your physical body points, and you may choose the healing target freely. Option 4, Tremor Step, Impact Burst. While continuously moving, you gain 1 layer of momentum, stacking up to 6 layers maximum. Each layer of momentum increases your next active skill damage by 6%. Without a doubt, all 4 gene optimizations were extensions of Swift Step, each with its own merits. In Su Yu's opinion, all of them were useful except for the 4th option. As for why the fourth was useless, it was because Su Yu's class prevented him from acquiring any active skills whatsoever. The second and third options are equally flashy. A damage reduction skill and a healing skill. Both sounded decent, but ultimately mediocre. After all, the premise for needing damage reduction or healing was that you had already been struck. If that were the case, simply ensuring others couldn't touch him would suffice. Thus, Su Yu decisively chose Wind Trace, Shadowless Flight. Of course, the reason he made such a choice was also because this specialization was perfectly suited for strategic retreat. Never consider victory before contemplating defeat. Su Yu believed only by thinking this way could he better survive in this apocalypse. After all, his current stats were still far too low. Aside from physical body, all his other attributes were merely average and hadn't created a significant gap compared to others. The problem was that both purple glutinous bubbles and sandscale beasts only provided physical body attributes. The Linshu goat did provide mystery, but they had only encountered one such creature, and after killing it was gone forever. This made Su Yu even more covetous of the boss-level monsters near other settlement points. After a moment of thought, he turned to Qin Zibufeng and the others. When you lure monsters this afternoon, did you encounter any other people? The group was currently dividing food preparing for lunch. Upon hearing Su Yu's question, they immediately set down their food and responded one after another. We did. We didn't. We saw a few from a distance, but they ran as soon as they spotted monsters. Does encountering dead people count? Now that you mention it, I encountered dead people too. Quite a few actually. Su Yu raised his hand, and everyone fell silent at once. Alright, what I want to say is when you lure monsters this afternoon, why not try to communicate with them a bit? Just tell them that I can kill boss-level monsters, and spread this information as widely as possible. Xue Qingyao pondered for a moment, a look of surprise flashing across her eyes. Brother Yu, do you intend to interfere with other settlements? Isn't it a bit too early to consider this now? Her implied meaning was that this settlement hadn't even been properly established yet, and taking too large a step might lead to unexpected troubles. Zhang Daliang nodded slowly. Indeed, people at other settlements will undoubtedly be trying every means to kill boss-level monsters on their own. After all, completing the settlement task of killing a boss-level monster awarded the highest contribution points. It could be said that whoever killed the boss-level monster virtually determined who would become the leader of that settlement. Under such circumstances, how could the core members near other settlements allow Su Yu to interfere and steal their boss-level monsters? Wu Tao walked over and sat beside Su Yu, his tone sincere. Brother Yu, let's focus on staying steady. Su Yu knew their suggestions had merit, but these judgments were all based on their ignorance of his true strength. Come now, with a base physical body of 52 and 2 gene optimizations, Su Yu was now terrifyingly strong. Old Wu, don't worry. Just do it. Su Yu patted Wu Tao on the shoulder and looked at the others with a smile. Remember, you are my people. If anything happens, I will take responsibility, and I certainly can bear the consequences. Those words were undeniably bold and domineering. Yet the image of Su Yu single-handedly slaying the Linshu goat was still vivid in everyone's minds, lending weight to his every word. Qin Zibufeng looked at Su Yu in some surprise. Throughout all the days they had known each other, she had never once seen such domineering aura emanate from him. TCH, men really did change. Unlike herself, who remained consistently ruthless and merciless. In the past, her film crew had been full of people, yet in the end, she was the one who survived and reaped the greatest rewards. This alone was enough to illustrate many things. Just as Qin Zibufeng was lost in thought, Su Yu's tone suddenly shifted. Of course, if you recklessly act on your own and get yourselves killed, I won't be held responsible. Everyone present was an adult and should bear responsibility for their own choices at the very least. Otherwise, could they really expect Su Yu to act as their nanny? Wu Tao, Zhang Daliang, Xue Qingyao, Zhang Fan, and the others all understood this principle. Moreover, wanting Su Yu's protection and becoming beneficiaries of this settlement meant they also needed to demonstrate their own value to the fullest extent. So after finishing lunch, they dispersed and continued luring monsters for Su Yu. This would allow Su Yu to maintain high-efficiency monster killing. But the problem was that nearby monsters had truly become scarce. To lure them, they had to venture progressively further away. As a result, efficiency inevitably declined. The entire afternoon yielded only 13 purple glutinous bubbles and 1 sand scale beast. And the further time progressed, the fewer monsters were lured, and the lower the efficiency became. Su Yu realized that the bonus period of rapid power growth had already passed. From now on, if he wanted to maintain rapid strength improvement, he would have to personally explore and expand. Though the others were unaware of this, the declining monster luring efficiency also stirred restlessness among them. So during dinner, Su Yu proactively called a halt and told them there was no need to lure monsters tomorrow. In other words, tomorrow, I will leave this place and sweep through monsters across a wider radius centered on the settlement core. Wu Tao picked up the conversation. Then what about us, Brother Yu? Indeed, what about them? Were they still supposed to follow him? To this, Su Yu replied, form your own teams. As long as you ensure your own safety, you may act freely. Had this been before, Zhang Fan would have been utterly overjoyed to hear such words, for it meant he would finally have a chance to slip beyond Su Yu's watchful gaze. Yet after witnessing Su Yu's utterly unreasonable strength, Zhang Fan no longer harbored any thought of contending against him. It was not that Zhang Fan's resolve was weak. Su Yu's strength was simply too outrageous. Upon reflection, Zhang Fan figured that sometimes bowing beneath another's might wasn't so bad after all. After all, a true man knows when to bend and when to stand. Yet some people thought otherwise. Several miles from the outpost's core within a private room in a towering high-rise. This is gasoline, this is laundry detergent, he. Xiao Guang's face shone with excitement as he directed several people to pour barrels of gasoline together with the laundry detergent they had prepared in advance. Haha, that's everything we need. Qin Hai watched the entire process with a furrowed brow. The gasoline and laundry detergent merged together, forming a cloudy milky white liquid. He turned to Xiao Guang. Little Xiao, how do we use this stuff? A grin spread irrepressibly across Xiao Guang's face. Brother Hai, you don't know the half of it. When gasoline and laundry detergent are mixed, the surfactant significantly lowers gasoline's flash point. This causes it to form a highly concentrated mist of combustible particles. Qin Hai's expression remained blank. Speak plainly. Xiao Guang fell silent for a moment. We'll bottle this mixture and splash it out during combat. Once it hits its target, we follow up with an open flame, and they can be burned alive. Yet Qin Hai knitted his brow. How can you guarantee this thing will actually hit them? Xiao Guang grinned. Under cover of night, we sneak over, surround them, and hurl this stuff from a distance. By the time they wake up, if we move fast enough, we can splash a great quantity of the mixture onto them. Then from far away, we ignite the mixture with flaming arrows, guaranteed to send them blasting sky high. A bald man grinned broadly and spoke in a booming voice. Brother Hai, I've trained in archery. Leave the shooting to me. Xiao Guang pointed beyond the private room. Brother Hai, besides this, we've also contacted 3 other groups. I did the math, and all our numbers combined come to over 60 people. These are all bold, fierce fighters, basically all level 2 players. Their combat strength is guaranteed. With this, we have the advantage in numbers and this stuff to pave the way. We can absolutely take that outpost down for sure. Qin Hai listened calmly, though a storm was already churning within his heart. Because all of this had been arranged by Xiao Guang and the others without his involvement at all. Vaguely, he felt he was being sidelined. Or perhaps this might also be a test from Xiao Guang and the others. At this thought, Qin Hai suddenly smiled. We won't use flaming arrows. What arrow is this? Still using flaming arrows. Use this instead. So saying, he drew from his coat a handgun with sleek lines and a metallic sheen. Xiao Guang's pupils contracted. He knew it. Although firearms are banned among civilians in the nation of Tianxia, Qin Hai's former social standing was hardly low. Not to mention Qin Hai's father, a true heavyweight of a figure. So Xiao Guang and the others had long suspected that Qin Hai actually carried a gun on his person, because they had seen it with their own eyes. 2 years ago when they went hunting in the forest, Qin Hai had shot a man dead right before them. Xiao Guang still remembered the utter disbelief in that man's eyes before he died. He snapped back to the present in an instant. Brother Hai, that's wonderful. If we can use a gun, nothing could work better. By the bronze pillar. Suyu discovered that as his physique improved, his night vision had improved along with it. This was undoubtedly a good thing. But at this moment, Qin Jifei and Xue Qingya were worrying over a certain matter. Qin Jifei sat down beside Suyu. If we keep distributing food the way we have these past few days, we'll run out very soon. Xue Qingya nodded. Brother Yu, that supermarket has already been cleaned out by us. The food we have now can only last another week. It couldn't be helped. After all, that supermarket had been looted once before. The reason it hadn't been emptied was that the supermarket was simply too large, its food supply abundant, while the looters had been too few. When Suyu and the others arrived, they naturally carried off every last bit of edible thing inside. Suyu understood that in the apocalypse, food was forever the most pressing concern. Once the outpost is established, if there isn't. His words were cut short, as Nia Haibang came rushing over in a great commotion, pressing a man down before him. Brother Yu, this guy's shifty-eyed and has been loitering around our perimeter. He's clearly up to no good. No, I'm not. The young man pinned down by Nia Haibang wore a face full of terror. Suyu raised a brow. You came to take on an outpost quest. The young man shook his head rapidly. No. You slew the boss-level monster all on your own. This outpost is already in the palm of your hand. But precisely because of that, there are now many people who want your life. They're plotting against you in the shadows. Qin Jifei's eyes narrowed, and he sprang to his feet. What did you say? Someone plotting against Suyu. Be more specific. Suyu laughed, and rose to press Qin Jifei back down. Look at you getting worked up again. What's the rush? So saying, he turned his gaze back upon the young man, his expression one of amusement. Tell me who wants to plot against me. The young man quietly clenched his fist. It's Qin Hai. He's contacted several groups, over 60 people in total, to raid you at night. Suyu gave a slight nod, gesturing for him to continue. The young man's throat bobbed. Qin Hai wants to strike under cover of night, seizing the initiative and gaining the upper hand. But now that you're aware of his plans, I believe you can turn the tables completely. You could gather all your people into one or several large tents. That way, when they raid at night and find the forward tents empty, they'll surely panic. At that moment, you can rest easy while they exhaust themselves, and turn around to launch a surprise counterattack against Qin Hai, securing victory in a single decisive blow. Suyu's expression remained calm. Oh, then tell me, why do you want to help me? The young man knew this was the critical moment, and grief instantly flooded his features. Because that Qin Hai is a monster. My younger sister was pretty, and he took a fancy to her, and then. At this point, tears welled in the young man's eyes, reddening their rims. He spoke with such fervent conviction and heartfelt emotion that his words were naturally moving. Yet Xue Qingya furrowed her brow and cast a subtle glance towards Su Yu. She sensed something amiss. One must understand affairs succeed through secrecy and fail through leakage. What is the most important thing before undertaking a great endeavor? Naturally, it is keeping it secret. A covert night raid of this magnitude by all reason could not have been disclosed to everyone. If she were Qin Hai, she would only share the plan with those leading the operation. When the time came, the subordinates below would simply carry out the task as instructed. What need would there be to let them in on the plan? Of course, Xue Qingya figured, what if this Qin Hai was a fool? No, that couldn't be possible. How could a fool possibly rise as the leader of a group when the apocalypse descended upon them all? Even Zhang Fan appeared timid and somewhat dim-witted. But that was only because he had encountered Su Yu. Xue Qingya believed that one must always assume the worst of one's enemies and approach them with utmost vigilance. So she stepped forward, extended her small hand, and gently tugged at the hem of Su Yu's sleeve. When Su Yu turned his head to look back at her, she moved even closer, pressed herself against him, stood on tiptoe, and whispered softly into his ear. Brother, you, logically speaking, this person shouldn't have known about the night raid plan. Her words were brief and out of context, yet Su Yu instantly understood what she meant. It wasn't that Su Yu had instantly guessed what Xue Qingya was thinking. After all, how troublesome would that be? For Su Yu, this matter was actually quite simple. It was for the same reason as before, because his physique had improved, or rather because of the 2 genetic optimizations. His night vision had been enhanced, and his eyesight had improved dramatically as well. Although human vision theoretically has no upper limit, the farther the distance, the more blurred the details become. Under normal circumstances, around 2,000 meters is the limit. Beyond that, one can no longer discern any details. But Su Yu was different. His current vision limit had surpassed 2,000 meters. At the very least, he could see clearly that approximately 3,000 meters away on the terrace of a high-rise building, someone was holding a telescope, and by the light of the moon looking in his direction. That person likely believed the distance was sufficient, and that he would remain undetected no matter what. And perhaps for added caution, he was lying flat on the terrace floor with only his head poking out. One could say he was cautious beyond measure. But alas, being so careful is useless because I've turned it on. No, wait, that's not right. Just kidding, how could that count as cheating? That profession has glaring flaws. It's just that I'm a cut above the rest. With this thought, Su Yu first winked at Xue Qingya, then raised his voice. What cosmetics do you want? Huh, putting on makeup at such a young age. Shoo, go stand aside. Xue Qingya was momentarily stunned, a brief look of confusion crossing her delicate face, but she quickly caught on. She pouted her small lips, her face wearing an unhappy expression. So annoying, you're terrible. You clearly promised me before. This performance left Wu Tao and the others utterly bewildered, question marks plastered across their faces. Although their acquaintance had been brief, they all knew this very clearly. How could Xue Qingya possibly be the kind of person who would act this way over a mere matter of cosmetics? But from the young man's perspective, this behavior seemed perfectly reasonable. After all, Xue Qingya was still wearing her school uniform. A schoolgirl who was probably quite spoiled, had grown arrogant from indulgence, and wasn't particularly bright. Wouldn't it be entirely normal for her to do something like this? The young man even fabricated part of the reason in his mind. Most likely it was because his arrival made this schoolgirl think Su Yu would choose to flee. After all, there were over 60 people on his side. But something seemed a bit off. What do cosmetics have to do with fleeing? Or had he been overthinking this? Before the young man could figure out the connection, Su Yu had already stepped forward and thrown an arm around his shoulder. His tone was utterly sincere. Brother, the fact that you dared to risk the unknown to come tell me this. I am truly, deeply grateful. Come, I'll take your advice. We'll launch a surprise attack on Qin Hai later and catch him completely off guard. As he spoke, Su Yu turned to Wu Tao and the others with a smile. You all go move the tents, gather everyone together as closely as possible. Though Wu Tao and the others were confused since this was Su Yu's command, they obeyed without hesitation. Soon the tents were clustered tightly together, extremely convenient for being set ablaze. The young man's heart surged with excitement. No matter what, he had finally completed his mission. Next, when Qin Hai launched his full-scale assault, he would only need to use the escape tool provided to make his getaway. So the young man thought to himself as Su Yu amiably draped an arm around his shoulders, leading him into a spacious tent. Xue Qingya and Qin Jifei followed them in. Seeing this, the young man felt that part of his earlier guess had been correct. These 2 women were indeed Su Yu's. He found this somewhat regrettable, because after today these 2 beauties, each with her own unique charm, were going to die. And then he saw Su Yu produce a triangular ruler. Whoosh! Su Yu's expression remained impassive as the ruler swept through the air and the young man's head flew high into the air. His eyes were wide with disbelief. How could he have died just like that? In his final flickering moments of consciousness, he saw that schoolgirl smiling coldly at him. Then all awareness dissolved and his death was sealed beyond any doubt. Oh, when a player dies, it seems they drop equipment, or perhaps an item. It was an object resembling a map floating above the young man's corpse. So you picked it up. Name: C chart, anchor beacon. No. 3 category item, quality green effect. After activating the beacon, you can teleport to the vicinity of the C chart's owner. Effect nullified beyond a range of 1 meters. Description: please use with caution. After all, It only teleports you to the vicinity of the sea chart's owner. Suyu narrowed his eyes. He had suspected it all along. This young man was clearly a sacrificial pawn, so how could he possibly cooperate willingly? Now it all made sense. He had a method of escape, which was why he had been so willing to play along. Pocketing the item, Suyu moved to the tent's flap and squinted through a narrow crack looking outward. After slightly adjusting his angle, he spotted that high-rise building. By now the person who had been observing the situation with the telescope had vanished. So you could guess that the man had gone to report the situation to Qinhai. In other words, Qinhai and his men would soon launch their assault, combined with the purpose behind sending the young man to make sure everyone's tents were clustered tightly together. An answer leaped plainly to mind. A fire attack. Suyu looked at Qin Zhifei and Xue Qingya. Go gather everyone. Follow me. Okay. Soon Wu Tao Zhang, Daliang Zhang Fan, and the others assembled. Though they didn't know the full truth, they understood that something significant must have happened. Otherwise Suyu wouldn't be acting like this. Suyu didn't dawdle. Follow me. I'll explain on the way. With that he turned and strode off, his target unmistakably the large supermarket nearby. This large supermarket was situated between the high-rise building and their base, which meant that anyone from that high-rise wanting to attack the base would have to pass through the street where the supermarket stood. That's right. Suyu intended to launch a genuine surprise attack from behind. Once they believed the fire attack had succeeded, he would strike a vicious blow from their rear. Soon Wu Tao and the others learned the entire story from Suyu. Zhang Fan was the first to shout out, "Brother, let's kill them all." Even though the enemy numbered over 60, Zhang Fan remained full of confidence. It was not because he trusted his own strength. Rather, he had absolute faith in Suyu's abilities. They had to understand, if not for Suyu, the Linkru goat earlier would have truly killed them all. That was the terror of a boss-level monster, especially in the early game when players were pitifully low-level and had not yet built their skill systems. Yet it was precisely under such circumstances that Zhang Fan witnessed Suyu slay the Linkru goat with his own eyes. And so Zhang Fan came to realize, there are always those in this world who operate beyond the laws of reason, and Suyu was precisely that kind of unreasonable person. If that was the case, then he should simply follow Suyu obediently. Perhaps in the days to come he could reap further benefits from his side. As for his former idea of confronting Suyu after reaching level 3, what an idiot he used to be. That pathetic nobody should not be allowed near him. Sever all ties, cut everything loose. Suyu nodded. Oh, then little Zhang, you take the lead. Zhang Fan froze, pointing at himself. Huh, Emmy, I'm leading the charge. Jokes aside, there were over 60 opponents on the other side. Taking point would genuinely risk death, you know. Suyu scrutinized him from head to toe and suddenly laughed. Never mind. You are too weak to lead the vanguard. You would only squander the advantage. I will do it myself. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fan fell silent, because he felt he was not particularly weak after all, at least stronger than the majority of players. Moreover, did Suyu truly trust him at this moment? This was a question he could not help but contemplate. If he shrank back out of fear for his own life at this critical moment, would it cause Suyu to lose all respect for him thereafter? Then how could he expect to bask in the warmth of Suyu's shadow in the days to come? Zhang Fan shuddered, gritted his teeth, and declared, Brother, I will take point. I can do it. By then they had already entered the supermarket and concealed their positions. Hearing Zhang Fan's assurance, Suyu raised an eyebrow, and a smile touched his lips. Fine. Zhang Fan, you lead the vanguard. Qin Zhifei, Wu Tao, you two rally the others and follow, launching a surprise attack from the rear. Qin Zhifei asked, and you? Suyu rose to his feet and started walking. I will take the flank. Once you engage in close combat, strike their flank. Brother, high good news. Sanzi succeeded. They have indeed clustered some of the tents together. Xiao Guang wore a grin, rubbing his hands together with anticipation. Qinhai too was brimming with confidence. Excellent, excellent. Make sure they carry the gasoline bottles. Xiao Guang rejoiced inwardly. Huh. They are likely still huddled inside those tents right now, waiting for us to come to them. Qinhai nodded. Pity. All they will be waiting for is fire, raging fire. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the pistol. And within his mind, he began devising how to eliminate Xiao Guang in a reasonable manner. There was no way around it. This Xiao Guang was far too cunning and ruthless. More importantly, he had dared to test Qinhai before. If Qinhai had lacked a gun, would he truly have been undermined? But the problem was the gun might still be effective now, but once everyone's levels increased in the future, would firearms still hold value? Therefore Xiao Guang had to die. Perhaps this time the people in the stronghold can eliminate Xiao Guang. If in that case they would have done me a favor, and I can let them die with some comfort. Let me think about how to execute this. In an instant a scheme surfaced in Qinhai's mind, curling the corners of his lips upward. Throughout he had never once considered the possibility of failing to assault the stronghold. After all, over 60 against 20, the advantage was entirely his. Plus the fire attack, how could they possibly lose? As for that player who single-handedly killed a boss-level opponent, how would a laugh? Qinhai simply could not believe that 40 additional people combined would be unable to defeat him. Filled with such unwavering confidence, Qinhai rallied all his forces and marched toward the stronghold's core. Beneath the hazy night and cold moonlight, the procession set forth in full force. At the same time, Qin Zhifei and the others had already concealed themselves within the supermarket, their eyes fixed tightly on the intersection. As for Suyu, he lay in wait inside an abandoned shop to the side, conserving his strength. Soon Qin Zifei and the others inside the supermarket spotted quite a few people carrying several large boxes heading toward the stronghold's core. Nia Haibang lowered his voice. Those box. But before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Fan clamped a hand over his mouth. Zhang Fan glared furiously at Nia Haibang, convinced the man had some serious mental defect. They were the ones lying in ambush right now. Although the two sides were still at a distance, one could not make noise like that. Besides, he was the one who had to take point. If his stupidity caused the enemy to spring into a premature defense, how would he survive? A dark shadow crossed Zhang Fan's eyes. He could not help but suspect that Nia Haibang was acting deliberately. In truth, Nia Haibang was indeed acting on purpose. In his view, with Suyu present, they would surely win in the end. Since that was the case, could he not take this opportunity to cause trouble for Zhang Fan, who would be leading the vanguard? Just in case Zhang Fan died because of it, it would vent the resentment brewing within him. Clearly owing to prior events, Nia Haibang had already harbored ill will toward Zhang Fan. He had assumed that under his provocation, Suyu would grow increasingly wary of Zhang Fan, and thereby value him more. But judging from how things had unfolded, it seemed that Zhang Fan was being favored more and more by Suyu. As for himself, there were already signs of being marginalized. For Nia Haibang, whose sole ambition was to attach himself to Suyu's leg, such a situation absolutely had to be prevented. Though feeling regret in his heart, Nia Haibang quickly masked his expression with servile obsequiousness, his brows dropping into feigned humility. Witnessing this, Zhang Fan finally released his grip, believing Nia Haibang had not acted intentionally, but merely made a mistake. Fortunately, most players' hearing levels remained roughly unchanged from before. As a result, Qin Hai's group failed to detect Zhang Fan, and the others hidden in the supermarket marching confidently toward the stronghold's core instead. Qin Hai had originally led from the very front, but quietly his figure merged into the crowd. By the time they truly approached the cluster of tents, he had already steadily positioned himself to shield everyone in front. At his side were Xiao Guang and the leaders of the other factions. Attack! Xiao Guang barked in a low, fierce voice, and the men ahead immediately executed their prearranged orders. They hurled the prepared gasoline mixture bottles toward the clustered tents. Immediately following was Qin Hai raising his pistol. A sharp crack echoed as the bullet struck the bottle, and the intense heat instantly ignited the gasoline mixture. Roar! In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted, swallowing the stacked tents whole. It worked. Beneath the towering inferno, Xiao Guang clapped his hands, his face flickering between light and shadow, painted with smug satisfaction. In his view, this plan of his was simply flawless. First, he sent people disguised as informants, seeking to win the trust of those at the heart of the stronghold. Then, weaving truth with falsehood, he laid out his plan and lured the enemy's core members to gather together in one place. Throughout this process, the lives of his dispatched agents were held in the hands of the enemy's inner circle. Thus, those at the stronghold's core would in all likelihood believe the lies spun by his very own pawns. After all, if the dispatched agents knew they were walking into certain death, what reason could possibly compel them to comply? How then could one ensure that none of them would betray the cause? And so Xiao Guang resolved this dilemma perfectly with a certain prop. What made it all the more exquisite was the fact that the apocalyptic game had only just descended. Everyone was still a novice with precious little understanding of such artifacts. And then, capitalizing on the objective information asymmetry between both sides, this stratagem took shape in flawless perfection. Yet should his dispatched agent be exposed, he need only employ the prop to break free of peril and signal to his side that the plan had failed. Unless that is, his dispatched agent was afforded no opportunity whatsoever to use the prop. But could such a thing even be possible? No matter how formidable one's foe, surely there would be some telltale sign before the strike was launched. How could anyone initiate combat with 0 frames of warning and fell their target in a single blow? His dispatched agent was after all a level 2 player. A level 2 player who had allocated 9 points into physique. In Xiao Guang's estimation, a tank of such resilience could never possibly be one-shot by any player whatsoever. Yet information asymmetry is a weapon both sides may wield. Xiao Guang believed his machinations flowed with seamless grace, but the problem was, he remained utterly oblivious to just how terrifying Suyu had become. You may plot and scheme by the thousands, yet you remain ignorant that my stats alone suffice. One glance and all is laid bare as crystal. And as for your assumption that no one could one-shot a level 2 player with 9 points in physique, that merely betrays your ignorance of how overwhelming pure stats can truly be. This isn't right. Bathed in the flickering firelight, Xiao Guang's pulse quickened, his mouth ran dry, and a creeping panic seized his heart. The reason was painfully simple. He had heard no screams. Logically speaking, before such a ferocious inferno, how could those being burned refrain from screaming in agony? Were they machines immune to pain? Or had those tents gathered together been empty all along? Xiao Guang's countenance shifted dramatically. He was about to cry out in ambush, when at that very moment, charge! A thunderous battle cry erupted from behind, sharp as shattering crystal, with the clash of blade and spear rising in unison. Qin Hai and his men, who had been immersed in the triumph of their grand conflagration, all turned pale and wheeled around in horror. Qin Hai's voice broke in a strangled roar. We're in trouble. It's an ambush. Under the cover of night, and overtaken by panic, he could not for the life of him discern how many assailants were surging forth from behind. In an instant their formation crumbled into disarray, their morale plummeting. Yet Xiao Guang perceived with perfect clarity that they still held the advantage in numbers. Thus he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Don't panic. They're nothing more than the survivors from the earlier stronghold. They're few." Having spoken, he stepped forward, steel machete gripped tight in hand, and led the charge himself. At that moment Xiao Guang's thoughts were crystal clear. The hour had come to stake everything on a single throw. If under his leadership his forces could rally and secure victory, then surely the lion's share of the glory would be his. And when that moment arrived, should Qin Hai's firearm also have run dry of ammunition, he could then ascend to true supremacy, leverage the momentum to swallow these 60-plus souls whole, thereby laying the unshakable foundation for all his future ambitions. True to form, with him serving as their exemplifier, more men summoned their courage and rallied to his side. Zhang Fan, however, had not the slightest leisure to entertain such thoughts. His adrenaline was now surging at breakneck speed, white-blue flames ignited upon his brass knuckles, unmistakably the activation of a skill. In the next heartbeat, he threw a punch that knocked Xiao Guang's steel blade aside, the next blow aimed straight for the heart. But Xiao Guang harbored ambition, and with it the corresponding foundation to match his very profession. Liquidator. Your physique attributes show signs of abnormal acquisition. I shall conduct a liquidation upon them. A flash of white radiance blossomed from Xiao Guang's left hand, which he then hurled toward Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan recoiled in shock, desperate to evade, but finding escape impossible, he could only watch helplessly as the white light struck him full on. Thus a notification surfaced upon his player panel. Notification: you have entered the liquidated state. Based on the disparity in spiritual attributes between both parties, this liquidation will persist for 3 seconds. Notification: your physique totals 9 points, of which 2 points were allocated from free attributes, constituting abnormal income. Notification: your physique is reduced by 2 points for a duration of 3 seconds. The once abundant power within him plummeted in an instant as Zhang Fan lost control, stumbled, and Xiao Guang seized upon the opening. Xiao Guang's steel machine descended without the slightest mercy, poised to deliver Zhang Fan a grievous blow. Zhang Fan, seeing this, hardened his heart and resolved to drag them both into mutual ruin. Yet Xiao Guang had no desire to sustain injury and was instead forced back, the two plunging once more into a tangled melee. Meanwhile, Wu Tao, Qin Zhifei and others had already clashed with Qin Hai's men. As the two forces collided, Qin Zhifei and his companions initially seized the upper hand through the advantage of their surprise assault. But before long their inferior numbers began to drag them inexorably into a losing position. But just as Xiao Guang, Qin Hai and the others began to relax, believing the outcome all but sealed, that critical instant, suddenly a flash of white light shimmered into existence beside Qin Hai. This sudden turn of events sent ripples of shock and uncertainty through the hearts of all present. Yet immediately, as if struck by some terrible realization, Qin Hai's countenance transformed, and he abandoned everything in his frantic bid to flee backward. In the next heartbeat, Su Yu's form tore through the white radiance and emerged with devastating force. His expression serene, he brought the triangular ruler whistling down through the air, and Qin Hai's head soared heavenward in that very instant. A single, almost weightless strike, and Qin Hai was beheaded on the spot. The spectacle proved so violently shocking that some among Qin Hai's faction stood rooted to the spot in stunned disbelief. We lost. Xiao Guang watched Su Yu carve through the throng like a tiger among sheep, possessed of the valor of 10,000 warriors, and his very spirit trembled. He had in truth always known that the prop had fallen into enemy hands. But the map had been in Qin Hai's possession. If disaster were to befall anyone, it would be Qin Hai. Moreover, Qin Hai still had his gun. Surely he could struggle and resist, could he not? Yet now Xiao Guang realized he had been wrong. Gravely, catastrophically wrong. He should have warned Qin Hai, urged him to cast that prop as far away as possible. Because, gazing upon those heads one after another launching skyward, Xiao Guang's body betrayed him with tremors beyond his power to suppress. Too terrifying, far too terrifying. How could there possibly be such a player at this stage of the game? Impossible, impossible. An illusion. Could it all be an illusion? And then Zhang Fan seized the moment to drive a fist into his chest, sending his face draining of color as he crashed to the ground. Thud. Zhang Fan's brass-knuckled fist came down precisely upon Xiao Guang's temple, knocking him unconscious. We surrender, we surrender. Zhang Fan turned toward the cry, only to see all those around Su Yu retreating in terror, none daring to approach him. The one currently screaming his surrender was a middle-aged, bespectacled man, his face contorted with naked terror. And as though some hidden switch had been flipped, more and more people cast aside their weapons as if their hands had been scorched, shouting their surrender. They had unmistakably been broken of their courage by Su Yu's slaughter. Surrender? Heh. Su Yu smiled. When you devised such a venomous stratagem of fire, did you ever pause to consider? Had we been the ones defeated, would you have granted us the mercy of surrender? The answer was self-evident. The acrid stench of burning tents clung to the air, and towering flames cast their crimson glow upon Su Yu's face. If his stats had not been high enough, and if Shui Qingya had not vaguely sensed something amiss, everyone beside him would long have been reduced to ashes. Even if they had survived, they would have endured excruciating torment. After all, how dreadful is the agony of severe burns. Perhaps once players' levels rose uniformly, such burns would no longer warrant concern. Yet at present, although most players had grown stronger than when they were ordinary folk, the difference remained modest indeed. Zhang Daliang strode resolutely towards Su Yu, his eyes hard with merciless resolve, and bellowed, "Brother Yu, we cannot show mercy at a moment like this. They intend to burn us alive." Hearing this, the opposition immediately harbored resentment toward him, yet their faces still wore ingratiating smiles. "Honored sir, you must not speak thus. This scheme was devised by that fellow surnamed Xiao. We are merely accomplices." Exactly. We are only accessories. Accessories deserve lenient punishment. Indeed, we were merely following orders. How could this be blamed upon us? Su Yu listened to their clamorous excuses with an impassive countenance, finding their desperation rather amusing. Where were you then, when neither side had yet shown themselves, and the two factions stood deadlocked? You only emerged now, did you not, upon witnessing your side's utter rout, desperate to preserve your wretched lives? Su Yu raised his hand and gestured toward the tents already engulfed in a sea of flames, speaking slowly. "This fire rages with terrible ferocity. Had your scheme succeeded, my people would have perished. Since you employed such ruthless stratagems, do not expect the slightest mercy from us. Remember this well. I kill you on behalf of my people, for they truly would have died beneath these flames." The moment his words fell from his lips, he surged forward with swift strides. His triangular ruler flashed, now thrusting, now slashing, and one after another heads tumbled to the ground. "Kill!" Zhang Fan bellowed, fiercely charging in hot pursuit. Wu Tao and the others followed suit, showing no hesitation whatsoever. As Su Yu had said, this fire was genuinely meant to burn them alive. Under such circumstances, how could they not harbor deep resentment toward those who lit the flames? If Su Yu had permitted their surrender, Wu Tao and the others might not have voiced their objections aloud, yet their hearts would have chafed. Yet now Su Yu's words had struck precisely at what resonated within them. This only deepened their conviction in him, for Su Yu had considered their plight, proving that he held them dear in his heart. Meanwhile, those fallen enemies, some seethed with indignation, while others trembled in terror. Some sought to trade lives with Su Yu's men, while others threw caution to the winds and fled desperately. In an instant, everything descended into chaos, utterly defeated, no longer a threat. Eventually, Su Yu ceased his own strikes, allowing Zhang Fan and the others to vent their accumulated fury. However, most present had never taken a human life before, especially the students brought by Xueqingya. There was only one buzzcut youth who, after slaying two opponents, showed no sign of tremor, his expression as cold as stone. The remaining students, once the adrenaline faded, appeared thoroughly shaken. Yet it was not only them. Among the crowd, apart from Qin Zipfei, who watched with evident excitement, her cheeks flushed. Even Zhang Fan and Zhang Daliang bore slightly unnatural expressions. Wu Tao, that middle-aged stout man, was rather the opposite. His breathing remained steady and calm. Perhaps it was because he had witnessed Su Yu slaughter the guards and even participated in it, sustaining wounds in the process. "Brother Yu." Nia Haibang approached Su Yu with hurried little steps, carrying a large box. "We must find a way to extinguish the fire, but I discovered." Su Yu flicked the blood from his triangular ruler. "What did you find?" Nia Haibang pointed to the liquid traces within the box, his expression growing grim. "This appears to be a gasoline mixture. Water will not suffice to put out such a fire." Su Yu gestured toward the direction of the supermarket. "There are foam extinguishers inside the supermarket." Nia Haibang's lip twitched slightly. "That is precisely the problem. The extinguishers in that supermarket are gone. I went to that very supermarket to gather supplies earlier. When I was searching for food, I found no fire extinguishers whatsoever." Just then Xueqingya, her composure restored, approached Su Yu. "The extinguishers were likely confiscated by those arsonists beforehand. We must resort to large quantities of sand and soil to fight the flames." Su Yu nodded. "Xueqingya, have them stay clear of the fire and compose themselves. I will handle the extinguishing." Xueqingya drew a deep breath and relayed Su Yu's orders. Yet unexpectedly, although most were in poor condition, they pushed through their exhaustion and rallied to help extinguish the blaze. Their willingness to act undoubtedly stemmed from their recognition of Su Yu. Through collective effort, they finally brought the raging fire under control and gradually quenched every ember. This was owing to a bridge nearby whose banks held moist earth suitable for firefighting. "Pity our tents are all consumed." Qin Zipfei stood beside Su Yu. Though her lips spoke of regret, her expression betrayed not a hint of sorrow. Su Yu cast her a sidelong glance. "It seems your condition has not improved." Qin Zipfei froze, then a sincere smile bloomed upon her face. "What are you saying? What illness could I possibly have?" Su Yu shook his head, about to speak further, but suddenly paused. During their time at the orphanage, he clearly remembered that Qin Zipfei had suffered from delusional disorder. For ordinary sufferers, the most common manifestations were persecutory delusions, romantic delusions, and the like. But Qin Zipfei, that extraordinary individual, was unlike any other. Her delusion took a peculiar form. She firmly believed that ending a life was an act of liberation, and thus that killing was itself a virtuous deed. In the end, she even attempted to hang herself to attain her own deliverance, nearly giving everyone at the orphanage a fatal fright. Su Yu had severely reprimanded Qin Zipfei at that time. For the rope she used was made from Su Yu's yo-yo strings, not just one string. All 3 of his yo-yos had been stripped of their cords by Qin Zipfei for this purpose. He had nearly died of fury on the spot. And after the hanging incident, Qin Zipfei's delusional disorder never resurfaced. But judging from today, to be honest, Su Yu himself felt uncertain about Qin Zipfei's current mental state. Seeing his silence, Qin Zipfei pursed her lips and wandered off on her own to assist Xue Qingya with the cleanup. Only after she departed did Wu Tao, Zhang Fan, and Zhang Daoyang approach together. Brother Yu, these are the items they dropped. Wu Tao laid out 1 green quality piece of equipment, 7 white quality items, and various supplies. Zhang Fan's expression grew grave. Brother Yu, how shall we distribute these equipment? We will follow your decision. Su Yu cast a glance over the equipment. Finding nothing of value, he lost interest at once. You all divide the rest among yourselves based on your contributions. I'll keep these few items. He selected several items that proved useful. Zhang Fan and the others tried to persuade him to take the green quality equipment as well. Brother Yu, this gear grants a full 4 points of physique, you know. Su Yu. A mere 4 points of physique. Truth be told, he could hardly be bothered with it. In his eyes, only equipment with special effects or passive abilities could be considered truly worthwhile. Of course, given the current circumstances, gear that provided attributes beyond physique would also be acceptable. But unfortunately, every last piece here offered nothing but physique. It was frankly exasperating. Su Yu wore a half smile. If none of you wish to take them, just hand the equipment over to me. It would be perfect for completing a stronghold mission. At these words, Zhang Fan could not help but scratch his head. Wu Tao cleared his throat. Brother Yu, it's only that since you won't take them, we feel awkward taking them ourselves. Zhang Daoyang chimed in. That's exactly right, Brother Yu. You are our guiding pillar. You should take this green quality gear and submit it for the mission. That way we can complete the stronghold construction sooner. The 3 of them fired off remarks one after another, leaving Su Yu utterly speechless. Fine. Su Yu took the green quality piece and submitted it right before their eyes. Instantly, Stronghold Mission 5 was complete. Only upon witnessing this did Wu Tao and the others feel comfortable enough to go divide the remaining equipment with Qin Zifei and the group. After another bout of busy work, by the time they had cleaned the corpses from the ground, the sun had already climbed high overhead. After a simple breakfast, Su Yu summoned Qin Zifei, gave him a few instructions, and then set off alone toward the southeast. Curious, Xue Qingya whispered to Qin Zifei, "Where has Brother Yu gone?" Qin Zifei sighed. "You wouldn't understand. I'm still far too weak." Xue Qingya. In Fengtai City, within the garrison bureau inside the commissioner's office. Commissioner Zhang, the current situation is quite dire. With the appearance of a stronghold core, certain restless souls have begun to entertain thoughts they ought not to entertain. Within the smoke-filled room, Zhang Wentao regarded the veteran officer who was reporting to him. Slowly, he pinched out the cigarette in his hand. Across his otherwise impassive face, a fleeting trace of worry surfaced for an instant. Yet swiftly, Zhang Wentao pressed down all his emotions and spoke in a heavy voice. "Have you located the boss-level monster near our stronghold core?" Perhaps by fortune, a bronze pillar had descended near the garrison bureau itself, and naturally, he had secured it firmly in his grasp. Not yet. However, judging by the situation at other stronghold cores, we can deduce that a boss-level monster must certainly have descended near every stronghold core. The veteran officer contemplated for a moment before continuing. According to reports from several individuals, boss-level monsters possess intelligence. I suspect this particular one may be lying low and hiding. Zhang Wentao shook his head. "We are out of time, and we cannot afford to wait any longer. Go arrange the necessary personnel. We move out at once to hunt the boss-level monster we have already locked onto." Resembling a frog in appearance, though considerably larger, roughly 1.5 meters in height, with snow-white skin and an aura of biting cold radiating from its body. Su Yu recalled the information he had obtained from Xue Qingya. Earlier, when luring the monsters, he had arranged for Xue Qingya and the others to gather intelligence along the way, particularly regarding the boss-level monster. The information about this boss-level creature had been collected by the buzzcut man Xue Qingya had brought along. Su Yu did remember the buzzcut man well. He was the one who had remained composed after killing his foes during last night's battle. Coupled with the intelligence he provided regarding the boss-level monster, Su Yu had thereby learned his name, Shangwan Yunce. Among the details Shangwan Yunce provided, he specifically noted that this boss-level monster was extraordinarily audacious. It harbored a particular fondness for hunting players, yet it was devilishly elusive and astonishingly swift, invariably slaying its victims and vanishing in the blink of an eye. The players at that stronghold core had attempted to band together on multiple occasions to hunt it down, yet each time the creature slipped away. Indeed, Su Yu's quarry was none other than this frog monster. Traveling swiftly, he soon arrived at the bathhouse Shangwan Yunce had described and caught sight of the stronghold core not far away. At that moment, scattered clusters of people were stationed around the stronghold core, seemingly engaged in a game of cards. Just then, a man emerged from within the bathhouse and walked towards Su Yu. "Hey kid, I spotted you from upstairs. What do you want here?" "Looking to throw in your lot with our boss, Su." Su Yu's curiosity was piqued. "Your boss's surname is Su too?" Han Guibing sized Su Yu up and down. "What, you also surnamed Su?" Su Yu shook his head. "No, it's my boss who has the surname Su." Han Guibing's expression shifted. "Then what are you doing here?" Su Yu replied. "I heard a toad here has been tormenting you lot half to death. My boss sent me to have a go at it. to kill the wretched beast. At first disdain flickered across Han Guobing's features, but then as if struck by a sudden thought he asked with cautious deference. Wait a moment, big brother. Might I ask, is your boss by any chance the one from the stronghold near the Hungyun supermarket? The Hungyun supermarket he referred to was none other than the large supermarket near Su Yu's stronghold core. More or less. Oh. Han Guobing's throat bobbed. He edged closer to Su Yu and whispered, then, is your boss still taking in followers? Su Yu, good heavens, would this fellow actually defect on the spot? Yet what intrigued him most at this moment was how this man had even learned of his existence. Perhaps reading the question in Su Yu's gaze, Han Guobing hastened to explain. Big brother, last night's great blaze lit up the whole sky. Plenty of the surrounding factions sent people to observe from afar. Your boss gripping a triangular ruler in his hands, chop, and a head rolls. It made every onlooker's heart tremble with dread. Such martial might. He's surely capable of sheltering those under him. He has to be 100 times stronger than that surnamed Su over here. Upon saying this, a trace of grievance surfaced in Han Guobing's voice. There was no helping it. This place had been utterly devastated by the snow-white giant toad, leaving morale in utter shambles. After repeated failed attempts to hunt the beast, and with companions suffering injuries one after another, Han Guobing had witnessed everything with his own eyes. When set against Su Yu's display, how could he possibly harbor no grievance? Given all this, his asking Su Yu outright whether they were still recruiting was entirely reasonable. His thinking was much like an employee at a company on the verge of bankruptcy, already scouting for a new employer. Su Yu lapsed into a contemplative silence. He had indeed noticed onlookers observing from afar last night, but had paid them no heed. He had not anticipated that his deeds of the previous night would already have spread so far. Was this what they meant by good news never travels far, but bad news spreads 1,000 miles? No, that's not right. What bad news? That was self-defense, plain and simple. At this thought, Su Yu felt he had been altogether too merciful. He had actually subconsciously believed it wrong to slay an enemy who had already surrendered. One must remember, mercy has no place at the helm of an army. Su Yu resolved to immediately reflect upon this error and to permit no lingering subconsciousness of the old era to weigh down the new version of himself. He turned his gaze upon Han Guobing. Take me to see your boss. Han Guobing was caught off guard by Su Yu's sudden remark and instinctively blurted out, please don't, big brother. You absolutely cannot tell my boss what I just said. Su Yu, lead the way. I have business with your boss, nothing to do with you. Han Guobing blinked, his thoughts racing as he realized he had indeed made a fuss over nothing. He turned around and beckoned, then follow me. Entering the bathhouse, Han Guobing led Su Yu straight to the 3rd floor and came to a halt before a certain office door. Hearing the faint sounds emanating from within, Han Guobing's expression turned rather peculiar. Big brother, do you want to wait a bit longer until my boss is finished? Leaning closer to Su Yu as he spoke, he lowered his voice. Don't worry, my boss finishes pretty quickly. Su Yu. In truth, simple lustfulness wasn't much of a problem. After all, a fair maiden is a gentleman's fancy. But the question was, your boss likes men, eh? Huh. Han Guobing yelped, waving his hands immediately. That's really not it. It's just that her preferences are a bit unconventional. During that kind of activity, she prefers being the passive one. Su Yu's face lit up with sudden understanding, and he regarded her with newfound respect. Someone like that could actually be the boss of all these people. How powerful must she be? However, a contemplative glint flashed through his eyes. Was it possible that this had something to do with her profession? For instance, could being the passive party during such activities enhance her strength? Thanks to the professions of Qin Zhifei, Zhang Daoliang, and others, as well as her own, Su Yu now understood. The professions in this apocalypse game were hardly proper. They weren't traditional warriors or mages at all. In a sense, they were more like fusions and mutations of one or more real-world concepts, thus giving birth to all manner of bizarre and outlandish professions. And Su Yu's profession carried a prefix called truth. He hadn't thought much about it before, but now he was curious. Were there other professions with the truth prefix? In other words, did Pelican professions exist without the truth prefix? Su Yu figured that even if other truth prefixed professions did exist, they probably couldn't compare to how absurd his own was. He speculated that Pelican professions without the truth prefix might only grant temporary attributes or specialties when consuming monsters. In that case, the gap between them and his own profession would be nothing short of an abyss. The Pelican profession had produced such wondrous chemistry with the truth prefix. Could other professions achieve the same? Probably not. After all, this was permanent growth. Leaving Su Yu's tumultuous thoughts aside, in reality the sounds within the room gradually faded. Then the door opened and a tall, ravishingly beautiful woman emerged. Gorgeous figure, voluptuous curves, clad in tantalizing lingerie. Spotting someone outside, her eyes widened in shock. Coupled with the height of her high heels, she lost her balance and nearly collapsed. Fortunately, she was close to the door and steadied herself by leaning against the frame. She shot Han Guobing an irritated glare. What's the big idea? Trying to scare me to death? What happened? A deep, resonant voice rose from within the room. Thereupon a woman stepped out, fair of face, slender of figure, dressed in a white gown. Su Yu's eyes gradually widened. Han Guobing, however, was already bowing and scraping obsequiously, nodding toward the woman. Boss Su, he says he wants to see you. Oh, and boss, he came from the Hungyan supermarket side. Su Xiongbai turned to look at Suyu, raising an eyebrow, her voice still deep and resonant. What do you want with me? And nothing. Moi. Never mind. Suyu quelled the sense of incongruity stirring within him and replied with an expressionless face. I heard you all were getting bullied by some toad, so I figured I'd lend a hand. By the way, you should know where that toad is right now, shouldn't you? Su Xiongбai's expression shifted subtly. She patted the nearby beauties behind, gesturing for her to leave, then shot Han Guibing a glare. Once Han Guibing and the beauty had departed, she pointed toward the room. Come in and talk. With that, she turned and walked back inside. Suyu followed, casually closing the door behind him. After they sat down, Su Xiongbai got straight to the point. Your acquaintance has taken a liking to this stronghold. Suyu shook his head. Just interested in that boss-level monster. After a moment's thought, he continued. We won't be taking on this stronghold's quest. We can each get what we need. Besides, you lot can't handle that boss-level monster either, can you? Su Xiongbai gave a light snort. Hey, of course we can. Your acquaintance may be formidable, and if you came at us by force, I know I couldn't stop you. But as for a mere boss-level monster with so many people under me swarming it together, how could we possibly fail to take it down? To be frank with you, I'm keeping that boss-level monster for a reason, so I hope your acquaintance can drop the idea. Though Su Xiongbai spoke with such conviction just now, telling Suyu to forget about it, that was only because she had no idea Suyu was sitting right across from her. Can you tell me why? What's the point of keeping that boss-level monster? What's there to discuss with you? If that Suyu were here, knowing I couldn't match him in strength, perhaps I'd say something. As for you, I'd advise you not to be too curious. Su Xiongbai knew the name Suyu. When Xue Qingya and others communicated with outsiders, they naturally mentioned Suyu's name. Oh well, I'll tell you then. I am Suyu. Su Xiongбai's expression froze, and she instinctively said, Why, you're Suyu. She inwardly railed in exasperation. What kind of joke is this? What era is this, and you're still doing the Incognito Inspection Act? Would revealing your identity from the start have killed you? Absolutely ridiculous. Suyu's brows knit slightly, for he had noticed something off. Wait a moment. Couldn't you use a female voice just now? Su Xiongбai's voice just now was a standard female voice, and quite pleasant at that. Ah, I accidentally used my real voice just now. What a huge loss. Su Xiongbai immediately let out a battle cry, crushing the teacup in her hand so forcefully that tea leaves and water splattered across the floor. She gazed at Suyu with an expression of such regret, as though she had missed out on a fortune. Suyu. Once she had calmed down, she still wore a look of utter desolation and murmured softly. It's all because of my ridiculous profession. Anyway, I'm not some pervert. Don't get the wrong idea. Suyu had actually already anticipated this explanation of hers. He didn't care much about that, though. What concerned him were two other important questions. So you're keeping that boss-level monster because of your profession. And you said you suffered a huge loss. What exactly do you mean by that? Su Xiongbai sighed. Alas, my strength is far inferior to yours, so naturally, I have no confidence to conceal anything. Then I'll speak directly. My profession is negative review collector. Suyu was taken aback. Negative review collector? What kind of thing is that? Su Xiongбai's face remained wooden. That phrase you just said, what kind of thing is that, in my eyes counts as a mild negative review. Therefore, I can temporarily lock onto that statement by consuming 10 energy points. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed toward a stone ornament within the room. 5 bold, three-dimensional black characters materialized from thin air, hurtling toward the stone ornament at tremendous speed. Suyu saw them clearly. Those 5 characters were, what kind of thing is that? Boom. The characters collided with the stone, and in an instant the ornament was utterly obliterated with debris scattered across the floor. Suyu's eyes lit up. What tremendous power. Your profession is quite formidable indeed. As he spoke, he turned to look at Su Xiongbai, only to find her complexion deathly pale, tinged with an unnatural flush of red. Cough, cough. Su Xiongbai suddenly began coughing violently, a trickle of fresh blood even seeping from the corner of her lips, which she swiftly wiped away with her sleeve. Just what is your highest stat? Exactly how high is it? Suyu understood at once. It seemed the energy cost of this skill depended on the source of the negative review. Evidently, as the source of the negative review, Suyu was simply too overpowered for Su Xiongbai at this moment. And indeed, this was precisely the case. Su Xiongbai had originally intended to use this opportunity to display a measure of her strength, hoping to secure greater say in the conversation that followed. Yet unexpectedly, strength was indeed displayed, but it was not her own that was showcased, but Suyu's. In that single strike alone, she had exhausted her energy points, and even sacrificed an additional 20 hit points. Su Xiongbai now felt a measure of dread. Had Suyu been even slightly more powerful, would she not have effectively committed suicide just now? She grumbled inwardly. This skill is truly a trap. It doesn't even display its energy cost. She had not noticed this issue before, but having now suffered a tremendous loss, she committed it firmly to memory. So the reason you've allowed that boss-level monster to exist is so your subordinates will direct negative reviews toward you. You could say that's roughly correct. Including what just happened. That was also for negative reviews. Su Xiongбai's expression remained impassive as she opened a voice recorder she carried, and familiar voices immediately began to play. Suyu nodded in understanding. No wonder this room is so clean then. Was your voice also disguised? Su Xiongbai. That's right, I did it deliberately. Speaking of which, this is my very first pot of gold. Judging by the trajectory of her words, her profession seemed to harbor additional secrets. That made sense. If her profession weren't powerful enough, how could she have risen to become the leader of these people? In any case, I don't require assistance here for the moment, so. Su Xiongbai paused mid-sentence, then swiftly walked to the window and looked outside. Within her field of vision, 5 police cars screamed toward them, ultimately parking in a neat row at the entrance of the bathhouse. Suyu sauntered to the window and, witnessing this scene, raised an eyebrow. Oh, so they've come to the bathhouse to rescue wayward maidens. Su Xiongbay's expression darkened. She clearly realized she was in trouble. Her information network was fairly well informed, so she naturally knew that the people from the Security Bureau wished to gather the populace as much as possible. Yet she currently occupied the core of a stronghold able to develop in peace. But if this place fell under the Security Bureau's dominion, could she maintain her current standing? The answer was self-evident. When the apocalypse game descended, many perished in the first wave of monsters, and those who survived understood that the times had changed. Coupled with the emergence of stronghold cores and the mass paralysis of communication systems, ambitions that would have been impossible in the past began sprouting like weeds. Suyu studied Su Xiongbay's expression and suddenly smiled. Just wait here, they're heading upstairs. Sure enough, barely a dozen seconds later there came a knock at the door. Su Xiongbai heaved a sigh, pressed down the chaotic thoughts in her mind, and walked unhurriedly to the door before opening it. I am Zhang Wentao. I now require your assistance in locating that boss-level monster. Zhang Wentao's expression remained composed as he continued. Based on the intelligence we've gathered, you possess the ability to know the whereabouts of that boss-level monster. We can cooperate. Su Xiongbai fell silent. She knew Zhang Wentao spoke the truth. Her profession included a skill that allowed her to mark a source of negative reviews. Once marked, she could obtain the real-time location of the negative reviews source. And the negative reviews she had acquired originated from that boss-level monster. Therefore, that boss-level Snow White Frog monster could naturally be counted as a source of negative reviews. Though Suyu possessed less intelligence than Zhang Wentao, he could vaguely surmise why the people here could locate that Snow White Frog monster. After all, the people here had already encircled and attacked that boss-level monster multiple times. Once or twice could be explained away as coincidence. But Suyu had learned that in just a few short days they had mounted for such assaults. This could scarcely be attributed to chance. Based on this, he had come directly to their door. Yet unexpectedly, others had also set their sights on this boss-level monster. And Zhang Wentao. Memories from several days past surfaced. Suyu recalled that this name had been spoken by a security guard named Hanzhou. According to Hanzhou, Zhang Wentao wished to prioritize protecting civilians, while he himself wanted to prioritize strengthening his brothers. Judging from this, Zhang Wentao's approach still leaned toward the righteous. But the question was, when faced with civilians who did not wish for his protection, what course of action would he take? Amid the silence, Suyu watched Zhang Wentao at his leisure, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. And the one to break the silence was Su Xiongbai, as it could only be Su Xiongbai. My apologies, but I have other uses for that boss-level monster. Su Xiongbay's expression was composed, she had clearly chosen to refuse. Zhang Wentao's brow furrowed immediately. From our understanding, you are no match for that boss-level monster. Su Xiongbai, I have my own plans and currently have no need of your assistance. Thank you. The developments diverged entirely from what Zhang Wentao had envisioned. In his thinking, since the people here were currently no match for the boss-level monster and were constantly harassed by it, they should welcome his arrival. As for the boss-level monster required by the Stronghold Core mission, Zhang Wentao believed that since they lacked the capability, they ought not covet things beyond their ability to master. They should properly recognize their own strength and subsequently accept his protection. Then what had caused the situation to veer from his expectations? His gaze swept over the shattered stone ornament and the debris on the floor, before finally settling upon another person within the room. Might I ask, who are you? Seeing Zhang Wentao looking his way, Suyu simply smiled. If you ask me, your thinking is still too narrow. Oh, Zhang Wentao keenly caught the word you, and after a moment of contemplation, it seems the two of you truly aren't on the same side. Su Xiongbai instinctively glanced at Suyu only to see Suyu nodding with a smile. I only met her today, but that's not the important part. What matters is that I have a proposal. Zhang Wentao sensed the situation taking a turn. What proposal? Suyu, you're the chief of the Security Bureau, so I imagine you possess considerable intelligence on boss-level creatures. How about sharing that information? Zhang Wentao regarded him with puzzlement. How do you know I'm the chief of the Security Bureau? Su Xiongbai looked at Zhang Wentao with even greater bewilderment. Isn't Suyu one of your Security Bureau's guards? As for Suyu being a guard, that was something his own subordinates had spread around. After all, to those unaware of the true situation, a guard seemed reliable and would increase their willingness to flock to Suyu. Thus the various factions in the surrounding area all knew Suyu possessed a gun and was a guard. Zhang Wentao sized Suyu up and down, then furrowed his brow deeply. Suyu, the great fire last night, was it caused by you? Suyu chuckled. Your intelligence network is quite well informed. Zhang Wentao, so you're telling me those 60+ people were killed by you and yours? Suyu nodded without so much as a flicker on his face. Zhang Wentao's expression changed immediately. Those were 60+ people. Think of the value they could have created in the future. Setting aside the law, I know the law is nothing but a scrap of paper now, but you could have simply eliminated the ringleaders and absorbed the rest into your ranks. That way you could have put them to work helping us weather this apocalypse. Too narrow, I'm telling you. Your vision is too narrow. Su shook his head and gestured for him to come inside. Thus Su Xiongbai watched helplessly as Zhang Wentao walked right in without so much as a glance her way. For a moment, she felt an acutely awkward sensation as though she were the guest here. To be so thoroughly ignored by both Su Yu and Zhang Wentao. Zhang Wentao dropped onto the sofa. Su Yu, I know you're strong, but one person's strength is always limited. Su Yu offered no explanation, merely shifting the subject. Chief Zhang, how many people do you have under you now? Zhang Wentao narrowed his eyes, deliberating briefly before answering. Not many. 200 or 300. A vague figure, yet one that still revealed quite a great deal. Su Yu, we can cooperate. Provide me with the intelligence you hold on boss-level creatures. I'll go hunt them down. That way the outpost construction missions at those surrounding strongholds will be temporarily left unfinished. And without any hope of establishing their outposts, they'll have no choice but to fall under your control. When more boss-level creatures appear in the future, you can easily position your trusted men as the leaders of each outpost. How about it? I'll play the villain, you play the hero. With this kind of cooperation, are you willing? Zhang Wentao stared at Su Yu intently. He knew this man had already seen straight through his true intentions. Truth be told, it wasn't all that difficult to deduce, especially since Zhang Wentao had practically advertised the fact himself. No, advertised was too mild. It was almost an explicit confession. Did Zhang Wentao actually want the core members of the other outposts to complete their missions? Naturally he did not. If every other outpost sprang up one by one, what leverage would he have left to further expand his own power? But could he openly reveal this intention to the outside world? He could not. For to reveal such an intention would be equivalent to wiping clean all the inherent credibility granted to him by his position. Moreover, he would fall into a state of lost moral high ground, a position that would cost him the people's hearts. In other words, it would be detrimental to his current rule. Indeed, Zhang Wentao had indeed protected the people in fact. But at a deeper level it was because the ambition in his heart had been steadily swelling. He wished to establish grand achievements in this apocalypse. After all, with the apocalypse game descended upon them, every old order had been torn to shreds. The phrase, "our kings and nobles born to their thrones," perfectly captured Zhang Wentao's state of mind at this moment. And so after a pretense of hesitation, Zhang Wentao very readily nodded. Su Yu, you're a clever man. I hope our cooperation from here on will be a most pleasant one. As he spoke, he turned to look at Su Xiongbai, his expression gradually growing solemn. I am determined to have that boss-level creature. Su Xiongbai face grew progressively uglier. She realized that once Su Yu and Zhang Wentao had reached an accord, she possessed no power to resist whatsoever. At first, she had still hoped to leverage Su Yu's strength to push Zhang Wentao back, or to play the two against each other and profit from the middle. But who could have expected that the situation would develop entirely beyond her predictions? Neither Su Yu nor Zhang Wentao had given her the slightest opening. Fine. All right. The situation demanded submission. However unwilling, she felt Su Xiongbai knew what was the right thing for her to do. Sure enough, seeing her yield, a gentle smile surfaced on Zhang Wentao's face. Very good, miss. Su, I shall remember the contribution you have made at this moment. Having said that, he turned to Su Yu once more, the smile on his face deepening still further. Su Yu, this is the general range of activity for the boss-level creatures I have intel on. He did not conceal anything from Su Xiongbai and revealed the locations of all 6 boss-level creatures he had information on. Pleasure doing business. Su Yu smiled. Trading 1 boss-level creature for 6. For him, it was naturally an astronomical bargain. Naturally, Zhang Wentao had profited as well. As for Su Xiongbai, her heart was bleeding because she alone was the one who had lost out. Aawea. This is the fate of the weak. If only I possessed strength like Su Yu's. Turbulent thoughts churned within her as she resolved silently that she must redouble her efforts from this day forward. She must step by step gain the power to determine her own destiny. Otherwise, how would she differ from a fish upon the chopping block? Just then, as Su Yu rose and was on the verge of stepping out the door, Zhang Wentao suddenly spoke. Su Yu. Among those you killed last night, there was a man named Qin Hai. His father is the deputy chief of the Provincial Security Bureau. Oh, Zhang Wentao raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid? Su Yu turned to look at him and suddenly smiled. A deputy chief might already be dead. No. Perished in the struggles for power. Besides, in the current state of affairs, what difference is there between a Provincial Security Bureau and your Municipal Security Bureau chief, Zhang? Zhang Wentao smiled. Yes, I've been blinded by the leaves before my eyes. You may go. Su Yu pushed open the door and stepped out. The smile on Zhang Wentao's face gradually faded, and a solemn weight settled between his brows. The reason he had brought up Qin Hai's background was to use it as leverage against Su Yu. Yet Su Yu's reaction had made him realize this was not a man who could be easily controlled. When the king loses his deer, the whole world shall pursue it. Zhang Wentao heaved a faint sigh, then regarded Su Xiongbai with a knowing half-smile. You are a wise man, so you should know that today's conversation must be kept buried deep within your belly. Su Xiongbai nodded slowly. I understand. However, there is one point I must clarify beforehand. Speak. Once the matter is settled, I shall take my subordinates and defect to Suyu. Zhang Wentao's expression stiffened for an instant before returning to its natural state. As you wish. Fengtai City comprises 7 districts. Suyu, Zhang Wentao, and the others are situated in the Baihe district. Baihe district spans an area of 862 square kilometers, shaped overall like a crescent moon, with a total of 13 bronze pillars having descended upon this region. The stronghold cores controlled by the 3 factions of Zhang Wentao Suyu and Su Xiongbai are positioned at the lower central portion of the crescent. Meanwhile, the leader-grade monster locations provided by Zhang Wentao are concentrated at the upper central portion of the crescent. A considerable distance separates the two. However, given Suyu's current physique, his speed is naturally not slow. Moreover, he had also selected 2 agility-specialized genetic enhancements. By noon, Suyu had successfully located his first target, a colossal black boar. Its body was layered with plate-like skin, dark and gleaming. This skin formed connected plates of hardened keratin, resembling a tortoise shell radiating a dull metallic sheen beneath the sunlight. Its snout was thick and powerful like a siege hammer, while the front bore 2 enormous upward-curving tusks of jet black. Its legs were short and stout, appearing ponderous as it walked, yet its speed was anything but slow. Name Black Mountain Vajra Boar LV. For Quality Chieftain. HP 800. Energy 260. Attributes Physique 20, Spirit 6, Mystery 4, Charisma 5, Luck 3. Traits 1. Heart of Obsidian 2. Immovable as a mountain 3. Be Astral Frenzy. Skills 1. Crustal Uplift 2. Earth Vein Drain 3. Crushing Charge 4. Mineral Resonance. Comprehensive Combat Power 55. A level 4 Chieftain grade monster with 20 points in Physique and 800 HP. Chieftain grade monsters possess the Chieftain template, where the conversion between Physique and HP is no longer 1-1, but rather 1-4. The Elite template, by contrast, is 1-2. As for energy value, regardless of whether it is the Elite or Chieftain template, the conversion ratio remains the same as that of ordinary monsters. TCH, truly ridiculous. A useless Physique-type monster. Suyu's face betrayed utter disdain. This monster, with its highest attribute being Physique, would undoubtedly grant him Physique upon consumption. Yet he currently lacked no Physique whatsoever. His true need lay in the remaining attributes. Fortunately, the 3 traits of this Black Mountain Boar all appeared rather impressive. Suyu drew forth his triangular ruler. His body surged forward like a meteor, charging headlong into the beast. Oink, oink. The Black Mountain Vajra Boar regarded the small figure charging toward it with casual indifference, its tiny black eyes filled with nothing but apathy. Since its descent upon this land, it had encountered no small number of humans. Yet the attacks of those people were far too feeble. Striking its body was nothing more than a gentle scrape. Relying upon its presently unreasonable defensive prowess and its enormously high HP, it had become an exceedingly troublesome existence. In the eyes of the Black Mountain Vajra Boar, the figure charging toward it was merely a reflection of those previous humans, all utterly insignificant. However, why was this person moving so fast? Before it could fathom the reason, Suyu had already closed the distance, delivering an utterly ordinary strike. 80. An alarming number emerged even after suffering multiple damage reductions. The black plate armor across the Black Mountain Boar's body instantly shattered, brittle, as though it were a sheet of thin paper. The triangular ruler cleaved through the plate armor, plunging deep into its muscles, smoothly slicing through layer upon layer of flesh, and drawing forth copious amounts of fresh blood. Pain, excruciating agony rendered the Black Mountain Vajra Boar nearly incapable of thought. Its tiny black eyes instantly turned crimson, as blood signifying its entry into the bestial frenzy state. But your statistics are insufficiently high. What you call frenzy is merely the death rattle of one powerless. Suyu kicked it, sending it tumbling to the ground, then leapt into the air, landing squarely upon its back, and brought his ruler down once more. This strike happened to trigger a critical hit. 160. With critical damage doubled, this 3-figure blow stripped away another fifth of the Black Mountain Vajra Boar's HP. And this most visually striking spectacle happened to fall within the gaze of a group of people who had just arrived at the scene. They belonged to the faction controlling the nearby stronghold core, and had already prepared themselves to hunt this Black Mountain Vajra Boar. At this moment, the leader of the group wore an exceedingly grim expression. He was named Gu Hong, a tall, broad-shouldered, middle-aged man, his musculature plainly visible, a great blade gripped in his hand. Yet strangely apart from him, most of the others in the group wore expressions ranging from mild to considerable relief. Why was this so? The answer in truth was simple. Suyu had told Zhang Wentao that he himself would play the villain, allowing Zhang Wentao to play the hero. But in reality, the villain he played was directed solely at those who aspired to become stronghold leaders. As for the rest of the people, they could never become stronghold leaders, yet they were forced to risk their lives hunting chieftain-grade monsters. Were it not for circumstances compelling them, unable to find a better alternative at the moment, they would have long since abandoned the endeavor. Naturally, those aspiring to become stronghold leaders would also paint rosy pictures. For instance, once I become the leader, every brother among us who hunts chieftain-grade monsters shall receive rewards in the future. But such promises were mere empty checks. Without other options, they could only accept. Yet now circumstances had changed. The target they were meant to hunt was being beaten to a wretched state by a single person. This signified they need no longer fight. In other words, they would not face mortal peril henceforth. Given this, how could the majority here possibly view Su Yu as a villain? Instead, they regarded Su Yu as a good man, a savior. Only Gu Heng and his true diehard loyalists harbored intense hatred toward Su Yu, viewing him as an utterly irredeemable beast. "Friend, I beseech you to hold your hand," Gu Heng shouted loudly, for he still harbored ambitions of becoming the stronghold leader. And in his view, he still possessed an opportunity. The reason was equally straightforward. First, the monster's experience points were not awarded solely to the player who delivered the killing blow. Rather, they were distributed precisely according to the damage dealt, or more accurately, the contribution rendered in combat. Given this, if he merely delivered the final strike, how much experience could he claim? Furthermore, he planned to forego outright the treasure chest that might drop upon the chieftain-grade monster's defeat. In this manner, he sought only to fulfill the task requirement. There should still be room for negotiation. Hiss! Su Yu precisely drove his triangular ruler into the Black Mountain Boar's cerebellum, completely depriving it of mobility. Only then did he turn his head toward the direction from which the voice had come. Upon seeing a group of strangers, he withdrew his gaze, and with a casual strike of his ruler utterly claimed the life of this Black Mountain Vajra Boar. You defeated the Black Mountain Wild Boar LV. For gaining 150 experience points based on your damage dealt. You devoured the Black Mountain Wild Boar LV. For gaining 8 constitution points. You digested the Black Mountain Wild Boar LV. For extracting its specialty trait. You have acquired the trait Immovable as a Mountain. Immovable as a mountain boss level, your resilience permanently increases by 30. Any enemy with constitution lower than yours cannot displace or stagger you with physical attacks. Quite a useful trait, but why do all these specialties I've absorbed only make me tougher? Su Yu was somewhat speechless. So far he hadn't absorbed a single offensive specialty trait. However, in the current environment, being more durable meant being safer. So, this was actually a good thing. With this thought in mind, Su Yu casually picked up the treasure chest dropped by the mountain wild boar and opened it absent-mindedly. Then his eyes brightened slightly. Inside the chest was a purple-grade piece of equipment, and it was a weapon. It was a greatsword that looked extraordinarily heavy. The entire blade was dark in color, covered with crisscrossing armor plate patterns. The guard was made of the same material as the Black Mountain Wild Boar's carapace, curved in an arc that nearly wrapped around the entire hilt. As for the blade edge, this sword had no edge. Both sides of the blade featured rough black bone fragments radiating a primal violent beauty. Name Mountain Remains. Requires Constitution 20. Category Equipment. Quality Purple. Effect attacks deal additional physical damage equal to 10-2 of max HP. The threshold for triggering the crush effect is reduced by 10. Review. Don't ask why there's no edge. Just swing it and you'll know. What a fine blade. Su Yu felt genuine joy, his fingers tingling with the urge to wield it. This sword was simply too perfect. Both effects perfectly complemented his high constitution, elevating his offensive capability to a new level. Most importantly, he would never have to carry around a measuring rod again. Meanwhile, Gu Heng, who had witnessed the death of the Black Mountain Wild Boar and the appearance of its treasure chest, experienced a cascade of shifting emotions. But ultimately, he suppressed all his feelings and forced a smile, calling out loudly, "Friend, thank you. This monster injured many of my brothers, and now that you've eliminated it, it's truly a cause for celebration." So he spoke, but inside Gu Heng's heart was bleeding. Especially after he saw that magnificent greatsword in Su Yu's hands. That greatsword should be mine. But recalling how Su Yu had swiftly dispatched that massive boss-level monster just moments ago, he dared not entertain such thoughts. Su Yu glanced at him once more, but had no interest in responding, for time was of the essence. There were still 5 boss-level monsters awaiting his hunt. He turned and walked away. Gu Heng's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected that even after he yielded, Su Yu would still maintain such an aloof demeanor. He wouldn't even deign to speak a word to him. A deep sense of discomfort gnawed at him, and his expression darkened further. "Brother Heng, why was that person so strong just now?" Gu Heng wore an impatient expression. "How would I know? Could that person be the one from the rumors?" "That's Su Yu." Gu Heng's breath caught. "The ruthless killer behind last night's great fire, the one who supposedly slaughtered many people, eh? They say he killed over 100. That's an underestimate. I heard from the brothers who came here searching for food. It was over 200. Good heavens, killing so many people and looking so young. I never expected someone so ruthless and merciless." Gu Heng shuddered, suddenly feeling extremely grateful that Su Yu had ignored him just now. Damn it, I was asking for trouble. Tell me, why did I even call out to that murderer? Hearing this, the people beside him also wore expressions of relief. "Brother Heng, let's just leave. Let's see if we can find another boss-level monster." But Gu Heng shook his head. "It'll be difficult to find. That Su Yu is clearly hunting boss-level monsters." After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. "But we must kill boss-level monsters. Let's go in the opposite direction from Su Yu." Su Yu had no idea that merely by his existence others felt compelled to avoid him. But that didn't matter, because at this moment he had encountered something unprecedented. His second hunting target, according to Zhang Wentao's description, was a giant walking mushroom. In fact, Su Yu had successfully found it. But the problem was, beside this giant mushroom, dozens of human skulls were arranged. Wisps of translucent smoke poured from the skulls, converging in midair to form an unstable image. Within the image was a humanoid creature visible only from the torso upward. A brown mushroom rested atop its head like a rounded cap, while symmetrical white tentacles adorned its face. At the same time, that giant mushroom was communicating with the humanoid figure in the image using a language Suyu could not understand. These monsters truly possess intelligence. Seeing this scene, it would be false to claim Suyu was not surprised. But fortunately, when he first encountered the forest-touched goat, he had already speculated that these boss-level monsters might be intelligent. Yet even so, his heart grew heavier, as if shaded by darkness. After all, there was a gap between speculation and confirmation. Moreover, if the monsters possessed intelligence, they would not simply be resources for players to slaughter for leveling up. In this sudden apocalyptic game, perhaps they were players too. In their eyes, humans were the monsters. In other words, this was an invasion. Gugu. The giant mushroom twisted its body and slowly turned around, its pale blue eyes gazing coldly at Suyu. Its eyes were positioned on the white stipe near the brown cap. Beneath the stipe, two branches split outward like human legs, though their ends were smooth spheres. The moment it turned to face Suyu, the image formed by translucent smoke quietly dissipated. Goo. Immediately, the giant mushroom sprinted towards Suyu on those white legs beneath its stipe. In those large pale blue eyes, Suyu saw killing intent. Tisk. Suyu tightened his grip on the greatsword mountain remains. Such a temper for a mere mushroom. It would make decent soup. Unfortunately, monster corpses naturally dissipate and won't be preserved. With that, he strolled casually toward the giant mushroom. Gugu. The mushroom leaped high into the air, descending with the crushing force of a collapsing mountain. It stood 2 meters tall with a canopy radius of 2 meters. Such a leap truly blotted out the sky and sun. Then it was smashed onto the ground by a single swing from Suyu, mushroom juice spraying everywhere. Too weak. Swinging his greatsword, Suyu's simple, unadorned normal attack shattered the giant mushroom's canopy into ruin. Goo. The giant mushroom cried out in pain, its pale blue eyes filled with disbelief. Then that disbelief transformed into terror, and it struggled to turn and flee. Unfortunately, attempting to flee at this point was far too delayed. Suyu pressed his foot down upon its mushroom stem, rendering it utterly incapable of movement. Hey, can you understand what I'm saying? He bent down, drawing close to the great mushroom's azure eyes. Goo. Goo goo. Suyu heard the sound with perfect clarity. It emanated from within the mushroom's cap. We don't share a common language. He furrowed his brow slightly. Was there some method by which he might establish communication with this enormous mushroom? He suspected there must be. Telepathic communion, spiritual exchange, perhaps even something akin to a fungal language. Given the bewildering variety of professions in this world, Suyu surmised that there might well exist a player's class capable of bridging this communicative divide. Alternatively, should the players prove unable to offer an immediate solution, he could always set his sights upon the monsters themselves. Should certain monsters possess feats, such as telepathic communication, he could simply slay them and plunder those abilities. Would that not grant him the means to converse with this great mushroom? Indeed, Suyu had no intention of slaying this mushroom. Not yet. He wished to engage with it further. Should he succeed in extracting valuable information, the assistance it provided would prove immensely beneficial. I won't kill you for now. Behave and follow me. Do you understand? Goo. Goo. The great mushroom, observing that Suyu had not struck it down, but was instead attempting to communicate, beheld a glimmer of hope kindle within its eyes. Goo. Goo goo. It endeavored to communicate with Suyu in return, blinking its great eyes repeatedly. Simultaneously, the white tendrils upon its stem extended little by little, and upon touching the ground began inscribing characters upon the earth. Suyu cast a glance at the inscriptions before averting his gaze. They were utterly indecipherable to him, nothing but inscrutable scribbles. Upon realizing that written communication had failed, the great mushroom withdrew its tendrils. A palpable sense of anxiety blossomed within those eyes. Enough, cease these futile attempts. Suyu gently lifted his foot from atop it, then pulled it upright before stepping back. Goot. The great mushroom regarded Suyu, then tentatively retreated a single step. Boom. Suyu swung his greatsword downward with an impassive expression. The great mushroom started violently, its fractured cap seeping droplets of mushroom juice. It had been thoroughly frightened. It ventured another tentative step forward, approaching Suyu with cautious inquiry gleaming in its eyes. Suyu patted its cap with the greatsword, gave a nod, walked 2 paces ahead, then turned to regard it. Upon seeing it remain rooted in place, Suyu raised his greatsword. Goob. The great mushroom reacted instantaneously, its white legs hastening to carry it to Suyu's side, where it stood obedient and still. Not bad, you've got some brains. Wait, do you even possess a brain? Goot. Never mind, that's of no consequence. Suyu repeated the entire sequence once more, ensuring the great mushroom had truly comprehended his intentions. Thus was the initial taming complete. Wherever he wandered, the great mushroom would follow in his footsteps, unwilling to lag even half a pace behind. It feared that Suyu's massive sword might come crashing down upon it at any moment. The problem is, Suyu stroked his chin. This mushroom's pace was rather slow. Bringing it along would inevitably impede his speed when hunting other boss-tier monsters. Well, one cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw. As though struck by inspiration, his eyes brightened. With a single bound, he leapt atop the great mushroom's cap. The cap was broad, thick, and possessed a slight elasticity, not hard at all, making for an exceptionally comfortable seat. Suyu settled down with satisfaction, patted its cap with his hand, and pointed his greatsword in a particular direction. Can you understand? Follow the direction my sword indicates. Goo. The great mushroom had not understood Suyu's words, but it could surmise what was being asked of it. And so it hastened its two white legs charging toward the direction the great sword had indicated. Suyu seized the opportunity to retrieve food from the pack upon his back, leisurely partaking of his meal. Due to his extraordinary physique, his appetite was considerable. He consumed the greater portion of a backpack brimming with high-calorie provisions before his hunger was sated. This was a perpetual source of vexation for him. The greater his physique, the more he consumed. Eventually, the food resources of Earth would prove insufficient to meet his demands. Thus, Suyu could only place his hopes upon the establishment of a stronghold, hoping it might provide channels through which to procure high-energy sustenance. Goo. Goo goo. Suddenly, the great mushroom cried out, and came to an abrupt halt, refusing to advance further. Suyu furrowed his brow, and pressed his greatsword upon its cap with measured weight. Why have you stopped? Goo. What a nuisance. Suyu dismounted with a flip, squinting at it. Why have you ceased moving? Anxiety flickered within the great mushroom's eyes. It hesitated for a considerable time, then seemed to grasp at some idea, its gaze brightening. In the next instant, the tendrils upon its stem elongated, sketching a rather abstract pattern upon the ground. Goo 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 goo. Suyu lowered his gaze to examine it, and his brow creased further, for the pattern seemed faintly familiar. Isn't this thing a forest-touched goat? He regarded the great mushroom, deliberated momentarily, then drew his greatsword lightly across the pattern upon the ground. Goo. The great mushroom drooped its massive cap in dejection, collapsing to the ground in a posture of utter resignation. Simultaneously, a white tendril emerged as though alive, extending before Suyu and swaying gently. Are you suggesting that I am incapable? Suyu etched an X upon the ground with his greatsword, then pointed at himself. The great mushroom tilted its cap in contemplation before nodding vigorously. It then rose to its feet, motioning for him to depart this place. Suyu did not move. Observing his stillness, the great mushroom appeared to grow urgent, its white tendrils scratching and scrawling upon the ground. Suyu watched with furrowed brow as another somewhat abstract drawing materialized upon the earth. The drawing depicted a fearsome-looking goat, one hoof trampling the great mushroom, the other pinning down a human. Suyu felt his capabilities had been gravely underestimated. A mere forest-touched goat. He had slain such creatures before. How absurd. But the crux of the matter was, this great mushroom was fully cognizant of his strength. The mountain remain's greatsword had shattered its cap, and the creature possessed no memory like that of a fish. It could not possibly forget such a lesson. Suyu narrowed his eyes, recognizing that there must exist factors he had failed to consider. For instance, there ought to be monster qualities surpassing the boss tier, ought there not? Then again, was it possible that what this great mushroom truly feared was a monster ranked above the boss tier? Suyu's heartbeat quickened slightly. A monster ranked above the boss tier should prove even more delectable, should it not? Beyond that, there existed another conspicuously evident truth exposed by this entire affair. Namely, these monsters do not all belong to the same faction. This is good news, but for me good news is hardly likely. Suyu quickly discerned the merits and drawbacks of this development for humanity as a collective and for himself personally. For humanity as a whole, the existence of factions among monsters was naturally a blessing. Perhaps someday they might even witness two monsters pummeling each other only for human players to swoop in and claim the spoils. But for Suyu the situation was entirely different. Should two boss-tier monsters of opposing factions clash, resulting in one's demise at the hands of the other, would that not simply mean one fewer boss-tier monster for Suyu to hunt? Of course, should monster populations swell considerably in the future, this would prove inconsequential. Moreover, perhaps these monsters could even reproduce. Suyu suddenly stiffened. Reproduce. An exceedingly audacious and sinister notion germinated within his mind. If he could tame other prolific breeders, just as he had tamed this great mushroom, and then execute the offspring en masse. A promising venture indeed, a most promising venture. By establishing a monster ranch, could he not grow stronger while lying on his back? The prerequisite, however, was that these monsters could bear progeny and furthermore be tamed by him. The former remained unknown, the latter was exceedingly difficult to achieve. Thus Suyu entertained the notion briefly before sealing it away, turning his gaze instead toward the great mushroom that continued its display of indolence. Raise your cap. He used his great sword to lift the mushroom's cap upward, then brought the blade crashing down heavily upon the grotesque goat emblem. The great mushroom blinked, then promptly and decisively shook its cap, while shrinking backward. Goo 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 goo. As it called out, it simultaneously allowed itself to collapse onto the ground. It assumed a posture suggesting it would rather perish at Suyu's hand than advance a single step. But suddenly its body trembled. With a vigorous lurch it sprang upright and bolted away. As it fled, it coiled its white tendrils around Suyu's body, urging him to flee alongside it. Suyu started glancing about, yet discerned nothing amiss in his surroundings. But in the next instant circumstances shifted. In the sky above, pale violet branches materialized from hazy nothingness into solid forms, sprouting emerald leaves as they took shape. One by one, luminous amber eyes opened calmly upon the leaves, while translucent filaments descended from each gaze. Simultaneously, numerous ochre withered vines burrowed silently from the earth, encircling Suyu and the great mushroom at their center. Goo! The great mushroom trembled, its azure eyes brimming with utter despair as it slumped to the ground. It endeavored to conceal its entire form beneath its massive cap, but the cap had been battered into fragments earlier and was no longer whole. Through the ruptured portions of the cap, Suyu could perceive the desperation within the great mushroom's gaze. A gaudy display. Suyu became entangled by the translucent filaments which sought to hoist him aloft, yet their efforts proved utterly futile. Specialty, immovable as a mountain. So in essence, this thing is actually a physical attack. He extended his free right hand, gathered a fistful of translucent filaments, and yanked downward with tremendous force. Moo-woo. A sound that evoked primal terror in all living creatures resonated from the heavens above, and the pale violet branches convulsed violently. One after another, the luminous amber eyes closed, and every translucent filament dropped away. Yet Suyu's expression gradually grew solemn. For the Pelicans, I had already laid bare the monster's full particulars. Name: Forest Touch Goat, Royalty LV. For Quality: Overlord. HP 1440. Energy 460. Attributes: Physique 18, Spirit 10, Mystery 28, Charisma 15, Luck 5. Specialties: 1. Walking Ancient Tree 2. Disguiser 3. Thousand Eye Crown. Skills: 1. Tendril Strangulation 2. Seasonal Renewal 3. Deep Forest Trap 4. Cognitive Interference 5. Nightfall. Overall Combat Power 80. A monster in the truest sense of the word. Of Overlord quality, unsurprisingly above the boss tier, possessing 1440 HP and 460 energy. For an Overlord tier creature, the conversion ratio of HP to physique was a terrifying 1/8. The conversion ratio for energy compared to that of boss tier and below had undergone its first transformation. And compared to the boss tier Forest Touch Goat, the royalty variant possessed 1 additional specialty and 1 additional skill. The skill it had just employed was Nightfall, or rather merely a fragment of Nightfall. Buzz. High above, accompanied by a droning hum, the luminous amber eyes upon the emerald leaves reopened once more. This time, no translucent filaments descended, instead beams of sullen black light. Dense and countless, offering no opportunity whatsoever to evade. But Suyu was not fool enough to stand rooted in place, while his adversary unleashed skills with impunity. The moment the translucent filaments began falling away, he had already seized the great mushroom's pale stalk and sprinted outward. Obstructing his path were withered vines upon withered vines. Like a sea of vines, layer upon layer, they coiled toward him, seeking to detain him utterly. Witnessing this spectacle, the great mushroom's heart sank into utter despair. It held no illusion that either itself or the biped gripping its stalk would survive. For it knew full well the terror that a royalty Forest Touch Goat embodied. A gaudy display. Suyu held his mountain remains great sword horizontally and charged forward with reckless abandon. Crack, snap. Aided by his prodigious physique, those seemingly menacing withered vines proved naught but rotten wood. A withered vine had scarcely coiled about Suyu's calf before it was wrenched apart by brute force, accomplishing absolutely nothing. The great mushroom being dragged along the ground, washed with eyes that gradually widened. In that moment it experienced a peculiar sense of release. Having been beaten so savagely by Suyu earlier, it had still felt a measure of bitterness, believing itself incompetent. But now, observing Suyu weathering such a tremendous tide of withered vines, and on the verge of breaking free, the great mushroom comprehended at last. It was not that it was incompetent, it was simply that this upright ape was no human whatsoever. Moo-woo. Lurking in the shadows, the royalty Forest Touch Goat fell silent upon witnessing Suyu escape the dominion of Nightfall through such means. In the next instant it turned and fled, employing its disguiser's specialty to camouflage itself as it ran. Clearly it possessed keen self-awareness, knowing itself no match for that terrifying upright ape. Goo 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 goo. The great mushroom watched as the withered vines vanished, and the pale violet branches in the sky dissolved into nothingness, its entire being trembling with excitement. Had Suyu not still been clutching its pale stalk, it would surely have hopped about in jubilant celebration. Where's the goat? Suyu burst beyond the ring of withered vines and surveyed his surroundings, yet found no trace of the royalty Forest Touch Goat. This led him to realize that he still lacked a great many things, such as means of reconnaissance, means in other words of perceiving monsters. Suyu presently possessed none, and relying solely upon his 2 eyes to survey the world was undeniably a most inefficient approach. For instance, right now, he didn't even know where that royal Lynchu goat was. Despite his impressive stats, he had no way to put them to use. Why are these monsters all so cowardly? Why do they keep running? What a buzzkill. Suyu was deeply annoyed. The monster had been the one to attack him first. This was a blatant provocation. Could he possibly let it get away? Cowardly. He glanced at the giant mushroom still sprawled on the ground, its white stalk clutched in his grip, and narrowed his eyes. Hey, stand up first. Releasing his grip, Suyu raised his greatsword slightly. The giant mushroom caught on immediately and scrambled to its feet with remarkable agility. Then in the span of 3 seconds, he used his greatsword to swiftly sketch an extraordinarily abstract diagram on the ground. The giant mushroom peered at the drawing, a stick figure goat in front followed by a stick figure human and a stick figure. Stick figure. It desperately wanted to ask Suyu what on earth that one horizontal line and one vertical line was supposed to be. Could it be itself? Seeing it freeze in bewilderment, Suyu furrowed his brow slightly. This horizontal line is the cap, and this vertical line is the stalk. Can you understand? As he spoke, he used his greatsword to draw an arrow between the stick figure human, the stick figure mushroom, and the stick figure goat. Understand. Goob. A flash of realization crossed the giant mushroom's eyes. It understood now. It was being asked to track down that royal Linshu goat. But could it actually pull this off? It absolutely could. Goo goo goo. It had sensed the Linshu goat's presence earlier, which was precisely why it had wanted to drag Suyu away with it. In other words, this giant mushroom possessed fairly strong perception abilities. As for helping a human track down a Linshu goat that had descended upon this world at the same time as itself, the giant mushroom didn't find this problematic in the slightest. In fact, it was thrilled, because the Linshu goat had always been the one hunting them. Now that the tables had turned, this was absolutely exhilarating. Not only would it would pursue with savage determination. Without the slightest hesitation, the giant mushroom took off at a sprint, only to be seized by Suyu, who wore an expression of utter exasperation. Why are you running? Your speed is slower than a mushroom itself. At this rate, when will you ever catch up? I'll hold on to you, and you'll use those white tendrils to guide the way. Understood. As he spoke, he pointed at the white tendrils on the giant mushroom's stalk. Goob. The giant mushroom understood instantly and eagerly extended a white tendril pointing the way for Suyu. This guide mushroom role, it had claimed for itself. Facts prove that this giant mushroom genuinely had some talent. Under its guidance, and with Suyu's extraordinary speed, they soon caught up to the royal Linshu goat. Muwail. The royal Linshu goat's pupils dilated in sheer terror as it spotted in the distance a horrifying bipedal ape charging toward it while brandishing a giant mushroom. It fled toward the horizon with all its might, never stopping for a moment, yet the harder it ran, the more hopeless its situation became. Because Suyu was drawing ever closer. Run, I dare you to run. The distance between them quickly closed to within 10 meters. Suyu casually released the giant mushroom and delivered a flying kick. Thud! A heavy muffled sound, like a war drum, erupted from where Suyu's foot met the Linshu goat's hindquarters. Wail, wail. The royal Linshu goat crashed to the ground, terror flooding its eyes as Suyu seized one of its legs. An utterly irresistible brute force pinned it mercilessly to the earth. But it was after all still a creature that would resist. Its coiled horns suddenly sprang outward, coiling towards Suyu's neck. Simultaneously, a cluster of densely packed eyes materialized upon its horns. This was its signature ability, the Thousand-Eye Crown. If the attribute check succeeded, it could induce hallucinations in its foe and plunge them into a state of slumber. The attribute required for this check was the mystery attribute, Muwail. And so a sight unfolded that filled the royal Linshu goat with overwhelming delight. Suyu had failed the mystery attribute check and fallen into a slumbering state. The royal Linshu goat stared at the scene in disbelief. It had never imagined that this terrifying bipedal ape's mystery attribute would be so pathetically low. By all logic, this shouldn't have been the case. With such an extraordinarily high physique attribute, if levels had been gained normally, the mystery attribute shouldn't have been this low. But what the goat could never know was that Suyu's leveling didn't boost his attributes, nor did it grant him any free attribute points. The reason his physique was so high was simply because the Pelican had eaten far too much. Of course, whether the royal Linshu goat knew any of this no longer mattered. What mattered was that it now had a chance. Muwail. A flash of cruelty surfaced in its pupils as it prepared to constrict Suyu's neck with its horns. At the same time, it activated Descending Darkness once more. A two-pronged assault. Goob. The giant mushroom was utterly dumbfounded at this point. It had never imagined that Suyu, who had seemed so formidable earlier, would crumble at a single touch. This didn't make any sense. Gazing at the sea of withered vines closing in around it once more, it felt that its decision to become a guide mushroom had been the gravest mistake of its existence. Indeed, the royal Linshu goat was unstoppable. Its spirit shattered, it resigned itself to what seemed like certain death. Goo. Then it watched Suyu slowly open his eyes. Are you done playing? He tightened his grip on the goat's leg, enduring the black ray descending from the heavens head-on, and brought his greatsword down in a vicious slash upon the royal Linshu goat's horns. Indeed, his mystery attribute was abysmal, causing him to fail the check and fall into a slumbering state. But the crucial detail was that the duration of slumber was determined jointly by both the mystery attribute and the physique attribute. Suyu's mystery attribute was indeed terribly low, but his physique attribute compensated for that gap, which was why he had slept for less than a single second before snapping back to consciousness. Die! The greatsword descended without mercy, crushing the royal Linshu goat's skull flat. Muwail. A piercing, anguished wail echoed through the air as the Linshu goat attempted once more to drag Suyu into a slumbering state. But Suyu's movements were faster. His greatsword swept down with a howling gale, reaching its target first and utterly shattering the two horns atop its head. The scene was brutally violent, Yet Suyu pressed forward, his greatsword plunging like a falling star. Crack, crack. The sound of splintering bone rang out continuously, and the royal Linshu goat's health had quietly bottomed out. Die. As the final sword stroke landed, Suyu completed his first Lord-tier monster hunt. His clothes were soaked in bone fragments and fresh blood, and traces of blood lingered within the crevices of his Shanghai greatsword's blade. Yet a genuine smile spread across his face, for the rewards far exceeded his expectations. Notification: you have slain Linshu Goat Royal LV. 4. Based on the damage dealt, you gain 600 EXP. Notification: you have consumed Linshu Goat Royal LV. 4. You gain 6 mystery points. Notification: you have digested Linshu Goat Royal LV. 4. Extracting the opponent's signature ability. Notification: you have acquired the signature ability, Thousand Eye Crown. Thousand Eye Crown Lord-tier perception range permanently increased by 30. Grants the ability to perceive stealth creatures below Lord-tier. Every 10 seconds, your next attack inflicts an additional slumber effect. Yet even at this point, the notification sounds had not ceased. Notification: you have slain a Lord-tier monster. Lord-tier template shard 1. Lord-level template fragments, as the name suggests. Once all fragments are collected, you can obtain a template similar to that of a Lord-level monster. Just how powerful is a Lord-level monster template? Simply looking at the 1:8 ratio between physique and hit points makes one understand just how terrifying this template is. An 8-fold increase in hit points grants extraordinarily high tolerance for mistakes, dramatically improving survivability. Let me check. Collecting 20 Lord-level template fragments should grant me a Lord-level template. To be honest, this requirement isn't overly demanding, but the problem is killing a Lord-level monster doesn't guarantee dropping a Lord-level template fragment. In reality, defeating a Lord-level monster may yield elite head-level or Lord-level template fragments. It's only because Suyu possesses high luck attributes and favorable fortune that he managed to drop a Lord-level template fragment on his first kill of a Lord-level monster. According to the information in the prompt bar, Suyu learned the drop rate for Lord-level template fragments is 1 for head level, it's 10, and the highest is for elite level at 30. Clearly this is something very difficult to obtain, but the harder it is to get, the more he needs to try his best to acquire it. Because templates will be one of the decisive factors in widening the power gap between players in the future. Just look at how afraid the big mushroom was of the royal tentacled goats before. At this thought, Suyu looked down at the big mushroom, still lying on the ground, contemplation in his eyes. The big mushroom possesses strong perceptual abilities, and if he brought it along, he could definitely quickly find the remaining head-level monsters. But the question is, what would happen if he brought it back to the stronghold core to claim he had already tamed it? Of course, this question wasn't particularly important. After all, Suyu's current prestige was still relatively high. Even if others had objections, they likely wouldn't dare to voice them. But wouldn't the big mushroom try to escape while he was sleeping? Moreover, regardless of how you put it, this was still a head-level monster. In front of him, it cowered like a little puppy. But that was because his stats were high enough to suppress it. But Qin Jifei and the others lacked such capabilities. If it went berserk without restraint, it would be capable of inflicting massive casualties in a short time. The big mushroom had no idea what Suyu was thinking at the moment, but it could see that the human's gaze before it was gradually turning unfavorable. Guh. Goo goo goo. The big mushroom didn't know what it had done wrong and immediately panicked. Shut up. Suyu scolded, tapping his greatsword on the ground, and the big mushroom instantly fell silent, daring not make a sound. After thinking for a moment, he used his greatsword to draw a pattern on the ground. The big mushroom looked over and found it was a group of stick figures standing on top of a stick mushroom. Guh. It didn't understand what this meant. Suyu pointed at himself with his finger, then pointed at the stick figures. Guh. The big mushroom became even more puzzled. Suyu pointed at the other stick figures again, then alternately pointed between the big mushroom and himself. Guh. As if a sudden enlightenment had struck, the big mushroom understood. It finally got it. The human before it meant that he had other companions and wanted them all to ride on his mushroom cap. What a trivial matter. The big mushroom extended its white tendrils and vigorously patted its cap, indicating everything was fine, no problem. As long as it didn't kill them, everything would be fine. It gazed at Suyu with its deep blue big eyes blinking hard. Suyu frowned slightly, feeling that the big mushroom didn't seem to understand what he was saying. Otherwise, why would it be patting its own cap? Suyu's actual meaning was to have this big mushroom treat Qin Jifei and the others the same way it treated him. Forget it, let's go with this for now. Because of the language barrier, he truly couldn't precisely express his thoughts. He flipped onto the big mushroom's cap. Let's go, I'll point the way you use your senses, let's find head-level monsters together. The big mushroom immediately set off, feeling quite pleased with itself. It knew it had understood this human's meaning all along. Wasn't it just that he didn't want to walk and wanted to ride on its back? Such a minor request was so easy to satisfy, much easier than the demands of other monsters. Like those damn tentacled goats. They would raid its own kind, taking many of its companions away to force them to give birth to little mushrooms. It couldn't even bear to imagine how desperate those little mushrooms would be. Born only to be chewed up by those damn tentacled goats, it was simply too miserable. Dusk. The sky darkened, the bright moon rose, and its cold radiance poured over the earth. Suyu sat on the big mushroom's back, finished the last piece of bread he had brought, and couldn't help but sigh. Throughout the afternoon running back and forth, he had hunted and killed 2 more head-level monsters. One of them was a black mountain wind boar, while the other was an entirely new species. Simply calculating, he had killed 1 Lord level and 3 head-level monsters this day, making quite a rich harvest. As for his level, thanks to the massive experience from Lord level and head level monsters, it had also reached level 7. Of course, level wasn't particularly useful for Suyu after all the class restrictions were right there. But even so, his current panel was quite impressive. Player ID 6721 LV. 715,700. Class True Pelican Unique. Hit points 860. Energy 500. Crit rate 9. Attributes Physique, 833 Spirit, 10 Mystery, 14 Charm, 7 Luck, 91. Specialties 1. Protective Shell 2. Sand Scales, 5, 3. Swift Steps 4. Walking Ancient Wood 5. Wind Trace, Silent Shadow 6. Immovable as Mountain, 1, 7. Crown of 1,000 Eyes 8. Intimidation. Skills 1. Pelican's Eye Passive Unique. Equipment Triangular Ruler Shadow Divider Boots, Fatal Cutting Mountain, Remains Spinal Cord Ring. Comprehensive Combat Power, 165. Doomsday Ladder Ranking 6. The Doomsday Ladder only records the top 10,000 players by comprehensive combat power. A full 8 specialties, among which Intimidation was obtained after killing a head-level monster with Spirit as its primary attribute. The Spinal Cord Ring in his equipment was also obtained for this reason. Of course, these items were certainly not the reason Suyu was sighing. The reason he was sighing was his Doomsday Ladder ranking. 165 points of comprehensive combat power, currently impressive attributes, plus a large number of specialties. The only weakness was in skills. He had no active skills at all. So was it because of skills that his Doomsday Ladder ranking was only 6th? Being 6th among all human players on the entire planet was actually extremely impressive. But Suyu felt it was somewhat absurd. He had no idea how the 5 people ahead of him had achieved this. Could there really be professions even more overpowered than his? Or did active skills really have such a massive impact on combat power? And just as Suyu was pondering this question, suddenly a notification sound echoed within the minds of all human players across the planet. Notification: the number of players with comprehensive combat power above 100 has reached 10, is satisfying the conditions for revealing the Doomsday Ladder leaderboard. Notification: the Doomsday Ladder leaderboard has been revealed. All players can now view it. Notification: the top 10 players on this Doomsday Ladder will receive substantial rewards according to their rankings. Notification: players are urged to improve their Doomsday Ladder rankings as much as possible. Ladder rankings are of paramount importance. The Doomsday Ladder rankings. Published. Generous rewards. Suyu was momentarily stunned, then he saw several separate notifications flash across his panel. Notification: your Doomsday Ladder ranking is 6th place. Notification: you have obtained a Lord Tier treasure chest. Notification: congratulations, your Doomsday Ladder ranking is within the top 10. Wishing you a pleasant life ahead. A Lord Tier treasure chest. Previously, when he had slain the Royal Tier Linchu goat, no treasure chest had dropped. Suyu believed this was because he had obtained a Lord Tier template fragment. He speculated that slaying Lord Tier monsters might yield either a treasure chest or a template. Never both. At the time, he had felt a twinge of regret. But that regret was soon compensated. He had not expected that after the Doomsday Ladder rankings were published, he would be directly rewarded with a Lord Tier treasure chest. Truly generous rewards indeed. Of course, compared to this treasure chest, Suyu felt the final notification carried far more emotional value. Good heavens, this Doomsday game is even wishing him a pleasant life ahead. How absurd. Suyu shook his head and looked down at the Lord Tier treasure chest that had appeared beside him. The chest emanated a faint violet radiance, appearing extraordinarily gorgeous and enticing. Yet he did not open it immediately. Let me first see exactly which 5 people rank ahead of me. Doomsday Ladder rankings. 1st place, Wang Tianfeng 210. 2nd place, Luca Rossi 175. 3rd place, Li Mu 173. 4th place, Hans Muller 170. 5th place, Hidden 168. 6th place, Suyu 165. 10th place, Shui Taiyuan 105. Wait, why is there a hidden one in here? Suyu blinked, expressing his bewilderment. His own name, as well as everyone else, was displayed openly. Why was that person concealed? Suyu specifically checked the notification column again and found no prompt about whether to hide one's name. Impressive. Perhaps it's a class trait. He speculated idly, then shifted his focus to the comprehensive combat power ratings. 210 points of comprehensive combat power. Wang Tianfeng's gap with 2nd place is enormous. But the gap between 2nd and 6th place isn't large, it's actually quite marginal. Meanwhile, between 7th and 10th place below me, the combat power gaps are considerable. In fact, this 10th place holder only has 105 points of comprehensive combat power. After briefly reviewing the ladder rankings, Suyu had a clear picture and stopped paying attention, preparing to return to the base. But aside from him, the vast majority of people were now frantically discussing these rankings with those around them. One must understand that most players currently had a comprehensive combat power of only 10 to 20. For them, even Shui Taiyuan, the lowest ranked in the top 10, was an unattainable mountain. Fengtai City within the Guard Bureau. Before the ladder rankings were published, Zhang Wentao had been contentedly sipping tea and gazing at the base mission panel. He believed his situation was thoroughly favorable. Under Su Xiongbai's guidance, he had led his team to successfully hunt a chieftain tier monster. Not only had they completed the most difficult base mission, but they had also obtained a treasure chest and a substantial amount of experience, raising his level to 4. However, when he heard the notification tone announcing the publication of the Doomsday ladder rankings, an inexplicable jolt ran through his heart. What did it mean that the number of players with comprehensive combat power exceeding 100 points had reached 10? Zhang Wentao glanced at his own comprehensive combat power, 28 points. Compared to most players, this rating was actually considered quite high. What's going on? How could anyone raise their comprehensive combat power above 100 points in such a short time? Bearing such doubts, he opened the Doomsday ladder rankings. Then he saw Wang Tianfeng in first place, and the 210 points of comprehensive combat power left him utterly speechless. But at least Zhang Wentao had never had contact with Wang Tianfeng, so the shock wasn't overwhelming. However, when his gaze drifted downward and landed upon a certain name, his entire body stiffened. 6th place, Suyu 165. Suyu. Zhang Wentao instinctively sat up straight, and the image of that young man he had met today surfaced in his mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be someone with the same name. His voice trembled slightly, unable to accept that this Suyu was truly the same Suyu he knew. Because if so, then someone with such tremendous combat power was right next to his own position. How could he possibly expand his sphere of influence then? And if this Suyu also had ambitions, also wished to expand his territory, then wouldn't he? Zhang Wentao's face turned pale, and he accidentally knocked over his teacup, scalding tea staining the tabletop. He rather awkwardly picked up the teacup and vigorously wiped the tea from the table. I need to probe, I must find a way to probe. Meanwhile, at the core of Suyu's base, having concluded a day of hunting expeditions, the group had just finished dinner and gathered together to chat. Upon hearing the news of the Doomsday ladder rankings being published, they naturally checked it immediately. After seeing the rankings, Zhang Fan was stunned. Suyu, there's actually someone on this ranking who shares our boss's name. Wu Tao blinked. Same name. Really now, how did this Suyu achieve 165 points of comprehensive combat power? Zhang Dalian frowned. My current comprehensive combat power is only 22 points. I can't even imagine how powerful 165 points would be. Nia Haibang rolled his eyes. Is there any chance that the Suyu on this ranking is our very own boss? Xue Qingya shook her head. Brother Yu's strength is certainly formidable, but by my estimate it shouldn't be quite at this level. Qin Zhifei suddenly spoke. I wouldn't be so sure. Everyone turned to look at her, and exclaimed in unison, huh? Qin Zhifei pointed into the distance, her face filled with wonder. Look, Suyu has returned. Everyone followed the direction of her finger hiss. Accompanied by a synchronized sharp intake of breath, everyone instinctively rose to their feet, staring at Suyu with bewildered expressions. More precisely, they were staring dumbfounded at Suyu, who was sitting atop the cap of a giant mushroom. The enormous mushroom was striding along on 2 white legs, running toward the base core at considerable speed. Zhang Fan was astonished. What on earth did Brother Yu bring back? A mushroom. Wu Tao seemed to think of something, his expression suddenly changing. Brother Yu wouldn't be thinking of using this mushroom to make soup, would he? He remembered clearly. On the very first day the Doomsday game descended, Suyu had said right in front of him that the Xinuo Pao looked delicious. Xue Qingya took a deep breath. If that's the case, then the ingredient brought itself back. Qin Zhifei patted her little head. More than that. It seems that not only did the ingredient bring itself back, it also carried the person who was eating it along with it. Xue Qingya wore a speechless expression. Not far away, Suyu saw them looking toward him, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. Yo, everyone's here, have you eaten yet? As he spoke, he patted the mushroom's cap, signaling it to run a bit faster. Goo. The mushroom moved its 2 white legs with greater effort. Having run for an entire day, it was already somewhat exhausted. But it dared not complain, afraid of angering Suyu and forfeiting its life. Meanwhile, Qin Zhifei and the others, upon hearing Suyu open with "Have you eaten yet?" were immediately alarmed. Could it be that this giant mushroom really was meant to be eaten? Heavens knows, when they had called the mushroom an ingredient earlier, they were merely joking. If they were truly asked to eat it, they wouldn't dare take a bite. Who knew whether this giant mushroom was poisonous? With such complicated feelings, they quickened their pace to welcome Suyu as he dismounted from the mushroom. Xue Qingya cautiously asked, Brother Yu, you don't mean to make us eat this thing, do you? Suyu. He wore a speechless expression. If language were not a barrier, the mushroom would probably already be contemplating escape. At this moment, the mushroom was scrutinizing the people before it. Perhaps it was an illusion, but why did it feel that these people seemed so weak? But that couldn't be right. The upright ape who had brought it back was so terrifying. How could his companions possibly be weak? The giant mushroom found itself unable to comprehend. Moreover, why were these people looking at it with such strange expressions? Goo. It cautiously retreated 1 step, attempting to position Suyu in front of itself as a shield. Everyone. Suyu. Ahem, anyway, this isn't for eating. It's actually a chieftain tier monster. Everyone. Zhang Fan's eyes widened. Brother Yu, what did you say? This mushroom is a chieftain tier monster. The Linshu goat, also a chieftain tier monster, had left an extremely powerful impression on him. Looking at this well-behaved, docile giant mushroom, he absolutely could not imagine that it could possibly be chieftain tier. Qin Jifei Suyu. You brought back a chieftain tier monster. Do you want us to kill it? This was the only reason she could think of, otherwise she truly could not fathom what Suyu intended. Suyu regarded her with a look of utter disdain. Qin Jifei, could you please not always be thinking about fighting and killing? As he spoke, he casually patted the mushroom's stem and continued. It possesses intelligence and is capable of communication. If we can resolve the language barrier, we can obtain a wealth of information from it. Everyone exchanged uncertain glances. Truth be told, they were having trouble keeping up with Suyu's line of thinking. Thus, Suyu found himself obliged to recount the day's experiences to them. Qin Jifei regarded him with undisguised curiosity. In other words, it can communicate with the creatures of another world. Suyu nodded. That's right. Shui Qingya fell into thoughtful contemplation. If that's the case, what might the true nature of this apocalypse game be? Qin Jifei stared at her, visibly startled. The true nature. Why on earth would you suddenly pose such a profound question? Wu Tao expressed his wholehearted agreement. Exactly. We ought to be figuring out how to survive first. Speaking of which, we're running low on food. Zhang Fan nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Brother Tao speaks true, especially since my physique attribute surged after my level up. The result? My appetite grew to match, and our food reserves are visibly dwindling. Qin Jifei regarded the pair with an expression of utter exasperation. You two gluttons, how can all you think about be food? Meanwhile, Zhang Daoliang, who had remained silent until now, cast a furtive glance towards Suyu. He longed to point out that among all of them, Suyu was in fact the greatest glutton of all. When they had departed that morning, he had been laden with a backpack brimming with high-calorie provisions, yet by evening it had been entirely emptied. Of course, he merely entertained such thoughts privately. He would never have dared voice them aloud. Shui Qingya, for her part, paid the others no heed whatsoever, remaining absorbed in her own reflection, her delicate brows faintly furrowed. Suddenly, she turned to Suyu. Brother Yu, do you suppose it's possible that in the future we might journey to the creature's world? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Such good fortune actually awaits us. If one could travel to the world inhabited by those creatures, it would be no less wondrous to him than stepping into an all-you-can-eat buffet. What then was the constraint currently hindering his rapid ascent in strength? The answer was remarkably straightforward: a scarcity of creatures to slay. Ever since the rift in the heavens had sealed shut, no new creatures had descended upon them. For the vast majority who dared not engage these creatures in combat, this was undoubtedly a momentous blessing. But for Suyu, if there were no creatures, what would he feast upon? Naturally, this reasoning eluded Shui Qingya, and so she regarded Suyu with perplexity. Why would that be a good thing? You're still young. You wouldn't understand. Shui Qingya lapsed into silence. Qin Jifei, a faint smile playing upon her lips, gave the girl's school uniform a gentle tug. Qingya, that uniform suits you perfectly. I'd nearly forgotten you were still a high school student. I'm of age already. Shui Qingya pulled her uniform free from Qin Jifei's grasp and continued speaking. Brother Yu, I believe our circumstances will grow far more brutal in the days to come. What we face now is merely an appetizer. Upon her words, the countenances of most present grew somber. Suyu uncommonly abstained from his usual levity, his expression acquiring a rare and weighty gravity. Now was certainly not the moment for mirth, for the joys and sorrows of one being are seldom shared by another. He regarded Shui Qingya, maintaining the set of his mouth with great effort, his features schooled to earnest solemnity. Yes, you speak truly. The moment I beheld the great mushroom communicating with another world, I understood this as well. Hence we must seize the initiative, for instance by extracting certain information from its maw. He cast a glance at the great mushroom, then turned his gaze to the others. Is anyone among you capable of communicating with it? The assembly fell silent, one and all confessed themselves at a loss. Though he had anticipated as much, Suyu could not entirely suppress a flicker of disappointment. Very well then. Regarding the other matter, how have you fared with the task I assigned you? It's been completed. Qin Jifei spoke up, extending her hand. Here you are. She handed Suyu a piece of white-grade equipment. The remaining outpost tasks had likewise been accomplished in full, only this final white-grade item awaited submission. This precisely had been the mission Suyu had entrusted to them before his departure. And this ultimate piece of white-grade equipment was naturally meant for him to deliver in person. Excellent. Although a deeper dialogue with the great mushroom remained unattainable, the establishment of an outpost itself constituted a momentous breakthrough. Suyu accepted the equipment and made his way to the bronze pillar. Beneath the collective gaze of the others, he chose to submit the equipment in his possession. Notice you have completed Outpost Mission 4. Submit 10 white-grade equipment. Notice all missions of this bronze-grade outpost core have been completed. Conditions for establishing an outpost are fulfilled. Notice your contribution points total 9200, making you the highest contributor. Notice you have been designated as the leader of this outpost's core. You have obtained the bronze-grade leader template. Notice, please name this outpost. Name it. So you turn to them. What do you all think we should call our outpost? Figure it out yourself. Brother you call the shots. I have no objections. Anything works. Agreed. Suyu then. Let's call it restaurant. Everyone. Zhang Daoliang was mentally nodding in frantic agreement. Hadn't he said as much? Suyu was undeniably the greatest glutton among them. Just look. Even naming the outpost, he couldn't refrain from tying it to food. Without awaiting the others' opinions, Su Yu submitted the name that bore his profoundest aspirations. He yearned for humanity to once again stand at the apex of the food chain with the creatures themselves served upon the table, thereby transforming the entire planet into mankind's grand restaurant. Qin Zhifei and the others had evidently failed to grasp the lofty golden spirit that animated Su Yu's vision. Each of them stood there like frost-bitten eggplants, their expressions dazed and hollow. When others asked, "What is the name of your outpost?" "Restaurant." The mere thought of such a scene conjured a faint, lingering sense of social death that refused to dissipate. Ahem, can the name still be changed? It cannot. Su Yu decisively chose to confirm, and thus all who had ever accepted a mission from this outpost corps heard the prompt chime. Notice the bronze-grade outpost, restaurant, has been established. Excellent. Su Yu nodded with evident satisfaction and casually inspected the bronze-grade leader template. Bronze-grade leader damage dealt 5, damage received -5. An effect modest and unadorned yet potent enough in its own right. Moreover, this template did not conflict with those obtained from slaying Lord-grade creatures and the like. When combined, the augmentation to one's combat prowess was undeniably immense. Su Yu suspected that Wang Tianfeng, who held the summit of the heavenly ladder, must have possessed both these templates simultaneously. But was such a feat truly achievable at this stage? Let me see. My current comprehensive combat power and ranking. Comprehensive combat power 180. Apocalypse Heavenly Ladder ranking 2. The Heavenly Ladder only records the top 100 players by comprehensive combat power. TCH. Number 2. The calculation of comprehensive combat power was exceedingly complex. Upon obtaining the bronze-grade leader template, Su Yu had gained an additional 15 points in comprehensive combat power. And as his base attributes continued to strengthen, this template would yield ever greater dividends in comprehensive combat power. The current Apocalypse Heavenly Ladder stood as follows. First place, Wang Tianfeng 215. Second place, Su Yu 180. 10th place, Shui Taiyuan 105. One could see that Wang Tianfeng had somehow gained yet another 5 points in comprehensive combat power. The lowest-ranked Shui Taiyuan remained much as before, and the others on the list had not shifted significantly either. And number 2. Since Su Yu had made no effort to conceal his words, Qin Zhifei and the others had heard him with perfect clarity. Zhang Fan cast a glance at the current rankings, then peered cautiously at Su Yu. "Brother Yu, that person on the Apocalypse Heavenly Ladder is truly you." Su Yu made no habit of concealment. With an open and candid nod, he turned with a smile toward Wu Tao. "I did say my class is incredibly powerful in the early game, didn't I, Lao Wu?" Wu Tao's eyes welled with tears. At last he had graduated from Xiao Wu to Lao Wu, and none could fathom the arduous journey behind such an elevation. "Right as promised, this ruler is for you, though by now you probably aren't lacking another piece of white-quality equipment." Wu Tao accepted the triangle ruler, for he did indeed already possess another white-quality weapon. Running his fingers along the ruler's surface, he felt as though he had been transported back to that fateful night. Back then there were not so many people. Only himself, Su Yu, and Qin Zhifei. At the thought of Qin Zhifei, he gave an involuntary start, concluding that a larger crowd was decidedly preferable. Otherwise would he be the sole unfortunate force to endure those two's public displays of affection. Yet, ever since their numbers had swelled, those two had become. Wu Tao's gaze drifted somewhat absently. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on such matters. As for this triangle ruler, he resolved to treasure it well. It might yet prove useful in the days to come. "Hey," Qin Zhifei leaned in toward Su Yu. "Now that the settlement has been established, why isn't anything happening?" She had voiced the question lingering in everyone's mind. Indeed, the settlement was founded. Why then was there no notable reaction? "I said don't be impatient." Su Yu pressed his palm against the bronze pillar, and in the next instant a luminous screen materialized before the eyes of all present. Settlement, name level restaurant bronze tier 0. Settlement population 22. Settlement warehouse none. Settlement structures none. Available structures, small well, small plantation, simple watchtower, primary workshop. A small plantation. Wait, the settlement can even construct watchtowers. Does this mean monsters might come to attack our settlement in the future? What I'm most curious about is, what purpose does this primary workshop serve? The crowd buzzed with excitement, each voice chiming in with growing enthusiasm. Their excitement naturally stemmed from the fact that every structure available to the settlement possessed genuine utility. The small plantation and small well served as perfect examples. Once these two were constructed, the settlement would achieve self-sufficiency, thereby escaping the plight of scarcity in food and water. Su Yu immediately tapped the small plantation, and a prompt window materialized. Construct small plantation. Yes. Constructing a small plantation requires 300 experience points. Expend experience points and proceed with construction. Zhang Fan's eyes went wide at once. Huh? What a ripoff. This thing actually costs experience points. Zhang Daliang furrowed his brow slightly. If experience points are spent excessively, wouldn't one's level drop directly? Confirm. Su Yu, his expression unruffled, expended his own experience points. In the next moment, a tiny orb of light darted forth from the bronze pillar and settled into his palm. Qin Zhifei halted her steps toward the bronze pillar, her brow creasing. She had just been preparing to expend her own experience points to construct the small plantation. Not that she was driven by any particular benevolence. She simply did not wish for Suyu to suffer the loss of experience points on their account. Therefore, she had hoped to set an example, encouraging everyone to take turns expending experience points so that various structures could be built. But she had not anticipated that Suyu would so resolutely choose to expend his own experience points. Nor was she alone in this regard. None of the others had expected Suyu to volunteer his own experience points either. In the minds of most, there was simply no necessity for him to act thus. He could have easily allowed others to expend their experience points instead. After all, the Apocalypse Ladder rankings had only just been unveiled, with rewards to boot. One should be focused on consolidating one's position. I'll do it. Wu Tao strode briskly to the bronze pillar, gritted his teeth, and tapped the small plantation. You are not the leader, you lack construction permissions. Wu Tao. Good heavens. I had steeled myself to set an example only to discover I hadn't the faintest authority to do so. The crowd. Suyu. Only the leader possesses construction permissions, however you may still contribute experience points. Wu Tao consulted his notification panel, and sure enough, found the corresponding prompt. As a member of the settlement, one may contribute up to 20 experience points daily and receive settlement contribution points in return. Suyu nodded. That is the current arrangement for a bronze tier settlement. Once the settlement level rises, you'll be able to contribute more. The crowd. Suyu smiled. Settlement contribution points can be exchanged for items stored in the settlement warehouse. As he spoke, he casually deposited an item into the settlement warehouse and set the corresponding contribution point cost. This was the fundamental logic of managing a settlement. Through various items, induce settlement members to willingly contribute their experience points, thereby enabling the construction of diverse structures. Of course, this was merely one approach to settlement management. One could also resort to coercion, forcing settlement members to surrender their experience through intimidation. The methods were many and varied, but in the end they all hinged upon that precious commodity, experience points. Precious experience points. TCH. Suyu shook his head inwardly, for others' experience points were indeed incomparably valuable. But for him, experience points. Useful. As a Pelican, his leveling granted neither attribute enhancements nor any free attribute points whatsoever. Furthermore, he was unable to acquire active skills. Thus, for Suyu, levels served only one remaining purpose, restricting which pieces of equipment he could equip. Yet this did not mean he would recklessly squander all his experience points without consideration. He turned his gaze upon the crowd. The settlement has only just been founded, and there aren't many valuable items as of yet. However, as development progresses, valuable items will not be in short supply, and I shall place them within the warehouse. If you desire particular items, exchange for them with your contribution points. Suyu's words signified his choice of the first method of settlement management. The crowd was thoroughly won over, particularly those who were not well acquainted with Suyu. They had harbored concerns that he might compel them to surrender their experience. Hearing his words, these individuals relaxed one after another and began to lavish praise upon Suyu. With the contribution of 20 experience points being a trivial matter, they successively chose to donate and received 1 contribution point apiece. Thus, the experience points stored within the settlement reached 340. This was due to the fact that 4 individuals had once accepted missions here, yet had ultimately chosen not to remain. Subtracting Suyu himself, that left 17 people each contributing 20 experience points, totaling 340 experience points as a matter of course. Suyu gave a subtle nod of satisfaction before finally setting down the small orb of light in his palm. And so a small farm plot 15 meters in both length and width materialized from illusion into reality in the blink of an eye. All eyes turned to behold it. The soil within the field was a rich brown hue, appearing exceedingly fertile. Qin Jifei tilted her head as she regarded Suyu. So where are the seeds? Suyu shook his head. There aren't any. Find them yourself. Qin Jifei's eyes rolled skyward, prompting Xue Qingya to speak up at the opportune moment. I just consulted the system notification. After the settlement is established, settlement members have a chance of obtaining food seeds by slaying monsters. And the higher the monster's quality, the better the quality of the seeds obtained. She suddenly fell silent, instinctively glancing toward the giant mushroom that had been trailing behind Suyu all along. Not just she. Even Qin Jifei and the others involuntarily shifted their gaze in that direction. Giant mushroom. In short, the development direction of our outpost is now clear. Suyu clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention and continued speaking. We kill monsters, obtain seeds from their drops, plant them, and wait for harvest, thereby establishing a sustainable food cycle. Meanwhile, for the outpost to develop better, we need to recruit new members to gain more experience points. Speaking of this, Suyu looked at the people beside him. They all counted as the pioneers of this outpost, so naturally it was necessary to establish a ranking system. Could the newcomers possibly enjoy the same treatment? If so, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction and lead to dire consequences. Our outpost is called Restaurant, so our members' ranks will be named after diners. From 1-star diners to 5-star diners, the higher the star rating, the higher the status. Of course, as the outpost is just established, the corresponding benefits are still limited. But once the outpost develops further, I can guarantee that everyone will get what they desire. This proposal sounded like empty promises. Indeed, it was merely painting an attractive picture. But Suyu's name already appeared on the Doomsday leaderboard, so everyone was certain they would eventually reap what was promised. In an instant, joy filled everyone's hearts as they realized their previous efforts had borne sweet fruit. When they had been luring monsters for Suyu, they had been diligent and conscientious, and Suyu had seen it all. Of course, it was impossible to assign the exact same member rank to everyone. After all, even before joining Suyu, they had their own leaders and followers. The subjectivity displayed among them could not be treated uniformly. Therefore, Suyu granted Wu Taoqin Jifei Zhang de Liang Zhang Fan, and Xueqing Ye the rank of 3-star diners. As for Niahai Bang Shangguan Yunsu and other original followers, they were assigned the rank of 2-star diners. As for the new recruits the outpost would welcome in the future, they would not directly become 1-star diners either. Instead, they would temporarily hold the title of waiters. Only after contributing a certain amount of experience points and demonstrating good performance would they be promoted to diner status. The vast majority were satisfied with this arrangement. Only Niahai Bang, while outwardly compliant, harbored deep resentment within his heart. He couldn't understand why, despite always working hard to curry favor with Suyu, he ended up as merely a 2-star diner. Instead, that Zhang Fan who had clashed with Suyu from the very beginning managed to secure a 3-star diner position. How could that be fair? At this moment, he had completely forgotten the incident where Zhang Fan had risked his life to charge ahead and prove himself. Unfair. Unfair. Why am I only a 2-star diner? Niahai Bang raged wildly within his heart. It must be Zhang Fan. He must have spoken ill of me behind my back, causing Brother Yu to misunderstand me. Damn it, just wait, I will climb higher. One day, brother, you will see my worth. When that time comes, Zhang Fan, you'd best hope I don't get my hands on you, or you'll regret it. Leaving Niahai Bang's inner turmoil aside after everyone dispersed, Suyu individually retained the group of 3-star diners. Before Suyu could speak, Xueqing Ye softly said, Brother Yu, I think we can keep the waiter member rank permanently. Oh, it's quite simple. If everyone is a diner despite the star ratings, lower-ranked members will inevitably lack motivation. Xueqing Ye spoke earnestly, her expression serious, continuing, but if there are 2 distinct stages, waiters and diners, it will motivate newcomers to contribute even more. After all, who would want to be a waiter forever? After she finished speaking, Zhang Fan suddenly felt a chill. Looking at Xueqing Ye's expressionless face, he momentarily felt a hint of fear toward her. This emotion arose inexplicably, seemingly without cause, yet it sank deeply into Zhang Fan's heart. Waiter. Diner. Permanent. Suyu narrowed his eyes, then slowly shook his head. No need, not yet. We'll discuss this matter another time. Hearing Suyu's words, Xueqing Ye nodded obediently, showing she understood. Zhang Fan sighed in relief, feeling the atmosphere relax, and smiled in agreement. That's right. We're just getting started. Let's follow Brother Yu's plan for now. Enough. Suyu raised his hand to interrupt him, then straightened his expression and began discussing serious matters. Tomorrow you will send people to spread the news that this outpost has been established and that there is a farm. Do your best to recruit more people. For now, you are permitted to use my name to conduct business. In addition, since I will not be permanently stationed at the outpost, the 5 of you will take turns on duty, supporting one another. Saying this, Suyu shared part of his leader authority with them. What is this? Qin Jifei looked at the suddenly appearing notification, blinking his eyes. Suyu, you've given us leader authority. Only a portion of the authority, but it will suffice for your daily management of the outpost. Suyu spoke casually, but in reality this was a certain degree of delegation. Of course, the delegation at this moment was quite necessary for him. The reason was simple. Suyu had already realized that he was not particularly skilled at developing outposts. Or rather, he was not really adept at being a manager, nor did he know much about logistics, internal affairs, and such matters. Since that was the case, it was better to delegate power and let others handle it. If they also failed, then they could be gradually filtered out, leaving only those capable of doing the job. However, the primary reason, and indeed the only one, was Suyu could not remain permanently at the outpost. He had to go out and hunt monsters. In the apocalypse, strength was the foundation. All right, everyone may disperse now. Xueqing Ye, you stay behind. Qin Jifei paused, his gaze moving between Suyu and Xueqing Ye, his eyes narrowing slightly. Wu Tao and the other 3 exchanged glances and promptly took the hint, departing. Xueqing Ye cleared her throat deliberately, ignoring Qin Jifei's presence, and looked at Suyu with an obedient expression. Brother Yu, is there something you need? I haven't asked you in so long. Qing Ye, what does your family do? They are in government service. Oh, Suyu nodded. After you leave, ask your classmates and tally up the locations of their homes. Then also take the opportunity to collect the addresses of others' residences. Xueqing Ye. She suddenly felt somewhat bewildered, for Suyu's question and the request he had made were completely unrelated. Uffed. Qin Jifei couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. From her understanding of Suyu, this was precisely the kind of thing his train of thought would produce. Presumably, he felt that initiating the conversation through casual small talk better suited the role of an elder. Thus, in Suyu's eyes, Xueqing Ye, dressed in her school uniform, was entirely just a child. The next day, dawn broke the morning light, carrying a hint of warmth as it fell upon those who had risen early. Oh, and upon a certain mushroom who had not slept a wink all night. Goo. The great mushroom trudged forward on its white legs, listless and drained, while Suyu reclined comfortably atop its cap. The night before, to prevent it from escaping, Suyu had simply decided to sleep right on top of its cap. Not to mention the cap was wonderfully soft, warm, and quite comfortable. Goo. Yet in the great mushroom's azure eyes there lingered an expression of utter despair. My fellow mushrooms, who could possibly understand such agony of holding one position all night without moving a muscle? What? Mushrooms on this planet were originally incapable of movement in the first place. Well then, that's perfectly fine. After entrusting the development of the base temporarily to Qin Jifei and the others, Su Yu was free as a bird rising early to prepare for hunting monsters. Alright, I almost forgot. He produced a pale purple treasure chest, a reward from the Doomsday ladder rankings. Casually opening it, 2 violet rays of light greeted his eyes. Name: Han Tree Crown Ring, level 10, spirit 15, charisma 20. Category: equipment. Quality: purple. Effect upon equipping grants the active skill, numerical roller coaster. Description: legend speaks of a wondrous tree in the world called the Han Tree. Name: arithmetic sequence, intermediate. Category: item. Quality: purple. Effect upon use randomly generates an arithmetic sequence. The next 10 attacks will inflict additional true damage with the value equal to the common difference of the sequence. The common difference ranges from a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 99. If your profession is problem solver, you can force one attack to deal true damage equal to the maximum common difference. Description: not recommended for the unlucky unless your profession is problem solver. Hiss. Gazing at these 2 items, Su Yu could not help but draw a sharp breath. Especially that item. In appearance, it was a palm-sized slab of grayish-white stone with some indecipherable scribbles haphazardly carved upon it. Yet its effect was truly terrifying. A maximum of 99 points of true damage. At this stage, it's truly a one-hit kill against anyone. Of course, that was the most ideal scenario. Su Yu carefully stored it away, feeling that given his own luck, this item was entirely usable. As for the other piece of equipment, trash. These equipment pieces that grant active skills, can they stop appearing already? As a perfectly harmless pelican, he was fundamentally incapable of acquiring active skills. It's all because his luck is simply too good. However, the appearance of this equipment did answer one of his questions. Clearly, treasure chests had been distributed yesterday, so why had the combat power of the other 9 people on the ladder rankings remained unchanged? Now it seemed clear the equipment obtained from treasure chests likely came with strict level and attribute restrictions. Su Yu casually tossed the Han Tree Crown ring into the bag he carried on his back. The next moment, rumble. A sound like cascading heavenly thunder erupted. Su Yu instinctively looked up at the sky. Immediately he noticed that rifts had once again appeared in the heavens. Just as before, fissure after fissure tore apart the firmament as though the sky itself had opened an eye, exuding an overwhelming pressure. But this time what descended from those rifts was no longer monsters. Instead, they were gates of light, in every color imaginable. There were white, green, blue, and purple gates. From Su Yu's vantage point, they resembled countless falling meteors, their flames dazzling to behold. Last time it was monsters, this time it's gates. What purpose did these gates serve? Su Yu did not know, but he immediately set off toward the landing point of one of the purple gates. As for why he chose purple, naturally because purple was more. The color of a Lord-tier treasure chest is purple, so among these gates the purple ones should hold the greatest value. Su Yu pondered inwardly, flipping himself off the mushroom, grabbing it, and dragging it along. Goo. There was no helping it. The great mushroom's speed was truly mediocre, wholly unable to match Su Yu's. A moment later, after hurrying with all his might, aided by the fact that the purple gate had landed not far from him, he finally arrived. But the problem was, the location where the gate had descended was near the core of a base. 3 or 4 people stood guard before the purple gate, clearly intending to deny entry to any outsider. Su Yu's brow furrowed slightly as he set down the great mushroom, whose azure eyes had grown somewhat unfocused. At this moment he was still some distance from the gate, and the guards had not yet noticed him. After a moment's thought, he stepped forward anyway, intending to assess the situation first. As he drew closer to the gate, those guarding naturally spotted him. Not only did they notice Su Yu, but they also saw the great mushroom trailing behind him. What a huge mushroom. Could it be a summoned beast? Perhaps because the great mushroom was following behind Su Yu, they did not consider the possibility that it might be a monster. One of them quickly stepped forward, blocking Su Yu's path. Friend, turn back. Our boss has a terrible temper, and this gate. He had only just spoken these words when suddenly a disturbance occurred at the gate. One after another people stumbled out of the gate in disarray, nearly all wounded, each one bleeding. Both. Their leader viciously spat out a mouthful of bloody foam, his face bearing the expression of one who had narrowly escaped death. Su Yu frowned as he observed him, feeling that the man looked vaguely familiar. Had he seen him recently? Gu Heng breathed heavily, casting a lingering glance of lingering fear at the purple gate before finally turning his gaze towards Su Yu and the others. Truth be told, he had been mentally prepared for others to come, but that did not mean he was willing to share this purple gate with anyone. However, the moment he clearly saw the face of the newcomer, he froze entirely. The rebuke that had been on his lips was forcibly swallowed back, and he cried out in astonishment. Su Yu. Seeing him call out his name directly, Su Yu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity stirring within him. You know me? Go home. Good grief, so Su Yu had already forgotten him entirely. He forced a wry smile. Su Yu, do you remember back then you killed a big black boar? Su Yu thought for a moment, then enlightenment dawned. Oh, I remember now. You're the one who thanked me for killing that big black boar. He had said it himself. How could he possibly find someone familiar at a glance? Turns out they really had met before. Gohang's expression stiffened. Heaven knew he had only said that as a polite nicety at the time. Surely Suyu hadn't actually taken it seriously. Ahem, I'm Gohang, the temporary leader of this base. Gohang cleared his throat, asking a question he already knew the answer to. Suyu, what brings you to my base? Seeing him play dumb, Suyu pointed at the gate, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Naturally to enter this gate. Having said that, he looked at Gohang with evident surprise and continued. You don't think that just because this gate landed near your base it belongs to you, do you, eh? The corner of Gohang's mouth twitched slightly. He had figured out enough to know the truth. This Suyu was just like himself, utterly shameless. Since that was the case, moral coercion was out of the question. Thus with a sigh he abruptly switched to an entirely different demeanor. Suyu, if you want to enter this gate naturally, I have no objection whatsoever. It's just, this gate is extremely dangerous inside. Would you like me and my brothers to go help you out? Gohang spoke quite persuasively, but in truth he merely wished to leverage Suyu's strength to explore the light gate as deeply as possible. Should he follow alongside Suyu, perhaps he could catch a few scraps. And if Suyu himself proved no match for the monsters within the light gate, he would at least escape collective blame. After all, he had claimed he would assist. Yet Gohang suspected Suyu would scarcely allow him to accompany the expedition. Suyu, I do require your assistance. Gohang, very well then, I bid you, huh? What did you say? He could scarcely believe his ears, and then a surge of elation overcame him. Was he truly meant to partake in the spoils? Suyu approached the colossal mushroom and traced a circle upon the ground with his greatsword, enclosing it within. Remain inside this circle. Do you understand? Goot. The mushroom regarded the circle beneath its stem, pondered for a moment, and tentatively extended a leg outward. Smack. Suyu delivered a measured tap, guiding it back inside. Goob. The mushroom bobbed its cap repeatedly, having grasped the instruction. Satisfied that it comprehended, Suyu nodded and turned his gaze toward Gohang. Keep watch over it. Do not let it flee. Gohang. Thus Suyu was not inviting him to share in the spoils, but rather to serve as a watchdog for his pet. But the question remained. Could he not bring the pet into the light gate? And what did do not let it flee even imply? Could a pet truly betray its master? Gohang stood bewildered, his entourage equally confused. Suyu offered no further explanation and turned to stride through the light gate. His consciousness flickered for an instant, and upon regaining his bearings, he found himself in a wholly unfamiliar world. Before him lay a palace constructed entirely of or resembling white jade. At the palace entrance stood two humanoid automatons of identical appearance, their bodies a pale violet hue, each brandishing a white jade spear. Upon spotting Suyu, they lunged without hesitation. Clang! Suyu swung his sword, deflecting their attacks with ease, and countered with a single blow that sent them staggering. Remarkably feeble, aren't they? A single strike had already depleted roughly a third of each automaton's vitality. Suyu stepped forward, his mountain bone greatsword descending in a flurry, and dispatched them in mere moments. Yet his expression soon grew grave. These automatons are mechanical constructs crafted by design, not monsters. So the Pelican did not devour them. Naturally, whether the Pelican consumed them was secondary. The critical matter was that these automatons were artificially manufactured, forged by some entity, and positioned before this palace. They were not spontaneously generated by the apocalyptic game that had descended upon Earth. The distinction between these two origins was profoundly significant. According to the prompt panel, these automatons had been crafted by an entity named Dong. Suyu committed this information to memory before entering the palace. With merely that single step, he felt the world tilt and spin, disoriented and directionless. When his senses returned and he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered he stood within a sealed chamber. The chamber was neither vast nor cramped, approximately 100 square meters, with water crystals embedded in the walls casting a dim luminescence. By that faint light, Suyu realized others were present within the chamber. The fourth one. Only one more will suffice. A refined middle-aged man offered Suyu a gentle smile and gestured toward himself. I am Pei Jingyuan. What is your name, young brother? Suyu blinked, instantly comprehending that the palace beyond the purple light gate was internally connected. As long as one could defeat the automatons, one could enter the palace and be transported to this secret chamber. He nodded toward Pei Jingyuan. Suyu. Pei Jingyuan smiled. Young brother, your name coincides with that of someone on the ranking board. Suyu offered no reply and instead asked, did the three of you enter together? Pei Jingyuan nodded. Indeed. We defeated 6 automatons stationed before the palace and passed through to reach this place. 6 automatons. Suyu understood. The number of automatons before the palace evidently varied according to the number of individuals entering the light gate. That explained why the two he had faced were so weak. Even Gohang's group, however incompetent, could have overwhelmed them through sheer numbers. Suyu perused the prompt panel but found nothing particularly noteworthy, so he asked casually, when you mentioned needing one more person, what did you mean? Pei Jingyuan, we 3 were the first to arrive. Upon our arrival, a rabbit plush toy appeared here. It informed us that once 5 people had gathered in this chamber, it would reappear and reveal the method to escape the sealed room. Suyu escaped the sealed room. Pei Jingyuan nodded. This chamber is completely sealed. We must find a way to open that door. Suyu cast his gaze toward it, and indeed observed a wooden door secured shut requiring a key. He furrowed his brow slightly, but said nothing, instead pacing through the chamber to gather every possible detail. For some reason, since arriving in this chamber, an inexplicable sense of dissonance had taken root within him. Why did the rabbit plush not remain in the chamber continuously? Why had it vanished after delivering its crucial information to Pei Jingyuan? What logic governed these events? Suyu looked toward Pei Jingyuan. What would happen if a fifth person never appeared? Pei Jingyuan offered a wry smile. I do not know, but I suppose we should not expect such ill fortune. Suyu. His sense of dissonance deepened. Just then, accompanied by visibly rippling air, another person materialized out of thin air. She was a woman clad in cream-colored athletic attire, handsome in features with a graceful figure. Yet she carried an enormous hammer, creating a striking contrast. Upon her arrival, she immediately surveyed her surroundings with acute vigilance and instinctively distanced herself from Suyu and the other three. Pei Jingyuan observed this sequence, casting a barely perceptible glance towards Suyu. He thought to himself that this was precisely how a rational person should react, suddenly materializing in an unfamiliar environment and discovering strangers nearby. In the aftermath of the apocalyptic game's descent, which had shattered all prior order, the vast majority of people would inevitably display heightened alertness. Yet Suyu displayed none of this. From the moment Suyu appeared, Pei Jingyuan had been observing him, yet found no trace of wariness in his eyes. Having ruled out the possibility that Suyu was merely a naive youth or overly trusting, only one conclusion remained. He was the Suyu ranked upon the leaderboard. Only absolute strength could permit one to stroll so unhurriedly through an alien environment. Thus Pei Jingyuan had deduced Suyu's identity. But he did not speak it aloud. Instead, he deliberately referred to it as a coincidence of names. For in doing so, he could better cultivate his own persona, and thereby, if this persona can take root and convince an absolute powerhouse such as Suyu, my comprehensive combat value will surely surge. Pei Jingyuan suppressed his inner thoughts and offered a gentle smile toward the woman in the cream-yellow tracksuit. Hello, my name is Pei Jingyuan. With you here, our group is finally complete. By the way, what should I call you? Li Yuanyan. What did you mean by what you just said? Knock knock. Before Pei Jingyuan could explain, a rather playful voice rang out from the corner of the wall. Everyone instinctively looked toward the direction the sound had come from, yet saw nothing at all. But when they turned back around, they discovered a stuffed rabbit doll floating in midair before them. It was a somewhat tattered rabbit plush, looking a little faded and yellowed with patches stitched across its belly. In its hand was a carrot, and it was pointing this carrot at Suyu and the others. Whoa, everyone's finally here. Then our game can begin. This key can open that door over there. Go on, go play the game that belongs to you. Have fun, have a wonderful time. As it spoke, it peeled open the patch on its belly and fished out an antique bronze-colored key. Pei Jingyuan was caught off guard. Wait, didn't you say that once everyone was gathered you'd have us solve the escape room? The rabbit doll let out a great laugh. Ha ha, just kidding, fooled you. How could you fall for that? Pei Jingyuan. Suyu. Anyway, just hand the key over to me first. Pei Jingyuan drew a deep breath, reined in the anger from being mocked, and was about to nod and let Suyu take the key. But just then Li Yuanyan suddenly spoke up. I think this key might be better kept by me. Pei Jingyuan's heart stirred. He decisively chose to remain silent and looked towards Suyu. He wanted to see what Suyu would do so he could determine what kind of person Suyu was. He could then adjust the method he used to build his persona. Then he watched Suyu completely ignore Li Yuanyan and take the key straight from the rabbit doll's hand. Name unknown. Category item. Quality unknown. Effect unknown. Effect unlocks upon revealing name. Evaluation unknown. Evaluation unlocks upon revealing name. Li Yuanyan narrowed her eyes but did not flare up, behaving as though she had never said a word. She even smiled and asked Suyu, Young man, could you share this key's information with me? Suyu nodded and shared the key's information with her. Witnessing this, Pei Jingyuan sighed inwardly and realized that neither of these two would be easily swayed by emotion. Of course, anyone who could seize a purple light portal, defeat those formidable puppets, and make it all the way here could hardly be ordinary. As this thought crossed his mind, he looked at the key information Suyu had shared. This is almost entirely unknown. No wonder Suyu had shared it without hesitation. Turns out there was nothing useful to share. Finding nothing of value in the information, Li Yuanyan said directly, Then let's open the door. But Suyu made no move. Instead, he looked at the rabbit doll. Why are you still here? Rabbit doll. The crimson crystal orbs embedded in its face that served as eyes flickered rapidly. None of your business. Suyu. Oh. With that, he began walking step by step toward the wooden door. The rabbit doll fixed its gaze on him. Suyu soon reached the wooden door, then suddenly stopped moving. Pei Jingyuan and the others had been following behind him. Seeing him stop, they halted as well. Li Yuanyan was puzzled. What's wrong? Why aren't you opening the door? Suyu remained perfectly still. Both Pei Jingyuan and Li Yuanyan furrowed their brows, unable to figure out what trick Suyu was playing. Yet they both sensed that something was not quite right. So wordlessly and tacitly, they chose to trust Suyu. Pei Jingyuan chose to trust Suyu because he had deduced that Suyu was that figure from the heavenly ladder rankings. As for Li Yuanyan, she simply believed that Suyu and Pei Jingyuan's group were allies. They had numbers on their side while she stood alone. There was no need to invite trouble upon herself. Behind them, the rabbit doll watched as none of them moved to open the door, its crimson eyes flickering. This standoff lasted a full 2 minutes, then the rabbit doll suddenly spoke up to urge them along. If you don't open the door soon, I will be forced to declare your game a failure. Oh, pretty bold of you. Suyu turned around, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at the rabbit doll. Already losing your patience. Pei Jingyuan was stunned, immediately looked toward the rabbit doll, alarm bells ringing in his heart. Brother Su, what do you mean by that? It's simple. Just wait patiently for a moment, and you'll have your answer. The others were baffled, unable to grasp Suyu's meaning. Yet the rabbit doll fell silent, not a single word escaping it. Seeing this, Pei Jingyuan grew even more perplexed, and suddenly felt a faint sense of helplessness creeping over him. Since the Apocalypse game descended, he had risen swiftly to prominence thanks to his profession, persona architect, and his finely honed acting skills. But only now did he realize that his profession was poorly suited for high-stakes matches. It was meant for farming noobs in easy lobbies. By now he had essentially abandoned the idea of crafting a persona to win Suyu's trust and reap benefits from it. Because he simply couldn't see through Suyu, couldn't fathom Suyu's thoughts, and couldn't even keep pace with Suyu's line of reasoning. If that was the case, how could he possibly prescribe the right remedy and make Suyu believe in the persona he had crafted? The easy lobbies are still my domain. Crafting a persona in front of those people was so effortless. Pei Jingyuan glanced at the two people trailing behind him, neither of whom had spoken a word. These two were his followers, tools he employed to further refine his persona. He had originally been waiting for Suyu to ask why these two never spoke. Then he could have said that these two were mute, and gradually unfold his persona from there. Who would have thought? Suyu simply never asked at all. Pei Jingyuan was dying to know. Didn't Suyu feel any curiosity about why the two people following him never spoke? Unable to figure it out, he simply stopped trying, emptied his mind, and prepared to sit back and watch the show. As for worrying about being declared a failure and needing to snatch the key from Suyu's hands to save time, Pei Jingyuan wasn't quite ready to die just yet. Seconds ticked by one after another. Suddenly the air at a nearby spot rippled visibly, and another person materialized within the chamber. The sixth person, Pei Jingyuan cried out in shock. How is that possible? He looked toward the silent rabbit doll, his mind short-circuiting for a brief moment. Didn't that rabbit doll tell him that 5 people needed to be gathered before the game could begin? So why was a 6th person appearing now? Wait, no, that's not right. Pei Jingyuan's face changed. He stepped back step by step, smoothly positioning Suyu in front of him as a shield. That was the 7th person just now? Correct. Suyu nodded slowly, a smile in his eyes as he looked toward the rabbit doll. Enough pretending. Come on out. A low velvety laugh emerged from within the rabbit doll as it regarded Suyu with curiosity. Can you tell me where things went wrong? How did you figure out that I was also a player? The rabbit plush was actually a player. This was far beyond Pei Jingyuan's expectations. His face turned ashen, unable to accept the truth that he had been fooled from the very beginning. If he wanted to craft the persona of a fool, then he had perhaps already succeeded. You scoundrel, what is your true motive for doing this? Heh. The rabbit plush disregarded Pei Jingyuan entirely, instead fixing his attention intently on Suyu. May I ask, how did you determine that I am a player? Haven't you noticed? The role you're playing is quite redundant, wouldn't you agree? Redundant. Simply put, it serves no purpose. Nothing changes whether you're here or not. The rabbit plush remained silent. Suyu continued. I also suspect your transformation into this form comes with some kind of time limit, doesn't it? Otherwise you wouldn't have simply vanished before us. You couldn't be certain how long it would take to gather all 5 people together. The rabbit plush nodded in agreement, then shed its costume as everyone watched. Standing before them was a diminutive boy roughly 5 feet tall with delicate features. He turned to Suyu. You're Suyu, correct? You're remarkably skilled, far superior to some fool. Pei Jingyuan. His fists clenched instantly. This was the first time in his life he had been called a fool, yet he found himself unable to deny it, for the truth was undeniable. He had indeed been deceived. Still, Pei Jingyuan couldn't help but feel the blame shouldn't fall entirely on him. Who would have suspected that something appearing to be an NPC in that sealed room was actually a player in disguise? What could possibly be his motive? Could it be tied to his profession as well? Pei Jingyuan's expression shifted subtly, and he moved closer to Suyu, whispering urgently near his ear. Young brother Su, certain professions grant advantages based on specific actions. He made the decisive choice to share this intelligence with Suyu. His intention being clear, he wouldn't let some wretched brat gain any advantage over Suyu. After all, he had already abandoned any pretense of maintaining an image before Suyu. If he couldn't reap benefits from such an overwhelmingly powerful figure, then no one else would either. What he didn't realize was that Suyu had already been aware of this. During his earlier encounter with Su Xiongbai, Suyu had deduced that certain professions might yield advantages tied to specific behaviors. This was precisely why the rabbit plush in the sealed room seemed so anomalous to him. Though this observation alone wasn't the deciding factor in his judgment, the real reason was rather mundane. It came down to one fact: Suyu's stats were extraordinarily high. High enough that when the rabbit plush deliberately made noise in a corner and briefly appeared behind everyone using some skill, Suyu caught a glimpse of a blurred dark shadow flashing past. It was rather awkward. The rabbit plush must have been confident its skill would go unnoticed, given that everyone's stats were still relatively low at this stage. But Suyu was the exception. He lacked flashy active skills like the rabbit plush possessed, yet his stats were simply too high. No, sufficiently high, didn't capture it. At this stage his stats were off the charts. In the face of pure numerical dominance, every other consideration became irrelevant. Perhaps that was the true allure of stats. So you lied to me, right? Yes. Then how do you intend to make it right? With your life? Please don't kill me. The little boy raised his hands in surrender. I'm useful. I can get you anything you want. He surrendered quickly, clearly having guessed Suyu's identity as well. Suyu raised an eyebrow. First tell me your name. Wu Qinglin. The surname triggered something in Suyu's mind. He scrutinized Wu Qinglin from head to toe. What's your father's name? Wu Qinglin was taken aback. He paused momentarily, unable to fathom Suyu's train of thought. What made his questions so unpredictable? Asking his own name was one thing, but why probe about his father? Was Suyu treating this like a household registration check? Yet wary of Suyu's presumed strength, he answered honestly. Wu Tao. Wu Tao. Suyu asked calmly, which Tao? The one with the water radical on the left and longevity on the right. Suyu nodded. Oh, then what does your father do for a living? My father is a director, though not a particularly well-known one. Suyu nodded. That makes sense. Wu Qinglin. He paused, then pressed. What do you mean by that? Suyu replied with a knowing smile. No wonder you're so short. It's hereditary. Wu Qinglin's eyes widened in shock. You know my dad? Call me uncle first. Wu Qinglin complied immediately. Uncle. Suyu acknowledged. All right. Since you called me uncle, I'll overlook your deception, for now. Wu Qinglin ignored this entirely, his expression anxious. Uncle Suyu, is my father doing all right? He hasn't died, has he? With all that fat and his terrible temper, I've always worried he'd be killed by monsters or beaten to death in conflicts. I've been trying to grow stronger quickly so I could go find him in Fengtai City. He mentioned going there on business. Suyu was speechless. Good heavens, this kid was actually quite filial. Seeing Suyu's silence, Wu Qinglin panicked. And no way, my dad, Your father is alive. He's currently with me at our base, very much alive. That's great. Wu Qinglin breathed a sigh of relief, his joy evident. Oh right. He hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? Wait a minute, which one of you is actually the father here? Suyu found himself at a loss for words. He usually heard this from the father's side. No trouble at all. Your father is quite capable. His profession is Wild King, and he's been very helpful. Also, he worries about you greatly, though it seems you're already far stronger than him. Suyu remembered back when the apocalyptic game first descended. Wu Tao's first words were all about finding his son. Tisk, he never expected to run into Wu Tao's son before actually meeting his father. Wu Qinglin had no idea what Suyu was contemplating. But when he heard Wu Tao expressing concern for him, a wry smile crossed his face. Worried. Never mind, let's not talk about that. Here, take this item. It's a gift for you, uncle. And this one, please pass it on to my father for me. Oh, and please tell him I can't come find him right now because I've encountered. Wu Qinglin hesitated, leaving the thought unfinished as he handed Suyu two identical items. Name Death Replacement Doll, category item, quality green, effect upon receiving a fatal attack the doll shatters to absorb the damage. Maximum damage absorption is capped at 100 points. Evaluation, amateur craftsmanship, but promising potential. Perhaps you'll become a master doll maker. Suyu accepted the doll, without hesitation, tucking it away casually, then asked curiously, what have you encountered? I encountered one. Wu Qinglin's face was contorted with inner struggle, but in the end he spoke the truth. Uncle Suyu, did you know? Some monsters can actually communicate, and you can even learn skills from them. No, wait. That kind of being probably isn't a monster, they should be called neutral creatures. Neutral creatures. Suyu immediately thought of the giant mushroom, but quickly dismissed the notion. So you're saying this apocalyptic game has NPCs too? Beside them, Pei Jingyuan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. As he spoke, he glanced at Wu Qinglin, his heart brimming with envy. Why the envy? The reason was simple. Wu Qinglin could address Suyu as uncle. If it were possible, Pei Jingyuan would love to acknowledge Suyu as his uncle right now. What a rare and mighty patron to have. As long as Suyu could maintain his ranking on the Doomsday ladder, his future status would be absolutely unshakable. Having failed in his very first high-stakes match, Pei Jingyuan had lost all motivation to struggle. He only wanted to latch on to powerful allies now. NPC, you could say that, I suppose. Pretty much. Wu Qinglin nodded and continued, my class is puppeteer. Originally, I wasn't able to craft puppets. But I met a very beautiful elder sister, a neutral creature, and she taught me the puppet crafting skill. Is this puppet crafting skill an active skill, or do you also have separate life skill categories? I don't think there's really a distinction called life skills. Puppet crafting is an active skill. Oh, Suyu nodded, instantly losing interest in the skill, and said instead. Wu Qinglin attempted to ingratiate himself with Suyu. This is the only thing left. He produced a piece of parchment. Suyu lowered his gaze to read the words inscribed upon it. When you return to this place, whoever possesses the most red candles shall claim the finest reward. Pei Jingyuan and Li Yuanyan crowded closer, bending down to examine the parchment's contents. In addition to the two of them, another person who had been overlooked all this while also pressed forward. Red candles. That person spoke slowly, and Pei Jingyuan, standing beside him, trembled, as if startled by some sudden stimulus. No, wait. Who are you? When did you even show up? Pei Jingyuan stared at the person pressed up against his side, his face a mask of pure terror. That person scratched his head and offered an embarrassed smile. Big bro, what are you saying? Didn't you see me arrive earlier? Pei Jingyuan stammered, I think I did see you. You were the 7th person to arrive here, but He furrowed his brow, realizing he must have subconsciously ignored this person's existence. The result was that he had completely forgotten such a person even existed. It wasn't just him. Wu Qinglin and Li Yuanyan were the same way. The only one unaffected was Suyu. He watched the theatrically startled Pei Jingyuan and felt utterly exasperated. This fellow appeared quite sharp-minded. How could he possibly be suffering from amnesia? Ahem, it's probably because of my class. My name is Gu Sunin, and my class is. Gu Sunin began preparing to explain. But as he spoke, he noticed everyone had stopped paying him any attention whatsoever, turning instead to gaze at the parchment. It was as if that entire moment had never occurred at all. Gu Sunin fell silent, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Gu Sunin. Sounds like the name of some award-winning actor, doesn't it? Suyu looked up regarding him with keen interest. You weren't affected by my passive skill. Gu Sunin's heart leaped with joy. At last someone he could actually converse with. Upon hearing it was a passive skill, Suyu's face immediately filled with appreciation. I see now. That explains their strange reactions. Gu Sunin nodded vigorously and sighed. Brother, you're the very first person to remain unaffected. Heaven finally took pity on me. At last I can have a proper conversation with someone. Beside them, Pei Jingyuan and the others reacted in various ways, clearly beginning to grasp the nature of the problem. Suyu paid them no further, he simply gesturing for Wu Qinglin to follow him. He then walked to the secret room's door, unlocked it, and pushed it open. Whoosh! A biting frigid wind surged into the room. Suyu narrowed his eyes. Beyond the door stretched a vast frozen wilderness of ice and snow. I thought it would be some sort of maze. Wu Qinglin trailed behind Suyu, utterly dumbfounded by the sight that greeted them beyond the door. Given the aesthetic of this secret room, the outside should have been some maze-like structure. One of Wu Qinglin's reasons for wanting to play the NPC role, beyond his class considerations, was one crucial factor: he wanted to scavenge leftovers. Since no one else possessed this vital information, once they ventured out, he could quietly trail behind them, letting them do the heavy lifting while he claimed the critical red candles for himself. Maximum gain with zero risk. But the problem was, beyond the door lay not the maze he had imagined, but an endless ice plain stretching to the horizon. Let's go. Suyu trudged through snow that reached past his ankles, each footstep producing a crisp crunching sound. Wu Qinglin followed closely behind. Pei Jingyuan hurried to Suyu's side. Young brother Su, let's stick together. Suyu regarded him with an amused expression. Pei Jingyuan grew uneasy under Suyu's gaze, his face stiffening. Be brother you. Much better when you speak like that. Suyu smiled. Tell me, who are those two to you? Just tools, brother you. You don't need to bother with them. They answer to me, and I answer to you. Pei Jingyuan rather bluntly laid out his entire hand. Moreover, to put Suyu at ease, he shared the details of one of his class skills with him. Name, persona, and position. Category: active skill class. Quality: purple. Effect: forcefully imposes a crafted persona onto a target. Requires a check against the target's physique, spirit, and mystery attributes. Upon a successful check, the target falls under the control of the imposed persona. Duration is determined by the charm attributes of both parties. Evaluation: you see, when you wear a mask long enough, it becomes impossible to take it off. What an utterly terrifying skill. Is this the might of an active skill? Suyu regarded Pei Jingyuan in silence, his expression utterly composed. Brother you, do you have any instructions for me? Nothing. Let's go. Suyu turned and walked away, leaving Pei Jingyuan utterly bewildered. He had thought that by voluntarily exposing his hand he might earn at least a measure of Suyu's trust. But judging from Suyu's reaction, had he actually earned it? No matter what, he told me to follow him, so I'll follow for now. This is someone I absolutely must befriend. Though he's not much use right now, when order is rebuilt in the future his value will be immense. Pei Jingyuan chose to follow Suyu, and Li Yuanyan silently fell in behind as well. She was no fool. She could perceive the vague aura of reverence these people held towards Suyu, and could roughly deduce some crucial information. But most importantly, she had absolutely no sense of direction. In this frozen wasteland, don't talk about red candles. We can't even find a single white one. Suyu and his companions had been walking across this icy plain for 15 minutes, yet had found absolutely nothing. Pei Jingyuan sighed, having no idea how to break this impasse. Li Yuanyan remarked, this light gate is such a scam. I thought it was just another monster-clearing dungeon. She idly swung the enormous hammer in her hands. Suyu suddenly halted, his steps a flicker of puzzlement crossing his face. He had spotted a house in the distance, one that looked remarkably familiar. Examining it more closely, he found its design identical to the dwelling he had been in before. Was this some sort of ghostly trap? Suyu quickly dismissed the notion, for he could see several people emerging together from that very house. Uncle Suyu, what's wrong? Wu Qinglin, noticing Suyu had stopped, immediately asked in confusion. His constitution was far inferior to Suyu's, and his eyesight along with it. What Suyu could perceive remained invisible to him. We are not the only ones on this icy plain. The moment Suyu's words fell, Pei Jingyuan's heart gave a jolt. He hurriedly asked, brother, you mean to say there are many other competitors here? Li Yuanyan contemplated. If that's truly the case, it's quite possible that different purple light gates all lead to the same place. Paging Yuan's expression shifted slightly. If that's so, doesn't that mean we might encounter the number 1 on the Heaven Stair ranking here? Suyu shook his head and pressed forward, gradually quickening his pace. He intended to meet those people and gather information. The others hastened to keep up. Of course, the reason they could keep up at all was that Suyu wasn't traveling at full speed. In fact, he was exerting merely 20% of his strength. Yet even so, they struggled tremendously to match his pace, their hearts filled with sheer astonishment. Previously within the room, Suyu had not made a move, so they hadn't truly grasped just how vast the gap between them and him truly was. But at this moment, they understood with piercing clarity exactly how great the difference between themselves and those on the Heaven Stair ranking truly was. A moment later, the two groups met face to face. Suyu noticed that the people opposite them were all wearing school uniforms. They appeared to be high school students. He came straight to the point. What is your mission? A young man regarded Suyu with palpable wariness. Why should we tell you? Suyu's expression remained impassive. Because I'm stronger than all of you combined. The young man. Such a brutally honest reason. He found himself utterly unable to refute it. In the next instant, he felt the world spin around him. By the time he came to his senses, he discovered his head had been plunged into the snow. Throughout the entire ordeal, he had possessed not the slightest capacity to resist, as though he were nothing more than a toy to be manipulated at will. Immediately after, he felt a tremendous force drag him from the snow, shaking him back and forth as casually as one might wring out a rag. There you go. I've shaken all the snow off your hair. No need to thank me. The young man staggered and collapsed to the ground, feeling slightly nauseous, but above all utterly terrified. His overall combat power reached a staggering 65 points, higher than even boss-tier monsters of the same level. Before entering this place, he had been a figure of unrivaled dominance, and the girl who had once been his unattainable crush had become increasingly warm toward him. He had believed himself to have ascended to the very pinnacle of life. But after regaining his composure and gazing at Suyu's utterly tranquil expression, he concluded that his life still possessed considerable room for upward growth. And quite substantial room at that. He rose to his feet and said quietly, "Our mission is to collect white candles. Whoever collects more will receive better rewards." There really are white candles. Pei Jingyuan was stunned. He had spoken those words offhandedly earlier, never expecting them to be true. Still, in this frozen wasteland, searching for white candles would prove far more difficult than searching for red ones. The young man glanced at him and said nothing. Suyu's brow furrowed slightly, an inexplicable sense that something was amiss nagging at him. After a moment's consideration, he addressed the students. "From now on, you will travel with us." Before those students could even react, Pei Jingyuan felt a twinge of sourness in his heart. If possible, he would have much preferred it to be just himself and Suyu alone. Only then could they properly cultivate their bond and forge a deeper connection. With more and more people gathering, it was foreseeable that this powerful leg to cling to would become increasingly difficult to embrace. Understood. Intimidated by Suyu's display of force, the young man could only comply. "My name is Han Baron. May I have yours?" "Suyu." "Suyu." A girl of striking features stepped forward, gracefully bestowing upon Suyu a sweet, radiant smile. "Are you the Suyu from the Heaven Stair ranking? No wonder you're so incredibly powerful." Han Baron glanced toward her, his expression momentarily dazed. He had never once witnessed his own unattainable goddess smile so sweetly at anyone else. If only she would smile at him like that. How wonderful it would be. But then he noticed that Suyu had paid his goddess no attention whatsoever, turning to walk away. Fong Yuyu's smile froze on her face, her expression falling into visible dejection, a sight that made Han Baron's heart ache with sympathy. However, having just been toyed with like a puppet by Suyu moments ago, he did not dare utter a single word. Fong Yuyu's peripheral vision caught the expression on his face, and a wave of inexplicable disdain rose within her. In her eyes, Han Baron was merely a man blessed with fortune who had obtained a powerful class. Deep down, he remained thoroughly cowardly. Such a man was someone she could never bring herself to look upon favorably. She had only shown him any courtesy because she needed to exploit his combat power. But now, gazing at Suyu's retreating back, an inexplicable surge of fighting spirit welled up within Fong Yuyu. Suyu, a man of such caliber, is the one I should be pursuing. The way he didn't even spare me a glance, just now. Such commanding presence. It was as though she herself had once been the one to ignore those boys who had so eagerly courted her favor. Pei Jingyuan, who had witnessed this entire scene, chuckled inwardly. The thoughts of these students were simply too easy to read. If only Suyu's thoughts were equally easy to discern. But the most pressing matter now is to figure out how to find the white candles and the red candles. Mulling this over, Pei Jingyuan regarded Suyu with a contemplative gleam in his eyes. Could it be that Suyu had already formed some kind of plan? The answer was naturally no. Suyu was no scheming genius. He simply possessed somewhat higher stats than others. The group trekked across the snowy plain, each member deeply engrossed in thought, while remaining vigilant of their surroundings, terrified of overlooking anything. Meanwhile, outside a certain house somewhere on the snowy plain, another group of people had gathered together. "My crow has spotted new prey." "How many?" 12. "That's too many people. With Dr. Lin here, what is there to fear? Let's go." Walking at the forefront of the group, Suyu came to a halt once more. "Someone is coming." He observed with keen interest the group of people striding purposefully toward them from the distance. Their target was remarkably clear. It was obvious they were heading straight for Su Yu's group. He raised a hand. Rest here. Wait for them to come to us. Pei Jingyuan and the others had also noticed that Su Yu possessed some form of perception ability that allowed him to sense things they could not in advance. They speculated it must be some kind of skill. But regrettably their guess was entirely wrong. It was simply because Su Yu's eyesight was far superior to theirs. They would likely never guess that this was the truth. Of course that was irrelevant. What mattered was that they now obeyed Su Yu's commands without question. And Su Yu's sudden halt caused the opposing group to hesitate, uncertain of how to proceed. The leader of that group was the one called Dr. Lin. Do not be mistaken, Dr. Lin was not actually a doctor. Lin Yuan, before the advent of the Doomsday game, had been a genuine mental patient. The kind who needed to be restrained in a straitjacket. Yet after the Doomsday game descended, his mental illness miraculously showed signs of improvement. And as fortune would have it, he awakened an extraordinarily powerful skill. Those following him were originally doctors from that private psychiatric hospital. Among them was one, Su Rong, Lin Yuan's attending physician. Of course it was no longer the doctors who watched over Lin Yuan now, but Lin Yuan who commanded them. In a sense, a complete reversal of their former roles had occurred. At this moment, Su Rong, who had been controlling a crow to monitor Su Yu and his group, spoke slowly. Dr. Lin, they've suddenly stopped. I've noticed patient number 1. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm as he continued forward. Keep following me. Upon hearing Lin Yuan address him as patient number 1, the corner of Su Rong's mouth twitched involuntarily. He had always believed Lin Yuan's mental illness had never truly healed, only that he could now think like a normal person. Before long, Lin Yuan led his band of doctors to a spot several dozen meters ahead of Su Yu's group. He tilted his head, observed Su Yu standing at the front of the group, and suddenly smiled. Why are you waiting for me here? What is your mission? Lin Yuan grinned, his eyes wild with madness. His form flashed, and in the next instant he appeared before Su Yu. Without a word, the fingernails on both his hands suddenly elongated, gleaming coldly as he lunged towards Su Yu's heart. His movements were so swift that even Pei Jingyuan and the others failed to react. Smack! Su Yu casually delivered a slap across Lin Yuan's face, sending him spinning through the air like a top before he crashed into the snow with a heavy thud. At this sight, Pei Jingyuan and the others fell silent, gaining a deeper understanding of Su Yu's strength. Lin Yuan clutched half his face, struggling to rise from the snow. When he looked at Su Yu, his eyes had cleared entirely. Mainly because it had been utterly terrifying. That single slap had shaved off a third of his health. Seeing him stand, Su Yu strode forward, the mountain remains great sword in his hand, aimed directly at Lin Yuan's skull. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted. Without hesitation, he shut his eyes tightly. It's all an illusion. In the next instant, Su Yu's greatsword passed straight through his body, inflicting not the slightest wound. Lin Yuan's face turned deathly pale. He retreated rapidly and activated yet another skill. His body began to twist and distort as though he had stepped into another world entirely. Then in the blink of an eye, he vanished from before Su Yu. A spatial teleportation skill, or some other kind of displacement ability. Su Yu frowned, his gaze sweeping across the landscape, yet Lin Yuan was nowhere to be seen. He turned his attention instead to those who had accompanied Lin Yuan, a glint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. They were dressed in identical hospital gowns with numbers inked on their foreheads ranging from 1 to 9. Thud! Without a moment's hesitation, Su Rong, Lin Yuan's attending physician, dropped to his knees before Su Yu, tears glistening in his eyes. Big brother, thank you for delivering us from our suffering. It wasn't long before the others in hospital gowns caught on mimicking his gesture, leaving Pei Jingyuan and the rest utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Su Rong had already begun his tearful denunciation of Lin Yuan. That man was mentally ill. We were doctors at the psychiatric hospital. Then the Doomsday game arrived, and while he can think like a normal person, now his illness clearly never truly healed. He forced us to wear hospital gowns, and even wrote numbers on our foreheads with a brush. Because I was his attending physician, he wrote a 1 on mine and declared me patient number 1. And for some inexplicable reason, he's an incredible fighter. We wanted to escape, but escape was impossible. But now things are different. You've driven him away. You've saved our lives. Su Yu blinked, then stated with absolute certainty, in that case you're all doomed. Su Yu regarded him with a look of pity. Once you leave this place, won't you still encounter him back in reality? Su Rong. That's right. Especially since he had knelt before this very person, just to save his own skin. Who knew whether Lin Yuan had some way of knowing what he was doing right now? What if Lin Yuan hadn't actually left, and was instead concealed somewhere nearby by some method? The thought drained the color from Su Rong's face. Despair consumed him entirely. Unless we put an end to that Lin Yuan right here. Su Rong murmured to himself, a ruthless gleam surfacing in his eyes. Su Yu, what is your mission? Su Rong suddenly looked up at Su Yu. Lin Yuan has red candles. He also has white candles. Su Yu, where did you obtain them? Su Rong, well, he led us to slay several monsters, and the candles dropped from them. Su Yu, if that's the case, why did he try to kill me? Su Rong, because he assumed you must have killed monsters too, and that you had candles on you. Su Yu, you're lying. Su Rong's heart lurched. Unsure where the slip had occurred, he could only press on stubbornly. I'm not lying. Everything I've said is the truth. Heh. Su Yu slowly lifted his gaze toward the sky. The crow that had been trailing them in the distance was no longer there. The moment Lin Yuan and his group had begun approaching with clear intent, he had realized they had been targeting him. The question was, how had they been detected? The answer was self-evident. Moreover, Su Yu recalled that the crow had been following them from the very beginning, which meant their every movement had been under surveillance all along. Su Yu surmised that the crow's master had ordered it to stake out rooms. Once a door opened and someone emerged, they would be spotted and subsequently hunted down. If that were so, how could they possibly be unaware of whether his group had encountered any monsters? It made no sense at all. And as for the crow's sudden disappearance, were they gambling that he had never noticed such a crow in the first place? But upon seeing Su Yu look skyward, Su Rong's face drained of color and his body swayed unsteadily. What a pity. Lin Yuan has an escape skill. We couldn't take him down here. Su Rong muttered, accepting his fate as he closed his eyes. In truth, he had not immediately alerted Lin Yuan the moment he saw Lin Chong and the others leaving the room. In reality, he could control 7 crows in total, but more often than not he would withhold the truth from Lin Yuan. He would wait until he spotted someone displaying formidable strength before informing Lin Yuan that the crows had found enemies. His reason for doing so was that he wanted Lin Yuan to encounter powerful foes who might wound him or even kill him. When he witnessed Su Yu's strength through the crow's eyes, he could hardly contain his elation. He had glimpsed the hope of Lin Yuan's demise. At that moment he had already begun crafting his defense. Though victory was far from certain, when there was even a chance of winning, he was willing to gamble. Alas, he had gambled and lost. Su Yu had seen straight through his lies. Equally unfortunate was that he had no idea Lin Yuan possessed such a formidable life preservation skill, because never before had anyone forced Lin Yuan into such a desperate retreat. Tell me, how does one obtain the white candle and the red candle? Su Rong had not been met with the death he anticipated. He opened his eyes to find Su Yu gazing at him with an expression of utter indifference. After a moment's deliberation, he ventured in a low voice, I believe you have already deduced the answer. Su Yu replied, Ma'am, but I require you to speak it aloud with your own lips so that I may verify it. Su Rong trembled almost imperceptibly. He understood the double meaning woven into those words. Should he attempt deception, Su Yu would slay him on the spot, thereby confirming the answer that already resided in his mind. Killing people. Su Rong drew a deep breath and spoke the truth. When a person dies, their flesh and blood mingle with the snow to form the red candle. Their bones upon contact with the snow become the white candle. This is the method by which one obtains the red and white candles. The moment these words fell, alarm bells rang in the hearts of everyone present save for Su Yu and Wu Qinglin. The reason was simple. Because of Su Yu's existence, they found it nearly impossible to feel secure. They knew not whether Su Yu would unleash a bloodbath for the sake of rewards. After all, this was a violet light gate, and by its hue it should be the most exalted tier among the gates that had descended. And would Su Yu truly remain unmoved by the rewards merely to preserve his ranking on the Heaven Stair rankings? The answer naturally was that he was not so indifferent as all that. Yet neither was he so consumed by desire as to lose all reason, for who could say what the ultimate reward might be? Su Yu thought it far better to be granted a few monsters to slay, at the very least yielding attributes and specialties to claim. However, he had no intention of allowing Lin Yuan to leave this place alive. Those who had revealed murderous intent toward him, Su Yu naturally had no intention of letting them go. He turned his gaze upon Su Rong. Find Lin Yuan. Locate him, and you may yet live. Su Rong was startled, then seized by an inexpressible surge of elation. Agreed, I'll search for him at once. I'm remarkably adept at finding people. Nor was he alone. The remaining psychiatrists were equally beside themselves with joy. Though they themselves lacked the skill to locate anyone, they now entrusted all their hopes to Su Rong. Beyond them, even Pei Jingyuan and the others ardently wished for Lin Yuan to be found. For once Lin Yuan was found and slain by Su Yu, there would be red and white candles aplenty. In such a case, perhaps, Su Yu would not choose to turn his blade against the rest. Of course, this was entirely a case of measuring the heart of a gentleman by the yardstick of a petty man's own. Had Su Yu truly wished to slay them, he would have acted long ago. Ahem, truth be told, I too possess a certain talent for locating people. A voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling everyone present. Pei Jingyuan recovered first, turning around to gaze at Gu Sunin with an expression of utter speechlessness. Are you aware of how utterly terrifying you are? I cannot be blamed. This is the unfortunate consequence of my wretched profession. Gu Sunin offered a wry smile, then turned to Su Yu. I possess a skill that may be capable of locating Lin Yuan. Su Yu inclined his head slightly. My gratitude. Upon hearing those words of thanks, Gu Sunin felt quite overwhelmed by the honor. I merely wish to try. It may not succeed. Having spoken thus, he closed his eyes, and his entire form vanished from the spot. Su Yu raised a brow. Even he could no longer detect Gu Sunin's presence. One had to admit that these peculiar professions had indeed given rise to a bewildering array of extravagant active skills. Su Rong and Gu Sunin gave their all, and commenced the search for Lin Yuan. Yet Lin Yuan seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, leaving not the slightest trace. A moment later, Su Rong's expression grew exceedingly grim. I dispatched ravens to scour the 4 directions, yet found not so much as a glimpse of his figure. He must be aware of my skill. Perhaps he has concealed himself beneath the snow, rendering my ravens incapable of detecting him. This was a snowfield, and burrowing into the thick blanket of snow was undoubtedly an excellent method of evading aerial reconnaissance. I have found him. Su Rong started violently, not from joy but purely from fright. He glanced to his left, and beheld Gu Sunan standing there, a presence he had utterly failed to detect moments ago. It was only when Gu Sunan spoke that he became aware of this person's existence. How utterly terrifying. Such an ability is practically the divine skill of assassination. This man shall undoubtedly achieve no small renown in days to come. Such thoughts flickered through Su Rong's mind, but he swiftly cast them aside. For Gu Sunan had found Lin Yuan. Where is he? He is. Gu Sunan spoke with urgent haste. He is running toward a room. He must be planning to turn in his candles and claim his reward. We must hurry, or we may very well fail to catch him. Impossible. I surveyed the nearby rooms with particular care. Su Rong objected reflexively. Yet he quickly realized that Lin Yuan might possess some manner of skill capable of obscuring vision. Su Yu seized hold of Gu Sunan by the back of his garment's direction. Over there, Wah. Oof. Su Yu launched forth like an arrow swift as lightning, and the latter half of Gu Sunan's words was swallowed by the biting gale. He felt as though he were soaring through the clouds, the snowy scenery hurtling backward at tremendous speed. How could this man's speed possibly be so terrifying? Gu Sunan could not comprehend, and could only marvel in his heart, sighing at the fact that Su Yu was indeed worthy of being the second ranked on the Heaven Stair rankings. Today I have truly seen the breadth of the world. A moment later, Su Yu could see with perfect clarity a small dark figure desperately fleeing in the distance. Beyond that dark figure, standing amidst the wind and snow, was a room. The two had already drawn close to one another. Brother Gu, my apologies. Wait for me here. Su Yu released his hold, freed from that burden of over 100 Jin. His speed surged yet further. Cough cough, it's quite all right. Gu Sunan plummeted in free fall, landing in the snow and getting a mouthful of it for his troubles. But this was not the matter that weighed most heavily upon his mind. The matter that troubled him most was whether Su Yu would still be able to locate him afterward. Certainly Su Yu had not overlooked him previously, but that was because the distance between them had been relatively short. Lost in such thoughts, Gu Sunan lapsed into silence. He surveyed his surroundings and realized that owing to Su Yu's prodigious speed, he had not the faintest recollection of the path back. To be precise, his mind was buzzing and feeling somewhat dizzy. He could not distinguish east from west. As for footprints, they had already been buried beneath the wind and snow. He suddenly felt as though he had already perished just a little. The wind howled. Su Yu burst forth with everything he had, catching up to Lin Yuan when the latter was still some 20 meters from the wooden cabin. No! Lin Yuan's eyes nearly split from their sockets in rage. He had long since noticed Su Yu pursuing him, yet there was nothing whatsoever he could do about it. For Su Yu's speed was too overwhelming. In the span of a single blink, the gap between them narrowed yet again. With his very life hanging by a thread, Lin Yuan could spare no thought for the aftereffects of unleashing certain skills. You force my hand. He tore off his own left arm in one savage motion and hurled it backward. In the next instant, that blood-drenched limb swelled upon the wind into a grotesque monstrosity of flesh and blood. Roar! The creature of flesh bellowed, charging towards Su Yu with reckless abandon, seeking to impede his advance. Yet Su Yu did not spare it so much as a glance. His figure flashed, and he evaded it outright. The flesh creature pursued with desperate fury, bellowing without cease, striving to draw near Su Yu and drag him down. But it was far too slow. Crack! When Lin Yuan was still but 2 steps from the room, Su Yu had already caught up to him. The mountain bone greatsword came crashing down, and in but a single instant it shattered what must have been countless bones within his body. Huh! A beast-like, guttural roar erupted from Lin Yuan's mouth. Contrary to all expectations, he turned his head back, his face bearing an expression of mortal resolve. Let's die together. As his words fell, a crimson glow flickered across Lin Yuan's body. At the same moment, the flesh abomination roared as it lunged before Su Yu. Su Yu neither dodged nor evaded. His mountain bone's greatsword crashed down with tremendous force, and Lin Yuan's skull shattered on impact, the crimson glow on his body dissipating into nothing. But in that very instant, the flesh abomination took a step forward, crashing into the room almost as if tripping over itself in its haste. Ha ha ha. Intoxicating peals of laughter rang out from within the room. I won. I'm submitting the candle. Oh, and I should thank you too, for helping me kill that maddened version of myself, ha ha. At this moment, all sounds fell silent. Su Yu's brows knit slightly as he lifted his gaze to peer into the room. In other words, the flesh abomination born from Lin Yuan's severed left arm moments ago, was that his true form? At present, Lin Yuan remained in the grotesque form of the flesh abomination. Or rather, he could only maintain this appearance henceforth. Such was the price, accompanied by a permanent reduction of numerous attributes, but he deemed it worthwhile. For he had survived, escaped the pursuit of the second-ranked hunter on the heavenly ladder. Moreover, he had obtained a reward. A reward. Reward. Why is there no response? Wasn't I supposed to leave after claiming it? The flesh abomination let loose an incredulous roar, descending into utter madness. Su Yu raised an eyebrow, pondered briefly, then used the mountain bone's great sword to prod Lin Yuan's corpse. As expected, a parchment scroll was discovered within. Unfurling it, he found its contents differed greatly from what was written on the parchment in his own hands. Seek out the white candles. Find 3 white candles and you shall receive the basic reward and be permitted to depart this place. Should you obtain more white candles, even greater rewards await you this. Suyu's lips twitched faintly as he surveyed the room before him. So that's how it is. From the very beginning this had all been a deception. The parchment was false, or rather it had been inscribed and placed within the room by some unknown entity. The text on these 2 parchments isn't even my native language. Suyu rubbed his brow, a headache beginning to form. The moment he became aware that something was amiss with the parchment, certain enchantments woven upon it lost their potency. Upon the parchment's surface the true script was revealed, an alphabet Suyu had never before encountered. Comparing the 2 parchments one could discern that the peculiar scripts upon them were entirely different. This is the clue, and precisely where I always sensed something was amiss. How could it possibly demand that different individuals collect red and white candles respectively? The mere thought of it defies reason. You gather red candles, I gather white candles, yet after slaying one another both kinds of candles burst forth. That is the greatest clue of all. The parchment was coaxing us into killing each other, which means, is killing prohibited here? Suyu's gaze flickered as he raised his head to look at Lin Yuan, now transformed into a flesh abomination within the room. The next moment, he stepped forward, the mountain bones bearing down upon him. One more makes little difference. No. Bereft of any power to resist, Lin Yuan wailed in despair, yet could not escape the fate of perishing beneath Suyu's blade. This time he was truly dead, utterly and completely. Flesh and shattered bones seeped through the doorway of the room, mingling with the snow, coalescing into 2 candles. One crystalline, translucent white candle, one red candle warm to the touch. Suyu weighed the 2 candles in his hand, his expression unreadable. Lin Yuan should have possessed even more candles upon him, but he had already submitted them, and those candles had vanished without a trace. Conversely, because of his death, several pieces of equipment and items had burst forth. Suyu cast a cursory glance over them, found nothing of value, and dismissed them without a second thought. But as for these 2 candles, what purpose might they actually serve? When Lin Yuan had submitted his candles, Suyu had witnessed with his own eyes and peculiar ceremonial sigil manifest. It was precisely into this sigil that Lin Yuan had cast those candles. Submitting them is out of the question. I'll hold on to these for now. Securing the 2 candles carefully, he turned and departed. After several steps, he suddenly halted, feeling as though something had slipped his mind. Never mind, must have been a misremembering. I don't have amnesia after all. After walking several hundred meters, more Suyu blinked, a vague recollection stirring at the edges of his mind. Gu Sunin. He remembered now. It was Gu Sunin who had located Lin Yuan and pointed him in the right direction. What a formidable effect. My current stats still aren't high enough. Apart from physique, everything else is rather mediocre. Gu Sunin's passive skill that diminished his presence was linked to the mysterious attribute. Suyu's mysterious attribute stood at 14 points thanks in part to the Lin Touch Mountain Goat. Though this mysterious attribute already exceeded that of most people, it still wasn't high enough. Gu Sunin specialized in the mysterious attribute at level 4 with a mysterious attribute of 15 points, 1 point higher than Suyu. It was precisely this single point disparity that had prevented Suyu from recalling Gu Sunin's existence immediately. A moment later, Gu Sunin gazed at the returning Suyu with undisguised delight. I knew Brother Su was formidable. Sure enough, you wouldn't forget me. Suyu nodded with an unruffled expression. That's only natural. He made no mention of having nearly forgotten him, deftly steering the conversation elsewhere. Let's go, we'll head back to rejoin the others. Alright. Gu Sunin exhaled a long breath, making no mention of the fact that his skill had detected Suyu straying off course along a stretch of the journey. The 2 walked in tandem, one ahead of the other, the atmosphere unexpectedly congenial. By the way, what exactly is the precise effect of your perception skill? It's rather abstract to explain. In essence, it has to do with presence. Oh, Suyu nodded. Can you perceive how many people occupy this snowfield? No, because I haven't seen them, I can't anchor their presence. Besides, this skill has quite a lengthy cooldown. As Gu Sunin spoke, he suddenly froze. Brother Su, is it just my imagination, or does the wind seem stronger here? Perhaps enough people have died. Gu Sunin stared blankly for an instant, utterly unable to comprehend Suyu's words. What did he mean by enough people having died? Suyu quickened his pace, and Gu Sunin hastened to keep up. And as time wore on, the wind grew ever more ferocious, the great snow it stirred billowing heavenward like a cascade of pear blossoms. By the time the 2 had located Pei Jingyuan, and the others, tornadoes had even begun to take shape in every direction. Amidst the howling of this boundless gale, a pillar of orange light surged skyward from the northwest. The long-absent chime of the panel notification echoed forth. Notice the fated hour has arrived. The Windbone's Snow Lord awakens. The awakening ritual stands at 89 completion. Notice survive at all costs. Endure 30 minutes to receive the basic reward and depart. Notice you may opt to hunt the Windbone Snow Lord and obtain the perfect reward. Warning: the Windbone Snow Lord is a sovereign class creature exceedingly powerful. Suyu received the notification, and naturally, so did the others. No way, isn't this game supposed to make us find the red candles? Wu Qinglin's eyes widened, the sudden turn of events plunging him into bewilderment. Pei Jingyuan, however, remained relatively composed. Hell, when you were deceiving us, did it ever cross your mind that you had been deceived from the very start? He had finally seized the chance to take a jab at Wu Qinglin. Let's run, Su Rong whispered. A sovereign-grade monster should rank above the boss level. Lin Yuan is already dead. He harbors no further desires. Su Yu shook his head. Above boss level comes overlord level, so sovereign level should be above overlord level. Su Rong's expression shifted slightly. Hearing Su Yu's explanation made him all the more eager to flee. Yet then he watched as Su Yu began walking toward the orange pillar of light. An incredulous notion took shape within his mind. Could it be that Su Yu intended to hunt and slay the wind, remain snow sovereign? It's not entirely impossible after all. He ranks second on the heavenly ladder. Su Rong clenched his teeth and chose to follow. The reason was simple. Su Yu had spared him before and even slain Lin Yuan, so he meant to repay that kindness. Of course, he also harbored hopes of betting on Su Yu's success and sharing in the spoils, but none of that mattered anymore, because his stake was his very life. Apart from him, all the other psychiatric patients chose to flee for survival. Among the rest, Wu Qinglin naturally followed Su Yu closely. Pei Jingyuan and Gu Sunan also chose to hunt the wind, remain snow sovereign, while the high school students and Li Yuanyan all opted to leave. Su Yu was indifferent to this. Everyone has their own choices, and there was nothing wrong with that. Right now, he only wanted to devour that wind, remain snow sovereign. What extraordinary specialties would a sovereign-grade monster possess? Since entering through the light gate, he had yet to claim a single victory. Now that a sovereign-grade monster had come knocking, could he possibly let it slip away? At the very same moment, the orange pillar of light gradually dissipated, revealing a figure within. It was a humanoid creature standing 2 meters tall, clad in pale blue resplendent armor, wielding a sharp, white-bone sword. Its complexion was pallid, its face indistinguishable from a human save for a water-blue ice crystal embedded at the center of its brow. Wind and snow spiraled around it, as though it were their sovereign, obeying its every command. No liberation. It murmured, taking a single step as if merging into the blizzard, its figure becoming so faint it was nearly invisible. In but half a minute it locked onto its first target through its unique perception. 3 figures in total, 2 men and 1 woman. The instant they beheld the wind, remain snow sovereign, they turned and fled without the slightest thought of resistance. But they ran too slowly. So slow that the wind, remain snow sovereign, even had time to summon a wisp of wind and snow, slowly polishing its bone sword. Meaningless. Its form flashed, and in the next instant a streak of fresh blood adorned the bone sword while 3 heads lay upon the snow. Immediately after, the corpses of those 3 transformed into red and white candles resting quietly in the snow. The wind, remain snow sovereign, raised its hand, and the thick snow surged forth, sweeping the red and white candles into its grasp. Crack, crack, it savored them as though tasting an unrivaled delicacy, chewing slowly and swallowing every last candle. The flavor this time is actually rather ordinary. It stood in place, savoring the aftertaste for a moment before at last lifting its foot to seek its second target. Suddenly it froze for an instant and turned its gaze toward the rear left. The wind and snow from that direction conveyed that several people were approaching together. So it halted its steps and waited patiently. Then it sensed that 5 of those people had come to a stop. Only one continued forward step by step until it stood directly before it. It regarded the newcomer. Why have the other 5 not come with you? Have they abandoned you? Su Yu's expression remained placid. You speak our language. The wind remains snow sovereign. Consider it a certain dark whim. Su Yu frowned. He could not yet comprehend those words. Can we communicate? No. Oh. Su Yu tightened his grip on the mountain remains greatsword and the Pelicans. I partially deciphered its panel. Name wind remains snow sovereign LV. 5 original LV. 40 sealed quality sovereign HP, 8000 energy, 1800 attributes, greatly weakened physique, 50 spirit, 40 mystery, 20 charisma, 20 luck, 5 specialties 1. Sovereignty of winter 2. Sovereign's will 3. Eternal winter body 4. Heart of everlasting frost sealed 5. Sealed 6. Sealed skills 1. Wind frost domain 2. Snow sovereign shadow 3. Extreme cold storm 4. Breath of eternal silence 5. Swordsmanship master level sealed 6. Sealed 7. Sealed comprehensive combat power 200 original 5500 sealed. This was the first time the Pelicans I had failed to fully decipher a monster's panel. The reason was precisely because the wind remains snow sovereign's original level was far too high. Before being sealed, it was a terrifying LV. 40 sovereign grade monster. Its original comprehensive combat power of 5500 was an utterly despairing figure. Fortunately, it was now sealed, its level reduced to LV. 5 with several specialties and skills rendered unusable. Yet even so, its comprehensive combat power still exceeded Su Yu's by 20 points. The sealed specialties must be even more powerful. Can I devour them? Su Yu did not retreat. As the saying goes, the fiercer the storm, the pricier the fish. Clash. In an instant, the mountain remains greatsword collided with the bone sword. The wind remains snow sovereign stumbled, and its gaze towards Su Yu shifted. It had not anticipated that this human strength could be so immense. If only my skill, swordsmanship master level, had not been sealed. The wind remains snow sovereign felt the pressure mounting. Its form flickered, and 3 identical versions of itself appeared before Suyu, attacking from different directions. Suyu retreated a single step, his figure swaying as he burst forth with a speed exceeding that of the wind, remained Snow Sovereign. Specialty: Wind Trace, Shadowless Sweep. While in continuous motion, the agility coefficient provided by the physique attribute will gradually increase up to a maximum of 30%. The agility coefficient encompasses far more than mere physical flexibility. What truly matters is its capacity to bestow neural reflex speed and dynamic visual acuity, far surpassing human limits. Therefore, Suyu's true forte was never direct confrontation, but evasion and mobile combat. In previous battles, his reliance on brute force was simply because his stats were superior. Slash, slash, slash. The sword cries were piercing through 2 phantoms in succession, and instantly locating the wind, remains Snow Sovereign's true body. Before it could react, the mountain remains greatsword crashed down upon its head. Boom. A layer of solid ice crystals materialized atop its head, intercepting the mountain remains greatsword by a hair's breadth, yet shattering instantly. The wind remains Snow Sovereign's expression remained impassive as the wind and snow around it transformed into blades assaulting Suyu. Simultaneously, it retreated a step and merged into the blizzard, utterly abandoning close combat with Suyu. Weakness found. The Lord of Wind and Snow remains was clever, or rather its combat instincts were razor-sharp. After only a handful of exchanges, it had already identified Suyu's vulnerabilities. Beyond his extraordinary physique, his spiritual and mystery attributes were both remarkably mediocre. The Lord of Wind and Snow remains, by contrast, was a being built primarily upon physique with spirit as its secondary foundation. Compared to the ever-shifting, unfathomable mystery path, the spirit path favored raw destructive spellcraft. Absolute blizzard. The Lord of Wind and Snow remains clenched its fist, and in an instant 3 miniature tornadoes took shape, sweeping up razor-sharp ice crystal shards as they surged towards Suyu. The icy storm moved with terrifying speed, surrounding Suyu in the blink of an eye, poised to tear him into shreds. Suyu's reflexes were equally swift. He neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he plunged headlong through one of the smaller ice storms, shattering the encirclement and charging straight toward the Lord of Wind and Snow remains. What an obstinate stone. The Lord of Wind and Snow remains. I twitched slightly. Though Suyu's magical resistance was low, his physique was simply too overwhelming. It allowed him to tank certain abilities head-on. Wait. His HP. Watching Suyu's health bar plummet far faster than anticipated, the Lord of Wind and Snow remains realized the truth in an instant. You don't have a template. Its only answer was Suyu's mountain remains greatsword. The Lord of Wind and Snow remains skill to meld into wind and snow had a cooldown. This strike it could not evade. At the same time, its ability to manifest ice crystals was also on cooldown. So this blow landed squarely upon its forehead. Crack. A faint sound of bone splintering rang out as the Lord of Wind and Snow remains was forced down onto one knee by the sheer force of the blow. Yet it smiled. Keep going. Let's trade blood and see who dies first. Suyu said nothing. His sword fell like a meteor, crashing savagely against the Lord of Wind and Snow remains body. -80, -95, -72. On its own, the damage was hardly insignificant, but the problem was that the Lord of Wind and Snow remains possessed 8-0 HP. Whoosh. The moment its skill cooldowns expired, it melded back into wind and snow, putting distance between itself and Suyu. Suyu pursued relentlessly, only to be greeted by another ice storm. -12, -11, -13. Each instance of damage was relatively minor, but the problem was that Suyu had only 860 HP. Fortunately, he still possessed his specialty, Walking Ancient Wood. 10% of all damage taken would be converted into healing. He charged violently through the ice storm's encirclement, a sight that sent a chill through the Lord of Wind and Snow remains heart. For Suyu moved far too quickly. Logically speaking, its ice storm should have inflicted freezing and slowing effects. It had no way of knowing that Suyu possessed the specialty, immovable as a mountain. One of this specialty's effects was a permanent 30 increase to tenacity. Bam! Suyu's sword came crashing down. Ice crystals materialized across the Lord of Wind and Snow remains body to block, but in the next instant they shattered, and the greatsword slammed into its form. Damage values blossomed one after another. The Lord of Wind and Snow remains tried to resist, only to quickly realize it was utterly futile, for at this moment its physique fell far short of Suyu's. So it opened its mouth, attempting to shake Suyu's resolve. A single path extreme growth method may grant you an advantage now. But let me tell you, developed in such a way, there will come a day when you are cast aside and become the weak. Suyu said, nothing, mindlessly raining down blows with his mountain remains greatsword. A single path extreme growth method. Heh. Once he killed it, if he could devour its spirit attribute, it would at least somewhat make up for it. Seeing that Suyu remained utterly unmoved, the Lord of Wind and Snow remains promptly fell silent, and instead sought to reduce the damage it was taking. After a brief calculation, it realized that if they continued this war of attrition, the victor would ultimately be itself. Sure enough, as time wore on, its HP dropped to a mere 30, while Suyu's had dwindled to just 20. I've won. I shall remember you. you are a worthy opponent. For what felt like the 100th time, the Lord of Wind and Snow remains melded into wind and snow and summoned an ice storm. Then it watched as Suyu suddenly produced a vial filled with crimson liquid and drained it in one swift gulp. 100. A single potion had instantly restored 100 HP. The Lord of Wind and Snow remains was momentarily stunned. Wait, this is a fair duel. How could you possibly drink a potion? Isn't that outright cheating? Where is the justice in this? This is completely unfair. That potion had been given to Suyu by Wu Qinglin, when Suyu and the others were still some distance from the Lord of Wind and Snow remains. He had already spotted it, and used Pelican's eye to decipher portions of its panel information. Thus he understood with perfect clarity that Wu Qinglin and the others would be utterly useless in the coming battle. They would in fact be instantly killed. For their overall combat prowess was dwarfed by far too much. They would only be crushed. And so Wu Qinglin had handed over that life-saving potion he had treated as his ultimate trump card, giving it to Suyu. This is compensation for deceiving you earlier. Now the Lord of Wind and Snow remains panic was plain for all to see. Because if this trend continued, it would be the one to fall in defeat. Indeed, as both sides continued to trade blows, the Lord of Wind and Snow remains HP steadily slid below 5. Faced with such dire circumstances, the Lord of Wind and Snow remains chose to go all in. Breath of eternal silence. In that instant, its remaining HP rapidly drained away. At the same time, a small sphere, dark and oppressive mingled with wind and snow, took shape within its grasp. Name: Breath of eternal silence. Category: active skill. Racial. Quality: purple. Effect: consumes a portion of current HP, minimum 30, a maximum 70. Summon the Breath of eternal silence through the power of wind and snow. Inflicting current HP, 1. 5 physique, 1 spirit points of true damage. Evaluation: it may kill the enemy, but it may also plunge oneself into eternal silence. This was a skill capable of reversing the tide from the brink of defeat. The lower the HP, the greater the cost efficiency of this skill. Such an ability was akin to dancing upon a tightrope, demanding impeccable timing in its use. But the Lord of Wind and Snow remains was rich in combat experience, and had by chance seized upon the perfect opportunity. It resolutely burned away 70 of its current HP. In that instant, only 1/5 of its HP remained, 120 HP. More than enough to withstand a single strike from Suyu without dying. Meanwhile, the damage it was about to inflict would be 85 points of true damage. Suyu currently had roughly 9 of his HP remaining, 77 HP. Thus the outcome was self-evident. True damage exceeding HP, Suyu's death. A composed smile curled across the Lord of Wind and Snow remains face. It had relied upon this racial skill, Breath of eternal silence, to reverse the tides from desperate straits countless times before. This time it believed would be no exception. Time seemed to freeze. Suyu's mountain remains greatsword crashed into its body while its Breath of eternal silence struck Suyu's chest. -85. 0. The former was the damage dealt by Suyu, the latter the damage dealt by the Lord of Wind and Snow remains. Crack. Accompanied by a faint sound of something shattering, a substitute death doll splintered apart, having absorbed that lethal blow on Suyu's behalf. No, this isn't fair. The Lord of Wind and Snow remains' eyes nearly burst from their sockets as it watched Suyu's second sword come crashing down upon it. It had no means of resistance left whatsoever. -82. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of a skull shattering, this formidable sovereign-tier creature perished there and then beneath Suyu's blade. Its eyes remained wide and round in death, a fitting end for one who died with boundless unwillingness. Prompt: you have slain Frost remains sovereign LV. 5. Based on the damage you dealt, you gain 1,000 experience points. Prompt: you have consumed Frost remains sovereign LV. 40. You gain 25 spirit. Prompt: you are digesting Frost remains sovereign LV. 40. Extracting the opponent's specialty. Prompt: you have acquired the specialty, Eternal Winter Physique. Eternal Winter Physique, sovereign tier, critical hit resistance, increased by 60. Suyu froze for a moment. Something did not seem quite right. He examined the system notifications once more. The first prompt confirmed he had slain a LV. 5 Frost remained sovereign. Clearly there was no issue with that. But the second and third prompts indicated that what he had actually consumed was a LV. 40 Frost remained sovereign. His profession, true Pelican, had completely disregarded the creature's sealed exterior and devoured it at the very peak of its power. A full 25 points in spirit. His once meager spirit attribute instantly became far more presentable, soaring from 10 to 35 points. At the same time, Suyu obtained his very first sovereign tier specialty. Eternal Winter Physique. Critical hit resistance increased by 60. The effect appeared deceptively simple, yet it was extraordinarily powerful. To trigger a critical hit, one must first subtract the target's critical hit resistance from one's own critical hit rate. Only the remaining critical hit rate determines whether a critical strike lands. And a 60 critical hit resistance essentially nullifies any critical hit rate below 60. No wonder I never landed a single crit. Turns out it had this ridiculous resistance. Suyu understood at once. He had suspected his luck could not possibly be that poor. Now it all made sense. The Frost Remains Sovereign had possessed such a formidable specialty. But now that specialty belonged to him. He stretched his body, clearly perceiving an additional force coursing within him, rendering his physique far more resilient. Of course, these were not all of his gains. Upon the Frost Remains Sovereign's demise, a treasure chest radiating a faint orange glow had dropped. An orange-quality treasure chest. Suyu promptly opened it, discovering one piece of equipment and 2 items within. Name: Frost Remains Bone, Sword Unrestricted. Category: Equipment. Quality: Orange. Effect: Sword type damage dealt increased by 15, Sword type skill level 3. Description: Every Frost Remains Sovereign is born a twin. Upon reaching adulthood, they engage in a duel. The victor extracts the spine of the vanquished and forges it into a blade to be carried for life. This sword should be quite powerful, but unfortunately, I cannot fully utilize it at present. Suyu felt a twinge of regret. Objectively speaking, this sword far surpassed the Mountain Remains greatsword. As for the other 2 items, one was a healing potion, while the other was an exceedingly precious one. It was an orange-quality item capable of permanently enhancing attributes. Name: Snowfield Marrow Essence. Category: Item. Quality: Orange. Effect: Upon consumption, permanently increases physique by 3 points. Description: Failing to drink it within 1 second of acquisition is a disservice to permanent attributes. A full 3 points in physique. Useless to me. Suyu was rendered speechless. Any 2 random roadside monsters he slew would yield more permanent attributes than this. To others this item was invaluable, but to him it was the quintessential chicken's ribs. Worse than worthless. After a moment's thought, he decided to give this bottle of Snowfield Marrow Essence to Wu Qinglin. For in that final moment, it had been the substitute death doll that blocked the Frost Remains Sovereign's fatal strike for him. Without the substitute death doll, Suyu could only have hoped that his specialty, Walking Ancient Tree, would prove effective against true damage. But because the substitute death doll's effect was resolved first, there was still no way to verify whether that specialty actually works against true damage. Suyu suspected it probably does. After all, true damage is still damage. Regardless, that substitute death doll was extraordinarily important, as was that potion which instantly restored 100 points of health. That was absolutely terrifying to watch. Brother, are you alright? Just as Suyu was gathering the spoils, seeing that the battle had ended, Pei Jingyuan and the others gathered around him. He gave them a nod, then turned his gaze toward Wu Qinglin. This is for you. He handed the Snowfield Marrow Essence to Wu Qinglin. Wu Qinglin instinctively accepted it, then his eyes widened. He stared at Suyu in disbelief, pointing at himself. This is for me. His astonishment was entirely justified, for this was an item capable of permanently enhancing attributes. Its preciousness spoke for itself. The substitute death doll was invaluable, Suyu stated crisply. Keep it. Wu Qinglin nodded vigorously. The substitute death doll he had previously given Suyu was merely a gesture of gratitude for Suyu's care of his father. He had never anticipated receiving such a sweet reward in return. This convinced him that Suyu was a man of grand vision and immense courage, one most worthy of befriending. Such a useful item. Putting himself in Suyu's shoes, would he have handed it over? Wu Qinglin did not know what he himself would have done, and so he found himself admiring Suyu all the more. For the fact that he found this question so difficult only proved he lacked such magnanimity himself. After some deliberation, he resolved silently, once he had completed his training under his elder sister, he would travel to Fengtai City to seek out Suyu. Together with his father, they would follow Suyu and carve out a path through this apocalypse. Beside them, though, they had no idea what Suyu had given Wu Qinglin. They could tell from Wu Qinglin's expression alone that it was something extraordinary. Envy stirred in Pei Jingyuan's heart, but he understood clearly enough. He had contributed nothing earlier, so he ought not entertain any expectations. On the contrary, Suyu had slain the Frost Remains Sovereign and spared him from a fatal encounter. After all, judging by how the Frost Remains Sovereign had fought, running into it would have meant certain death for him. He glanced at the system notifications. They indicated that since the Frost Remains Sovereign was dead, everyone was eligible to receive a basic reward. Meanwhile, players who had participated in slaying it would receive a perfect reward. Thank you. Gu Sunin suddenly spoke, smiling as he looked at Suyu. Like Suyu, he too had received the perfect reward. This is payment for helping me find Lin Yuan. Huh. Pei Jingyuan was stunned, staring at Gu Sunin in disbelief. Hold on. When exactly did you participate in the battle? So the only one who got absolutely nothing was him. Gu Sunin said with a smile. This is the beauty of the mystery system. Or rather, my profession is particularly adept at leeching experience. He offered no further explanation, and Pei Jingyuan was consumed by jealousy. Fortunately, after merely a few seconds, he felt much better, because he had forgotten Gu Sunin's existence once again. Suyu meanwhile scrolled through his notification panel and claimed the perfect reward, a substantial amount of experience points plus 2 items, as well as a purple quality piece of equipment. Nothing special, but better than nothing. For this was yet another piece of trash gear that granted an active skill. After a brief tidy up, he glanced at his overall combat power, then opened the Apocalypse leaderboard. Let me take a look. Apocalypse ladder rankings. Rank 1, Wang Tianfeng, 240. Rank 2, Suyu, 230. Rank 3, Luca Rossi, 190. Rank 4, Li Mu, 188. Rank 5, Hans Mahler, 186. Rank 6, Hidden, 182. Rank 10, Shui Taiyuan, 125. This is rigged, isn't it? Suyu was utterly dumbfounded. His combat power had surged by a full 50 points in this round, yet he still hadn't caught up to Wang Tianfeng. He was certain this disparity stemmed from Wang Tianfeng possessing some unimaginably powerful active skill. Perhaps not just one but several. The assessment of comprehensive combat power was holistic in nature, though its foundational core lay in the player's base attribute values. Based on these base attributes, talents, skills, equipment, and other factors would contribute dynamic amplification to one's combat power. In other words, if a player possessed an extraordinarily powerful skill, then as their base attributes improve, the comprehensive combat power afforded by that skill would rise in tandem. Of course, if any single base attribute diverged too drastically from the others, it would exert a detrimental effect on overall combat power. Take Suyu for instance. His physique attribute was extraordinarily high, yet his remaining attributes were merely passable. Consequently, in the comprehensive combat power assessment, he failed to manifest the full might such physique ought to convey, resulting in a diminished overall combat power rating. This was precisely what the Sovereign of Wind and Snow had once remarked. A singularly extreme growth path grows progressively weaker in the later stages, for it becomes all too easily countered. Maintaining at least one primary attribute and one secondary attribute while the others grow steadily. That is the hallmark of a sound developmental trajectory. Thus, the warm-hearted Sovereign of Wind and Snow had chosen to sacrifice their own life to help Suyu shore up his spirit attribute. And this very temperament is what folk commonly describe as cold on the outside, warm on the inside. Meanwhile, just as Suyu was perusing the ladder rankings, a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, seemingly taciturn by nature, also pulled up the ladder rankings. Suyu. He glanced at Suyu's comprehensive combat power, then closed the rankings panel. I must still endeavor far more diligently. I'm back. Suyu emerged from that violet portal of light. The very next instant the portal dissolved into a scatter of purple stardust and vanished without a trace. Gu Heng, who had been keeping vigil here all along, instinctively widened his eyes. It's gone, and he found it rather difficult to accept. The portal had been a one-time affair. You ought to count yourself fortunate that it's gone. Suyu turned to regard him. Until you possess sufficient combat power, don't recklessly enter the violet portals. The portals that had descended this time came in 4 colors: white, green, blue, and violet, among which violet clearly represented the highest tier of difficulty. In Suyu's estimation, Gu Heng and his companions might just manage to brave a green portal. But attempting a violet portal would be nothing short of courting death. Suyu had already come to fully appreciate the difficulty of the violet portals. From start to finish, they had reeked of malevolent intent. Of course, there were corresponding hints as well, merely not conspicuous ones. He knew this with absolute certainty. Had everyone refrained from slaying one another, the Sovereign of Wind and Snow that ultimately emerged would never have grown so formidable. But Gu Heng was unaware of any of this. All he knew was that Suyu had gone in and come back out, his comprehensive combat power having skyrocketed by 50 points. Indeed, he would check the ladder rankings from time to time, the sole purpose being to ascertain whether Suyu had perished. Should Suyu have died, he would have unhesitatingly led his men to slay that enormous mushroom. Gu Heng had already deduced that the giant mushroom must be some manner of monster, most likely a boss-class creature, and his base still lacked a quest requiring the slaying of a boss-tier monster. Alas, Suyu had not only survived, but had reaped tremendous benefits besides. Thus, when Gu Heng heard Suyu advising him against entering the violet portals, he was utterly dismissive. What was there to fear? A few mere puppets. Even if he couldn't defeat them, could he not simply flee? Clearly at this juncture, Gu Heng hadn't the faintest inkling of what a true violet portal truly entailed. Ahem. He cleared his throat. Suyu, your pet is still right here. He deliberately made no mention of his discovery that the giant mushroom's true nature was that of a monster. Suyu gave him a nod and, out of consideration for his having watched over the giant mushroom, offered another word of caution. Remember this well. Don't enter any portals recklessly. Gu Heng adopted a solemn mien, while inwardly dismissing the advice, nodding in rapid succession. I've taken it to heart. Suyu leaped lightly into the air, landing steadily atop the mushroom's cap, as that familiar sensation washed over him. I'm off, Guru. The giant mushroom lumbered into motion with wooden steps, having evidently resigned itself to its fate as Suyu's mount. And after watching Suyu depart, Gu Heng promptly wheeled around to face his assembled subordinates. You lot go find portals. We need to enter some as well. Everyone on the ladder rankings has seen their combat power rise. The portals must be teeming with tremendous rewards. After departing from Gu Heng's base, Suyu wished to locate another portal. But by now all the portals had already landed, and the cityscape of Fengtai was a forest of towering high-rises that severely obstructed one's line of sight. Finding a portal now was purely a matter of chance. Unfortunately, Suyu's fortune this time proved rather mediocre. No portals to be found, only a boss-class monster. It was the Black Mountain Steelhide boar he had previously slain. He dispatched it with effortless ease, obtaining 4 points of physique, as well as a 1-level increase to his steady as a mountain talent. The permanent resilience growth ascended from 30 to 35. This isn't scientifically sound. Suyu distinctly recalled that upon slaying the Black Mountain Steelhide boar for the first time, he had obtained a full 8 points of physique. And both these Black Mountain Steelhide boars had identical physique values of 20 points. Could it be that the Devour attribute effect operated within a randomized range? Yet when he had previously devoured the purple glutinous frogs, the results had been a remarkably consistent 1 point of physique each time. Upon careful reflection, Suyu realized that the number of monsters he had slain thus far remained relatively modest. In other words, with the data currently available, he could not accurately deduce the underlying mechanism of the Devour attribute effect. Once he had slain more monsters in the future, he might well be able to discern the true nature of this mechanism. The problem is the first wave of monsters has been hunted nearly to extinction. When will reinforcements arrive? Finding himself temporarily unable to locate a portal, Suyu elected to return to his base. It was also time to share the good news with Wu Tao that his son was still alive. A short while later, thanks to the giant mushroom's earnest sprinting, he arrived back at the base. He discovered that beyond Qin Jifei, Xue Qingya, and the other, someone else was awaiting his return. Su Xiongbai. Su Xiongbai broke into a radiant smile. I've come to pledge allegiance to you. Am I welcome? What about your own base? I'm holding a pair of threes, can't afford to call. Oh, Suyu understood at once. Zhang Wentao must have already claimed that base. So when did you two come to know each other? Qin Jifei regarded Suyu with undisguised curiosity. That snow-white giant toad that Shangguan Yunce mentioned. It's her quarry. Oh, I remember now. That makes sense. Shangguan Yunce was that high schooler with the buzz cut who had maintained such remarkable composure after the night of the fire attack. Xue Qingya, noting that they had yet to broach the actual matter at hand, promptly spoke up in an attempt to steer the conversation back to its proper subject. Yu-Ji, we've located a portal. We were just waiting for you to return. Indeed, in Xue Qingya's view, whatever business Su Xiongbai had regarding pledging allegiance was utterly inconsequential. What truly mattered now was the exploration of that portal. Obviously, Xue Qingya had no idea that Suyu had already finished exploring a purple portal. What color portal? Purple. Suyu carefully recalled. When the portals descended, he had indeed seen 2 purple portals appear nearby while he was in the sky. One of them was close to him, so he went to investigate. But the direction where the other one descended, from what he remembered, was not toward his base. Suyu asked, where's that portal? Xue Qingya replied, it's quite far from us. Sister Jifei spotted it and sent people to look, and that's how they found it. Qin Jifei then asked, so Suyu, how about it? Want to give the purple portal a try? Suyu asked, what's your current overall combat power? Qin Jifei answered, 46 points. She stated the number with perfect calm, expecting Suyu to be somewhat impressed. After all, such overall combat power had already surpassed that of most people. It was all thanks to the powerful new professional skill she obtained upon reaching level 5, though the enhancement of her base attributes was also crucial. Suyu, however, shook his head. Too low. With combat power like that, entering a purple portal is tantamount to courting death. Qin Jifei raised an eyebrow. You haven't already been inside a purple portal, have you? Suyu retorted, obviously, otherwise how would I know that you going in there now would be suicide? Qin Jifei began, before she could finish, a boy came running over from not far away, panting heavily as he shouted, bad news. Shangguan and the others are surrounded. Someone's trying to steal our purple portal. Xue Qingya furrowed her brow slightly and stepped forward to block him. What happened? Didn't we tell them that our leader is Suyu? The boy answered, we did, but those people said we were putting on a false front. They said they wanted what? Seeing Suyu smiling at him, the boy steeled himself and said, brother, they want you to come over. Said they need to check the goods. To see just what no-good trash from who knows where would dare impersonate Suyu from the heavenly ladder rankings. After he finished speaking, everyone was stunned, finding it utterly unbelievable. Zhang Fan laughed in disbelief. Around here there are still people who don't know who our boss Brother Yu is. Zhang Daliang speculated. Could they be from somewhere else and just haven't heard of Brother Yu yet? Wu Tao seemed lost in thought. That's not right. How could they be so certain that we're imposters? Suyu gave him a light smack on the back of the head. Let me tell you some good news. Wu Tao froze. What? Suyu said, your son is still alive. Wu Tao's eyes went wide in an instant. Oh really? Suyu replied, when have I ever lied to you? This is from your son to you. Honestly, your son is pretty impressive. In any case, you don't need to worry about his safety. His class has strong survival abilities. He handed the substitute doll to Wu Tao. Wu Tao's hands trembled slightly. After taking the doll, he examined it with undisguised joy, as though the doll itself were his son. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. His eyes glistened with tears, nearly overwhelmed by the enormous joy that had fallen from the heavens. By the way, Brother Yu, where did you run into my son? Inside the purple portal. Wu Tao's face immediately fell into regret. Sigh, if only I were strong enough to go monster hunting with you, Brother Yu. Maybe then I could have seen that rascal by now. Curiously, he didn't ask Suyu how he had confirmed the boy was really his son. Clearly by now he harbored something close to blind faith in Suyu. Zhang Daliang patted him on the shoulder, his gaze drifting lost in unknown thoughts. Xue Qingya suddenly spoke up. Brother Yu, does that mean the purple portal is actually some kind of teleportation gate? Suyu shook his head. Let's go meet those people. Once you've been inside a purple portal, you'll understand. Xue Qingya nodded silently to herself, secretly relieved that things were finally back on track. Yet strangely enough, why did she herself also long so desperately to see her mom and dad? She had clearly despised them before, their endless strict demands forcing her to do countless things she disliked. And yet most of the time, they paid no attention to her feelings. I'm not missing them at all. I just want to climb higher within this new world order and show them just how capable I am. Shui Qingya suppressed the tumultuous emotions welling up inside her. Inside a certain park, Shangguan Yunce accompanied by 2 boys stood with stubborn resolve blocking the purple portal. Facing him were 8 or 9 people. Among them one wore a fierce menacing look, his expression brimming with impatience. Look here, kid. If your people aren't coming, then scram already. Our brother Yu in his infinite benevolence gave you time, not for you to waste it. Beside him stood a handsome young man with a tall upright bearing, his face perfectly composed. That's enough, Yanfei. A promise is a promise. We gave them time, so we give them time. Just wait. Yes, sir. Upon hearing the young man's words, Han Yanfei immediately nodded and bowed with exaggerated deference. That once ferocious face was now as docile as a lapdog. Shangguan Yunce said nothing, watching them coldly, his feet rooted in place as though welded to the ground before the portal. Suddenly his gaze shifted slightly. Han Yanfei's expression also changed. They both saw a large group of people striding toward them in great numbers. When Shangguan Yunce caught sight of the figure walking at the very front, his heart eased, and he let out a breath of stale air. A nameless sense of relief washed over him. Quite a crowd, Han Yanfei muttered under his breath, but the moment he glanced at the young man beside him, all his unease vanished and his heart swelled with confidence. He firmly believed that as long as this young man was present, it didn't matter how many enemies they had. What he didn't know was that the young man was in fact extremely nervous at that moment. Su Yu, no Su Yan, stared silently at the imposing crowd approaching, knowing it was once again time to test his acting skills. There's no retreat for me. Fortune favors the bold. I'll stake it all. I'm betting it's just a case of the same name, or that he shares my profession. He slowly stepped forward, meeting Su Yu and the others head-on with Wu Tao and the rest in tow, his face composed, and spoke unhurriedly. I've heard that your leader is also called Su Yu. Han Yanfei swaggered out from behind him, arms crossed over his chest. Come on, let me see just which little runt dares to impersonate my big brother. Zhang Fan, seeing the other side, cursed them out so brazenly, immediately laughed coldly. Where did this idiot crawl out from? Han Yanfei's eyes went round with fury. You're as good as dead. My big brother will kill you first. Qin Zhifei wore a mischievous grin and poked Su Yu in the waist. That big oaf just called you a worthless runt. Su Yu poked her back with an expressionless face. Taking in this scene, Su Yan looked at Su Yu, knowing this was the real deal. His palms grew slightly damp, yet his face broke into an enigmatic smile. So you're the one impersonating me. Tell me, why are you impersonating me? Only then did Su Yu spare him a proper glance. A single sentence was enough to send cold sweat streaming down his face. What profession? You? That's none of your business. What I'm asking is, why are you impersonating me? Interesting. Su Yu nodded slowly. By now he had seen everything with perfect clarity. Why was this person so certain that he was the imposter? Because in their eyes, Su Yu was their boss. He himself was the counterfeit. From the looks of it, this person had been impersonating him for quite some time, and his followers believed it without the slightest doubt. This indicated that the fellow's overall combat prowess was at the very least considerable. With this thought in mind, Su Yu stepped forward and delivered an unremarkable punch. The motion itself was utterly simple, yet its speed was so blistering that in the span before anyone could react, the Su Yu who had worn an enigmatic smile moments before was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. In an instant, silence fell over all present. Han Yanfei stared at the fallen Su Yu in disbelief, then snapped his gaze towards Su Yu with a sharp jerk of his head. Su Yu watched him with leisurely composure. At this point, who was real and who was fake was as clear as daylight. He was quite curious to see what these people would do next. Then he watched as Han Yanfei, trembling violently, raised a single finger and pointed at him. You? Could it be? You're that Wang Tianfeng, first on the ladder rankings? Yes, that had to be it. Anyone who could so easily defeat the second ranked on the ladder rankings had to be its first ranked champion. As if that made any sense. Han Yanfei was no fool. When overall combat prowess was roughly equal, such a one-sided annihilation was simply impossible, which meant the person on their side was almost certainly the imposter. And he himself had been thoroughly duped by a fraud. Han Yanfei wanted nothing more than to slap himself. He had actually been deceived. So what was there to do now? Survive naturally. How does one survive? By playing possum. Han Yanfei strode with great purpose to Su Yu, the one who had been sent flying by Su Yu's punch, and helped him up with an expression of deep concern. Brother, you alright? The opponent is the first ranked on the ladder rankings. We should avoid his edge for now and fight another day. The Su Yu, thus supported, stared back at Han Yanfei with a thoroughly bewildered expression. Part of that bewilderment stemmed from the blow Su Yu had dealt him. The other part was a certain difficulty in accepting that the people he had been deceiving all this time were nothing more than fools. Oh, but that wasn't entirely fair to say. He glanced at the others who had originally followed him. He found that most of their faces bore a mixture of dawning realization, bitter regret, and even terror. At least he had managed to fool some sensible folk. Still, it was fortunate that this Han Yanfei was such an idiot. Su Yu was about to speak when he realized his sternum had been shattered. Every breath came laced with agony. He could only grit his teeth against the pain. Good brother, you're right. Let's withdraw for now. He then prepared to activate one of his skills. But the very next moment he discovered in horror that the skill had failed. Notice insufficient materials. Unable to activate skill, Shell Company. Notice your current count of deceived individuals is 0. The number of people he had deceived was 0. Looking at Han Yanfei's anxious expression as he supported him, a chill rose from the depths of Su Yu's heart. As it turned out, he really was quite capable. He had conned only sensible people. But now he found himself wishing he had fooled a pack of fools instead. Su Yu stiffly turned his neck, glancing at the Su Yu not far away who was watching him with keen interest. What profession? The same question as before. Su Yu wrenched free of Han Yanfei's hands, a wry smile crossing his face. Swindler. Su Yu, deceiving them is one thing, but why impersonate me? Su Yu, once they believe what I describe, I can activate my skill and gain benefits. Of course there are quite a few restrictions, and I never intended any offense toward you. Cough cough. Actually, my real name is Su Yu too, just with the character for language instead of feather. As he spoke, he glanced at those who had previously followed him and let out a bitter laugh. My profession is actually quite powerful. I revealed my strength to them before, and when they asked my name, I said I was Su Yu. They all looked shocked and asked if I was the Su Yu from the ladder rankings. Such benefits delivered right to my doorstep. Naturally, I accepted every last one. And the more convinced they became that I was Su Yu, the greater the benefits I drew from my professional skill. The greater the benefits, the harder it became to walk away. Who could have known I'd run into the real deal? Su Yu considered himself profoundly unlucky. The world was vast and boundless. Why of all people had he encountered the true Su Yu? What? But then he saw Han Yanfei stumble backward 3 or 4 steps, eyes bulging as he stared at Su Yu. You've been lying to me this whole time. I've always admired the great heroes on the ladder rankings, only to discover you were nothing but a fraud. Heh. Su Yu regarded him with a mischievous gleam. Enough with the act. Han Yanfei froze mid-motion, putting on a show of bluster. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. The very next instant he dropped to his knees in a single fluid slide at Su Yu's feet. Don't believe him. He's still trying to deceive you. If you ask me, not a single word out of his mouth can be trusted. Better to kill him now and be done with it. Perhaps even that profession he just mentioned was nothing but another lie. Su Yu nodded slowly. He too found this Su Yu who had been impersonating him to be something of a nuisance. But that did not mean he would spare Han Yanfei. I dislike being deceived by strangers. And besides, your acting leaves much to be desired. Han Yanfei looked up, and what filled his vision was the Shanghai greatsword. Su Yu closed his eyes, slowly preparing to meet his end. It was not that he had never considered struggling. By deceiving those present, perhaps he might find a way to survive. But as he himself had said, his profession came with limitations. Namely, against players who already knew he was a swindler, his skill could not take effect. And after being sent flying by Su Yu's punch, the fact of his fraud had been seared into everyone's mind like a brand of hot iron. If only this limitation didn't exist, how powerful would my profession be? With this thought, the world sank into darkness around him. Brother Yu, how should we deal with these people? Zhang Fan kicked aside Han Yanfei's corpse and pointed at those who remained. Su Yu waved his hand. Zhang Fan, understanding, immediately spoke up. You're free to go. The survivors exchanged uncertain glances. They had been certain they were doomed. But before they could even begin to voice their gratitude, they saw Su Yu tap Zhang Fan on the skull. Their hearts leapt into their throats in an instant, trembling with apprehension. Were they not going to be released after all? Can't you use your head for once? Zhang Fan, Brother Yu, you mean we should kill them? Su Yu heaved a sigh. Xue Qingya said softly. What Brother Yu means is to bring them to our base and put them to work as servers. Comprehension dawned on Zhang Fan's face, and he caught on at once. The reasoning was simple. These people had been deceived by Su Yu. Moreover, unlike Han Yanfei, they had not attempted to deceive Su Yu themselves. Therefore, they would be taken to the base to serve as waitstaff, contributing experience points on its behalf. This way their subordinates, the 2-star diners, would finally have people they could order around. When the time came for the base to recruit more people in the future, the presence of these existing servers would prevent newcomers from harboring reservations. After all, without servers in place, anyone arriving would see the others were diners, while they themselves were reduced to serving staff. Bitter feelings would naturally arise. Now, however, with this first batch already serving as a shining example, large-scale recruitment in the future would proceed far more smoothly. Brilliant. So we're putting them to work at our restaurant to repay their debt. Zhang Fan gazed at Su Yu with undisguised admiration, recognizing that when it came to leveraging resources, he still had an abundance of lessons to learn. Su Yu, for his part, merely waved his hand and said nothing. There were 7 people in total. They had previously followed Su Yu's words, but now all of them had become servers at the restaurant. They harbored no resentment whatsoever toward this outcome. On the contrary, they even felt a twinge of relief. After all, the one they now followed was the true Su Yu. After Xue Qingya explained the rules of the outpost to them and outlined what they needed to do, she turned to Su Yu with eager anticipation. Brother Yu, shall we enter the light gate? Su Yu considered for a moment. Those with a comprehensive combat power above 40 points follow me through the light gate. The rest of you stay here and keep watch over this giant mushroom. As he spoke, he once again encircled the giant mushroom with his ring. Goo. The giant mushroom accepted everything in serene resignation, a condition colloquially known as being numb to it all. It had once entertained thoughts of fleeing, but upon reflection, what if it failed to escape? If it remained now, at least it would not die for the time being. Yet if it attempted to flee and failed, death would almost certainly follow. The giant mushroom believed that a gentleman mushroom should never stand beneath a crumbling wall. The notion of escaping from Su Yu's side was exceedingly perilous and therefore ought not to exist. Brother, you can those with a comprehensive combat power of 39 points enter? Wu Tao asked with an anxious expression, for his combat power seemed to fall short of the requirement. No, Su Yu rejected the one who had exposed his own combat power. My comprehensive combat power is 42 points. Mine is 43. And I 46 points. You two are at 46 points. Qin Zhifei regarded Xue Qingya with evident surprise. Xue Qingya smiled. After reaching level 5, I obtained a fairly powerful new skill, which significantly boosted my comprehensive combat power. Evidently for players other than Su Yu, one of the primary methods of enhancing comprehensive combat power was acquiring new professional skills as their level increased. Zhang Fan, Zhang Daoliang, Qin Zhifei, and Xue Qingya. You four will follow me through the light gate. Su Yu then turned his gaze to Wu Tao and continued. I'm leaving this place in your hands. Understood. Wu Tao nodded, a trace of dejection in his heart. The sensation of being unable to keep pace with the main force. He could only watch as Su Yu and his party of 5 stepped into the light gate. As expected, puppets once more. Gazing upon the familiar palace and those white jade puppets, Su Yu took a step back. I'll leave them to you. Let me see your strength. The moment his words fell, Qin Zhifei charged forth as the first to act. Wielding a pair of pale cyan daggers, she moved with remarkable agility, singling out the white jade puppet nearest to her. Borrow. Her health points plummeted by a full 30%, that amount now added to her targeted puppet. In the next instant, her daggers danced through the air and considerable damage numbers burst forth one after another. Reclaim. Once her target puppet's health had fallen to a certain threshold, Qin Zhifei activated her skill, once more recovering the life force she had previously borrowed, and reaping the corresponding interest in the process. Thus a white jade puppet collapsed with a thud. Simultaneously, Zhang Fan used his brass knuckles to pulverize the skull of another white jade puppet. Zhang Daoliang as always employed his half-circle ruler, shouting, Espire superscript 2-2, as he severed the head from another white jade puppet. As for Xue Qingya, the northern winds sweep the earth as evening clouds darken, heavy snow falls and buries the distant village. She recited softly, and a wisp of wind arose, conjuring flakes of snow that caused all the puppets' movements to grow sluggish. The wilderness path lies empty without a trace. On cold branches there are shadows, and the magpie's cry is silenced. Veins of gray-white aura enshrouded the puppets, and the phantom of a tree branch materialized in empty air upon which perched a magpie. Chatter, chatter. The magpie spread its wings and opened its beak, and all the puppets began to suffer continuous health loss. 1,000 mountains wrapped in white obscure the way home. 10,000 trees withered and sparse conceal the humble gate. Crackling and popping, the puppets fell into a state of chaos and actually began attacking one another. From afar I glimpse a solitary light, now glowing, now dimming, where a clay stove warms and wine is just heated through. Xue Qingya gently raised her hand, and a radiant lamp descended to enshroud Su Yu and the others. Cups of fine wine materialized and merged into their bodies. Prompt, you have gained the buff status. Slightly tipsy. Prompt, your health points recover 1 per second for 5 seconds. Well. Su Yu regarded Xue Qingya. He had not expected her to be the healer. No, that wasn't quite right. Judging from Xue Qingya's performance, her profession appeared to be one of a supportive nature. One capable of weakening others while strengthening one's allies. This is my skill. Wanderer returning on a snowy night. This skill leans toward the supportive aspect. Xue Qingya smiled and offered an explanation to everyone. But that doesn't mean I'm purely a support class. If I were to obtain combat-oriented versus, my damage output would be quite respectable as well. Su Yu blinked. In other words, every 5 levels you gain, you obtain a new verse. Xue Qingya regarded him with a puzzled expression. No, that's not right. Just like you, brother, I gain a new skill at level 5. Then a second new skill at level 15, and a third at level 30. Oh, Su Yu nodded and said nothing more. He genuinely had not known this. Had Xue Qingya not mentioned it, he would have assumed other players gained a new skill every 5 levels. There was no helping it. His profession did not grant skills with each level increase, so he was unaware of these details. Sister Xue, that skill of yours is seriously impressive. Zhang Fan seized the opportunity while the puppets were mired in chaos to unleash his full damage output, achieving excellent results. Just average, really. My spirit stat is still too low. I couldn't affect them for long. Xue Qingya shook her head, and true to her words, the puppets soon broke free from their confused state. Yet Qin Zhifei and the others had already secured an overwhelming advantage, and the final outcome was naturally the complete annihilation of every puppet. Su Yu had no need to make a move. They had handled all the puppets with ease. Let's go. We're entering the palace. Having taken measure of their combat prowess, Su Yu led them into the palace. The next instant, the familiar sensation of dizziness returned. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes and beheld desks, a lectern, a blackboard, and beside the blackboard there even hung a flowing red banner. He was now in a classroom. Gazing about, he saw that Qin Zhifei and the others were also present along with several additional people, all seated in their chairs. The topic of this lesson is how to control your emotions. A woman's head of striking beauty slowly rose from beneath the lectern. A lock of her black hair curled itself around a piece of chalk and wrote the two characters, emotions, upon the blackboard. Prompt judgment in progress. Physique check passed, spirit check passed, mystery check, failed, prompt 2 of 3 checks passed. You are immune to this debuff effect. How preposterous. A cold, resolute voice rang out. Suyu followed the sound and saw a young man with sword brow, starry eyes. Take this strike from my blade. Gripping a sharp weapon, he flashed forward in a single step, thrusting the blade toward the woman's head. Screech. The woman's 3,000 strands of dark hair shot forth like so many flying needles, piercing the young man's entire body from head to toe. In but a single instant his health points were depleted utterly, and he perished completely. Bad students should not exist. The woman's head spoke slowly, her gaze sweeping leisurely across the classroom, before finally settling upon Suyu, who was observing her with keen interest. This classmate, why do you look at me instead of the blackboard? Suyu, because you're pretty. Woman's head. Her gaze flickered. She had only just asserted dominance over the newcomer, and now someone else dared challenge her. From Suyu's perspective. Name Heartstring Weaver LV. 5 Original LV. 40 Sealed. Quality Monarch. HP 4,800. Energy 1,600. Attributes greatly weakened physique, 30 spirit, 40 mystery, 50 charisma, 30 luck, 5. Expertise 1. Heartstring Resonance 2. Extremification 3. Weaving Domain 4. Sealed 5. Sealed. Skills 1. Gentle Gaze 2. Words of Comfort 3. Empathic Link 4. Delirium 5. Prison of Emotion Sealed 6. Sealed 7. Sealed. Comprehensive Combat Power 200 Original 5,300 Sealed. Special status: the Heartstring Weaver is in a restricted state. For every 5 students who die in the classroom, one of her expertise or skills will be unsealed. The Heartstring Weaver cannot proactively attack students. When a student attacks the Heartstring Weaver, she gains the right to retaliate. It seems you've been holding class for quite some time. Suyu rose slowly, a flicker of regret stirring within him. Clearly many had passed through the purple portal and arrived here before him. They had naturally encountered the Heartstring Weaver as well. As for the outcome, one could infer it from the expertise and skills she had already unsealed. At least 35 people had perished here. Had they not died, the Heartstring Weaver would now be far more fragile. That was precisely what Suyu lamented. Had he arrived from the very beginning, he could have slain this Heartstring Weaver with effortless ease. Then by devouring her, he would have gained vast attributes and formidable expertise. But with each death, the Heartstring Weaver's comprehensive combat power had now soared to a terrifying 200 points. Only 35 points below Suyu's own. Brother Yu, what's the plan? Zhang Fan stood up the moment Suyu rose. But before Suyu could answer, a middle-aged man stood, his face etched with warning. I advise you not to act rashly. So long as we remain still and endure 10 rounds of judgment, we can leave this place. He's right. A cold-faced woman wearing glasses turned her gaze towards Suyu. Sit down. When newcomers appear, she will trigger her judgment. Newcomers will keep coming. Hearing this, the woman's head on the podium felt a flicker of disappointment. She had desperately hoped Suyu would attack her, granting her the chance to kill him. That would bring the death toll to 40 students, unsealing another skill. Suyu cast a glance at the two who had just spoken, then shook his head. One could only say that those who walk different paths cannot conspire together. Their objective was survival, whereas Suyu's aim was to devour the woman's head. He declared, none of you are to interfere. If you do, you'll only be harming me. Zhang Fan was taken aback, uncertain why Suyu would speak thus. Yet he trusted Suyu without question, as did Qin Zhifei and the others. The middle-aged man, however, regarded Suyu with profound disappointment, sighed, and sat back down. Sigh, kind words fall on deaf. His eyes suddenly widened as he watched Suyu surge forward as the woman's head's 3,000 strands of dark hair billowed loose. Just as he expected Suyu to be erased in an instant like all those before him. He saw Suyu reach out, seize the woman's head by her black locks, drag her down from midair, and slam her brutally onto the podium. Ah! A piercing, anguished shriek tore from the woman's head's lips. The violence and visual impact of the moment rendered him utterly speechless. Why did the monster that had seemed so terrifying now appear so utterly powerless? The contrast was staggering. The cold-faced woman with glasses was equally dumbfounded. The next instant, as if struck by a sudden thought, a daring notion flickered in her eyes. It seemed the newcomer's combat prowess was formidable enough to slay this monster head-on. If so, might she not earn a share of experience or other rewards by assisting from the side? I advise you to harbor no such schemes. Qin Zhifei pressed a dagger against her throat, fixing her with an icy stare. The moment Suyu had spoken those words and struck, Qin Zhifei had swiftly observed every person's expression in the room. She did not know why Suyu had spoken as he did, but what she could do was sever at the root any possibility of reckless action. The glasses woman stared at the blade at her throat, her complexion darkening. She had entered the purple portal herself, and her own combat prowess was certainly no trifling matter. She would not fear a mere dagger. Yet perhaps Suyu's display had been so extraordinary that she had misjudged Qin Zhifei's strength. You've misunderstood. I wasn't thinking anything at all just now. The glasses woman composed her features, her face still a mask of cool indifference, chin slightly raised, as she meets Qin Jifei's gaze. Can you remove this discourteous object from my neck now? No. The glasses woman choked with indignation, shame, and fury warring within her. She decided to cut straight to the point. How did you know I had entertained some petty scheme? Heh. Qin Jifei offered no answer. If anything needed to be said, it was simply reading faces and hearts. Back at the orphanage with Su Yu, she had already honed this skill to perfection. From the fact that this glasses woman had taken the initiative to warn Su Yu, Qin Jifei deduced her character was likely the outwardly reserved, inwardly passionate type, serene of mien, fervent of soul. A brief study of her expression was all Qin Jifei needed to foresee her restless intentions. Of course, she was not 100% certain. But now that the glasses woman had confessed in her own words, it only confirmed her judgment. Having nipped this potential disturbance in the bud, Qin Jifei at last turned her gaze toward the podium. Then she saw a gaping hole in the blackboard. Su Yu and the woman's head had both vanished. Did they fight their way out? The glasses woman had witnessed it too. She blinked. So this place contains more than just one classroom. She immediately turned to Qin Jifei. Hey, they've both charged out now. Aren't you going to take this thing away? Qin Jifei sheathed her dagger and strode swiftly to the breach in the blackboard, peering outward. What met her eyes was another classroom reduced to rubble with no trace of Su Yu or the woman's head. Shui Qingyao approached her. Sister Qin, should we go out and take a look? Within another classroom. You wicked student. The woman's head was in a wretched state. Her once beautiful face was now contorted with fury, her health nearly depleted. She was indignant. Her core skill prison of emotion remained sealed. She could not now unleash the combat power that her stats suggested. Su Yu said nothing, his blade arcing down in a slash. He too had realized this monster of monarch quality was weaker than anticipated. If nothing unexpected occurred, he could take her down and devour her with ease. Hold. Who gave you permission to beat up a teacher on school grounds? A deep, resonant voice rang out from beyond the door. Immediately, a humanoid creature, an iron tower of a being with a triangular head, strode into the classroom with great strides. The woman's head rejoiced. After stalling for so long, reinforcements had finally arrived. Then she watched the triangular-headed creature turn tail and flee, faster than it had come. Woman's head. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. So polite of you. Still serving dessert after the meal. The triangular-headed creature with a pointed crown fled at high speed. The reason was simple. It could clearly see that the woman's head had nearly depleted its health bar. Meanwhile, Su Yu's health remained at a full 90%. It was easy to fathom the massive gap in combat power between the two sides. Should he stay and perish alongside the woman's head? The woman's head grew furious while Su Yu pondered thoughtfully. His attacks did not cease as he asked, how many teachers are there in this school? Heh. The woman's head sneered. Do you think you'll spare me after I tell you? No. The woman's head suddenly grew calm. Then I won't tell you anything. Why can you speak our language? No comment. Su Yu sighed inwardly. Gaining intelligence from these monsters was truly a difficult endeavor. His purpose for entering the light gate was not only to devour monsters, but also to obtain some useful information. He was extremely curious. Where did these monsters inside the light gates come from? And why could they speak human languages? Lord Fenghai Shui had once answered, saying it was a kind of malicious amusement. But that remark was even more bewildering, leaving Su Yu utterly speechless. Now that he had encountered a monster capable of communication, he naturally seized the opportunity to inquire. Your companion abandoned you. Don't you hate him? Su Yu pointed toward the direction the triangular head had fled. Heh. The woman's head sneered, and upon realizing her inevitable death, she surprisingly gave up struggling. Just kill me, then it's nothing but. Nothing but what? Realizing her slip of the tongue, the woman's head fell completely silent, refusing to communicate with Su Yu any longer. Sigh. Su Yu sighed. Then I'll send you to your death. With a swing of his sword, the second monarch-level monster fell beneath his blade. Notification: you defeated Heartstring Weaver LV. 5. Based on damage dealt, experience points 1000. Notification: you consumed Heartstring Weaver LV. 40. You obtained 25 mystery points. Notification: you digested Heartstring Weaver LV. 40. Extracting opponent's specialty. Notification: you obtained the specialty, Extremity. Extremity monarch level, your current highest basic attribute increases by 30. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed within Su Yu's body, and his flesh underwent transformation under the interference of some power. This was the specialty Extremity gained through consumption taking effect. Physical attribute increased by 30. The effect was unadorned, purely numerical, yet incredibly powerful. Su Yu opened his panel and discovered his health had already surpassed 1000. His physical attribute was now 113 points, surpassing 100. Regrettably, the attribute increase from this specialty was not permanent. Therefore, it could not trigger the gene optimization at 100 attribute points. The effect of Extremity was simply increasing the current highest basic attribute. This was somewhat regrettable. However, Su Yu's gains were already enormous, especially after consuming the woman's head and obtaining 25 mystery attribute points. It was like strengthening the long plank while simultaneously patching the short plank. This was quite evident in the changes to Comprehensive Combat Power. Comprehensive Combat Power 300. Doomsday Ladder Ranking 1. The Doomsday Ladder only records players within the top 10,000 by comprehensive combat power. First place, Suyu 300. Second place, Wang Tianfeng 260. 10th place, Chui Taiyuan 125. Suyu topped the Doomsday Ladder with 300 comprehensive combat power. Wait, something seems a bit off. He looked at Wang Tianfeng in second place, remembering that before he entered the purple gate Wang Tianfeng had approximately 240 comprehensive combat power. In such a short time, he had increased by 20 comprehensive combat power. Good heavens, he must have activated something. Suyu wore a look of certainty. At the same time, on a certain mountain peak, it's finally completed. Wang Tianfeng exhaled deeply, having just endured unimaginable tribulations, but he had survived. Feeling the slight increase in his power, he opened the Doomsday Ladder ranking. He wanted to see how much of a combat gap he had created between himself and that Suyu. Was the increase this large this time? Has my comprehensive combat power reached 300? Wang Tianfeng raised his eyebrows, feeling that the increase in comprehensive combat power should not have been this large. Then he blinked and realized something seemed off. He looked more carefully. The comprehensive combat power was correct, but the name at the top was not his. At this moment, Wang Tianfeng fell into a long silence. It seems I need to work even harder. Activated. This is unreasonable. Why are Suyu and Wang Tianfeng's comprehensive combat power increasing so fast? I don't understand. Others on the ladder rankings, seeing Suyu suddenly surge to first place and Wang Tianfeng steadily rising in comprehensive combat power, their mindsets shifted somewhat. They felt they had already worked very hard, yet what else could they do to improve their combat power so rapidly? At this moment, the greatest pressure weighed upon the third place ranked Luca Loasi of the White Heron Empire. Two people from Tianxiao occupying the top spot. This won't do. Luca clenched his fist, glancing at the beautiful secretary dispatched by the White Heron Empire to assist him. Have them send more boss-level monsters quickly. My profession demands slaughter. Very well, Mr. Luca. The beautiful secretary nodded, turned, and departed, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly as a flicker of disdain flashed through her heart. Thick-headed brute. Suyu closed the ladder ranking. He found that the feeling of reaching the top was actually rather ordinary. Reaching the summit of the ladder is merely completing a small goal. I actually do not care about comprehensive combat power. My happiest moment was actually when I killed the first purple sticky bubble and received 1 point of physique. Suyu slowly shook his head. Even he could barely endure saying such things. He casually picked up the orange treasure chest dropped by the woman's head and opened it. Good stuff. 1 piece of equipment, 2 items. The items were somewhat useful, so Suyu casually stored them away. The focus was this piece of equipment. It was a pair of crescent-shaped earrings, 1 black and 1 white. Name dual-sided moondrops, unlimited. Category equipment. Quality orange. Effect upon equipping, obtain passive skill, two-way symbiosis. Evaluation, surely no one believes the main body of the heartstring weaver is the head, right? It's actually the hair. It's a passive skill that I can use as well. Suyu's face was alight with joy. Heaven help him. He had finally found equipment that could provide a passive skill. What trash are those equipment pieces that provide active skills? It seems equipment can provide passive skills. Excellent. My next goal is to collect a full set of such equipment. Suyu set himself a new small goal, brimming with motivation. He gazed at the effect panel of this passive skill. Name symbiotic bond. Category passive skill equipment. Quality orange. Effect HP increases by 20 of energy value. Energy value increases by 20 of HP. Evaluation, right foot stepping on left foot. Pity it can only be stepped on once. Not bad at all. Suyu was quite satisfied with this passive skill. Any passive skill would please him. He closed the panel, his expression thoughtful. I killed that monster, yet there's no prompt telling me I can leave this place. What could that mean? Not to mention that triangular head that appeared out of nowhere earlier. Suyu believed this place still held considerable value worth exploring. Of course, for now, he would go find Qin Zhifei and the others, see what discoveries they had made, and perhaps gain some new perspective. A moment later, when Suyu returned to the previous classroom, he only saw Zhang Fan. Why are you the only one here? Brother, you're back. Zhang Fan immediately came forward and continued. Sister Qin and the others found something suspicious. They said they needed to investigate this teaching building and asked me to wait here for you, brother you. Oh, Suyu's heart stirred. What suspicion? They said this teaching building is full of classrooms, but has no restroom. Suyu was briefly dumbfounded. What kind of suspicion was that? This wasn't a real school campus. A real school campus. Suyu carefully surveyed his surroundings, and a sudden sense of wrongness surged through his heart. He looked toward the rotating honor banner he had only glanced at before. Brother you, what's wrong? Zhang Fan was curious, wondering why Suyu was staring at a rotating honor banner. Zhang Fan, look at this rotating banner. What's written on it? Zhang Fan, finding it even stranger, read aloud what was written on the banner. On top it says Class 2 of Senior Year, and below it says Model Class for Good Conduct. After speaking, he could not help but click his tongue in amazement. Wow, what a coincidence. I was in Class 2 of Senior Year back in my day. A hint of reminiscence colored Zhang Fan's tone. Suyu nodded silently. He now understood where his sense of wrongness came from. From his perspective, the rotating banner read, Class 17 of Senior Year, Model Class for Good Conduct. He walked out of the classroom and saw a class nameplate on the wall. It was indeed class 17 of senior year. What do you see? Suyu asked Zhang Fan, who had followed him out of the classroom. Class 2 of senior year. Zhang Fan's expression was matter of fact. Exactly the same as what's on the banner. That's the problem. Huh. What I see is class 17 of senior year. Oh, huh. Zhang Fan froze, quickly caught on, and a chill crept into his heart. There's a ghost. You're afraid of ghosts. A little. No, that's not the point here, brother you. Zhang Fan's face fell as he continued. What should we do? I thought once we killed that woman's head we could go back. That was only the beginning. So you now understood. If one endured the woman's head's class and passed 10 trials, one could leave this place. But that way one would only receive basic rewards. For someone like him, who killed the woman's head directly, additional rewards could be obtained. At the same time, however, this drew one into the true nature of the purple light gate. Far more dangerous. The presence of the rotating banner and class nameplate could be considered a hint. Of course, perhaps the teaching building having no restroom was also a hint. First of all, this campus should be pieced together from our memories. So you spoke slowly. Second, while the overall layout remains consistent, hints have been left in the subtle details. This is consistent with the purple light gate I experienced previously. Zhang Fan gazed at Suyu, eagerly waiting for him to offer a solution. Then he watched Suyu turn to look at him. Do you have any ideas? Huh. Me, eh? Zhang Fan pointed at himself. Suyu nodded. Zhang Fan's whole being wilted. Well, I might not be great at thinking about this kind of problem. Oh. Suyu asked again. Where did Qin Jifei say she'd wait for me? The 6th floor. Let's go head up to the 6th floor and find them, see what they've discovered. Zhang Fan followed behind Suyu and asked timidly, Brother Yu, we won't actually be unable to go back, will we? Suyu replied casually, don't worry. The probability of us dying here is greater than the probability of us not being able to go back. Zhang Fan. What kind of reassurance was that? And the probability of us dying here is 0. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up, really. Suyu's footsteps did not pause as he headed for the 6th floor. I lied. Zhang Fan. He seemed to understand. This was Brother Yu's way of telling him to stop talking nonsense. So he promptly shut his mouth. Soon Suyu found Qin Jifei and the others on the 6th floor. Xue Qingya and Zhang Daoyang were there, as well as the bespectacled woman, whose icy exterior masked a restless soul. As for the rest, none were present. Clearly they had not traveled with Qin Jifei's group. Suyu, this is bad. Qin Jifei's expression was grave as she continued. We investigated all the way down to the 1st floor. When I tried to go outside, an invisible wall blocked us. In other words, we're trapped inside this teaching building. Xue Qingya added. Suyu shared his discovery, then asked, do you have any ideas? Xue Qingya's face showed sudden understanding. So that's how it is. If that's the case. She pondered for a moment, then lifted her delicate face to look at Suyu. Brother Yu, I thought of something. If this school was pieced together from our memories, then wouldn't some rules have been woven in during that process as well? Suyu gave a slight nod. Go on. Xue Qingya, for example, during class students cannot leave the teaching building. Zhang Fan looked bewildered. Why not students cannot leave the classroom? Xue Qingya pursed her lips. During class you can ask the teacher for permission to go to the restroom, so naturally you can leave the classroom. Qin Jifei suddenly interjected. Wait, this teaching building doesn't have a restroom either. Zhang Daoyang also looked puzzled. I remember at my school the restrooms were built outside the teaching building. Xue Qingya nodded. Exactly, that's why I suspect the entire school might not have any restrooms. Zhang Fan didn't understand why. Xue Qingya, because that way students couldn't use, I need to go to the restroom, as an excuse to leave the teaching building. Everyone. Suyu summarized. In other words, the rules restrict us to operating within the teaching building for now. As for the lack of restrooms, that's a patch that strengthens the restriction. Xue Qingya nodded her small head, yes. I imagine if someone had asked the woman's head about it earlier, asked if they could go to the restroom in order to try leaving the classroom, most likely the woman's head would have rejected them with the excuse that there's no restroom here. I arrived earlier than you, and someone actually did ask that very question, but the woman's head refused them with the no restroom excuse. Suyu's heart stirred. He believed he now knew how to break the impasse and reap even greater rewards. Wait, this still doesn't make sense. Zhang Fan scratched his head, speaking with a bewildered expression. If there are truly no restrooms here, doesn't that mean we can't leave the classroom at all? Xue Qingya nodded slightly. Yes, theoretically speaking, that is correct. Zhang Fan grew even more puzzled. Then how are we still able to leave the classroom? Xue Qingya fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. Perhaps it's because Brother Yu killed the teacher. Qin Jifei's eyes suddenly lit up. The one who killed the teacher must be a bad student, right? If that's the case, can bad students ignore the rule about not leaving the teaching building? Zhang Daoyang silently glanced at Suyu, hesitating whether to speak. Zhang Fan suddenly understood. Oh, I get it now, I figured it out. If we had also attacked the woman's head earlier, we should be able to leave the teaching building by now. Cough cough. Zhang Daoyang cleared his throat. I think you're wrong. Zhang Fan immediately frowned. Tell me what's wrong with what I said. He had finally figured this out after much thought. Xue Qingya silently glanced at him without saying anything. Qin Jifei was trying hard not to laugh. Enough. Suyu raised his hand. There's more than one way to leave the teaching building besides becoming a bad student. Zhang Fan blinked, completely stunned. Right, as long as they attacked the woman's head, they could become bad students and leave the teaching building. So who stopped everyone from attacking together? So hard to guess. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Fan looked serious. I think old Zhang is right, and I'm wrong. That's not important. Suyu shook his head and continued. Besides becoming a bad student, there's another situation where students can leave the teaching building. The girl with glasses raised her left hand. I know you can leave during PE class. Suyu. Noticing Suyu looking at her, Qin Jifei said, let me introduce you, her name is Yi Min. Suyu nodded. Good, but what I'm saying is students can leave the teaching building after class. Shui Qingyao pondered. You see, if you can pass the woman's head's 10 judgments, it would be equivalent to class being over. After class ends, you can choose to return or perhaps continue exploring. Suyu, but because I killed the woman's head, the class process was interrupted so naturally, there's no such thing as class ending. Qin Jifei, then, what should we do? It seemed like all paths were blocked. A sense of foreboding rose in everyone's hearts except Suyu's. It's simple. Suyu smiled. Just make the dismissal bell ring. As he spoke, he walked to the railing and looked outside. Wherever his gaze reached besides this teaching building, there were 3 more buildings of the same scale, and an administrative building. Beyond that, a corner of the playground could be seen, which should be where PE classes were held. Zhang Fan saw hope and immediately spoke. Make the dismissal bell ring. Brother, you, whatever you say to do, I'll follow you. Suyu, your task is to explore the teaching building and try to dig deeper for useful information. Qin Jifei raised an eyebrow. So you're saying we're useless right now? Suyu, this time I won't tell you you're talking nonsense. Shui Qingyao curled her lips slightly. Sister Qin, let's continue exploring this teaching building. Perhaps we can still discover something useful. That's odd. Shouldn't the broadcast room be in the administrative building? Why is brother you heading toward the teaching building? Zhang Daliang patted his shoulder. Old Zhang, stop thinking about it. This isn't your strength. Zhang Fan's face immediately flushed red. Bullshit. I even won awards in elementary school. Zhang Daliang, what about middle school? Zhang Fan. That's different. That's a completely different thing. Inside the second teaching building, Suyu walked in smoothly without any restrictions. Excellent. The monarch-level monster in this teaching building is mine too. Yes, there were 4 teaching buildings in total, so it didn't make sense that only the building where Suyu and the others were located had monsters. He believed that the other 3 teaching buildings must also have monarch-level monsters. If that was the case, wouldn't it be a waste not to feast on them? I wonder if the monsters in these teaching buildings are all heartstring weavers. He went floor by floor and finally stopped in front of a certain classroom on the 3rd floor. Through the glass window, Suyu clearly saw the scene inside. How to put it, that scene was somewhat unsuitable for children, not very appropriate to describe. Schools probably don't teach this kind of thing. Suyu was dumbfounded. Would any school teach students how to dissect human corpses? Oh, there probably should be like medical students. But this was a high school campus, right? A dissected human corpse was placed on the desk at the podium. Beside the podium floated a sweet and lovely woman's head. Her hair was wrapped around several surgical knives, slicing into the human corpse one cut at a time. The players in the classroom mostly had pale faces and incomplete health bars, with some's health nearly depleted. As the sweet woman's head made another cut, one player's health bar exactly hit 0. Excellent, we have new material for practice. Her hair wildly surged into the human corpse on the podium, devouring it completely. She then quickly dragged the newly deceased player's corpse onto the podium. A sweet smile spread across her face. Students, let's continue. Boom. Suyu kicked open the classroom door and rushed inside, raising his sword to strike. Stop. Suddenly a hoarse shout came from the corner of the classroom. A handsome boy with only about 20% health remaining stood up, staring directly at Suyu. Don't lay a hand on her. Anyone who does has died. Also, where did you come from? The others also looked at Suyu with expressions of shock and disbelief. They were all bewildered, because they had all suddenly appeared in this classroom. They never expected that someone could actually kick open the classroom door and walk in from outside. This matter completely exceeded their understanding, causing their brains to short-circuit. Then they saw the sweet woman's head on the podium crash through the blackboard and run out without looking back. The handsome boy looked utterly bewildered. Suyu had no intention of explaining, crashing through the blackboard in pursuit, moving faster than the sweet woman's head. What the hell is this thing? Everyone couldn't believe it. The monster that had tormented them for so long had just escaped like that. Smack. Someone suddenly slapped themselves. It hurts, so it must not be a dream. After obtaining the specialization Extreme Enhancement, Suyu's physical constitution reached an entirely new level. As a result, he caught up to the heartstring weaver with even greater speed. He seized her hair, swung her with all his might, and easily hurled her to the ground, pinning her beneath his foot. Can we talk? Ugh. MMGH. The sweet-faced woman's head let out muffled groans, attempting to speak, but unable to open her mouth beneath Suyu's foot. Suyu lifted his foot slightly. The sweet-faced woman's head immediately attempted to levitate and flee. But Suyu reacted faster, stomping down heavily to deny her any chance of escape, pinning her once more. The sweet-faced woman's head struggled in vain, achieving nothing. After repeating this several times, when Suyu lifted his foot again, the sweet-faced woman's head remained perfectly still, having clearly abandoned all resistance. Can we talk? Suyu asked for the second time. Heh. The sweet-faced woman's head laughed coldly, her gaze toward him brimming with mockery. I suppose not. Suyu had grown accustomed to such expected outcomes. He was about to send her on her way. Suddenly, the sweet-faced woman's head spoke. Which teaching building did you come out of? Suyu's motion paused. He placed the mountain remains greatsword beside her temple. Teaching building no. 3. How many have you killed? Asked the sweet-faced woman's head. 1, replied Suyu. The sweet-faced woman's head smiled wickedly. Are you curious why I asked that? Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly, saying nothing. Ha ha ha. The sweet-faced woman's head burst into raucous laughter. Then stay curious. Boom. A gust of violent wind whistled through as a fist the size of an earthenware pot slammed towards Suyu's back. Accompanying it were 9 consecutive negative debuff judgments. Suyu's stats proved their worth in that moment. All 9 judgments failed, leaving him completely unaffected. In the next second, he turned with crisp precision, lifted his leg, and sent the ambusher flying with a powerful kick. Upon seeing the appearance of the monster he had kicked away, he nodded subtly to himself, confirming his suspicions. The one who had attacked from behind was none other than the triangular-headed creature that had fled earlier. Besides him, 2 other heads, each with distinct features, yet all conforming to human aesthetics, floated suspended in midair. You're surrounded by us. The sweet-faced woman's hair writhed like little snakes, tearing free from her scalp and converging into a tangled mass in midair. Exactly as described in the equipment two-faced moon pendant. The heartstring weaver's true form was never the head itself, but rather the hair attached to it. Or rather, what appeared to be hair was no hair at all. Humph, friend, what I did earlier was a strategic retreat, understand? The triangular-headed creature clambered up from the ground, clenched his fists, and glared at Suyu with a threatening air. He spoke in an aggressively assertive tone. You may leave this place now. Please be on your way. One of the heartstring weavers beside him spoke up as well. Why must we fight to the bitter end? Leave now, and we promise not to hinder you. Another heartstring weaver threatened. You don't want to face all 4 of us at once, do you? What if you lose, eh? Seeing this, Suyu smiled, an expression of deep satisfaction spreading across his face. From the very moment the triangular head had first appeared before him, he had known these monsters could communicate remotely. Therefore, he had long anticipated the present scene. After all, viewed from another perspective, in the eyes of these monsters, he was nothing less than an utterly unmanageable thorn in their side. Since he posed a threat to them, they would not simply sit and wait for death. Naturally, they would attempt to surround him or force him to leave. It stood to reason that the moment he stepped into this teaching building, the sweet-faced woman's head had already sensed his arrival. Yet she deliberately feigned ignorance, while simultaneously contacting the other monsters attempting to coordinate an ambush against him. Had the triangular head succeeded, or had he shown any sign of weakness, they would have struck with full force to kill him. Unfortunately, he had ignored all debuff judgments, and the triangular head had been kicked flying by him. They had lost their nerve. I'm curious. Suyu gazed at the 2 heartstring weavers floating in midair. Have you 2 finished your classes already to come looking for me, instead of staying in your classroom? Apparently not expecting Suyu to ask such a question, the 2 heartstring weavers' mouths twitched, and one slowly spoke. Because of you I dismissed them from class early. Meaning, I let your kind leave this place. The implication was clear. Wasn't he going to let them go in return? Suyu looked at the triangular head. Don't you have class? The triangular head snorted. I teach physical education. Suyu raised an eyebrow. So? The triangular head replied. I don't really know either, but the rules say I can give away my class periods, so I voluntarily did so. It was absolutely not, because there had once been 4 heartstring weavers here, and only 1 triangular head. He firmly believed he had given them away of his own accord. Suyu coaxed gently. Rules? What rules? The triangular head began. Why, of course it's. He suddenly clamped his mouth shut, eyes bulging, and retreated several steps. Suyu stepped forward, about to speak. Run? Scatter. The sweet-faced woman's head, no one knew when she had reconstructed a new one, spoke abruptly, then turned and fled. For sovereign tier creatures abandoned their siege of Suyu and scattered in all directions. The expression on Suyu's face faded bit by bit. Watching his prey run away, he was naturally displeased. How could he let a cooked duck fly away? With a tap of his foot, he chose to pursue the sweet-faced woman's head first, since her health had already been brought down to 70. Seeing Suyu pursue her, the sweet-faced woman's head was filled with regret. She felt that had she not toyed with Suyu earlier, she might not have been the first one chased. Fly faster, faster. Damn these rules restricting flight altitude. Otherwise, how could I be in such a sorry state? The sweet-faced woman's head raged inwardly, only to discover she could no longer fly at all. Suyu seized her hair, her true body, with both hands, applied gentle force, and pulled apart in opposite directions. Ryup, strand after strand of black hair, unable to bear the strain, snapped clean in two. Aard. A shrill, anguished wail erupted from the heartstring weaver as she plunged straight into a grievously wounded state. Impossible. You weren't this powerful earlier. Had I gone all out, wouldn't you have come to ambush me? Suyu's expression remained calm as his hands never ceased their work, the heartstring weaver's health plummeting like water flowing away. Let me ask you again. What rule did that triangular head mention just now? Ha ha ha, you'll never pry it out of me. Oh, so you spoke no more. In a matter of moments, he sent her on her way. The familiar panel notification chimed. 1,000 experience points and 25 points of mystery attribute credited, along with a new sovereign tier specialization, Heartstring Resonance. Heartstring Resonance Sovereign Tier allows the user to read the thoughts of creatures below Sovereign Tier on a spiritual level. Heartstring Resonance. At first glance it appears to be a rather useless specialty, but in truth it is a specialty that can prove immensely valuable in combat. By directly reading an opponent's thoughts, one can truly know both oneself and the enemy, anticipating their every move before they make it. The only regret is that it can only read the thoughts of beings below Lord level. Of course, for Suyu none of that matters. What truly matters is, this specialty lets me read the big mushroom's thoughts. Suyu felt a surge of excitement. At last he could know what that big mushroom was thinking. The monster communication plan had successfully taken its first step. He swiftly gathered the orange treasure chest from the ground, without bothering to open it, then turned to pursue his next target. To be honest, Suyu hadn't expected that the 4 Lord-level monsters would choose to flee without engaging in battle. Was he truly that terrifying? As a result, his plan had only succeeded halfway, merely luring the monsters over. He had originally intended to devour them all, but it seemed that was no longer possible. In the blink of an eye, the other 3 Lord-level monsters had already fled into the distance. The 2 Heartstring Weavers in particular, small in stature, they were exceptionally agile and adept at concealing themselves, and had already vanished from Suyu's field of vision. However, the triangle-headed one still remained within his sight. You're the one. Suyu locked onto his target, tapped the ground with his foot, and shot forward at tremendous speed in pursuit. The wind howled past his ears, and in mere moments he had caught up to the triangle-headed one. And no, don't come after me. I'm just a gym teacher. The triangle-headed one ran desperately, his face twisted with terror, clearly reluctant to die. Suyu said nothing. When he was less than 10 meters away, he launched a flying kick, striking the triangle-headed one's behind with pinpoint precision. Smack! The triangle-headed one was sent airborne, crashing heavily to the ground. As he struggled to rise, a foot pinned him firmly to the earth, rendering him utterly immobile. Suyu, what are the rules you mentioned? Triangle head rules. Rules are just rules. Suyu, enough with the nonsense. I'm asking you what the rules you spoke of actually represent. Triangle head. Then let me ask you, would you rather hang yourself or drown? Suyu narrowed his eyes, realizing that these monsters too were bound by some kind of rule. And if they were to reveal the meaning of these rules to a player, they would be punished, perhaps even struck down on the spot. With that understanding, things had suddenly become far more interesting. An obvious question took shape in Suyu's mind. Were the monsters within these light gates any different from those outside? Suyu, you said that according to the rules you as a gym teacher can give your class away voluntarily. After you said that you clearly didn't suffer any lethal punishment. Does that mean you can tell me the rules that bind you without being punished by death? The triangle-headed one closed his eyes. You wouldn't understand. Punishment of that kind. He did not continue, his attitude unmistakably firm. Compared to dying at Suyu's hands, he feared the punishment far more. Was there something more terrifying than death itself? Suyu furrowed his brow slightly, realizing he could extract no further information from this creature. He raised his hand, and the Mountain Remains greatsword came crashing down. Notice you have slain Iron Wall LV. 5. Based on the damage dealt, experience 1000. Notice you have devoured Iron Wall LV. 40. You gain 25 constitution. Notice you are digesting Iron Wall LV. 40. Extracting target's specialty. Notice you have acquired the specialty, Iron Muscles and Steel Bones. Iron Muscles and Steel Bones Lord level damage received is reduced by 10. Suyu stretched his body, finding himself fairly satisfied with his newly acquired specialty. Because broadly speaking, taking less damage means staying alive longer in combat. And staying alive longer in combat means being able to dish out more damage. So taking less damage equals dealing more damage. Having forcefully reframed a defensive specialty as an offensive one, Suyu turned his gaze to the notification panel. His unarmored constitution had reached 112 points, surpassing the 100-point threshold. In other words, he could now undergo his 3rd genetic optimization for the constitution attribute. Of course, the genetic optimizations available to him were not limited to constitution. With his mystique attribute now at 40 points, he could undergo his 1st genetic optimization for the mystique attribute. Unlike constitution, the genetic optimizations for spirit and mystique attributes only triggered once the attribute reached 40 points. The reason for this? Could it be that classes built around constitution are inherently weaker, so they were given compensation? The triangle-headed one had clearly been a constitution-focused class, which was why he had been assigned to be a gym teacher who couldn't even hold on to his class. Suyu blinked. His own constitution was currently his highest stat. Fortunately, I'm not a constitution-focused class. Wait, what was his own class's primary attribute anyway? Forget it, it doesn't matter. As long as it's not constitution, let's see what goodies the mystique and constitution optimizations have to offer. Notice your current constitution exceeds 100 points. A genetic optimization has been triggered. Notice please select one of the following 4 options at your earliest convenience to proceed with the genetic optimization. 1. Wind Shadow 1000 Phantoms. The agility coefficient provided by your constitution attribute is permanently increased by 50. 2. Wind Eye Absolute First Strike. During combat, there is a small chance of entering a future sight state, allowing you to read enemy actions in advance. 3. Wind Burial Cutting Trajectory. Your final damage is boosted by your agility coefficient. Every 1 agility coefficient increases final damage by 0. 5. 4. Wind God Undying Body. While moving at high speed, HP and energy regenerate by 0.5 per second. I'll choose the first one, Wind Shadow 1000 Phantoms. After reviewing the 4 directions of genetic optimization, Suyu decisively chose the first. As for the reason, naturally it was because the numbers offered by Wind Shadow 1000 Phantoms were simply too tempting. A full 50 increase to the agility coefficient. This brings us to the prerequisite optimization Wind Trace Streak, without trace and its effects. The agility coefficient increases by 10, and while continuously moving it rises further, up to a maximum of 30. But the speed at which it increases is painfully slow. It requires roughly 10 seconds of continuous movement to gain 0.5 and fully stacking the effect takes 600 seconds of movement. On paper that sounds decent, but for Suyu, how long does a single battle actually last? Moreover, the moment he stops moving, the effect resets entirely. In other words, Wind Trace Streak without trace is really a specialty tailor-made for strategic retreats. Of course, all of that is unimportant for now. What matters is that the Wind Shadow 1000 Phantoms optimization continues. Suyu felt a tingling, numbing sensation spread through his skull, and the world seemed to slow before his eyes. This was the hallmark of greatly enhanced neural reaction speed and dynamic vision. Not good. Suyu suddenly exclaimed. If my dynamic vision becomes too strong, won't watching videos in the future be like watching a slideshow? Oh, can't watch videos now? Then never mind. Suyu blinked his eyes. He had already adapted to his current body and felt remarkably well. Next is the genetic optimization with the mystery attribute. Let me see. Notification: your current mystery exceeds 40 points, triggering 1 genetic optimization. Notification: please select one of the following 4 options promptly to proceed with genetic optimization. 1. Veil of the Mind. You cannot be read by any entity whose level is lower than yours. 2. Burden of Skill. The more active skills you possess, the less damage you receive. 3. Abyss Gaze. When dealing damage to a target, your final damage will increase over time. 4. Cognitive Deviation. Damage dealt to you has a certain chance of nullifying entirely. Veil of the Mind. Without the slightest hesitation, the instant he read its effect, Suyu chose it decisively. After all, no one relished having their innermost thoughts laid bare. With 2 consecutive genetic optimizations, Suyu's overall combat prowess surged dramatically. But he had no time to dwell on this now. The most pressing matter was to track down the remaining 2 Monarch-class monsters and devour them. I don't understand. The advantage should clearly be on our side. That player is simply too monstrous. At this stage, I don't believe anything like him should even exist. 100 meters beneath the teaching building, 2 tangled masses of disheveled hair writhed against each other. He reminds me of she. I think she might not even compare to him. Is that something we should even be saying? At least here we can say it. The 2 mind-string weavers, having severed their own heads and retreated underground in a desperate bid to survive, fell into silence. Hiding so thoroughly, Suyu frowned. He had already scoured the campus for over half an hour, yet found absolutely nothing. The mystery affinity really is troublesome. If only the mind-string weavers were as easy to locate as those triangle heads. By the way, why isn't there a restriction on these monsters' movement range? Why should players be confined to the teaching buildings, while these monsters can roam wherever they please? The answer in truth was rather simple. Under normal circumstances at this stage within the Purple Light Gate, the monsters were unquestionably the dominant force. Players were the ones who should be exhausting every possible means merely to survive. But because Suyu's stats happened to be slightly higher than they should be, the preposterous spectacle unfolded of Monarch-class monsters fleeing from him instead. It was nothing short of absurd. Suyu surmised that those 2 mind-string weavers must be hiding somewhere he would never have thought to look. I wonder if the others have any means to help me flush them out. His gaze fell upon the administrative building not far away. The broadcasting room was located within the administrative building. To make the dismissal bell ring, one would need to reach the broadcasting room. Administrative building, huh? I wonder if there are any delicious Monarch-class monsters inside. Brimming with such anticipation, Suyu strode briskly toward the administrative building. Wait! As though a sudden thought had struck him, he quickened his pace. Setting aside the dismissal bell for now, if I were to ring the class bell instead. Those 2 mind-string weavers are teachers, aren't they? Surely they can't just refuse to go teach their students. Suyu's eyes lit up. That's right. He had been utterly blind to what was right before him. Why bother with the dismissal bell? What he needed now was the class bell, to compel those 2 hiding mind-string weavers to hurry back and teach their lessons. This devoted student of his could hardly wait any longer. Good heavens, how could he possibly have been classified as a bad student? He was clearly meant to be a model student. Suyu arrived at the administrative building, and the very instant he stepped inside. Detection confirmed you have slain a teacher and possessed the bad student identity. Entry to the administrative building is permitted. What nonsense is that? Watch your words. I'm a good student. Upon hearing the notification, Suyu's face twisted with disdain. If you can't detect properly, then don't detect at all. He surveyed his surroundings. The area was entirely empty, the atmosphere eerily still. He went from office to office only to discover that none on the first floor were occupied. The administrative building had 5 floors in total. After combing through every corner of all 5 stories, Suyu's face fell in disappointment. There aren't any teachers here. How dull. He returned to the broadcasting room, and with a few deft manipulations, the cheerful melody of the class bell rang out. Class is in session. Deep beneath a certain teaching building. Did you hear something? I did. Some kind of bell, though I don't know what it means. So why must we go to class just because that sound rang? I don't know either. That's what the rules say. The 2 mind-string weavers lapsed into silence. I don't want to go to class. Neither do I. By the way, did you check the rules? Are teachers allowed to skip class? I checked. We're not. An atmosphere of utter despair enveloped them. They seemed to envision an enormous word, danger, materializing above their heads. Meanwhile, within the administrative building through the glass of the broadcasting room, Suyu gazed outside with eager anticipation. And then he beheld 2 masses of black hair burrowing up from beneath the ground, dawdling reluctantly as they drifted off in different directions. The 2 of them taught in 2 separate teaching buildings. Huh. So they were burrowed underground. No wonder I couldn't find them. Suyu narrowed his eyes. He truly hadn't expected that those 2 monarch-class monsters would burrow beneath the earth to preserve their lives. But no matter where you were hiding before, when class is in session, don't you still have to obediently return to the classroom? He opened the broadcasting room window and leaped straight out, landing with perfect poise. This spectacle was plainly witnessed by the 2 mind-string weavers. Their instincts screamed at them to flee from Suyu, but the class bell was still ringing. They had no choice but to return to their designated classrooms. This isn't fair. This makes no sense. The 2 mind-string weavers were consumed by despair. The rules they had previously dismissed as inconsequential had now become nooses fastened around their throats. Oh, they don't have necks, do they? Well then, never mind. Suyu soon caught up to the first mind-string weaver, his mountain bones greatsword falling in a devastating arc. The outcome naturally was a foregone conclusion. These 2 remaining mind-string weavers possessed not the slightest capacity to resist and were utterly devoured by Suyu. 2,000 experience points, 50 mystery attribute points, plus 2 orange treasure chests. Combined with the chests dropped by the previous 2 monarch-class monsters, he now held a grand total of 4 orange treasure chests. Wait. Suyu's lips twitched imperceptibly, for he felt his strength inexplicably diminished by a substantial margin. As for the reason, after devouring those 2 mind-string weavers, my mystery attribute reached 114 points, exceeding my physique attribute of 112 points. Thus, the specialization, extreme specialization, began reinforcing the mystery attribute instead of physique. But the problem is I don't seem to possess any abilities capable of putting these mystery attributes to use. No way. If this is the case, could the primary attribute of my class possibly actually be physique? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suyu's expression turned grave. I simply haven't yet discovered a means to bring out the mystery attribute, that's all. Suyu firmly believed that his profession was definitely not of the physique system. Once I eat some specialties from the mystic or spiritual system in the future, it'll be fine. With this thought in mind, he glanced once more at the specialty he had obtained after slaying those 2 heartstring weavers. Extremization 2 Sovereign Tier. Your current highest base attribute increases by 36. Having rolled extremization twice, the original specialty extremization became 2, with its numerical value rising once again. And the second genetic optimization after the mystic attribute reaches 100 points. Notification: your current mystic attribute exceeds 100 points, triggering 1 genetic optimization. Notification: please select one option from the following 4 as soon as possible to proceed with genetic optimization. 1. Soul Devouring through Fasting of the Heart. When you become the target of a psychic type skill, a mystic attribute check will be conducted. If the check succeeds, you are exempted from the skill's effect this time, and you inflict 20 backlash damage upon the caster. 2. Mind Domain Eavesdropping. You can hear the surface thoughts of creatures within a certain range, with the range determined by your mystic attribute. 3. Heart Fog Manifestation. After you deal psychic type damage to the same target 10 times, that target falls into a silent state lasting 5 seconds. 4. Spirit Disseverance. When you become the target of a skill, a mystic attribute check will be conducted. This check is difficult to pass, but if successful, the target's skill will be unable to hit you. These are all wonderful things. Honestly, Suyu wanted all of these genetic optimizations. Except the third. After all, he simply didn't possess any psychic type skills. Looking at it this way, there's a psychic type branch within the mystic system, and the first genetic optimization I chose was of the psychic type. Thus all subsequent genetic optimizations also leaned entirely toward the psychic type. After a brief moment of deliberation, Suyu ultimately chose Spirit Disseverance. The reason was quite simple. The effect of this genetic optimization was more brutal, merely difficult to trigger. But he was confident he could consume enough mystic attributes to make the originally difficult check easier to pass. This way, the mystic attributes I devour in the future can truly be put to great use. In the later stages, he might even be able to rely on this specialty to reach a state akin to being impervious to all arts. After tallying his gains, Suyu returned to the broadcasting room of the administrative building. This time he played the recess bell. Taking advantage of the recess bell's chime, he opened 4 orange treasure chests all at once. Let me share in the joy of recess. 3 pieces of equipment, 7 items. The items were still somewhat useful, but as for the equipment, I feel like this apocalypse game is targeting me specifically. Why are there so many pieces of equipment with attached active skills? Suyu was utterly speechless. He decided to store these pieces of equipment in the Stronghold's warehouse, making them the driving force to motivate the Stronghold's members to offer themselves up willingly, and to see if any of his Stronghold members had provided equipment with passive skills. Inside the teaching building. This should be the recess bell now, right? A small patch of Zhang Fan's forehead had turned red, and he looked at the empty air ahead with lingering apprehension. When Suyu had the class bell ring earlier, he had mistaken it for the recess bell and had rushed outside with great enthusiasm. As a result, he had been blocked by an invisible wall and bumped his head into a lump. Haha, I never expected you couldn't even tell the class bell from the recess bell. Zhang Daliang patted his shoulder, a mischievous grin on his face. That's because our schools were different, so the bells would naturally be different too. Zhang Fan's words were stubborn, but Zhang Daliang didn't expose him striding out of the teaching building with large steps. The invisible wall had truly vanished. Without encountering the slightest obstruction, he successfully walked out. It worked. Sister Qin, let's go. Shui Qingya's eyes curved into crescents. Seeing that her and Suyu's speculation had become reality, she was overjoyed. I don't think we should rush. Qin Jifei shook her head, a rather peculiar expression surfacing on her face. Qingya, don't you feel like there's still something missing now? Missing what? A school has students and teachers. Those are normal. But shouldn't there also be a principal? Shui Qingya was taken aback, but the reasoning was indeed sound. But it might not necessarily be that way, right? Brother, you went to the administrative building, so if there were a principal, he should have already dealt with it, shouldn't he? You have that much confidence in Suyu. Shui Qingya curved her lips into a faint smile, didn't take the bait, and wrapped her arm around Qin Jifei's. Sister Qin, if such a principal existed, where do you think they would be? Let's go find Suyu first, and ask what he saw in the administrative building. Qin Jifei believed such a principal must exist. She had already discovered something that corroborated her hypothesis. A moment later on the school's plaza, Suyu and Qin Jifei's group rendezvoused. Was there anything in the administrative building? Without waiting for Suyu to speak, Qin Jifei got straight to the point. Yes, there was. What was it? Lots of things, like desks, office chairs. The corner of Qin Jifei's mouth twitched slightly. I was asking whether there were any monsters. Suyu, oh then no. Qin Jifei, don't you think a school should have a principal? Suyu raised an eyebrow. What did you discover? Qin Jifei, the mobile red flag. Beside them, Zhang Fan was startled and spoke instinctively. Sister Qin, isn't the mobile red flag a hint for us? He remembered it very clearly. It was Suyu who had noticed the anomaly of the mobile red flag. Only then did everyone arrive at the conclusion that this school was pieced together from their collective memories. From there, they had unraveled the clues and smoothly found the method to break the deadlock. But now why would Qin Jifei bring up the mobile red flag again? He was puzzled in his heart, but Suyu seemed lost in thought. Mobile red flag. Yes, the mobile red flag. Shui Qingya blinked, and she too figured it out. The corners of Qin Jifei's mouth curved upward slightly. The awarding of the mobile red flag cannot be decided by teachers alone. At the very least, an evaluation committee is needed to decide which class can receive the mobile red flag. Therefore, since a mobile red flag has appeared here, it means there exists an entity that stands above the teachers. Oh. Zhang Fan slapped his palm and exclaimed, brilliant. Shui Qingya nodded slightly. I never expected this mobile red flag to have provided so many hints. Qin Jifei looked at Suyu with a triumphant air, her expression practically begging for praise. Suyu, so where do we go to find this principal? Qin Jifei, Shui Qingya tilted her little face upward, combining the fact that there are 5 teachers in total. I have a guess. Suyu, what guess? Shui Qingya, there's a possibility that after finishing the classes of these 5 teachers and becoming a good student, we can meet the principal. In other words, when we were attending class before, if we could endure 10 checks, then it might have given us the choice to either return or go to the second teacher's class for instruction. If this holds true, then persevering through all 5 classes would earn us a high evaluation and allow us to meet the principal. Although Suyu considered himself a model student, if he were to honestly attend class, it would be nothing short of a waste of the teacher's time. He gazed at Shui Qingya. Then, aside from these exemplary students, is there any other way to meet the principal? Shui Qingya, there should be. If good students can meet the principal, then troublesome students ought to be able to as well. She did not continue. Suyu fell into contemplation as a possibility began to crystallize in his mind. For instance, once every student has become a troublemaker, wouldn't the principal emerge to set things right? A hush fell over the crowd, all believing the likelihood of such a scenario was considerable. And so the question remained. No one spoke, each playing deaf and mute, as though nothing had happened. Yet Suyu smiled. You all seem to have fallen into a cognitive trap. Zhang Fan was taken aback. What cognitive trap? Suyu, beyond transforming everyone into troublemakers, there is in fact another way. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. Never expecting Brother Yu to have yet another solution, he immediately wore an expression of profound admiration. What is it? Suyu, it's simple. You all walk out through the school gate and leave this place, and the only troublemaker left in the school would be me. Xue Qingyao patted her own cheek. Alright, it seems I really did fall into a cognitive trap. Qin Jifei pursed her lips. I almost thought of it too. Zhang Daoyang spoke at just the right moment. Brother Yu, there are still others in the school. I'll go tell them to leave right now. Yi Min, who had maintained an aloof demeanor throughout, suddenly interjected. There's no need to tell them about the existence of a principal. After a brief pause, she continued with an impassive expression. Simply tell them they can leave this place. Having spoken, she nodded to Suyu, and the others walked toward the school gate and raised her hand in a backward wave. I hope we all get to live well. I'm leaving now. After she stepped through the school gate and departed from the place, Zhang Daoyang stroked his chin. I can't help but feel she must have imagined some grand drama in her head to get so sentimental. Zhang Fan's eyes darted mischievously as he teased, since you understand so well, could it be that you're the same kind of closeted romantic? Zhang Daoyang's breath caught. Get lost. Enough. Suyu raised his hand to silence them both. Go and clear everyone out of the school. In fact, there wasn't actually much that Suyu and the others needed to do. They merely had to inform those being tormented in the classrooms by the heartstring weaver that they were free to leave. It was that simple, yet they scrambled toward the school gate without hesitation. Some even shouted loudly, declaring they would never step through a purple light gate again in their lives, that such gates were utterly terrifying. Clearly their prior torment at the hands of the heartstring weaver had been severe enough that some had likely developed lasting psychological scars. Before long, the overwhelming majority had departed. Suyu, how about? You come with us. Qin Jifei's brow furrowed slightly as a sudden concern for his safety took hold of her. She even felt a measure of regret. Had she not spoken of the existence of this principle, would things have unfolded this way? Suyu gave her a look of mild exasperation. Qin Jifei, even if everyone stayed behind, it wouldn't exactly be of much help to me. Qin Jifei paused, instinctively opening the Sky Ladder rankings to check Suyu's overall combat power. Fine then. If you happen to die accidentally, don't worry, I'll burn incense for you. She departed without looking back. It was laughable that she should worry for Suyu's safety. She was nothing more than a maid fretting over a master who lived in luxury. A full 420 points in overall combat power, nearly 10 times her own. Absolutely outrageous. Ahem, brother, you were heading out too. Zhang Fan cleared his throat and departed through the school gate alongside Zhang Daoyang. In an instant, only Suyu and Xue Qingyao remained where they stood. Seeing Suyu look her way, she assumed an obedient expression. Brother, you, are you truly not considering having waitstaff stationed here permanently? Suyu hadn't expected her to broach this subject so suddenly. He pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Same as I said before, there's no rush. Once the base expands, and we have enough waitstaff on hand, we'll discuss it then. By then it might already be too late. Xue Qingyao stepped forward, closing the distance between herself and Suyu to less than half a meter. The development of our base cannot do without a substantial number of devoted followers. Of course, we provide them with sanctuary in return. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. So I was thinking, not only should we station waitstaff permanently, we should also stratify them into different tiers. The diner class must be kept exclusive. It cannot be open for everyone to attain. Because if everyone became a diner without sufficient waitstaff to support the operation, our restaurant would collapse. Xue Qingyao regarded Suyu with utmost seriousness before suddenly easing her tone. Brother Yu, when our base has finally developed, or when the in-game game is ultimately concluded, when that day comes, may we then allow everyone to become diners. Do you know why I chose to name our base the restaurant? Why? Because I am the chef. Xue Qingyao stared blankly at Suyu, momentarily lost in thought. I understand now. Suyu, remember what you said today. Xue Qingyao was startled. What? She quickly caught on. Why, you agreed. Suyu, the road ahead may be fraught with twists and turns, but so long as the future shines bright, that is enough. You may go. Xue Qingyao departed, her heart in turmoil, feeling she might have been mistaken. But at times mistakes are relative. For instance, when everyone had left the school, and only Suyu, the lone troublemaker, remained within its walls. A mass of thick white mist descended from the heavens, halted before Suyu, and churned restlessly. Presently the white mist coalesced into the visage of a kindly old man. Does this form sit well with you? The old man's face within the mist spoke, his voice gentle. Suyu's brow creased slightly. You're the principal. The scene differed vastly from what he had anticipated. Wasn't it supposed to be a formidable creature appearing, one he would slay and devour with ease? What in the world was this white mist? The old man's face within the mist, something like that. Suyu raised the mountain remains greatsword. The old man's face within the mist. Wait, don't strike. Suyu remained silent. The old man's face within the mist. Fine, I truly give up with you. Let me be honest with you. Here's the thing. Driving away those teachers was actually helping me. Take this as my gratitude. With it, this school becomes yours. He sent a wisp of white mist drifting towards Suyu. Almost simultaneously, the system panel chimed with a notification. Notification: do you wish to accept the authority transfer from the half-legendary entity, Mist? Notification: upon accepting this authority, you will acquire usage rights to this school. Suyu's gaze fell upon those 3 words, usage rights. Usage rights, not ownership. Therefore, once I kill you, I should have ownership of this school, no. The old man's white-faced expression stiffened. Being overly greedy is hardly a virtue. He slowly retreated from Suyu, and a surging aura of pressure radiated outward, making the air grow viscous in that instant. Boom! The old man's white misty face dissolved into thick fog blanketing the sky and earth. In just an instant, Suyu's vision turned completely white, and a disorienting dizziness seized him, making it impossible to tell direction. A grand voice swept in from all directions. Accept the authority transfer, then leave this place at once. A series of panel notification sounds rang in Suyu's ears. Notification: you are affected by the skill Confusion Judging. Judgment passed. You are immune to this debuff. Notification: you are affected by the skill Five Senses Blurred Judging. Judgment passed. You are immune to this debuff. Notification: you are affected by the skill. A total of 5 skill judgments rang out simultaneously. In the thick fog, the semi-legendary creature Fog gazed coldly down at Suyu. He was confident that with this barrage of skills, Suyu would surely be plagued with negative effects. But then he saw Suyu suddenly raise his head completely unaffected, and with a sweep of his greatsword a vast expanse of thick fog dispersed. This is impossible. Fog couldn't believe it. Based on Suyu's previous performance, he had deduced that Suyu's main attribute was definitely physique. Yes, since the first player entered here, he had appeared in this place hiding in the shadows, monitoring everything. He had watched Suyu's every move with keen eyes. But the question was, how could a reckless warrior whose main attribute was physique remain unaffected by his skills? He was a noble semi-legendary of the mystic path. Although his level was sealed and his attributes greatly reduced, he was still no match for a reckless brute with physique as his main attribute. This was unreasonable. Inside his mind, Fog cursed Suyu while trying to distance himself and wait for his skills to cool down. Trying to run, Suyu noticed the massive surge of thick fog moving toward the administrative building and immediately tapped his foot, his figure flashing forward. Thanks to his extremely high agility coefficient, he quickly caught up with Fog. Then the mountain skeleton greatsword crashed down, splitting the semi-legendary Fog in two. 130. Seeing this damage number, Suyu's brows furrowed slightly. It was a bit low. This was clearly a crushing attack, and theoretically it should have dealt more damage. Brainless brute. Fog's slightly mocking voice came through as his severed body reformed. Although I don't know why you're immune to my skills, I don't believe you can stay immune forever, he said viciously while desperately trying to flee from Suyu. With your output, you're basically just scratching me. But once my skills successfully affect you, it'll be your death sentence. Just wait. Since you chose to make a move, there's no turning back. I can be hit by you many times, but if you get even one debuff from me, you're dead. Fog was convinced that Suyu must have some skill that gave him a chance to resist the effects. In any case, it definitely wasn't, because Suyu's mystic attribute was so high that it caused his skill judgment to fail. After all, how could someone whose main attribute was physique possibly compete with his mystic attribute? You talk too much. Suyu stepped forward and his mountain skeleton greatsword fell, repeatedly beating Fog into disarray. Just wait and die. Despite being thoroughly overwhelmed by Suyu, Fog was certain he would ultimately be the victor. Soon half a minute passed. My skills have cooled down and your time is up. Fog's tone carried venom. In just those 30 seconds, Suyu had shattered him over 60 times, an average of twice per second, and he could feel the pain. Each time he was struck was equivalent to a normal person having all their bones shatter simultaneously. Having endured such torment, he naturally hated Suyu. Now that his skills had cooled, he unhesitatingly unleashed them. Then he saw exactly as before that Suyu hadn't been affected in the slightest. His skill judgment had failed again. If there was one downside to the mysticism path, it was that most skills required judgment checks. If the judgment failed, the skill would naturally fail to produce its intended effect. But when the judgment succeeded, mysticism skills were often incredibly powerful and highly influential in battle. This shouldn't be happening. After the second time all his skills failed, the judgment Fog surprisingly remained calm. But Suyu wouldn't give him time to think. The mountain skeleton greatsword swung horizontally and slammed down. He had discovered that compared to chopping, this kind of swatting motion dealt more damage to Fog. Your main attribute isn't physique, but mysticism. Suyu didn't stop his movements, but spoke as he fought. What did you say? Your main attribute isn't physique, it's mysticism. Speak up, say that again. Fog fell silent. He stopped trying to communicate with Suyu and continued desperately running toward the administrative building. Suyu raised an eyebrow. He preferred communicating with monsters who had such good judgment. In one glance they could tell that his current main attribute was mysticism, not physique. Attributes: physique, 112 spirit, 35 mysticism, 11441 charm, 7 luck, 91. With the extreme enhancement, Suyu's mysticism attribute had already reached 155 points. Such a terrifying absolute value was completely beyond what the sealed Fog could match. Fog's skill judgment failure wasn't even due to triggering soul stripping. It was simply that his mysticism attribute was far higher than Fog's, directly causing Fog's skill judgment to fail. My stats are above yours. Boom. The mountain skeleton swept through the air, slapping Fog apart and reducing his health to just 30. But at the same time, Fog was only one step away from the administrative building. An unexpected scene. Fog tumbled and crashed into the administrative building, the white, thick fog composing his body, writhing violently. Under Su Yu's astonished gaze, the white thick fog converged inward then gradually dissipated. Appearing before Su Yu was actually a middle-aged man in a suit. He pulled out a phone from his pocket. "Hey security, come to the administrative building, there's a bad student here." After finishing speaking, the fog-shaped human form coldly stared at Su Yu and grinned. "I've never seen a mystic user wielding a great sword. You've truly opened my eyes. But since you're a mystic user, your physique performing so well must be related to your mystic attribute, right? In that case. When you're fighting against a physique-type monster, can you still negate my skills?" Su Yu didn't move, only looking at him with a strange gaze. A rift appeared beside fog, and immediately a large hand tore through it. The owner of that large hand crudely squeezed through. It was a monster standing over 3 meters tall, its body bulging with coarse muscles, yet topped with an eerie skull for a head. Wisps of emerald flame flickered above the skull, giving the grotesque appearance of a green cap resting upon its crown. Logically speaking, I shouldn't be appearing here. The skull rotated its head with a series of creaking bone-grinding sounds, each motion unsettling to the ear. "And neither should you." Mist sneered, coldly pointing a finger towards Su Yu as she spoke. "He slaughtered every single instructor. Then that makes perfect sense." The skeleton clenched its fists tightly as it fixed its gaze upon Su Yu. A surge of blood-colored aura erupted around its body as it lunged violently toward him. Clang! Su Yu raised his sword and caught the creature's punch head-on, his stance unwavering. Even in that moment, he found the leisure to turn his head toward Mist. "You? Would you happen to have another one of these things you can summon?" Mist? His mind short-circuited for an instant, utterly unable to comprehend the twisted logic running through Su Yu's head. What kind of question was that? Whether he could summon another one of those things? His expression darkened. He had no intention of indulging Su Yu's mad ramblings any further. He gathered his strength, preparing to unleash his skills the moment they came off cooldown. Seizing the opportunity, while Su Yu was locked in combat with the skeleton, a theory had begun to take shape in Mist's mind. He believed Su Yu must possess some ability that allowed him to seamlessly swap between physique attributes and mystery attributes at will. Only such an ability could explain how Su Yu exhibited both extraordinary physique and extraordinary mystery simultaneously. If that were the case, all Mist needed to do was wait for Su Yu to convert the majority of his attributes into physique, then strike with his skills. Now is the moment. Mist howled inwardly, believing he had found the perfect opening. At that very instant, Su Yu's Mountain Bones greatsword was on the verge of colliding with the skeleton's fist. "If you choose to convert your attributes into physique, you won't be able to withstand my attack. Conversely, if you choose to convert them into mystery, you won't be able to withstand the assault of Earth Skeleton. There is no perfect solution in this world." Mist exploded with everything he had, hurling every skill in his arsenal at Su Yu in a single devastating instant. He could already envision the wretched fate that awaited Su Yu. Boom! The Mountain Bones greatsword surged forward without hesitation, sending the equally half-legendary Earth Skeleton flying. Mist's eyes widened in disbelief. He was certain Su Yu had chosen to convert the bulk of his attributes into physique. "My skill is supposed to act." He took an involuntary step backward, watching in shock as Su Yu remained completely unaffected, continuing to press his assault against Earth Skeleton. Mist fell into a daze of confusion, certain that the outcome should not have unfolded this way. Why had none of his skills taken effect at all? Could there truly be a perfect solution in this world? He was utterly bewildered. Yet Su Yu wore an expression of absolute calm. So collected, in fact, that he even found the leisure to glance at the thoroughly confused Mist. "What was your skill supposed to give birth to?" "Children." Mist's face flushed crimson in an instant, his teeth grinding audibly together. Among his kind, the bearing of offspring signified the death of the parent. It was considered the foulest of insults. "How dare you ignore me?" The emerald flames atop Earth Skeleton's head blazed up violently. To think that while locked in combat with him, Su Yu still had the audacity to make small talk with Mist. How was that any different from being humiliated to his face? TCH. Su Yu stepped back and cast a glance at Earth Skeleton's remaining health, just over 90%. Physique-type monsters were generally exceptionally durable, let alone one bearing a sovereign tier template. Indeed, through Su Yu's Pelican's eye, whether it was Mist or Earth Skeleton, their physique-to-health conversion ratio remained at sovereign tier. That is to say, a single point of physique translated to 160 points of health. It was simply unclear why their quality classification was what they called half-legendary rather than sovereign tier. Die. The muscles across Earth Skeleton's entire body seemed to come alive, bursting through his skin as they snaked towards Su Yu. This was his skill, muscle bind. Once wrapped in those tendrils, the outcome would be utterly miserable. Yet Su Yu neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the muscle tendrils to climb his body as his greatsword descended. Earth Skeleton froze for a moment, then was overcome with fierce delight, intending to hoist Su Yu upside down and brutalize him at will. But then he realized that despite his muscle bind clearly having coiled around Su Yu, it could not so much as budge him. Specialty, immovable as a mountain. Any enemy whose physique attribute is lower than yours shall find their physical attacks entirely incapable of displacing you or inflicting any stagger effects. Even without the amplification of extreme specialization, a physique value exceeding 100 still surpassed that of Earth Skeleton in his sealed state. The specialties devoured in earlier battles had proven themselves invaluable time and again. Suyu seized the muscle tendrils climbing his body and yanked them with tremendous force, dragging Earth's skeleton to the ground instead. He stomped down upon that skull of his, extinguishing the cluster of emerald flames beneath his foot. No! Feeling the cherished little emerald fire atop his head vanish, Earth skeleton's heart blazed with rage. He struggled to rise only to discover he could not break free from the foot pinning his skull to the ground. Suyu's expression remained placid as his sword fell again and again, Earth skeleton's health draining away like flowing water. 80%, 60%, 40%, 10%, 1%. There was no suspense whatsoever. The physique-type Earth skeleton was thus dispatched in the most brutally straightforward manner possible, smashed to death blow by Suyu. Prompt: you have slain Earth skeleton LV. 5. Based on damage dealt experience 2000. Prompt: you have consumed Earth skeleton LV. 40. You gain 35 physique points. Prompt: you are digesting Earth skeleton LV. 40. Extracting opponent's specialty. Prompt: you have acquired the specialty. Flesh from bone. Sovereignty. Your attacks inflict a severe wound effect, reducing the target's recovery capabilities by 75. Suyu's eyes lit up. This specialty was extraordinarily powerful. It countered the vast majority of healing classes, effectively amplifying his offensive output. Not to mention the additional 35 physique points. This feast had been utterly delicious. As for experience, Suyu had never paid it much attention before, but he now realized he had already reached level 12. After a brief stretch of his limbs, he cast his gaze toward the ashen-faced mist, a glimmer of anticipation dancing in his eyes. Got any more? I'm still hungry. Monster. Monster. Mist stared at Suyu with a face contorted in pure terror, convinced he had encountered an unprecedented ultimate monster, the likes of which appeared only once in a millennium. How could any living being possess both physique and mystery attributes at such absurdly extreme levels? With stats like these, he would believe it even if someone told him an overlord-tier creature had arrived. Yes, that's right. Go ahead and summon a few more monsters. Suyu's face broke into a gentle smile as he regarded Mist with the warmest of intentions. Mist drew a deep breath, abandoned any thought of fleeing, and simply closed his eyes. He was waiting for death. The smile slowly faded from Suyu's face. That's it. Such a massive academy, and you're the only security guard. Don't you know you're supposed to spend money to hire more guards? Or wait, did some scoundrel like you pocket all that money? Mist remained utterly motionless. Suyu pursed his lips, realizing the creature truly had nothing left to give. Upon further reflection, 2 half-legendary monsters had already been absurd enough. Normally speaking, the intended scenario was to endure the torment of the sovereign-tier heartstring weaver and emerge victorious, thereby earning the reward and departing. Players with an overall combat power around 40 could reasonably benefit from such an approach. But Suyu, he had simply slaughtered his way straight through. Hey, one last question for you. What exactly is this half-legendary thing supposed to mean? The fog remained silent, clearly unwilling to answer Suyu's question. Suyu slowly raised the Mountain Remains greatsword. Wait. The fog raised its hand, gesturing for Suyu to hold off his attack, and continued speaking. If I'm not mistaken, as a player you currently have no template, do you? Suyu was inwardly astonished. These monsters actually knew he was a player. What did this imply? Before he could ponder further, the fog spoke. I'll give you my Monarch tier template if you leave this place. How about it? A template can be transferred. Of course it can. The fog nodded. Let me go and the Monarch tier template shall be yours. Suyu frowned, inwardly sensing an enormous trap hidden within this offer. The reason was simple enough. He could simply accept the fog's Monarch tier template, then betray his word and turn hostile. The fog possessed no means to prevent him from breaking his promise. If so, what made the fog so certain this transaction could proceed? Unless the fog's true objective was to make him accept the Monarch tier template, and the trap lay within the template itself. For instance, once a transferred template is accepted, it could never be upgraded again. In other words, it could never advance from the Monarch tier to the Legendary tier. Was the fog's so-called half-legendary status precisely because his own template had been transferred to him by some other entity? Therefore, he could never become a true legendary creature, at best merely half-legendary. In an instant, inspiration struck Suyu, and he perceived the entire scheme. The fog knew death was inevitable, so it sought to drag him down with one final vicious trap. How utterly malicious this fog was. Suyu gripped the Mountain Remains greatsword tightly and brought it down in a vicious slash. What a pity. Seeing Suyu's reaction, the fog heaved a long sigh, understanding that he had seen through the scheme. In that case, there was nothing more to be done. To remain untempted by the immense power of a Monarch tier template and see through everything in such a brief span. Within this academy, dying at his hands was no disgrace. And so the fog perished. Notification: you have slain the fog LV. 5. Based on the damage dealt, you gain 2,000 experience points. Notification: you have consumed the fog LV. 40, gaining 35 mystery points. Notification: you are digesting the fog LV. 40. Extracting target specialty. Notification: you have acquired the specialty, Ethereal Physique. Ethereal Physique Monarch tier physical damage you receive is reduced by 40. No wonder the fog was so durable. It possessed such a formidable physique specialized specialty. Physical damage reduced by 40%. Now Su Yu's resistance to physical damage was terrifyingly high, fully qualifying him to face entire armies alone. Because high physique attributes inherently increase resistance to physical damage. Of course, claiming he could withstand a missile with his bare flesh might still be a slight exaggeration. But should he be subjected to concentrated fire from hundreds of assault rifles, Su Yu could now regard it as a gentle breeze against his face. Even heavy sniper rifles could no longer inflict meaningful harm upon him. It could be said that with this specialty, he could now disregard the majority of contemporary thermal weapons. My current comprehensive combat power is 620 points. When did it become this high? Su Yu calculated briefly. He estimated that most players would only reach this level of combat power upon reaching LV 30 and acquiring their new professional skills. In other words, once most players advance to LV 30A, the threat that thermal weapons pose to players will diminish further, virtually vanishing into nothingness. When that day comes, how will the Tianxia military, who currently command all thermal weapons, react? Tisk, relying on thermal weapons, the military has actually already accumulated sufficient advantage as things stand. Su Yu understood this clearly. These stronghold leaders of theirs would inevitably come into conflict with the various warlords in the future. Indeed, it could no longer be called a military, but rather warlords. Because the official forces of Tianxia Nation could hardly be said to still exist. They were at best like clay Buddhas struggling to cross a river themselves. They no longer possessed the power to restrain the warlords who commanded armies and controlled thermal weapons. Warlord territorial division, stronghold leaders entrenched in their domains. Such was the current state of the present world. Whoever endured until the end would become the master of the new Tianxia Nation. Su Yu naturally had no intention of relinquishing his stronghold. Setting everything else aside, one need only look at the effects of the Bronze Tier Leader template. Bronze Tier Leader damage you deal increased by 5, damage you receive reduced by 5. How could he possibly abandon such a template? His only recourse was to spread his chain restaurant across the entire world. Su Yu collected the orange quality treasure chest dropped by the fog and the earth skeleton, then opened it. Equipment items, and a book emanating an alluring orange radiance. A skill book. Su Yu held the skill book in his hands, never having anticipated that such a treasure could emerge from a chest. It appeared that beyond acquiring professional skills upon leveling up and gaining skills through equipment, players could also obtain skill books from treasure chests, thereby permanently learning a skill. He immediately examined the skill book in his hands. Name: Boxing Arts Master Tier. Category: Skill Book. Quality: Orange. Evaluation: This punch carries a century's worth of power. Su Yu's eyes widened slightly. Trembling hands, a pounding heart. A Master Tier Boxing Art. It should be a passive skill, right? He immediately chose to learn it. Notification: You have acquired the skill, Boxing Arts Master Tier. Current skill, level LV 1. Name: Boxing Arts Master Tier LV 1. Category: Passive Skill Technique, Growable. Quality: Orange. Effect: Fist-based damage increased by 20. A skill: Judgment difficulty reduced by 20. Chance to inflict armor break on fist attacks. Evaluation: The fist is authority. To clench one's fist is to grasp power. A growable passive skill. Su Yu drew a deep breath. At last he was partaking of the skill dividend. The sole minor regret was that this passive skill pertained to boxing rather than swordsmanship. That hardly matters. Su Yu patted the mountain remains greatsword. Who asked my luck to be so absurdly high? While the earth skeleton's chest yielded this skill, it also produced an orange quality piece of equipment. Name: Bone Piercer Unrestricted. Category: Equipment. Quality: Orange. Effect: Physical penetration increased by 25-30. Chance to inflict bleed on attack. Evaluation: Oh, the noble physical penetration. They were a pair of fearsome knuckle dusters, entirely white in color, fashioned from a bone-like material. Their surfaces bristled with razor-sharp bone spurs, a sight most unsettling. It's not that swordsmanship is inferior. It's simply that for now boxing offers better value. On second thought, when he wielded the mountain remains greatsword, he mostly used it to bludgeon people. It had little to do with swordsmanship in the first place. Su Yu donned the knuckle dusters with evident satisfaction. He discovered that the master tier boxing art aided him far beyond its listed effects. In a sense, he had also acquired the techniques bestowed by the master tier boxing art. Though these techniques did not appear on his status panel, they nonetheless enhanced his combat prowess by several dozen% out of thin air. Doomsday ladder ranking. First place, Su Yu 800. Second place, Wang Tianfeng 280. Third place, Luca Rossi 220. 10th place, Chui Taiyuan 135. 800 points of comprehensive combat power. After acquiring a master-level martial art and equipping himself with new gear, Su Yu's comprehensive combat power surged once again, increasing by a full 180 points. And as Su Yu's physique attribute continues to grow in the future, the master-level martial art will contribute even more to his comprehensive combat power. Let me set another small goal, to break through 1,000 in comprehensive combat power. Satisfied, Su Yu closed the Doomsday ladder ranking, unaware that those outside who constantly monitored the rankings had already gone mad. Tianxia Nation, the capital. Contrary to what Su Yu had imagined, the original government of Tianxia Nation had not entirely dissolved, for they still commanded a military force surrounding the capital. Now the capital had fallen entirely under the control of the original Tianxia government. The monsters that had previously descended had been completely purged, and every stronghold was now under their command. Had it not been for the sudden arrival of the light portals, they would have already set out to explore in all directions. At this moment within a spacious conference room. Based on our exploration findings, we can now preliminarily confirm that the white light portals are virtually harmless. Of course, entering them yields no real benefits. Only some food supplies can be gathered. By contrast, the green light portals pose a higher degree of danger, yet they can. A refined-looking middle-aged man spoke with practiced ease. Listening to his report were the official high-ranking officials who held power over the capital. Very well. Take your time exploring. We shall eventually find the answer. As the middle-aged man finished his report, a spry old man nodded slowly, a look of approval upon his face. Just then a hurried knock sounded at the door. Enter. The door swung open and a dignified-looking middle-aged woman in a gray uniform strode briskly inside. Due to these extraordinary times, the usual protocols had been considerably abbreviated. Certain critical reports could now be delivered directly to the conference room by the reporting individual. There was no alternative. The current situation changed with every passing moment. To persist with cumbersome procedures would be tantamount to digging one's own grave. The middle-aged woman first bowed to those present, then began speaking with a grave expression. Elders, the Doomsday Research Institute urgently wishes to make contact with those ranked in the top 10 of the ladder ranking. Inform them that the situation is far too complicated at present. We have no means to summon those in the top 10. The Doomsday Research Institute states that Suyu, the current top of the ladder ranking, has undergone an enormous surge in combat power. They believe Suyu has mastered some kind of secret technique. Enormous surge. Those 4 words echoed repeatedly in the minds of the assembled elders. Ever since the light portals descended, one elder began slowly simultaneously opening the Doomsday ladder ranking. Then his voice trailed off abruptly. He saw Suyu's current comprehensive combat power, 800 points. Yet he distinctly remembered that the last time he had checked, Suyu had possessed only 340 points. In less than a single day. What on earth had Suyu done to more than double his comprehensive combat power? Sensing his unusual reaction, the remaining elders vaguely guessed what had happened, and likewise opened the Doomsday ladder ranking. Thus they too fell collectively into speechless astonishment. After a long while, at the very least, Suyu, judging from his name, he ought to be one of our Tianxia people. Truly remarkable, to have adapted to the current circumstances so swiftly. I believe the Doomsday Research Institute's suggestion is entirely sound. We must find a way to make contact with Suyu. But the question is, how are we to locate Suyu? With this question raised, the conference room lapsed once more into silence. Indeed, where could they possibly search? They did not even know which city Suyu was in. If electronic devices still functioned, they might painstakingly trace his location and determine his city. But now every electronic device had ceased to function. We must learn to change our way of thinking. The elder who had previously praised the refined middle-aged man spoke with a gentle smile. We can look for some kind of item that might help us reach Suyu. I'm back. Suyu turned, gazing toward that purple light portal. Yes, the purple light portal was still there. Because he had slaughtered his way through the entire school and slain the principal, he had gained ownership of that institution. Correspondingly, the purple light portal leading to that school had become permanently anchored and could now be moved at will. Suyu raised his hand, and the purple light portal shrank, settling into his palm. Holy crap, brother, you! What kind of divine trick is that? Qin Zhifei and the others who had been waiting before the purple light portal were utterly astonished. Zhang Fan blurted out in astonishment. I've gained ownership of that school. As he spoke, Suyu felt a twinge of regret. The first time he had entered the purple light portal, he had clearly failed to devour it completely. He suspected that Snowy Plain ought to harbor other sovereign-level monsters beyond the wind, remains Snow Sovereign alone. Ownership? Qin Zhifei asked curiously. Can monsters still be farmed in that school now? No, it can't. A look of regret crossed Suyu's face. Then what's the use of it? Simple. It can make you attend class. Would you like to experience it? Attend class. Before Qin Zhifei could react, Suyu returned the purple light portal to its original size and stirred his thoughts. In the next instant, Qin Zhifei's entire being was drawn into the purple light portal. Everyone watched this scene with stunned expressions. Zhang Fan muttered to himself, this thing is amazing. If you encounter someone you can't beat, could you just suck them straight in? Suyu shook his head. No, that won't work. The person's consent is required. A moment later, Qin Zhifei emerged, her face filled with shock. Shui Qingya asked, Sister Qin, what's inside? Qin Zhifei, inside. While I was in there, as long as I stayed in the classroom, my experience points would slowly increase. Although the increase was very gradual, this is experience gained without having to fight monsters. She was somewhat incoherent with excitement. Suyu nodded slightly. The experience points Qin Zhifei gained were synchronized to him as the principal. In other words, as long as someone was attending class inside, the experience points they earned would also accrue to Suyu. If he filled the classroom with students, Suyu's level would skyrocket. A high level is still very important. Certain skills might impose level requirements. Suyu reasoned that although level was not of great personal significance to him, maintaining a high level was certainly without any drawback. It might well prove useful at some critical juncture. Of course these matters were not urgent for the moment. What truly mattered was, ahem. Suyu cleared his throat and turned his gaze toward the giant mushroom. He could now read the giant mushroom's thoughts. At the same time he wished to conduct an experiment. Could monsters become students of the school? If he stuffed monsters inside, letting them remain in the classroom and gradually accrue experience points. Once they grew stronger he could then slay them, and surely harvest far more attributes. This might well be another form of intensive cultivation. Suyu gazed at the giant mushroom, effortlessly reading its thoughts. When will this kind of life ever come to an end? So boring. And my colony is still waiting for me. The giant mushroom blinked its enormous azure eyes, looking at Suyu with an expression of innocent bewilderment. Yet within its mind it was thinking, what exactly does this human want? He hasn't killed me all this time. Could he be trying to tame me? Being tamed is being tamed, I suppose. As long as my colony can prosper, that's all that matters. But in my current state, I've truly failed to live up to my colony's expectations. Such were the giant mushroom's thoughts at this moment. Suyu noticed that it seemed to care deeply about its colony, with every thought revolving around them. This piqued his curiosity greatly. Do these monsters even possess a concept of colony? When they invaded the blue star and descended upon his planet, was it a beneficial act for their colonies? If so, then the fundamental stance of players and monsters would be absolutely opposed to one another. Suyu patted the giant mushroom's cap, pointing toward the purple gate. I'm preparing to send you inside. Don't resist, understand? What is this human mumbling about? Suyu seized its cap and hurled it directly into the purple gate. Perhaps players needed their consent to enter the purple gate, but monsters did not. Facts prove this to be indeed the case. Without the giant mushroom's consent, it was stuffed into the purple gate by Suyu. Zhang Fan slowly widened his eyes. Brother, you this gate. Monsters can enter it too. Suyu nodded. Wait here. I'm going in to take a look. With that he stepped through the purple gate and returned to the school. At this moment, the giant mushroom stood upon the plaza, gazing about in all directions, its eyes filled with bewilderment. Where is this? How did I suddenly appear here? This is my school. Suyu spoke. The giant mushroom, hearing his voice, turned its cap toward him. What is this human mumbling about? Suyu drew a deep breath, telling himself not to be annoyed. There was no need to take a mushroom seriously. He seized the giant mushroom's cap and began dragging it toward the teaching building. So rough, boo-hoo. My cap. It hurts so much being tugged. Suyu's heart stirred with curiosity. Does this giant mushroom actually possess a sense of pain? Previously, when he had smashed its cap to pieces, it hadn't cried at all. Oh right. Before, he simply hadn't been able to read its thoughts. Then there's no issue. Soon Suyu dragged the giant mushroom to the classroom. He opened the classroom door, yet hesitated for a moment. The giant mushroom was too tall. No, too wide. It stood 2 meters tall with a cap radius of 2 meters, as well, making its diameter a full 4 meters. Fortunately, its cap was soft. Suyu's hands moved, expertly rolling up its cap and successfully stuffing it into the classroom. Judging by the look of this place, is it a cage? Am I going to be here from now on? And a flash of bewilderment passed through the giant mushroom's azure eyes, followed by an indescribable surge of delight. It blinked its eyes, gazing around in disbelief. I'm actually growing stronger. Although the improvement is slow, I really am growing stronger. Wow. It took me 2 years to grow to LV, which was already considered quite fast within my colony. But here I feel that within at most 7 days I'll be able to grow to LV. 5. This place. Could it possibly be heaven? The giant mushroom was ecstatic. If it could stay here forever, it would willingly live a life of the finest food and drink. Oh, I didn't expect you to be a mere 2-year-old mushroom child. Suyu raised an eyebrow. This giant mushroom was actually only 2 years old. Of course that wasn't important. What mattered was that it required 7 days to grow from LV4 to LV5. Honestly, it was a bit slow. Suyu abandoned his plan to cultivate ordinary monsters here. The proper use of this school should be to sleep in its classrooms at night. This way one gains experience by hunting monsters during the day and continues gaining experience at night, accelerating the growth rate. Alternatively, upon encountering high-quality monsters, one could stuff them in here and cultivate them slowly. As for monsters of ordinary quality, or even elite and leader quality, there was no value in cultivating them. He seized the giant mushroom's cap and began dragging it outward. No, don't take me away. I want to stay here, goo. The giant mushroom's legs braced against the ground, resisting fiercely. But its physique was far too weak. Suyu couldn't feel its resistance at all. Or rather, its meager resistance was less effective than a speed bump. Wah, don't. Goo goo goo. Tears welled in the giant mushroom's eyes as it was dragged out of the classroom by Suyu with an expression of deep grievance. The corners of Suyu's mouth curved upward slightly. This mushroom, what is it saying with all its goo goo goo? Can't understand a word. I suppose it doesn't want to attend class. TCH, truly a wayward mushroom with no ambition. Since it doesn't want to attend class, off we go then. Goo. The giant mushroom couldn't understand Suyu's words, but it felt that Suyu might have misunderstood it. What on earth is this human mumbling about? I can't understand. I want to stay here. The giant mushroom's composure shattered. For the first time it felt an unprecedented yearning to communicate precisely with Suyu. In the end, however, it was still dragged out of the purple gate by Suyu. Qingyao, I have a task for you. Suyu pointed at the giant mushroom and continued speaking. Find someone to teach it our language, just enough to understand what we say. Xue Qingya gazed at the giant mushroom. This. Can a monster truly learn our language? Suyu nodded. Monsters possess intelligence as well. This giant mushroom is a leader-class monster, quite sharp. Indeed, after reading the giant mushroom's thoughts, Suyu had discovered that its intelligence was no inferior to that of a human. Since that was the case, he might as well attempt to teach it human language. It didn't need to speak. So long as it could comprehend, he could achieve communication by reading its thoughts. Xue Qingya nodded slowly, reluctantly accepting the reality of teaching a monster human language. Nevertheless, she couldn't help feeling a certain strangeness within her heart. After all, the vast majority of players were now focused on slaying monsters. Yet Suyu alone was attempting to tame them. How to put it? There was an inexplicable sense of being ahead of the times. What on earth was that? Goo goo goo. Ever since being dragged out of the purple gate, the giant mushroom had seemed to shut down entirely, its eyes vacant and lifeless. The feeling was akin to descending from heaven into hell. To draw a comparison, it would be like an ordinary person being forced to leave a room where merely staying inside earned them 1 yuan per second. 1 yuan per second, 60 yuan per minute, and in a single day, 86,400 yuan. Such was the giant mushroom's state of mind at this moment. Happiness, snap, gone. Let's go, we're heading back. With a sweep of his hand, Suyu led his entourage back toward the base. Along the way, laughter and chatter filled the air. With Suyu serving as their stabilizing anchor, everyone looked forward to tomorrow with renewed hope. Without anyone realizing it, the group's morale grew more cohesive, and Suyu's prestige soared to new heights. Before long, they returned to the base. Then they noticed numerous police vehicles parked outside the base with over 20 guards standing at its entrance. The one leading them was no stranger to Suyu. It was Zhang Wentao. Clap clap. Upon seeing Suyu and the others return, Zhang Wentao applauded softly. Shortly after, 2 guards carried a large case between them, heads bowed, and walked up to Suyu. They set the case down. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Shangguan Yun's cast a glance at Suyu, then stepped forward and bent down to open the case. Upon seeing what lay inside, his pupils trembled almost imperceptibly. Brother Yu, there are guns inside. He straightened up and delivered his report crisply. Suyu nodded slowly, turning his expressionless gaze toward Zhang Wentao. Zhang Wentao drew a deep breath. All the firearms belonging to the Fengtai City Guard Bureau are contained within this case. Suyu remained silent. Zhang Wentao continued. I believe that Fengtai City needs a powerful and resolute overlord. Suyu let out a casual, oh. Zhang Wentao felt a tremor in his heart, sensing an invisible pressure bearing down on him. He could only humble himself further. Perhaps what Fengtai City truly needs is a leader. Suyu glanced at the guns inside the case. Director Zhang, how many bases have you claimed in Baihe district of Fengtai City? Zhang Wentao cleared his throat. Ahem, there is no Director Zhang here. Only Zhang Wentao. As for the bases, there are 13 in Baihe district, and I have already claimed 5 of them on your behalf. Suyu claimed them on my behalf. Zhang Wentao correct. Suyu, then should I be thanking you? Zhang Wentao, I wouldn't dare. These bases were already in the palm of your hand from the start. Suyu, you've become far more eloquent since our first meeting. Zhang Wentao's throat bobbed, and a somewhat forced smile spread across his face. His spine suddenly seemed to bend a little more. Suyu patted Xue Qingya on the shoulder. Go handle the handover with our Director Zhang. Xue Qingya, huh? Oh. She snapped out of her daze. Why had she been so distracted? Because she knew Zhang Wentao, or more accurately, she had seen him before. That summer she had watched that man walk into her home, speaking to her father with utmost deference. Now with the passage of time, she saw that same man addressing someone else with that very same respectful tone. A peculiar feeling welled up within her. She composed her expression and walked up to Zhang Wentao. Zhang Wentao offered her a kindly smile. Very well, my apologies for the trouble. Xue Qingya pressed her lips together. You don't recognize me. Zhang Wentao, ahem, have we met before? Xue Qingya's expression remained impassive. Director Zhang, please follow me. Zhang Wentao had voluntarily pledged his allegiance to Suyu. The decisive factor behind this move was naturally Suyu's current ranking on the Doomsday ladder, and the terrifying overall combat strength that seemed almost too extraordinary to be real. Thus all the bases he had painstakingly seized now belonged entirely to Suyu. Zhang Wentao believed that this was the right course of action. Rather than waiting for Suyu to develop ambitions of expansion and crush him like an ant beneath his heel, it was better to trade what he could never have held in the first place for a promising future. If you can't beat them, join them. It was that simple. Before long, Xue Qingya had compiled everything into a report and delivered it to Suyu. Suyu flipped through it briefly. He had to admit the bases Zhang Wentao had claimed were developing quite well. The population alone was impressive. Over 3,000 people distributed across 5 bases, representing a massive labor force. If not for the fact that among these 3,000 few had an overall combat strength exceeding 20 points, Zhang Wentao likely wouldn't have surrendered so readily. Those under Zhang Wentao with an overall combat strength above 40 points numbered only 12. The supplies were also plentiful, clearly having been scavenged from the surrounding supermarkets. There were quite a few structures within the bases as well, including plantations and the like. Of course, Suyu had no intention of handling these trivial matters personally. It would be far more efficient to leave them to Xue Qingya and the others. There was only one thing that concerned him. In other words, to upgrade our bronze tier base to silver tier, we need to bring 7 bronze tier bases under our rule. That's correct. Shui Qingyao nodded slightly and continued. When Zhang Wentao seized the other bases, a notification popped up on his status panel. Suyu nodded faintly. Zhang Wentao's 5 bases now belonged to him. In other words, he only needed to claim 2 more bases for his own to upgrade to silver tier. At the same time, Suyu would obtain the silver tier leader template. The base would also unlock more powerful structures. No wonder he chose to surrender. Exactly. To elevate the quality of a base expansion outward is inevitable. Therefore, friction was an unavoidable reality. Unless Suyu chose not to expand content to let his base remain bronze tier forever. It was precisely because Zhang Wentao recognized this truth, that conflict was inevitable, that he made this seemingly inconceivable decision under the weight of various factors. To surrender without a fight. Give him a position as a 3-star patron. Understood. But don't allow him to participate in the base's daily decision-making. Shui Qingyao nodded. In her eyes, Suyu's decision was perfectly sound. Grant Zhang Wentao a position that appeared lofty on the surface, yet deny him any real power to match it. In essence, he was nothing more than a figurehead. Such an outcome left Zhang Wentao feeling somewhat unsettled, which was perfectly natural. To go from a leader commanding 5 bases to a mere idler. If that didn't sting, it would be the abnormal thing. But before coming here, he had already prepared himself for this possibility. Because of this mental preparation, Zhang Wentao needed only a short time to force himself to adjust his mindset. Now he could only regret that during his first meeting with Suyu, he shouldn't have been so glib-tongued. He had actually tried to use Qin Hai's father, that deputy director of the Provincial Guard Bureau, to pressure Suyu. Not only did it fail to work back then, it had now become the primary reason he wasn't trusted. If he could do it all over again, Zhang Wentao was certain he would never have shot his mouth off. If only he had left Suyu with a good impression at the time. When he surrendered, now he might have been granted some measure of real authority. Alas, regret comes too late. Zhang Wentao heaved a long sigh within his heart, gazing up at the sky as it gradually darkened. Evening had fallen, and the moon was about to rise. Zhang Wentao silently lit a cigarette, exhaled a cloud of white mist, and watched as the smoke gradually dissipated, vanishing like smoke. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Throughout these 3 days, Suyu's stronghold had developed remarkably swiftly. Foremost among its buildings were the houses. Among the 4 types of structures that a bronze-tier stronghold could construct, the basic workshop was in fact the most crucial. Once a basic workshop was built, players could consume materials to rapidly construct exceedingly sturdy bronze-tier houses. These dwellings were far more resilient than the high-rise buildings made primarily of concrete. Moreover, within bronze-tier houses, players experienced accelerated recovery of both health and wounds. Additionally, the basic workshop enabled the construction of bronze-tier roads. While traversing these bronze-tier roads, players received a bonus to their movement speed. Beyond these 2 functions, the workshop could also craft equipment from raw materials. However, since it was currently a basic workshop, it could only produce white-quality equipment, offering little practical benefit to Suyu. Nevertheless, the stronghold had undergone a remarkable transformation. 200 bronze-tier houses stood distributed around the bronze pillar, interconnected by bronze-tier pathways. Between the houses lay small plantations and wells. The plantations already featured planted crops, which matured with extraordinary rapidity, completing their growth cycle in merely 7 days. I must say, our stronghold's restaurant is flourishing splendidly, Shui Qingyao reported with a smile. Her demeanor carried a maturity surpassing what Suyu had first observed in her. Had one not known, it would have been difficult to guess she had only recently come of age. Sigh. Suyu exhaled. The stronghold's progress was undoubtedly gratifying. Yet what he desired most at present was to address his own shortcomings. He reviewed his current attributes. Attributes: physique, 16860, spirit, 45 mystery, 149 charm, 7 luck, 91. Compared to 3 days prior, his physique had increased by 21 points, and his spirit by 10, the rest remained unchanged. Relative to other players, his progress remained remarkably rapid. Yet throughout these 3 days of hunting, he regretfully discovered that monsters capable of boosting spirit attributes were exceedingly rare. To significantly elevate his combat strength, or rather to bridge his weaknesses, entering the light gates remained the most viable option. However, as Suyu approached the 2 purple light gates, the other players were hardly idle. They had in fact explored the vast majority of the light gates. Qingyao, have you located any new light gates? Well, Shui Qingyao wore an apologetic expression. Brother Yui did find 1 light gate. Suyu's eyes brightened. Where? Shui Qingyao grew even more embarrassed. It was a white light gate. Suyu leaned back against his chair, his enthusiasm waning. Qingyao, it's been 3 days. Shouldn't new light gates have appeared by now? I suppose so. Shui Qingyao picked up the teacup from the table and offered it to Suyu. Brother Yu, would you like some tea? That topic shift was rather forced. Taking the teacup and sipping modestly, he noticed Qin Zhifei striding in with considerable haste. Good news. Zhang Fan has discovered a purple gate and is currently stationed beside it. Seeing it was Qin Zhifei, Suyu did not even lift his eyelids. Really? Qin Zhifei, false. Suyu, get lost. Qin Zhifei, there are likely no purple gates remaining. However, I did discover something else of value. Suyu cast her a glance filled with disdain. What kind of valuable thing? Qin Jifei this. She extended her left hand, which had been concealed behind her back. A white cat hung suspended in the air, grasped by the scruff of its neck. At first Suyu paid it little mind, but his expression soon turned grave. You've noticed as well, haven't you? This cat is quite formidable. Qin Jifei gripped the white cat's tiny paw and waved it twice towards Suyu. Meow. Suyu took the white cat from Qin Jifei, idly turning it over in his hands, as one might handle decorative walnuts. Has this cat slain any monsters? Qin Jifei indeed. Those below witnessed it with their own eyes. The cat killed a purple Nuwa bubble. Shueqingya. In other words, besides humans, these animals can also defeat monsters and grow stronger. A trace of astonishment flickered within her. Could animals also acquire classes and level up by slaying monsters? That seemed utterly absurd. Qin Jifei shook her head. I'm uncertain. Perhaps this cat is merely an exception. After all, the sample size is far too small. After all, cats and dogs rarely survive the first wave of monster invasion. When the sky first tore asunder, that marked the initial monster invasion. At that time, humanity could awaken classes, and a select few possessed firearms. Even under such circumstances, countless perished during the first monster wave. How much weaker, then, must urban pets be compared to humans? Naturally, the vast majority had perished. Within the cities, only an exceedingly small number of animals survived, such as the white cat now resting in Suyu's embrace. Qin Jifei gazed at the white cat and mused. I wonder what would happen if massive creatures like whales could kill monsters and grow stronger. Suyu, you're thinking too far ahead. Handle this cat yourself. He returned the white cat to Qin Jifei. Just moments ago, he had read the cat's thoughts. To put it mildly, there was virtually no useful information within. It was not that his ability had weakened. Rather, the white cat's intelligence was simply too primitive. Perhaps this ignorance was its strength. Suyu leaned back against the chair, his entire bearing seeming languid and listless. No boss-level monsters, no high-quality light gates. I might as well shut this apocalyptic game down. What should have been a grueling struggle for survival in an apocalyptic world had in his hands devolved into a mere waiting period. One could not help but remark that this was perhaps the power of numerical superiority. I, on the other hand, believe that the monsters and light gates are merely an appetizer, designed to help us adapt. Perhaps the true apocalyptic game has not yet begun. Shueqingya voiced her thoughts. Suyu had initially dismissed them, but then a sudden realization struck him. Xingya, go and investigate. Has anyone obtained template fragments after slaying monsters? Shueqingya paused. What are template fragments? Like this. Suyu produced the Lord-tier template fragment, dropped by the Royal Forest tent goat he had slain. Upon seeing it, Shueqingya's small mouth parted in surprise. We players can actually obtain those monsters' templates. How remarkable. She could not find adequate words to describe it. Qin Jifei, however, proved more perceptive, or perhaps more attuned to Suyu's mindset. Are you implying that the true beginning of this apocalyptic game occurs only when we can acquire these fragments on a large scale? These things are notoriously difficult to drop. Suyu nodded. Judging from Xingya's reaction, most players have likely never even seen one. Shueqingya finally understood. Actually, it goes further than that. The number of monsters that appeared earlier was also limited. It felt more like military training. Suyu approved with a nod. Perhaps once all players fulfill certain conditions, the apocalyptic game will truly begin. Just like the activation conditions for the Doomsday ladder leaderboard, it required the number of players with a comprehensive combat power exceeding 100 points to reach 10. Suyu speculated that once more players reached a certain threshold of comprehensive combat power, the Doomsday game would advance to its next phase. In that case, the purpose behind the Light Gate's descent is to further elevate the combat power of certain players. Suyu and his two companions had been discussing the Doomsday game when suddenly a thunderous roar resembling an earthquake echoed from afar. The three exchanged glances, stepped out of the building, and gazed toward the source of the disturbance. What greeted their eyes was a small purplish-red mushroom cloud rising in the distance. This is most likely the aftermath of a missile detonation, one that employed dinitrogen tetroxide liquid as its propellant. Qin Jifei stated this matter-of-factly. She had in truth done considerable research into thermal weapons. Shueqingya's complexion turned rather pallid. With all electronic systems disabled, how did the missile even acquire its target? She left the sentence unfinished, a vague suspicion already forming in her mind. The missile was likely force-launched without any targeting data whatsoever. Suyu's voice remained composed. The commotion had drawn most of the people still inside the settlement out into the open. They stared at the distant mushroom cloud with expressions ranging from shock to awe, every face bearing a different emotion. Zhang Wentao stood among the crowd, a contemplative look etched across his features. Upon hearing Suyu's words, a young man trembled as he spoke. Why would they do something like this? More voices erupted in agitation. Launching a missile without any guidance. What if it had landed on us? Exactly. They're treating our lives as if they meant nothing. Damn it. If that missile had fallen here, wouldn't we have just... In an instant, outrage swept through the crowd. A pall of gloom descended upon everyone present except Suyu. That's enough. Suyu raised his hand, silencing the chorus of complaints. His authority commanded tremendous respect. In an instant, everyone fell quiet. As for me, I'm hoping the missile was launched by humans. The words that left his mouth caught everyone utterly off guard. What did he mean by hoping the missile had been launched by humans? As expected, it was Qin Jifei who grasped Su Yu's meaning first. You mean to say, the missile was launched by monsters? A bone-deep chill began spreading like wildfire through every mind present. In a world stripped of order, the mere knowledge that weapons capable of snuffing out lives with impunity had fallen into the hands of others was already cause for grave unease. But now Su Yu was suggesting that those who wielded such weapons might be monsters. This had transcended mere unease. Su Yu, did any of you happen to see which direction the missile was launched from? A middle-aged man stepped forward, visibly trembling. Chief Su, I saw it. It was launched from that direction over there. The direction he indicated was the southwest. Su Yu turned to Qin Jifei. Do you recall whether there was a missile deployment base in that direction? Qin Jifei. I'm merely a military enthusiast. How could I possibly have access to classified information like that? Shueqingya, I do. Qin Jifei gazed at her in astonishment. Huh. Shueqingya sighed. Once at a family gathering, my uncle. Well, if that was indeed the direction, it's likely at Hunglian Mountain, though I can't say for certain. Hunglian Mountain, a sparsely populated range with stable geology meeting the requirements for missile deployment. Zhang Wentao stared at Shueqingya in astonishment. Such classified intelligence was beyond even his knowledge. How could this young woman have been privy to it? A certain suspicion began to crystallize in his mind. Su Yu, Qin Jifei, prepare the vehicle. Qin Jifei, what do you intend to do? Su Yu, go to Hunglian Mountain. Qin Jifei, but Su Yu, that won't be necessary. Qin Jifei, oh, that's perfect then. I had no intention of going with you in the first place. With her long legs carrying her in brisk strides, she turned to prepare the vehicle for Su Yu. Shueqingya, brother Yu, would you like me to accompany you? Su Yu, do you know the exact location of the missile deployment? Shueqingya, I don't. Su Yu, then it won't be necessary. Stay here and keep an eye on Qin Jifei. Don't let her tail after me. Shueqingya understood. Though, would Sister Qin truly do something so reckless? Su Yu, generally speaking, she has a remarkably sound head on her shoulders. Shueqingya nodded slowly, just about to speak, when she noticed Qin Jifei had already returned. Don't worry, I wouldn't dream of sneaking after you. I know perfectly well that following you would only be a burden, wouldn't it? She handed the keys to Su Yu and continued. In any case, don't you dare die on me. Su Yu took the keys. Don't worry. You could die long before I'd ever meet my end. Qin Jifei. Shueqingya barely suppressing her laughter. The straight-line distance between Hunglian Mountain and Fengtai City is 175 kilometers, hardly an excessive span. But that distance, of course, is measured in a straight line. There obviously exists no perfectly straight road connecting the 2 points. Consequently, despite pushing the vehicle to its limits, Su Yu required nearly 4 full hours before arriving at the foot of Hunglian Mountain. With no road leading into the mountain range, he was compelled to leave the car by the roadside and continue on foot. Meanwhile, within a certain base nestled deep inside Hunglian Mountain, the missile has been launched. Understood. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a countenance carved from iron seated upon a sofa. There's no need for self-recrimination. We had no alternative, and besides, this concerns the very survival of humanity itself. Across from the middle-aged man sat an elderly figure, his head crowned with a full mane of silver hair. The middle-aged man's name was Sun Nongting, the elder's name was Yi Haiping. The two of them held the highest authority within this installation. It was evident that the missile had been launched, without any targeting data, under their direct orders. Su Yu's conjecture had not materialized into reality. The missile had not been launched by monsters. Sun Nongting shook his head. Once the matter is resolved, I shall take my own life. All culpability can rest upon my shoulders alone. Yi Haiping sighed. The greater concern is that after the launch, those above may conclude this base has lost control and abandon it entirely. Sun Nongting drew a deep breath. Tell me, could this doomsday game that has descended upon us be some elaborate prank orchestrated by extraterrestrials? A weary expression settled upon Yi Haiping's features. I cannot say. I have grown old, and the times have outpaced me. Sun Nongting glanced at his watch. We can keep it contained for another 35 hours. Yi Haiping lowered his head. Let us hope those above take the signal we dispatched seriously and dispatch reinforcements swiftly. An altogether self-evident predicament. Deep within Hunglian Mountain, Su Yu stood perched atop a massive tree, surveying his surroundings. A mountain this vast. Where on earth am I to begin searching for a missile deployment base? He lapsed into contemplation. It was widely understood that the surface installations of missile deployment bases were exceedingly austere, their camouflage masterful, and their auxiliary facilities minimal. It seems there's no other option. Having exhausted all plausible alternatives, Su Yu heaved a sigh. I'll have to employ heartstring resonance to read thoughts across a wide radius. Why did he not employ it immediately? In truth, Su Yu had once attempted to extend the coverage of heartstring resonance to its absolute limits, while still at the settlement, and to read the thoughts of every living being within range. The result was an overwhelming deluge of redundant thoughts assaulting his consciousness, an utterly miserable experience. It felt as though several holes had been drilled into his skull, with several wooden rods churning about inside his brain. He suspected this was due to his spirit attribute being far too low. After all, this expertise had been inherited from the Heartstring Weaver, a class that prioritized the mystery attribute, while taking spirit as secondary. Now then, Let us see where thoughts gather most densely. The moment heartstring resonance swept across the vicinity, Suyu took a deep breath. Yet the torrent of noisy thoughts he had anticipated failed to materialize. It was far too quiet. Silence as though a mute button had been pressed. This was irrational. He could not even detect the unconscious thoughts of insects that should certainly have existed. The entire Hunglian mountain seemed utterly devoid of any living creature. This, Suyu frowned. Had every living thing in Hunglian mountain perished? Maintaining heartstring resonance, he moved swiftly through the mountain, searching inward from the periphery. Minutes later, as Suyu reached the northwest periphery of Hunglian mountain, his movements suddenly halted. He detected several human thoughts. Yet they did not originate from within Hunglian mountain, but from outside it. Finally arrived. Hope nothing went wrong. Still have to eat before a battle. My profession is really something else. Suyu's foot tapped once, and he soared into the air, ascending the cliff face with the fluid grace of a swimming dragon, descending toward the source of those thoughts. 5 armored vehicles came into view, halted before Hunglian mountain. The doors opened quickly, and from each vehicle stepped 5 young men clad in crimson uniforms. Armed with firearms and equipped with top-tier gear, they were fully outfitted. They were clearly military personnel from Tianxia Nation. However, Suyu lacked military knowledge. If Qin Jifei were present, he might have identified the unit. So he could not determine which regiment they belonged to. The military. Suyu slowly shook his head. He had always been puzzled as to why the military had not mobilized on a large scale before the endgame descended. At minimum, no troops were dispatched to Fengtai City to restore order, leaving Suyu's district Baihe completely devoid of any control. Was it because Fengtai City lay too far from the military region? Or did the communication failure prevent different military districts from simultaneously assessing where support was needed? Some areas might have received multiple troop dispatches, yet places like Fengtai City never had soldiers sent at all. It was precisely because no military forces appeared that Suyu had previously speculated. Perhaps the various military districts had carved out their own territories and become warlords. But now, observing those 25 fully armed young men in crimson Tianxia military uniforms, Suyu felt his earlier thoughts might have been misguided. Tap tap tap. Suyu paced across the treetops like a legendary master of lightness skill, arriving before the soldiers in an instant. The soldiers were utterly dumbfounded. Long before he reached them, upon seeing a humanoid figure flying toward them while treading on treetops, their brains had already short-circuited. Though they said nothing, maintaining serious expressions and perfect military posture, Suyu still read their true thoughts. Is this human? Unscientific? Has physics ceased to exist? The reaction force from those few leaves on the treetop could not possibly be that great. Good heavens, does true lightness skill really exist? Could this person's class be a martial artist or something? Then that missile could not have been created by him. Suyu came to a stop before the soldiers and cleared his throat. In truth, these people's thoughts were not entirely wrong. But physics itself must evolve with the times. Those agility coefficients Suyu had chosen were hardly selected for nothing. Explaining these intricacies to someone without them would be nearly impossible. You? One soldier, more accurately the officer in charge, stared at Suyu with hesitation. May I ask you? For a moment he simply did not know what to ask. If this missile truly was unleashed by this person, should he fight to the death or simply flee? Han Dong found himself unable to answer that question. Suyu, how should I address you? Han Dong, Han Dong. Suyu, I am Suyu. Han Dong. Oh, Suyu blinked. He felt Han Dong's reaction was somewhat too flat. Suyu, Han Dong's eyes widened in belated realization, his hand instinctively tightening around his weapon. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched slightly. Such an overreaction was hardly necessary. Suyu, a familiar name, I see it every time I open the Heavenly Ladder rankings. Holy crap, he's the Suyu that Brother Han talks about constantly, saying he must also be military. So Suyu is not military after all. Well, so he's not human. That explains how he can fly through trees. Makes sense now. The soldiers maintained their stoic expressions and proper military posture, but their inner thoughts were anything but restrained. Han Dong stared at Suyu in disbelief. You're not military. Suyu. Anyway, did you come because of the missile? Han Dong hesitated internally, but since Suyu had already arrived, he nodded. Then he immediately noticed something amiss and spoke up. Wait, where did you see the missile? That should not be possible. That missile had landed near their military district. Had Suyu ranked first on the Heavenly Ladder been near the military district all along? Suyu raised an eyebrow. I saw the missile in Baihe District, Fengtai City. Han Dong, Fengtai City, Baihe District. Where was that again? He felt somewhat embarrassed. His geography was not strong. Baihe District. Before Han Dong could stop him, a soldier spoke up. My wife is from Baihe. I know where it is. It's quite far from our military district. Han Dong whipped his head around to glare at him. Stop with the eye nonsense. How many times have I told you to speak standard Tianxia during missions? And you need to request permission before speaking. Can you ever quit this rotten habit? The soldier stood there taking the scolding obediently, his expression serious, but his inner thoughts were clear for Suyu to read. I, it's always I from this one, I this, and I that. Han Dong turned to Suyu with a slightly apologetic expression. Ahem, sorry about that, don't mind him. Suyu. It's nothing. Anyway, you saw the missile near the military district. Han Dong was momentarily confused. He had not mentioned where he had seen the missile, but he quickly realized Suyu must have guessed. He immediately replied, yes, if that is the case, then 2 missiles must have been launched. One landed near the military district, the other in Baihe district. Suyu shook his head. Who knows? There may have been even more missiles launched. Han Dong. Then hopefully there were not. So Suyu, you came because of the missile. Suyu, then do you know where the missile deployment base in this area is located? The missile deployment base. Indeed, this was precisely why Han Dong and his team had come to this place. We are aware that you. Han Dong regarded Suyu with a measure of hesitation in his voice. According to protocol, an ordinary citizen like Suyu held no clearance to know the location of the missile deployment base. But then again, could the number 1 ranked player on the heavenly ladder truly be considered an ordinary citizen? Han Dong. Ahem, given the extraordinary circumstances, you may accompany us. After all, this is the top-ranked player on the heavenly ladder. At worst, I'll accept the punishment once I return. Such were his private deliberations. Suyu gave a slow nod. I shall follow behind you. He trailed after Han Dong and the soldiers re-entering Mount Honglian once more. Given that Han Dong's team possessed knowledge of the base's location, they swiftly led Suyu to the missile deployment site. One had to admit the camouflage concealing this missile base was truly exceptional. We descend from here. Han Dong opened the entrance, revealing a downward passage fitted with an iron ladder plunging into impenetrable darkness at the merest glance. He prepared to descend first. Wait. Suyu stepped to his side and placed a hand upon his shoulder. Han Dong turned with puzzlement etched across his features. What is it? Suyu, remain here. Do not descend. Han Dong's brow furrowed. We are soldiers. Suyu met his gaze. Not afraid of death. Han Dong, we are not. Suyu, very well, then we descend together. He leapt forth, his toes grazing the wall to dissipate his momentum, and in the span of a breath reached the bottom. Han Dong and the others followed in quick succession. Before long, the company arrived before a formidable iron door of considerable heft. The access cards here are likely inoperative as well. Allow me to attempt, should fortune favor us. Han Dong produced a card and inserted it into the slot upon the door. Nothing stirred. As suspected, the access card is useless. Han Dong nodded. This had been anticipated, and they naturally had contingencies in place. Suyu appeared contemplative. For a door of this caliber, the lock should disengage automatically upon power failure, ought it not? Han Dong considered briefly. Most likely those inside have sealed it deliberately. We should search for the emergency mechanical lock cylinder. Certain reinforced doors were fitted with emergency mechanical lock cylinders alongside their electronic counterparts operable by physical key. After a thorough search, he indeed located the emergency mechanical lock cylinder. Found it. Han Dong exhaled a long sigh of relief, drew forth a key, and guided it into the keyhole. Click. The key slid in smoothly. The door yielded. Han Dong and his men proved themselves dependable after all. Whilst Han Dong was occupied with the door, Suyu interjected with an abrupt query. Has your military command dispatched no soldiers to maintain order in other regions? Han Dong's hands stilled upon the door. In truth, the command did deploy certain soldiers outward, but a great many never returned. Was it because of those boss-tier monsters? Some of those creatures are peculiar indeed. Firearms hold little lethal efficacy against them, yet they can slaughter us with effortless ease. Han Dong's voice gradually descended to a murmur. Can you imagine it? A sphere of black light emanating from every inch of its body, spinning ceaselessly, and suddenly everyone appeared to lose their minds. They had been comrades in arms, yet they raised their weapons and fired upon us. And there were goats in great numbers moving in herds. They seemed capable of directly altering our very perception, truly horrifying. Suyu fell into silence. This was a critical consideration he had failed to account for. Though the military possessed firearms, those who wielded them remained mortals of flesh and blood. The consequences of mysterious class boss-tier monsters manifesting amidst such soldiers were painfully self-evident. Moreover, the very presence of firearms only compounded the casualty toll. Besides, Han Dong had just mentioned herds of goats. Those goats, could they possibly be the Linshu goats? How did you resolve it? Certain snipers fired from extreme range, expending considerable ammunition, yet those monsters could even evade bullets. Initially, we dared not deploy tanks indiscriminately, fearing the monsters might influence those within. But in time, we resorted to them nonetheless. As for the latest armed drones and unmanned armored vehicles, with the entire electronic system rendered inoperative, they proved entirely unusable. Suyu remained mute. One need not ponder deeply to comprehend that countless soldiers had been wounded or worse perished throughout these ordeals. A great many powerful monsters descended upon our location. A great many indeed. Han Dong suddenly delivered a fierce kick to the iron door. I suspect this so-called apocalypse game is not but extraterrestrials amusing themselves. They deliberately deployed such monsters upon military installations. These were words he had long wished to voice, yet had never managed to articulate. It was only when Suyu inquired that he allowed the emotions long buried within him to erupt in catharsis. Forgive me. I have lost my composure. Han Dong drew a deep breath and offered Suyu an apologetic smile. He believed that as a soldier he ought not to display vulnerability before an ordinary citizen such as Suyu. It is of no consequence. Let us proceed. Suyu turned away. Whilst Han Dong spoke, he had been reading the thoughts of the remaining soldiers. That soldier who perpetually stammered, "Aye. What occupied his mind at this moment was, if only I had perished that day as well. So you could not fathom why such thoughts might occupy him. Perhaps it was because in the throes of self-defense he had fired upon and slain a comrade compromised by the monsters. Or perhaps it was for some other reason altogether. In any case, he now understood why the major military commands across the nation of Tianxia had not immediately dispatched troops to maintain order. They had been targeted, and thus could scarcely attend to themselves. Indeed, upon reflection, this apocalypse game at its very foundation was equitable. If only Xinuo bubbles and scaly beasts had descended upon the military installations. What manner of apocalypse would that constitute for them? How could such a deployment fulfill the purpose of an apocalyptic military training? Precisely. At this juncture, Suyu grew increasingly convinced that Xue Qingya's conjecture might well be correct. All that they were presently enduring was merely the prologue to the apocalypse. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps of the company echoed through the corridor. Click. The sudden sound of a door opening pierced the air, and two figures rushed forth from the corridor's far end. It was Sun Nongting and Yi Haiping. Their faces bore expressions of utmost urgency, and they were clad in crimson uniforms identical to those worn by Han Dong and his men. Han Dong stepped forward, raised his weapon, and fixed the two with a chilling stare. Halt! Sun and Yi immediately ceased their advance. Then without warning, Sun Nongting dropped to his knees directly before Han Dong. It was I who launched the missile. Every mistake wrought is mine alone to bear. I submit myself for execution. But your arrival is truly a godsend at this moment. A terrifying monster lurks here, and it must not be permitted to escape. His words tumbled forth in disordered haste. Han Dong's brow creased into a deep furrow. What do you mean? What monster? Where? What have you done to it? Sun Nongting raised his head. A serpent, a silver serpent, with 3 heads. Where is it? In. Sun Nongting's pupils suddenly transformed into the silvery white slits of a serpent, right here. Boom. Sun Nongting's entire form exploded violently, flesh and blood scattering in all directions, transmuting into a writhing mass of 3-headed silvery serpents. Yi Haiping stared at the scene in utter horror, yet he failed to notice that his own eyes were gradually transforming into silvery white serpentine pupils. Huh! Han Dong roared. A violet radiance erupted around him as he raised both arms, and playing cards shot out from within the glow. 2 jokers. Han Dong's eyes flashed. He swiftly reached out, seized the 2 jokers between his fingers, and shouted, "Go!" With a violent heave, he hurled them downward. In the next instant, the 2 cards fused into a bomb, with its fuse already burning, which hurtled toward the silvery white, 3-headed serpent. Boom. The bomb exploded, but the expression on Han Dong's face swiftly froze. Every one of the silvery white serpents remained completely unharmed. A trace of despair surfaced upon his face. In the next instant, he stepped to the left, intending to place himself before Suyu and shield him from the rapidly approaching 3-headed silver serpent. Seeing this, Suyu was momentarily startled. To Suyu, whose neural reactions were extraordinarily swift, the 3-headed silver serpent, that seemed so fast to Han Dong, was actually moving at a crawl. The instant Han Dong prepared to step forward, Suyu had already perceived his intention. Han Dong ranked first on the heavenly ladder, and keeping him in perfect condition would increase the probability of resolving this sudden crisis. That was all there was to it. There were no convoluted schemes, such as winning Suyu's favor through a calculated display. In the next instant, Suyu remained perfectly still and allowed Han Dong to stand before him. The 3-headed silver serpent passed through Han Dong's chest. Han Dong's expression changed. "I'm not hurt. Those 3-headed silver serpents." Suyu seized his arm and pulled him backward. "They're illusions. Now take your people and leave this place at once." He gazed into the depths of the corridor. Han Dong was about to continue, but Suyu cut him off with an uncompromising question. "What is your composite combat rating?" 78. "That isn't even 1/10 of mine. Why would you stay here? Moreover, your presence may actually increase the risk to me." Han Dong fell silent. His sense of responsibility told him that he could not leave at a moment like this. If nothing else, he could still manage to take a few blows meant for Suyu. So long as the crisis here could be resolved, he did not truly care whether he had to sacrifice himself. Suyu's voice rang out. "I have discerned the creature's abilities. Your departure would benefit me." It was a lie. The Pelican's eye required Suyu to see a monster with his own eyes before he could obtain information about it. All right. Han Dong had no idea that Suyu was deceiving him. Upon learning that their withdrawal would actually help Suyu, he immediately issued the order without the slightest hesitation. "Everyone follow me. Move." Soon Han Dong and the others departed, leaving Suyu alone in the corridor. No, that was not quite true. There was still one other person, Yi Haiping. His eyes had now fully transformed into silvery white serpentine pupils. 2 snake heads emerged from the protrusions above his collarbones. He regarded Suyu with keen interest. "How extraordinary. I sense a trace of danger emanating from you." Suyu said nothing. Without another word, he clenched his fist and struck. The spikes of his knuckle duster gleamed with a chilling light. Hiss! Yi Haiping possessed not the slightest ability to resist, and the surging force of the blow shattered every bone in his body. He was sent flying like a discarded rag sack. Yet in the next instant, Yi Haiping, or rather the Yi Haiping controlled by the creature, began to change. His human head rapidly flattened into a serpentine one, while his mud-like body abruptly elongated. All his bones reassembled themselves, and in the blink of an eye a three-headed human-faced serpent of flesh and blood took form. Hiss! The three-headed serpent roared as surging vital energy converged around it, then charged ferociously towards Suyu. Suyu remained silent. He stretched out his body resembling an ape as he surged forward and collided with the creature at the vital point 7 inches below its heads, then drove his fist down. Struck with such devastating force, the three-headed serpent lost 20% of its vital energy, while its health dropped by a full 25%. In the next instant, Suyu pinned it against the ground with one hand, while tightening his other hand into a fist and hammering its serpentine body. No matter how violently the three-headed creature struggled, it could not escape his iron grip. After only a few blows, he had beaten the serpent to death with his bare hands. Yet there was no joy upon his face. He merely rose to his feet and looked once more into the depths of the corridor. Will your true body not come out? No sound answered him. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. This was no time to advance recklessly. He probed, "Hey, were you the one controlling those two men into firing missiles?" A chuckle echoed from deep within the corridor, bright and unexpectedly cheerful. "Of course not. I hadn't completely controlled them. I merely gave them a little suggestion. After all, this is far more interesting, wouldn't you agree? Completely controlling a living being and manipulating it like a marionette would be unbearably boring." Suyu understood. The monster was likely of the mysterious or psychic affinity. That made matters somewhat troublesome. He was not afraid of creatures with a physical affinity, for his own physique was now terrifyingly formidable. With a base value of 168 and the extreme enhancement provided by his Overlord class specialization, it reached as high as 228. His mysterious affinity was also reasonably high, which was fortunate. Only his psychic affinity remained weak. Suyu's current psychic rating was 45, the result of only his first genetic optimization. It was during the past 3 days that he had hunted several psychic affinity monsters, raising his psychic rating from 35 to 45. Only then had he obtained this genetic optimization to his psychic affinity. Fortunately, I chose it back then. Externalized spirit, sacrificial equipment. Depending on the equipment's quality, it comprehensively enhances psychic defense for a certain duration. Suyu possessed several pieces of orange quality equipment that granted powerful active abilities. However, he was unable to acquire active abilities, rendering such equipment useless to him. Yet the emergence of the externalized spirit allowed those items to serve him again, and this time with immense value. Thus, driven by the desire to make use of what might otherwise be wasted, and to temporarily compensate for his weakness, Suyu had chosen the externalized spirit. In retrospect, his conservative choice concerning this weakness had indeed been correct. Nevertheless, why had the monster's true body still not appeared? What purpose could it have in remaining hidden? Such behavior was highly illogical, and Suyu faintly suspected something. You don't want to appear because you're trapped, isn't that right? And what of it? Do you dare to come closer? Though Suyu had deduced the creature's current predicament, it showed not the slightest sign of panic. It truly was trapped. As it had said, it had not completely controlled Sun Nongting and Yi Haiping. Not because it did not wish to, but because the control process had been interrupted. 18 people had sacrificed their lives, aided by 2 exceedingly precious items, to temporarily imprison it. Name octagonal cage, category item quality, orange effect, select a target, and invite it into the octagonal cage. The duration of the cage is determined by the difference between the physiques of both parties. Evaluation, this is actually an excellent group battle survival item. Name unity of 100. Category prop. Quality purple. Effect, select 100 individuals. With the unanimous consent of all parties, these 100 people will be calculated as a single entity for a duration of 10 seconds. Evaluation, can an ant bring down an elephant? Not quite, but it could make the elephant stomp 1 extra time. Clearly the prop unity of 100 was designed specifically as a counter against psychic type abilities. Psychic type skills generally require a check, and the primary attribute for such checks is psychic power. Once unity of 100 is activated, the 100 individuals are treated as a single entity, and their psychic attributes naturally enter a superposition state. Consequently, psychic abilities that a formidable psychic type monster would ordinarily breeze through may now fail their checks entirely. However, when this prop encountered the orange grade prop octagonal cage, a fascinating chemical reaction occurred. With the attributes of all participants superimposed, the physical constitution used during checks was likewise stacked together. Thus, the combined physical constitution of those 18 individuals created an enormous disparity against the trapped monster. The result was that the monster became immobilized within the octagonal cage. Yet in that very instant of its captivity, the monster still managed to plant its insidious mark upon the only 2 survivors, Sun Nongting and Yi Haiping. And so everything that followed unfolded with inexorable logic. The moment Suyu and the others appeared, Sun Nongting was utterly controlled and detonated himself without hesitation. As for Yi Haiping, his fate was even more wretched. He had long since been reduced to something barely recognizable as human. Naturally, Suyu remained unaware of all this. He merely deduced that the monster had likely been contained. In the next breath, he turned decisively and strode toward the corridor exit. Run quickly. That way you might live a little longer. The monster watched Suyu depart, mistaking his retreat for cowardice. Suyu offered no reply, retracing his path. Huh. Suyu, you're out. Does that mean everything's been dealt with? Han Dong, who had been standing guard outside, brightened at the sight of Suyu emerging from below. Do you know how to detonate the missiles inside the base? What? Han Dong could never have anticipated that Suyu would pose such a question. He blurted out hurriedly, that absolutely won't do. Detonating missiles is far too dangerous. Suyu's expression remained serene. In other words, you do have a way. Han Dong's lips twitched faintly. Generally speaking, all it takes is one sufficiently powerful initial explosion. Suyu, can you do it? Han Dong shuddered, involuntarily blurting out. That's a military tribunal offense. Suyu, where would you find a military tribunal now? If the monster below survives, no one knows how many people will perish in the future. Han Dong nodded with some difficulty, forced to concede that Suyu's reasoning held merit. Indeed, there was no longer any such thing as a military tribunal. He drew a deep breath. Is the monster below that powerful? Suyu, I don't know. Han Dong. Suyu, what is the highest quality monster you've ever encountered? Han Dong. Regarding that, some of our people have professions capable of partially scanning a monster's data panel. From what I understand, monsters are currently classified as common elite boss and the terrifying overlord tier. Moreover, there appears to be yet another grade above overlord tier. Unfortunately, our detection skills aren't powerful enough to accurately determine the name of any tier above overlord. Suyu nodded slowly. Then allow me to tell you. The tier above overlord is sovereign tier. Han Dong's breath hitched. The monster below, is it the sovereign tier you speak of? Suyu shook his head. Most likely not. Han Dong exhaled in relief. That's a relief at least. But the moment the words left his lips, he froze. If the monster below were only overlord tier, surely Suyu could have handled it himself. Then why was he contemplating detonating missiles? Suyu gazed at him. Let me tell you one more thing. The tier above sovereign tier is legendary tier. Han Dong's entire body went rigid. He knew all too well the terror that sovereign tier monsters represented. The soldiers who had survived the Purple Light Gate had delivered exhaustive reports of their ordeal. Those creatures were existences utterly beyond the resistance of any current player. Yet now Suyu claimed that above sovereign tier existed yet another classification, legendary tier. How could anyone possibly survive such a thing? Suyu, are you certain that monster down there is a legendary tier creature? Suyu inclined his head slightly. He had encountered such beings, and had even slain half-legendary monsters with his own hands. When he had killed the monster-controlled E-Hyping, though the act had been swift and clean, the tactile feedback had suggested that the transformed E-Hyping possessed strength approaching sovereign tier. If a mere controlled puppet wielded such power, then the monster's true form was almost certainly legendary tier, and quite possibly a legendary tier psychic-type monster at that. Suyu was not yet particularly adept at handling psychic-type monsters. If he encountered one within a light gate, he could only steel himself and charge in regardless. Life and death were ordained by fate, wealth and rank were bestowed by heaven. But the present circumstances unfolded in the real world, undeniably humanity's home ground. Under such conditions, failing to leverage the brilliant fruits of human ingenuity to their absolute fullest would be entirely inexcusable. As for the risk of failing to kill it directly and suffering losses in the process, should it be a physique-type monster, detonation would likely suffice. But a psychic-type monster possessed countless tricks. The probability of being slain outright by missile fire was exceedingly slim. If what you're saying is true, then why would such a being appear here? Han Dong found it incomprehensible. Suyu offered no response. He merely harbored a conjecture. Given that what they faced now was most likely the prelude to Doomsday, then when true apocalypse descended, would there not be a precursor foreshadowing its arrival? Of course, it was equally possible that this apocalyptic game simply refused to abide by reason, or some other possibility entirely. In any case, find a way to detonate Henglianshan's missiles. Let's deal it a devastating blow first. Understood. Han Dong drew a deep breath. If Suyu's words held truth, then these missiles absolutely had to be detonated. Fortunately, the soldiers he had brought were all elite with specialists across every discipline. This too had been a deliberate arrangement from above, a response to current circumstances, ensuring the team was as well-rounded as possible. Han Dong swiftly issued orders, and everyone leapt into action with admirable discipline. Suyu, how far from Henglianshan do you think we'll need to be to avoid the fallout? Han Dong, there are 60 missiles here in total, each with a yield of 900 tons. Suyu, and then... Han Dong offered a wry smile. That's something I can't calculate after all. We've never experienced anything like this before. Most critically, this wasn't an open-air detonation, but rather one occurring within a relatively enclosed environment. That made calculations all the more difficult. After a moment's thought, Han Dong spoke again. In an open-air setting, missiles of this yield would have a severe destruction radius of approximately 35 kilometers. Report, I have that information. A soldier approached the two men. Han Dong spoke immediately. Speak. Suyu turned his gaze toward the soldier as well. The soldier reported with calm composure. First, the missile deployment site below constitutes a relatively enclosed environment. Under these conditions, the complete destruction zone has a radius of approximately 260 meters, while the severe destruction zone may extend to a radius of 800 meters. In other words, maintaining a distance of 1 kilometer from Henglianshan should be sufficient. According to what this soldier said, a distance of over 1 kilometer from Henglianshan would be safe when the missiles detonated. Han Dong's face was stern. Are you certain? Reporting. Yes, absolutely certain. Han Dong turned to Su Yu. In that case, we shall maintain a 2-kilometer distance from Henglianshan. Su Yu shook his head. You all try to stay farther away. As for me, I won't be with you. Han Dong looked startled. What do you mean? Su Yu offered no explanation, yet Han Dong quickly understood very well. Let us hope we can finish off the monster below. Neither spoke another word. A moment later, a soldier reported to Han Dong that all necessary preparations were in place, only the detonation remained. The device used for detonation was a timed bomb. Timed bombs are broadly classified into 2 categories: mechanically triggered and electrically triggered. The electrically triggered timed bomb could no longer be used, but the mechanically triggered kind remained unaffected. A mechanically triggered time bomb works by releasing a spring-loaded firing pin once the timer reaches its setting, which strikes the percussion cap to ignite the charge. Its mechanism resembles that of a firearm. Huff! Han Dong exhaled a breath of stale air. Now that the moment had arrived, he felt a twinge of nervousness. This was perfectly natural. After all, by his own estimation, he was about to do something utterly mad. Detonating every missile within a missile deployment base. Wasn't that absolute madness? Before the arrival of the apocalyptic game, Han Dong would never in his life have entertained such a notion. He instinctively glanced towards Su Yu, only to find that Su Yu's expression remained perfectly serene, his countenance as placid as a still lake. You? Aren't you nervous? Nervous? Su Yu raised an eyebrow. Nervous about what? Han Dong. Never mind. Forget it. After all, this man was ranked first on the heavenly ladder board. His way of thinking could hardly be measured against that of ordinary folk like himself. He led his contingent of soldiers away from Henglianshan step by step, farther and farther into the distance. Su Yu meanwhile came to a halt roughly 800 meters from Henglianshan and waited in silence. The time bombs set by Han Dong were scheduled to detonate 15 minutes later. And at that very moment, within the missile deployment base, in a room tucked away in the depths of a corridor, a grayish octagonal cage stood silent. Within it was a humanoid creature. Like any ordinary person, it possessed a head, 4 limbs, and a torso. But unlike humans of the blue planet, in place of eyes, 2 silvery white serpent heads protruded from its eye sockets. These 2 serpent heads were currently gazing at each other. In actual communication, a cold, sinister voice. This is all your fault. You never took physique seriously in the past, and look at us now, trapped here because of it. A bright, sunny voice. Physique. Hee, that was always a useless attribute in the first place. The sinister serpent head, humph, stubborn to the last. The sunny serpent head. Hee, so what if our physique is a bit lacking? We may indeed be trapped here, but who would dare come? Didn't the human who came earlier turn tail and run the moment he saw us? The sinister serpent head. True enough. Wait, something feels. Something isn't quite right. The sinister serpent head instinctively writhed as an overwhelming premonition of danger surged through it. The sunny serpent head. What's not right? The sinister serpent head. It is a premonition of peril. When that human came earlier, there was danger in the air, but it was faint. It felt like a small stream trickling by. The sunny serpent head, and now, the sinister serpent head. It feels like a vast ocean bearing down upon us. The sunny serpent head. But moment after moment slipped by, and nothing happened. The sunny serpent head. Tell me, were you just messing with me? The sinister serpent head. No, something is very wrong. The premonition of danger keeps growing stronger. The sunny serpent head. He's still trying to trick. The sinister serpent head hissed. No. The silvery white scales on its serpent head split apart one by one, snapping off with sharp reports. Snap, 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 revealing pale pink flesh beneath. Its scalp nearly burst with shock. Boom. An indescribable sound descended like thunder from the heavens. Every missile within the enclosed space detonated simultaneously. In but an instant, internal temperatures soared to millions of degrees Celsius and pressures rocketed to millions of atmospheres. Reinforced concrete and other construction materials were instantly vaporized. High-pressure gases drove powerful shockwaves propagating outward through the surrounding rock, forming zones of crushing, fracturing, and elastic vibration. The rock formation shattered and fractured wildly, spreading farther and farther. A vast underground cavity was carved into existence in an instant, and at the very center of this underground cavity, the octagonal cage could endure no more. Its durability plunged to zero, and it shattered completely. With it gone, the shockwave, the searing heat, and the crushing pressure left behind by the missile detonation all rushed into the monster's body. Crack, crack. Like exquisite porcelain, fracturing, the monster's humanoid form shattered in an instant, and within the next second was utterly vaporized. Not even a corpse remained, but a silvery white phantom, like a drifting cloud, unfurled and spread from the vaporized humanoid remains. The silvery white phantom cloud churned violently, fighting desperately against the searing heat and crushing pressure from every direction. It strained upward, striving to flee this inferno of fire. This cloud visibly shrank away, yet just before it vanished entirely, it smashed through the now broken earth above, surviving against all odds to live another day. There within this cloud, now shrunk to the size of a mere palm, 2 tiny silvery white serpents lay head to tail intertwined. We aren't dead. We aren't dead. Damn them all. dragging us into such a wretched state. May they all perish. The sinister serpent head and the sunny serpent head howled and raged, ventilating every surge of emotion that came with clawing their way out of that inferno alive. Quite oblivious too. As the old saying goes, after a narrow escape from death great fortune shall surely follow. Suyu sauntered over unhurriedly. With his physique, he was already able to disregard the toxic fumes left behind by the missile detonation. Step. He gently raised his foot, then set it down, planting it atop the palm-sized cloud. Then with a slight exertion of force he ground it beneath his heel. And would you look at that? My great fortune has arrived. Notice you have slain the silver-eyed twin abomination LV. 10. Based on the damage dealt experience 1. Notice you have consumed the silver-eyed twin abomination LV. 10. You gain 20 spirit. Notice as this creature is of legendary grade, attribute gains are doubled. You gain 40 spirit. Notice you have digested the silver-eyed twin abomination LV. 10. Extracting its unique trait. Notice you have acquired the unique trait, Soul Fiend Body. Soul Fiend Body legendary. What should not exist is a fiend. A fiend that exists must be a demon. Your physical and spiritual resistances increase permanently by 50 and your maximum health and energy increase by 100. Your attacks deal 10 mystique bonus true damage. Notice first time slaying a legendary grade creature. Notice requirements fulfilled. You have unlocked the true Pelican's professional skill, ingredient appreciation. A cascade of notifications surged across his status panel. Suyu reviewed them one by one. Upon seeing the notice that the creature was of legendary grade, he nodded subtly to himself. So the monster truly was legendary after all. He looked next at the attribute. He had gained spirit. This confirmed the creature was indeed of the spiritual type, just as he had suspected. But the spirit attribute he had received had actually been doubled because the creature was legendary grade. Could such a windfall truly exist? Truly worthy of a legendary creature? Fortune in abundance. The legendary talent obtained through devouring was even more grotesque, causing Suyu to exclaim in astonishment. It permanently increased both physical and mental resistance by a remarkably high margin, while boosting his health and energy values by an astonishing 100. This alone was more than enough to live up to the name of a legendary talent. Moreover, there was the true damage derived from his mysterious attribute. In that case, this silver-eyed dual fiend must primarily specialize in mental power with secondary mysterious attributes, the most difficult type to deal with. Suyu murmured to himself and continued reading further. Then he froze. I must have misread this. A new vocational skill. He had actually obtained a new vocational skill. Didn't it say? He suddenly remembered. When he first acquired this profession, the system prompt had stated, profession growth none. This profession cannot gain any attributes, skills, or talents through leveling up. Yes, it couldn't be obtained through leveling up, but under certain conditions. You could obtain new vocational skills. Who would have thought this? I believed I'd never unlock another professional ability, Suyu said with a slow shake of his head. Well, it certainly counted as an unexpected surprise. Indeed, this is but one of the delayed blessings. As for the calamity, the silver-eyed dual fiend had claimed it all for itself, leaving only fortune behind for Suyu. What a cruel creature. Absolutely wicked. Let me see my new vocational skill. Name, ingredient, reverence, category, passive skill, vocational quality, unfathomable effect. You may select an ingredient you have previously devoured to revere it. Once an ingredient is revered, all talents derived from it will receive corresponding enhancements through reverence. Currently revered, none. Current reverence slots 01. Description: I shall savor the moment I consumed you. What a powerful vocational skill, and it aligns perfectly with my profession's characteristics. Suyu took a deep breath. Finally, he could reap the benefits of vocational skills. And then he inhaled the thick, polluted gas surrounding him. If Suyu's lungs could speak, they would surely condemn him for such reckless behavior. I choose to revere the legendary talent, Soul Fiend Body. Currently revered, Soul Fiend Body revered. Soul Fiend Body legendary. Your physical and mental resistance permanently increases by 70. Your health and energy values increase by 150. Your attacks deal additional true damage of 20 mysterious attribute. Compared to the original talent effects, the revered Soul Fiend Body saw a massive numerical surge. Resistance jumped from a 50 increase to 70, while health and energy values leaped from 100 to 150. The increase in true damage was even more staggering, doubling compared to before. The power of reverence was truly terrifying. Suyu clenched his fist, feeling invincibly powerful. He opened the Apocalypse leaderboard. Apocalypse leaderboard: first place, Suyu 1300. Second place, Wang Tianfeng 350. Third place, Luca Rossi 280. 10th place, Choi Tae-won 145. A comprehensive combat power of 1,300 points. A legendary talent plus a significant boost to his previously weak mental attribute. Most importantly, he had revered the legendary talent. Combined, these factors had pushed his comprehensive combat power from just over 800 to 1,300, a respectable achievement. Of course, even a single legendary talent, regardless of whether it was revered. If given to someone else now, it would not provide nearly this much combat power. The primary reason was Suyu's exceptionally high base attributes across all dimensions. This is precisely why this talent caused Suyu's combat power to skyrocket. It demonstrated the critical importance of base attributes. If your foundational stats were insufficient, no matter how overpowered a talent might be, its contribution to overall combat power would remain limited. After a brief moment of elation, Suyu couldn't help but ponder an extremely important question. How do I increase the reverence slots? He tapped on the reverence slot, and a prompt immediately appeared. Tip: when you consume 139 legendary grade or higher creatures, you will gain 1 reverence slot. Oh, so it's like using the original broth to cook the original ingredients. That makes sense. However, Suyu caught a key keyword. Legendary grade or higher. There were still stronger experts. No, there are still more delicious ones. Suyu told himself to stay calm. He should first pick up a legendary grade treasure chest to steady his nerves. Compared to the orange chests dropped by monarch grade monsters, legendary grade chests gleamed with brilliant golden hues. It was obvious such a chest would contain something valuable. Suyu opened it, but his smile instantly froze. He instinctively opened his status panel and checked his luck attribute. Luck, 91. Then he looked at the purple grade equipment in his hands. From a legendary grade chest, he had obtained a purple grade item. Alright, it must be because this monster was already near death from the missile strike, Suyu reasoned. He figured that was the only explanation. He didn't feel particularly regretful about it. After all, for him, devouring monsters after killing them was the real prize. The treasure chest was merely a garnish. Suyu surveyed the devastated Hunglian mountain, determined his direction, and turned to walk out of the mountain. Large-scale thermal weapons really do hold the ultimate authority. It's a pity that human flesh and blood bodies are far too fragile. Outside Hunglian mountain, Han Dong gazed at Hunglian mountain, an unavoidable sense of tension rising within him. The missiles had already detonated prematurely. There was no turning back now. He could only hope the warheads had destroyed the monster. Or even if it hadn't been killed by the explosion, at the very least, Suyu should finish it off. Amidst a silence-filled wait, Han Dong spotted a tiny black dot hurtling toward them. It was Suyu. He moved forward to meet him, and once he could clearly see Suyu's face, he eagerly called out loudly. "Ho, W, is it?" Before Han Dong's words had even faded, Suyu was already standing before him. It was somewhat successful. At least the monster is dead. Really? That's wonderful. Han Dong clapped his hands and exhaled a tremendous sigh of relief in his heart. Suyu, by the way, I have something I'd like to ask you. Han Dong, what is it? Suyu, what rank is the stronghold your military district controls? Han Dong, before I left it was gold rank. I'm not sure about now, though. It's most likely still gold rank. Suyu nodded slightly. Han Dong watched him curiously. Suyu, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Suyu, nothing particular. I was just wondering what conditions would trigger the true onset of the apocalypse. Han Dong was taken aback. The true onset of the apocalypse? What do you mean by that? He failed to understand. Hadn't the apocalypse game already begun? Suyu, first came the monsters descending from the sky, then the bronze pillars, and subsequently the gates of light. Those who survive these 3 waves of celestial ruptures can be said to have preliminarily adapted to the current situation, correct? Given that scenario, what do you think would be the reason for a legendary grade monster suddenly appearing? Han Dong frowned slightly. Legendary grade monsters are incredibly powerful, but overwhelming amounts of thermal weapons should still be able to deal with them. So the appearance of a legendary grade monster. Could it be that the apocalypse game is testing humanity's overall strength? As for the civilization test that Han Dong had spoken of, Suyu offered no opinion. After all, until things actually happened, he could only speculate and could not provide a definitive answer. Suyu, your perspective on this matter is extremely important. Han Dong's expression was utterly serious as he continued. Come back with us. I assure you those above will place great value on your abilities. He gazed at Suyu with eager anticipation. Then he watched as Suyu slowly shook his head, a smile spreading across his face, one that Han Dong could not quite comprehend. Officer Han, do you truly believe I require others to recognize my worth? Han Dong stood frozen, as an emotion he had never before experienced surged tumultuously within his heart. It was as though an impenetrable barrier had materialized between himself and Suyu. My apologies, my way of thinking is rather outdated. No, that is certainly not your fault. It is the fault of this world. Suyu waved his hand dismissively and turned toward his vehicle. He opened the trunk, retrieved a prepared canister of gasoline, and began pouring it into the tank just as he was about to close the lid. These are for you. An expression of slight unease crossed Han Dong's face as he approached Suyu carrying a black bag. What is inside the bag? Some food provisions we carry on missions, as well as medicinal supplies. They are items produced by those whose profession allows them to manufacture medicine. Suyu regarded him with a penetrating gaze. Thank you. There's no need for thanks. They're merely trifling things. By the way, should you ever wish it, you are welcome at the Baishan military region at any time. We have a purple light gate there, and none who have entered have ever returned. If you were to come, perhaps you might succeed in exploring that gate. Of course, I'm not suggesting you should risk yourself. I merely recalled that you hold the first position on the heavenly ladder. Han Dong stumbled over his words. Heaven bear witness. He was not particularly adept at interacting with anyone beyond his fellow soldiers. Offering gifts to Suyu had been solely meant to leave a favorable impression upon him. Yet somehow, without realizing it, he had said too much. Would Suyu perhaps think that he was attempting to exploit him? The very thought made Han Dong wish he could bury his head in the ground. Should Suyu misunderstand him, he could perhaps bear it. But what if as a consequence Suyu developed a false impression of the Baishan military region to which he belonged? That would truly be a grave misdeed. Bang! Suyu closed the trunk lid. Han Dong's breath caught, thinking Suyu must certainly be angry now. He had not expected that the very first time in his life he had given a gift it would backfire so spectacularly. Indeed, as my old squad leader always said, some people cannot even manage to give a present properly. I am exactly, huh? Han Dong blinked. He watched Suyu turn and walk toward his vehicle. What was he doing? Suyu paused mid-step and turned his head. Don't just stand there gawking. I'll ride in your car. To the Baishan military region. Han Dong froze. Could he possibly have misheard? Suyu wished to ride in his car to the Baishan military region. You? He parted his lips wanting to say something, yet no words would come forth. Only a single emotion churned within his heart, and that emotion was profound gratitude. Han Dong felt certain that Suyu's sudden decision to accompany him back to the Baishan military region must surely be because he had mentioned that purple gate from which none returned, just as Suyu had driven over to investigate upon witnessing a missile explosion. Upon reflection, Suyu was not a soldier, and certainly could not have known the location of the missile deployment base. Therefore, he must have spent a considerable amount of time tracing the direction from which the missile had been launched. Han Dong believed that what sustained Suyu in such actions must surely be the profound sense of duty within his heart. He suddenly recalled that Suyu had previously told him not to go down. It was he himself who had declared he feared no death and had descended alongside him. How to put it? Truly worthy of the first rank upon the heavenly ladder. To possess such a sense of responsibility. A sudden wave of shame washed over Han Dong. He had actually entertained the thought that Suyu might believe he was trying to exploit him. How narrow his vision had been. His own vision was truly narrow. He had measured the heart of a noble man with the yardstick of a petty one. Good. All the tumultuous emotions swirling within Han Dong's heart manifested in nothing more than a single good, accompanied by a solemn, emphatic nod. Suyu inclined his head slightly as he walked toward the car, though his thoughts drifted elsewhere. A purple light gate from which none return. Tisk, what an unexpected windfall. Shall we call it a dessert after the meal? Mulling over this, he asked Han Dong, who had followed along, how long does it take to reach the Baishan military region? Han Dong evidently misunderstood. There's no need for concern, Suyu. That purple gate is being guarded. Nobody is going in. Suyu, had he not asked how long it would take to get to the Baishan military region? Within an office at the Baishan military region. We're running critically low on provisions. Although the crops in the plantation mature quickly, they still require 7 days. This was because the grain reserves, or rather the military grain depot, was not located within the Baishan military region itself. Generally speaking, military grain depots were established at local grain reserve enterprises or at provincial and municipal military grain supply stations. A square-jawed middle-aged man was buried in a pile of documents, white mist curling around him. He was the supreme commander of the Baishan military region, Commander He Zhong. The worry etched upon his face was visible to the naked eye. Ever since the advent of the Apocalypse game, after paying a steep price to purge the terrifying monsters that had descended upon the military region, He Zhong had pressed forward with utmost caution, bringing each stronghold surrounding the military region under his control one by one, striving desperately to restore order. It could truly be said that he had exhausted both mind and body. However, what weighed most heavily upon his heart at present was not in fact the food shortage. They could tighten their belts and endure somehow until the plantation's crops ripened. That day would come eventually. But the problem was, what exactly is the situation with that missile? Until this matter was clarified, it would remain a thorn perpetually lodged in his throat. He Zhong recalled vividly how that missile had plummeted from the sky, and with a thunderous roar, had caused numerous tall buildings to collapse. Fortunately, those structures had already been abandoned, and almost no lives had been lost as a result. But what if the next missile were to fall directly upon the Baishan military region? Because of this missile, the order He Zhong had painstakingly restored was once again teetering on the brink of instability. He picked up another document, his brow furrowing even deeper. The number of people wanting to leave has increased. This was an application form. Countless ordinary citizens, fearing that a second missile might land upon their heads, wished to flee far from this place. Knock, knock, knock. Just as He Zhong was preparing to render a decision on this application, a knock sounded at the door. Enter. In an instant, a remarkable transformation came over He Zhong. The worry on his face swiftly vanished, his entire demeanor lifted, and an aura of solemn authority settled upon his features. An officer clad in a crimson uniform pushed open the door and strode in. Reporting, sir. Han Dong and his team have returned. He Zhong, what is the situation? The officer successfully resolved. This is Han Dong's report. He Zhong's eyes gleamed, though he suppressed the excitement welling within him, presenting an appearance of unwavering composure. Good. Award them merit. 1 second-class merit for each of them, and Han Dong receives a first-class merit. He accepted the report handed over by the officer and began reading it with barely contained urgency. So that's how it was. A monster had invaded the missile deployment base. A monster above Lord tier quality is actually called a sovereign tier. And there's also a legendary tier. He Zhong's brow creased. How had Han Dong come by this information? His eyes shifted downward, and a line of text on the report leapt into view. We encountered the current number 1 on the heavenly ladder Suyu. The above information was provided by him. First on the heavenly stairway. Those 4 words seemed to possess a certain magic, causing an involuntary shift in Hee-jong's expression. His heartbeat quickened as his gaze drifted downward. In this incident Suyu played a decisive role. Without him we might have been completely annihilated. After careful observation, I believe Suyu is a person of integrity, responsibility, and absolute reliability. Upon hearing that there was a purple light gate from which no one had returned, he resolved, without hesitation, to return to the military district with me. Furthermore, beyond the aforementioned points, one of Suyu's observations struck me profoundly. He suggested that the present apocalyptic game is merely a prelude. The true apocalypse has yet to descend. The emergence of that legendary tier monster was intended to assess the collective might of human civilization. Please accord it the utmost gravity. Creak. Hee-jong rose swiftly, the chair scraping against the floor with a harsh grating sound. But he paid it no heed. He strode swiftly toward the door. After only 2 steps his footfalls halted abruptly, and he turned to face the officer. Where's Han Dong right now? In the conference room, awaiting your audience. Absurd. Hee-jong flung his hand in dismissal. Take me to him at once. In a certain conference room. Have some tea. Han Dong picked up the teapot and poured tea into the cup before Suyu. A faint twitch pulled at the corner of Suyu's mouth. This was already the 4th time Han Dong had poured tea for him. Suyu lifted the cup, took a small sip, his eyes contemplative. Han Dong, standing within the White Mountain Military District, was perhaps higher than he had imagined. Following him, he had entered the White Mountain Military District directly and arrived here without undergoing any inspection whatsoever. Suddenly the conference room door was thrust open. Suyu looked up to see a man with a square, commanding face, appearing to be in his middle years, stride in with great purpose. Han Dong sprang to his feet and rendered a crisp military salute. Reporting, Commander He. The mission has been completed. Good. Hee-jong nodded repeatedly. You performed admirably. Under those circumstances, detonating the missile deployment base was entirely justified. Upon finishing, his gaze involuntarily settled upon Suyu. The next moment he strode briskly towards Suyu and extended his right hand. How do you do? I am Hee-jong, the Supreme Commander of the White Mountain Military District. Suyu rose and shook his hand. Suyu, my deepest thanks for this time. Hee-jong gestured for him to be seated. Please sit down. We have much to discuss. He wished to discuss with Suyu his theories regarding the apocalyptic prologue and the apocalypse that had yet to truly descend. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. Suyu remained standing and continued. Commander, he first take me to that purple light gate. But, Hee-jong urged gently, Mr. Suyu have just resolved a tremendous ordeal. Might you wish to rest first? I could escort you on a tour of the current White Mountain Military District and the various outposts where order has been restored. If everyone could witness your arrival, they would surely be immensely heartened and morale would soar. In Suyu's view, this proposition was utterly unreasonable. After all, one who is not eager to eat must have something wrong with their mind. Better to devour the purple light gate first. Everything else could wait until after the meal. Suyu replied perfunctorily. After I return from the purple light gate, perhaps. Seeing his resolve, Hee-jong had no recourse. Very well, I shall take you there. However, that purple light gate is exceedingly perilous. We sent in 100 elite soldiers successively, yet not a single one returned. Mr. Su, are you certain you wish to go? Suyu said nothing. Han Dong, ahem, Commander He. Suyu. Oh no, I mean Mr. Su. He is exceptionally powerful. Hee-jong turned to him, his expression shifting instantly from the genial warmth he had shown Suyu to stern severity. How many times must I tell you? Before speaking you report. Will you ever correct this wretched habit of yours? Suyu felt inexplicably that those words sounded faintly familiar, as though he had heard them from someone else before. Han Dong, I did say reporting at the very beginning. Hee-jong, you dare to talk back. Han Dong fell silent, standing at attention in flawless military posture. Hee-jong turned to Suyu with an apologetic expression. My apologies for the embarrassment. Little Han has always been this way. Sometimes I cannot even be bothered to reprimand him. Clearly Han Dong enjoyed Hee-jong's deep trust and was his confidant. Suyu. In any case, let us go to the purple light gate. He was hungry. A moment later, under Hee-jong's escort with clear passage at every checkpoint, Suyu arrived before the purple light gate, ringed by layers upon layers of guards. It appears no different from other purple light gates. He examined it from top to bottom. Outwardly nothing seemed out of the ordinary. This is the place. Hee-jong drew a deep breath. Currently the sole purple light gate from which no one has returned alive. And precisely because no one had ever returned from within this purple light gate had remained in continuous existence. Suyu stepped forward, resembling a soldier heading toward the mess hall. Han Dong quietly distanced himself from Hee-jong, then seized the moment and hurled himself toward the purple gate. Smack! An invisible wall materialized before Han Dong. Hee-jong regarded him with an impassive expression. What do you think you are doing? Han Dong, entering the purple gate. Hee-jong, why? Han Dong, I was the one who told Suyu about this purple gate. If something were to happen to him, in any case, I am obligated to enter with him. Hee-jong, nonsense. What obligation do you have? Has your comprehensive combat power broken past 100? Fulfilling an obligation without strength is nothing but a burden upon others. Go back and reflect on yourself. Han Dong, Hezhong sighed, his tone earnest and heartfelt. Little Han, remember, you are my soldier. Han Dong, reporting, understood, old squad leader. Once again a palace and jade-white puppets. Upon entering the purple gate, Suyu dispatched 2 jade-white puppets with ease and stepped into the palace. After a brief spell of dizziness, he swiftly regained consciousness. Looking around, he discovered that he was now somehow within a glass bottle. Before he could contemplate further, a colossal hand that blotted out the heavens stretched forth, eclipsing all light, and seized the glass bottle. In the next instant, Suyu and the glass bottle were carried by that massive hand and deposited into a realm of darkness. Suyu's brow furrowed slightly. What kind of development was this? Then with a series of clangs, the glass bottle tumbled and rolled, swaying to and fro, crashing together with something unknown. My power remains intact. Suyu clenched his fist as surging power welled forth. His status panel could still be opened, and his comprehensive combat power remained entirely unchanged. In other words, he was presently at his full peak. A notion surfaced in his mind. Should he shatter the glass bottle and step out to survey his surroundings? Boom. Suyu silently withdrew his fist. The glass bottle remained immovable, extraordinarily solid. His strike at full strength had failed to leave even the slightest mark upon it. No need for alarm. Based on my prior experiences, a purple light gate cannot possibly be unsolvable. Suyu deliberated briefly and soon formed a plan. Suyu stepped onto the wall of the glass bottle, channeling his momentum to leap upward and seize hold of the protruding ridge where the cap met the vessel's body. He attempted to unscrew the cap from within the confines of the bottle. Most people would find it nearly impossible to shatter a glass bottle of considerable wall thickness with a single punch. Yet the overwhelming majority of people would have no trouble twisting off a bottle cap. The cap refused to budge. Unscrewing the cap from within the bottle proved far more difficult than anticipated. No need to panic. I foresaw this, and besides, where there's a will, there's always more obstacles than solutions. Suyu landed steadily upon the ground. Oh, that's not quite right. It should be where there's a will, there's a way. Let me see. He began rifling through the tools he carried upon his person. These were implements he had deemed useful and thus kept close at all times. If I recall correctly, certain glass bottles will simply shatter when boiling water is poured into them within a short span of time. This was a sight one often beheld. The scalding water poured into a glass bottle, and with a sharp crack, the vessel exploded. The principle behind this phenomenon lay in whether the thermal stress induced by the temperature differential exceeded the threshold the glass material could bear. Once that boundary was crossed, the fate of the glass bottle required no further explanation. But not even a single punch of mine could crack this wretched bottle. Suyu harbored grave doubts about whether this particular glass bottle would burst from a sudden surge in internal temperature. In truth, the core mechanism behind a glass bottle's shattering lay in the imbalance of thermal stress. The scalding water made contact with the inner wall, causing it to expand rapidly. The outer wall, still at room temperature, lagged behind in its expansion. The result was that the inner wall endured compression while the outer wall endured tension. And because glass possessed a tensile strength far inferior to its compressive strength, the outer wall readily succumbed to tensile fracture. Thus, in essence, it was the glass bottle itself that had broken itself apart. In plainer terms, one might liken it to the bottle's left and right hemispheres locked in mutual combat, with the intense heat serving merely as the catalyst. Moreover, the critical temperature differential of thermal shock was inversely proportional to wall thickness. The thicker the wall, the more difficult it became for the temperature differential between inner and outer surfaces to equalize swiftly, and the more concentrated the thermal stress became. Of all these principles, Suyu understood none. But he possessed one virtue, a remarkable capacity for decisive action. Regardless of whether it might prove useful, attempting it first could never be wrong. Suyu hurled forth a scroll, sending it hurtling toward the bottle's wall. The scroll blazed with crimson radiance before detonating with force, and a molten lava sphere shot forth from within, colliding violently with the glass. Boom. In an instant, the searing heat of the lava sphere was absorbed by the bottle's inner wall. And then, resounding through the air, the crisp, melodious crack of fracturing glass rang out. Suyu watched with elation as fractures appeared within the bottle, spreading with terrifying rapidity until the entire vessel burst apart from within. Whoosh! Suyu's figure shifted in a flash, propelling him swiftly out of the shattering bottle as he tumbled across the ground. Even the most fortified of things harbors the possibility of being broken apart from within, it seems. Suyu reflected upon this in quiet wonder. Yet the moment his feet found solid ground, the sensation transmitted from beneath gave him pause. It was an exceedingly soft texture akin to treading upon cloth. Where on earth was he? He paced about, and soon discerned a rather smooth wall standing before him. Suyu pressed his palm against the wall, and began trailing along its edge, when suddenly his footsteps halted. This is... At the side of that smooth wall stood a narrow wall whose surface felt faintly coarse to the touch. Suyu reached out, only to discover that his hand plunged directly into the narrow wall, as though it were nothing. This isn't right. This is... He retreated several paces, pinched the edge of the narrow wall, and gave it an experimental tug outward. The narrow wall yielded with the greatest of ease. Suyu fell silent, for he seemed to grasp what this so-called wall truly was. This is a book. He was utterly certain. This was no wall at all, but rather a book. The smooth wall was the book's cover and the narrow wall was its pages. Then, am I truly trapped inside a school bag? Suyu arrived at this utterly preposterous conclusion. He surveyed his surroundings and sprinted toward the direction facing the book's cover. True to his expectation, he soon reached an extremity where his hands encountered a relatively soft fabric. This purple light gate is rather intriguing. Worthy of being a gate from which none return alive. Surely it posed a formidable challenge. Suyu mused over where the key to breaking through might lie. He experimentally employed the knuckle duster, bone pierce, to slash at the fabric of the school bag. Hiss. Accompanying the sound of tearing fabric, a wisp of sunlight streamed in through the rent. Suyu narrowed his eyes ever so slightly. The good news, he could escape from this school bag. The bad news, through the fissure, he beheld giants filling every street beyond. Had he stumbled into some realm of giants? Then the question arose. Where was the food to be found? Might those giants outside be edible? Suyu fixed his gaze upon a giant, and the Pelican's eye activated its effect. Name semi-eternal LV. 15. Quality elite. HP 4000. Energy 525. Attributes physique 120, spirit 5, mystery 3, charisma 2, luck 1. Specialties 1. Fixed lifespan 2. Steadfast heart 3. Endless. Skills 1. Curiosity 2. Charge 3. Gigantification. Overall combat power 150. Note this unit is neutral and will not initiate attacks. You may attack it first, but you do so at your own peril. So weak. An overall combat power of merely 150 points, presumably a consequence of severely lopsided attributes. Aside from physique, every other attribute of this semi-eternal was pitiful beyond words. In other words, this semi-eternal's primary attribute was physique. Truly the most easy target to bully. Suyu's gaze swept across the thoroughfare and confirmed that every giant was a semi-eternal. Their levels ranged from LV 10 to LV 20 and all bore elite quality. Was this paradise? Wait, with such meager physique, how is it that the glass bottles they produce are so impossibly resilient? Suyu felt a sudden flicker of curiosity stir within him. His current physique, bolstered by the extremity specialization, stood at 16,860, reaching a total of 228 points, far surpassing that of these semi-eternals. Could it be that even these semi-eternals couldn't shatter that glass bottle? Enough dwelling on this, serves no purpose now. I'll note it for later. What I ought to consider is what my next course of action should be. Suyu soon discovered that he could actually read the script upon the billboards lining the streets. It was not the official script of the Tianxia nation he was familiar with, yet somehow he could perceive it. Furthermore, he realized that the architectural style of the semi-eternals' dwelling place bore a strikingly modern character. Their attire, too, conformed to modern sensibilities. It was as though everything had been proportionally scaled up from the people of some blue star world. I may have divined one of the reasons why none return alive from this purple gate. Suyu contemplated silently. The semi-eternals were neutral beings. So long as one did not strike first, there would be no danger. But this was something he had discerned through the Pelican's eye. Would the scouting abilities of other players be capable of uncovering this truth? After all, the levels of these semi-eternals were by no means insignificant, and the disparity in level was one of the most heavily weighted factors determining whether a scouting skill would succeed. Should one fail to scout them, and operating under the assumption that monsters must be struck down first, launch an attack preemptively, then one would truly face the consequences of one's own folly. This is the first trap, and by all appearances it shall claim many lives. Of course, there would surely be those capable of seeing through this snare. At the very least, the elite soldiers of the Baishan military district would most likely avoid stumbling into it. Yet they too had failed to return, which only confirms that this purple gate must harbor additional traps. But what might they be? Suyu lowered his gaze, musing whether leaping down from such a height would truly be safe. A height of roughly 40 meters should be fine. Jumping. The wind howled past his ears. Suyu leapt down without the slightest hesitation. He had no intention of being carted off to some absurd place by that Banhangren. Mid-fall, he twisted his head to look at the Banhangren who had stuffed him into that backpack. She appeared to be a female Banhangren with long flowing hair and a blue and white dress. The female Banhangren had not yet noticed Suyu's escape. Thud. Suyu landed with feline grace, bending his knees slightly to absorb the impact before rising to a steady stance. No sooner had he steadied himself than an enormous foot blotted out the sky, stomping down toward him. Shit. Suyu's form flickered. In a heartbeat, he darted clear of the descending foot, his face an expression of pure exasperation. He sprinted toward the side of the street and came to a halt in the shadow cast by a colossal potted plant. This violet light gate grants quite a bit of freedom. Could it mean I can explore the entire world these Banhangren inhabit? If that were the case, then his avenues of action would multiply considerably. After a moment's deliberation, Suyu decided to tail the female Banhangren first. See where she's headed. Might prove useful. A short while later, Suyu trailed her all the way, watching until the female Banhangren disappeared into a towering building. He raised his gaze and saw a signboard hanging above the archway of the high-rise. Miniature Battle Pet Combat Center. A Battle Pet Combat Center. Suyu was stunned. Was he actually being treated as that female Banhangren's battle pet? A miniature one at that. So the standard opening means I fight as a battle pet, and once I fulfill some condition I can leave. Suyu arched an eyebrow. This sounded utterly wretched. Wait, it's not players fighting each other, right? It's battling other monsters. Suyu curled his lip. Peanuts. Once I get a read on these Banhangren, I'll just feed on them directly. How tempting. A single Banhangren yielded over 100 physique points. Delicious. You take me as a battle pet, I take you as prey. Fair is fair. Suyu turned and walked away, moving along the street and observing everything with care. His movements were nimble, and combined with his relatively diminutive stature, none of the Banhangren on the street noticed him. Before long, Suyu had surveyed the entire street. It appeared to be a commercial street lined with numerous shops selling various wares, and even a grand cinema. Just as he was about to leave the street, however, an invisible wall barred his path. I'm confined to just this street. Suyu was somewhat disgruntled. So many Banhangren were roaming beyond. He watched helplessly as a Banhangren walked through unimpeded, turned the corner, and vanished from his sight. The feeling was akin to watching your favorite morsel rotate away on a conveyor belt hot pot. Boom. At that very moment, a deafening roar erupted from beyond the street. Suyu saw a Banhangren clutching an azure blue firearm stagger into view around the corner. The Banhangren sprinted desperately toward this street. But before he could take more than a few steps, he collapsed, and the azure blue firearm flew from his grasp. The other Banhangren on the street erupted into panic, each one scrambling toward the nearest shop. Suyu was puzzled, but his reflexes were swift. He darted into a shop alongside them. Almost the next second, he saw a woman seated upon a throne of white bone appear at the corner. Most crucially, that woman's stature was roughly the same as his own. A player. Suyu glanced at her, and Pelicans I failed to activate. Such an outcome could only mean one thing. That woman was unquestionably a player. Didn't expect a living player to be hiding inside this violet gate. He narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing a problem. It seemed his sphere of activity differed from that of the other players. The player seated upon the bone throne was clearly unable to enter this street. Heartstring resonance. Suyu immediately activated this specialty, attempting to read that player's thoughts. At this stage, most players lack templates, making heartstring resonance nearly infallible. Sure enough, he successfully gleaned her thoughts. This street is off limits too. It was accessible just moments ago. Looks like another player has claimed it. How would a poor soul arriving only now? No temporary combat power boost to speak of, nothing but nourishment for me. My current temporary combat power boost has already reached 320. My original 85-point composite combat power has climbed to a terrifying 272. I ask you, who but the leader of the ladder, who glimpsed it all in a single glance, could possibly stop me? I shall initiate the deathmatch challenge, targeting the player on this street. Just as Suyu finished reading the female player's thoughts, a notification popped up on his panel. Notice Zhou Baihui has issued a deathmatch challenge to you. Notice the deathmatch challenge is a special mechanism battle and cannot be refused. Notice the victor may claim the loser's life and receive a temporary combat power boost based on the loser's composite combat power. Notice temporary combat power boosts are of paramount importance. Strive to accumulate as many as possible. Suyu blinked. A temporary combat power boost. Challenging him. A 320 boost sounded impressive, certainly. But her original composite combat power seemed a tad on the low side. Even with the temporary boost factored in, her composite combat power was a mere 272. Less than his own composite combat power in the hundreds. Composite combat power 1300. Doomsday ladder ranking 1. I believe I figured out how this violet light gate is meant to be played. Suyu chose to accept the deathmatch challenge. The next second, his consciousness blurred. Upon clearing, he found himself standing in a sea of stars. Beneath his feet lay a circular arena. Across from him, the female player named Zhou Baihui had just regained her senses and seemed about to speak. Boom. Suyu's form flashed. Bone splinter gleamed coldly as his fist lashed out. Surging force shattered her into pieces. The bone throne crumbled instantly, and a piercing wail escaped from within its shattered remains. This cannot be. The shattered throne desperately tried to flee from Suyu, but its speed was far too slow. Suyu stepped forward and unhurried brought his foot down. Crack. The bone throne was utterly destroyed. A wisp of gray mist drifted out and dispersed into the air. Dead just like that. Suyu arched an eyebrow. He had felt no challenge whatsoever. Clearly this female player had been somewhat selfish, hoarding both her trials and deathmatch for herself. The result was that Suyu experienced neither a challenge nor a deathmatch. Not even a monster could compare. At least monsters knew to leave behind only the great tribulation, reserving the blessing for Suyu. Notice you have emerged victorious in the deathmatch challenge. Notice you have inherited a portion of the challenger's temporary combat power boost. Notice you have obtained an 80 temporary combat power boost. Notice, based on the disparity in composite combat power between both sides, your actual temporary combat power boost is 0. I feel that exclamation mark after the 0 is rather redundant. Suyu opened his interface. After reading it, he fell into thoughtful contemplation. Having defeated the challenger, he had inherited a portion of the opponent's temporary combat power enhancement amounting to 80% in total. In other words, his current overall combat power had reached 2340 points. But the question was, none of my attributes have increased, nor have my specialties been strengthened. What exactly does this temporary combat power enhancement improve? Suyu clenched his fist, a conjecture taking shape in his mind. The temporary combat power enhancement improved his external performance rather than altering his inner capabilities. It was as if Su Yu had originally been able to inflict 100 points of damage upon an enemy. Yet under the temporary combat power enhancement, his original attributes remaining unchanged, he could now inflict far greater damage. For instance, his physique remained unchanged, yet he possessed greater strength and swifter speed. In any case, this is a valuable boon. Can I take it back with me? For example, could I convert it into a permanent combat power enhancement? At the thought, excitement surged within Su Yu. At once he found his direction and sorted through the tangled threads in his mind. I truly understand everything now. Under ordinary circumstances, one would begin within this violet light gate as an extremely small battle pet belonging to a certain semi-ascendant taking part in combat. If one defeated an opponent in battle, one would receive a temporary combat power enhancement. Once that enhancement reached a sufficient level, one could slaughter semi-ascendants with impunity, after which the killing would begin. He would need to proceed to the street where the remaining players were and issue a life or death challenge. The victor would gain everything while the defeated would lose everything. Correspondingly, Su Yu believed that the victor could travel to the loser's street and continue slaughtering semi-ascendants, thereby accumulating an even greater temporary combat power enhancement. In that case, can only one person ultimately return through this violet light gate? He had arrived at an obvious conclusion. In fact, barring special circumstances, that was more or less how it worked. Once the sole person capable of leaving had departed, every violet light gate connected to this place would vanish without exception. Unlike the previous violet light gates, this one seemed to be cultivating a single supreme survivor. Wait, that is not necessarily the only answer. For instance, Su Yu frowned slightly. He felt that killing everyone else was merely one possible way to overcome this violet light gate. It might not even be the optimal solution for doing so, would probably prevent him from acquiring ownership of the city of semi-ascendants. After all, Su Yu had fought his way through the second violet light gate and obtained ownership of that school. If so, there was no reason this city of semi-ascendants could not fall under his control. Let me think. Su Yu left the shop. He ignored the semi-ascendants on the street, their faces etched with terror as they crowded around the fallen gun-wielding semi-ascendant. I must not hurry. Haste makes waste. If I can bring this city of semi-ascendants under my control. He made his way toward the street, where Zhou Baihui was scanning his surroundings as he traveled along the roadside. This street was clearly desolate with scarcely any semi-ascendants in sight. Several shops were even burning and billowing smoke, plainly having been subjected to a ferocious battle. TCH, I still arrived too late. Su Yu quickly finished surveying the street, where Zhou Baihui was, and reached a conclusion. First, this street appeared to be the result of several streets being connected. Second, there were rather few semi-ascendants on it. Finally, the semi-ascendants within this violet light gate seemed to be controlled by artificial intelligence. In other words, these semi-ascendants, whose physiques were extraordinarily developed, did not appear to be very intelligent. In truth, Su Yu had long anticipated this final point. After all, he had personally watched a semi-ascendant leave its own street and travel to the street where Zhou Baihui was. Clearly, had it possessed sufficient intelligence, that semi-ascendant could never have done such a thing. No intelligent life form enjoyed seeking its own death. Moreover, Su Yu discovered a police station on this street, and every guard semi-ascendant within it had been killed. They had clearly been slain by Zhou Baihui. Zhou Baihui's profession was psychic, so dealing with semi-ascendants whose attributes were gravely imbalanced was naturally effortless for her. Of course, this was also because her overall combat power had received a temporary enhancement. Speaking of which, how could a group of dim-witted semi-ascendants have built such a modern city? Su Yu gazed up at the sky. Semi-ascendant, semi-ascendant, semi-ascendant. He found the clue that had been placed in plain sight from the very beginning. If there are semi-ascendants, does that imply the existence of a being above them, such as an ascendant? This modern city had been built by ascendants. The semi-ascendants merely lived here. But why was that so? Su Yu pondered the question, yet for the moment could find no answer. System notification: Wang Qiqing has issued a life or death challenge to you. System notification: the temporary combat power enhancement is of great importance. Please endeavor to obtain as many temporary combat power enhancements as possible. Just as Su Yu was thinking and a faint inspiration had begun to stir within him, a succession of notification tones abruptly shattered his train of thought. Someone had issued a life or death challenge to him. I was wrong. Intelligent life forms do enjoy seeking death. Su Yu took a deep breath, his thoughts thrown into complete disarray. In the next instant, he appeared once more upon the circular arena suspended against a starry backdrop. Raising his eyes toward the opposite side, he saw a man clad in a crimson uniform. I have made a major discovery. The crimson-uniformed man held a sheet of paper aloft, an anxious expression upon his face. We must unite. If we fight amongst ourselves, this violet light gate will have prevailed. Su Yu regarded him with an impassive expression. Wang Qiqing said with utmost solemnity, Friend, my overall combat power should now be the greatest within the violet gate, but I will not take your life. In a moment you can surrender on your own accord. I will choose to relinquish my right to take your life and preserve your temporary combat power enhancement. This is my solemn promise. And now the most important thing is this. He waved the paper in his hand, then exerted a measure of force and hurled it towards Suyu. A stream of air enveloped the paper and carried it steadily before Suyu. Suyu did not touch it. Seeing this, Wang Qiqing sighed, inwardly regret stirring within him, though his expression grew even more severe. I am a soldier. I will not deceive you. As soon as you touch this paper, I can seize the initiative. At that point, your death will be inevitable. This crimson uniform is truly useful. It never fails. I really am clever. I killed a soldier and put on his uniform. What do you call that? Borrowing credibility by false pretense. Unfortunately, this fellow seems somewhat wary, but boom. Wang Qiqing heard only a thunderous roar before discovering that his body seemed to have vanished. No, it had not vanished. It had exploded into a mist of blood. A head with a frozen expression and astonishment in its eyes soared into the air, staring at Suyu in disbelief. Wang Qiqing had two aspects that were hard to believe. First, why his comprehensive combat power had already reached 385 points under the temporary combat power bonus. Yet he was still slapped to death in a single blow. His body even turned directly into a mist of blood. Second, why did the opponent act so decisively without saying a single word? Had the opponent not left even a shred of trust for the crimson uniform? Wang Qiqing's consciousness gradually dissipated, and he had guessed the answer. But he would never be able to speak the answer. He had won this desperate challenge, inheriting part of the challenger's temporary combat power bonus. He had obtained a 100 temporary combat power bonus. However, according to the difference in comprehensive combat power between both parties, the temporary combat power bonus he gained was 0. Suyu snorted coldly, looking at Wang Qiqing, who refused to close his eyes in death. Someone actually dared to deceive him. Really courting death. Didn't he know Suyu could read his thoughts? Oh, he really didn't know? Well, that settles it. After all, the man was already dead, and Suyu was generous enough to let it go. My current temporary combat power bonus is 180 ETSK. I need to figure out how to bring it out, even if only a portion. The next instant, Suyu left the arena and returned to the previous street. I was just interrupted. Where was I? He paced back and forth, trying to recapture that fleeting inspiration. Suddenly, Suyu halted. He immediately used his Pelican eye to observe the half-constant people walking on this street. After filtering out identical information, he focused on their specializations and skills. Specialization 1. Lasting longevity 2. Perseverance 3. Unceasing labor. Skill 1. Excitement 2. Charge 3. Giant form. Suyu clearly remembered that the first skill of those half-constant people on his street was curiosity. But for the half-constant people on this street, the first skill was excitement. His gaze shifted to the final specialization of these half-constant people, unceasing labor. Curiosity and excitement are both emotions charged, can be compared to neural chemical and electrical signal transmission. The meaning of unceasing labor is even more obvious. The brain of an intelligent being never rests. Oh, except for the dead ones. A rather bold hypothesis surfaced in Suyu's mind. Could it be that I'm currently inside a constant person's brain? That's too preposterous. These half-constant beings were so massive, yet the world they composed was merely the brain of a single constant person. Then how large must a constant person be? Wait. Suyu felt his scalp tingle. What constant person? They're clearly humans. How could a human brain possibly contain the modern city from Suyu's memory? And why could he understand the text on those streets? Could it be because those so-called constant people knew Tianxia script? I'm in my own brain. Suyu had a sudden epiphany. Of course, to be precise, it was the players who entered the purple light gate, who each contributed a portion of their brains, thereby constructing this half-constant world. The half-constant city where Suyu resided was merely a tiny fraction of the entire half-constant world. No one knew how many intelligent beings came here and died completely. The portions of their brains that they brought in remained trapped here forever. They formed numerous prosperous half-constant cities, each with distinct styles. None of this had Suyu known. I feel like my brain is growing. Suyu rubbed his forehead forcefully. So the question was, what should he do next? Let me think. If I can leave here, I should definitely be able to bring my brain back with me. But then what exactly was this temporary combat power bonus? When my brain invades others, computing power increases, so that's what they call temporary combat power bonus. For battle pet fights, it means killing scattered redundant thoughts, also improving computing power. So killing half-constant people. Why does temporary combat power bonus also increase? Suyu slapped his head, realizing he had been misled by himself. Gaining temporary combat power bonus from killing half-constant people was something he had deduced himself. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Suyu decided to kill a half-constant person and see if he would receive the temporary combat power bonus. This is not the street where I first appeared. The half-constant people here should have nothing to do with my brain. Without hesitation, he quickly found a half-constant person. In a few swift moves, he sent him on his way. Notice you killed a half-constant person, LV. 15 based on the damage you dealt. Experience value 150. Notice you consumed a half-constant person, LV. 15, you gained 15 physical strength 0. 1 permanent combat power bonus. Notice you digested the half-constant person, LV. 15, extracting the other's specialization. Notice you obtain the specialization, lasting longevity boss level. Your cell activity increases by 20 his. Suyu drew a cold breath. Killing a half-constant person could really grant combat power bonus. Was his previous deduction wrong then? What exactly were these half-constant people? Wait, Suyu realized he might have misread something just now. You obtain 0.01 permanent combat power bonus. Permanent, not temporary. Why? Because of my profession, I directly consume half-constant people. Yes, that's how Pelicans work. Suyu took a deep breath. An opportunity, a real opportunity. He looked around the desolate street, and at this moment his heartache reached its peak. Zhou Baiwei killing half-constant people presumably couldn't get permanent combat power bonus. Then why did she kill so many half-constant people? What a waste. It should be for experience. Killing half-constant people can grant experience. Thinking so, he felt even more heartache. In corners, he didn't know how many lovely half-constant people had suffered from other players' cruel hands. Additionally, Suyu had figured something out at this moment. Probably other players killing half-constant people could really get temporary combat power bonus. As for the principle, it was because after the player killed a half-constant person, they seized the computing power represented by that half-constant person. Since it was merely seized and still belonged to external things, it was temporary combat power bonus. But Suyu directly consumed the half-constant person, thus obtaining permanent combat power bonus. If the deduction is correct, half-constant people can definitely be killed. As long as I don't kill the half-constant people on my own street, the half-constant people in other places most likely won't affect me. Suyu was not completely seduced by the benefits before his eyes. He decided not to kill any half-constant people on his street to avoid some kind of negative impact. Here we must mention, after Suyu descended, some half-constant people on his street had left. This was because those half-constant people did not appear in this half-constant world because of Suyu. They existed in this half-constant world from the beginning. After Suyu descended, that street belonged to him, and the original half-constant people would leave. This was the reason why Suyu saw some half-constant people leaving his street. Let me think first, collect the 3 specializations of half-constant people, and then talk about it. Suyu had always been a man of swift resolve. The moment his decision was made, he set about slaughtering the ban-hung beings that roamed the streets with breathtaking speed. Meanwhile, a cascade of system prompts rang in his ears like the most exquisite symphony ever composed. Truth be told, Suyu had never experienced such intoxicating satisfaction in slaying monsters before. In the first few days following the descent of the Apocalypse game, the creatures had indeed been numerous, yet his own strength remained painfully modest. The consequence was that his monster kills had been sparse, for the other players possessed their own volition. It was hardly conceivable that everyone would refrain from hunting simply to reserve the monsters for Suyu. But now everything had changed. In the span of a single minute, 8 ban-hung beings fell to Suyu's hand, and his physique attribute surged by a staggering 120 points. It was precisely at the instant Suyu dispatched his 8th ban-hung being that the notifications arrived. Prompt: your physique attribute has reached 300 points. Prompt: your genetic capacity cannot sustain additional physique attributes. Please proceed with the gene ascension trial at your earliest convenience. Prompt: gene ascension is of paramount importance. It is the decisive factor that determines a player's future developmental trajectory. Prompt: players may freely select the number of genes to ascend with a maximum of 5 and a minimum of 1. Warning: the greater the number of genes selected for ascension, the more arduous the trial becomes. Warning: as the holder of the ladder's top rank, a special advisory is issued. Please exercise utmost caution. Do not select more than 3 sensible genes in pursuit of future potential. Suyu's movements faltered for a heartbeat, his brows knitting slightly. What did this mean? That his genes were too weak. Sigh: I grow ever stronger, yet my genes remain stagnant. We must part ways, I'm afraid. Suyu shook his head, realizing he had misspoken. After all, there had indeed been prior genetic optimizations. This indicated that his genes had been striving in their own way, attempting to keep pace with his growth. But alas, these genes of his were simply not diligent enough. They still required him to undergo some manner of gene ascension trial. At first glance, it appeared exceedingly troublesome. Wait, no. This is actually a good thing. Suyu suddenly realized. Since this was a gene ascension trial, surely there would be exceptionally powerful creatures waiting within. Otherwise, what meaning would such a trial hold? Would it have him sit for an examination? But the question is, Suyu deliberated briefly before tentatively inquiring of the game system. What determines the difficulty of the gene ascension trial? Detecting. You hold the ladder's top rank. Authorization confirmed. Prompt: the difficulty of the gene ascension trial correlates with the selected ascensible genes and your level. Prompt advisory reiterated. Please choose with prudence. Suyu's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that the trial's difficulty would be tied to level. He immediately checked his own. Player number 6721 LV. 15-1-315-5500. Under normal circumstances, surely no other player could reach a single attribute of 300 points while still at LV. 15 right. In other words, if he were to enter the gene ascension trial now, he would possess an overwhelming advantage. Other players would toil and grind, accumulating their level and combining free attribute points with their class's inherent bonuses. To raise a primary attribute to 300 points, even with extreme specialization, would require approximately LV. 40. This was because with each increase in level, players gained more free attributes and class attributes per level up. Take Zhang Fan as an example. Upon reaching LV3, his class attributes increased by merely 2 points, distributed between physique and spirit. His free attributes yielded a paltry 2 points as well. If conditions remained unchanged for Zhang Fan to achieve a primary attribute of 300 points would in the most extreme case demand LV100, and as player levels rose the attributes gained per level would only grow. Most players who specialized in extreme allocation would only encounter the gene optimization trial around LV40. Suyu was different. He was merely LV15, yet because he had consumed enough, his single attribute had already reached 300 points in advance. Should I select all 5 genes for ascension? Physique, spirit, mystery, charisma, and fortune. These were humanity's 5 great genes. Truth be told, Suyu was uncertain. But since the Apocalypse game system, owing to his status as ladder champion, would deign to answer certain of his questions, he resolved to ask directly, if I were to select 5 ascensible genes, what would be the maximum comprehensive combat power of the creatures I would face? Detecting. You hold the ladder's top rank. Authorization confirmed. Prompt, your level is LV15. If you select all 5 genes for ascension, the maximum comprehensive combat power of the trial targets would be 1,500 points. A maximum of 1,500 points in comprehensive combat power. For any other LV15 player, this number would represent an astronomical threshold. No wonder the system advised against selecting too many ascensible genes, because it would simply be impossible to overcome. But for Suyu, comprehensive combat power 1750. Apocalypse ladder ranking 1. With his physique surging by 120 points, and the Banhang specialty boosting him further, his comprehensive combat power had rocketed upward by 450 points. Suyu arched a brow. It seems, or rather it appears, it isn't all that difficult. As a pelican who harbored the ambition to devour every monster in existence, Suyu's choice was unequivocal. He wanted them all. As for when he had made this resolve, naturally he had made it just now. I choose to ascend all 5 genes. Warning, warning, warning. 3 blood crimson characters materialized before Suyu, pulsing with an eye-searing scarlet radiance. Confirm your selection. Yes, no. TCH. Yes. A pungent stench of sulfur roused Suyu from unconsciousness, drawing a slight furrow to his brow. He surveyed his surroundings. Beneath his feet lay reddish-brown rock, while ahead flowed a rivulet of molten lava. This was a boundless crimson stone plain adorned with streams of flowing lava. Splatter, splatter. A humanoid creature, withered and pitch-black, wreathed in flames, crawled forth from the molten flow. Immediately thereafter, more of its kindred emerged from the lava. They stood approximately 1.9 meters tall, emaciated beyond measure, their skin a charcoal black hue fissured with countless crack-like lines. Their skulls had calcified into bone-white visages with sunken eye sockets harboring 2 flickering orbs of orange-red flame, like burning embers. Suyu promptly activated his Pelican's eye to examine them. Name: Scorched Sun Revenant, LV20. Quality: Legendary. HP 97200. Energy 21600. Attributes: Physique 270, Spirit 270, Mystery 200, Charisma 100, Fortune 3. Specialties: 1. Scorched Sun Body, 2. Scorched Earth Walker, 3. Undying Ember 4 to 8. Non-legendary specialties. Skills: 1. Great Drought, 2. Scorched Earth, 3. 3 Sun Heartburn, 4. Revenant's Touch, 5. 6. 7. Comprehensive Combat Power 1500. Scorched Sun Revenant, LV 20. Legendary quality with relatively balanced attributes and a comprehensive combat power of 1500. Of course, none of this was particularly important. What mattered was that there were 3 Scorched Sun Revenants here. Suyu drew a deep breath, elevating his condition to its zenith, and clenched his fist, the skull-piercer knuckles glinting upon his hand. Ja! 1 Scorched Sun Revenant raised both arms skyward, and 3 miniature orange-red suns instantly coalesced. Yet they did not hurl themselves towards Suyu. Instead, the creature swallowed them whole in a single gulp. Boom! A surge of blistering heat exploded forth from the Hanyang Jiang, a searing tidal wave rushing towards Suyu. Notice you are affected by the skill Scorched Earth. Judgment in progress. Judgment passed. You are immune to this debuff. The instant the notification chimed, Suyu's figure blurred. Dragging an afterimage behind him, he materialized before one of the Hanyang Jiang. His fist surged forward, the ferocious force of the blow tearing through the air. Before the thunderclap of the impact could even sound, his knuckles collided with the creature's chest. Thud! A muffled crash echoed through the air as the Hanyang Jiang was sent hurtling backward. In that instant, the expertise crown of 1,000 eyes activated. The slumber judgment passed, and the creature fell into a state of sleep. But at the same moment, the attacks of the other 2 Hanyang Jiang descended. Crimson threads seeped from the cracks across their bodies, surging rapidly towards Suyu. Before the threads could ensnare him, Suyu twisted his body and barely evaded. Just then the last Hanyang Jiang stirred. It transformed into a wave of scorching wind gusting straight towards Suyu. Great Drought. At first Suyu felt only warmth. But swiftly a searing, stabbing pain awakened deep within his bones. His HP began to plummet. 15. -17. -16. TCH. Barely a scratch. The Hanyangjiang's skill Great Drought, if it struck a player of the same level, then in a single instant it could melt them away entirely. Yet against Suyu it felt no more than a spring breeze brushing across his face. The reason for this naturally lay in the legendary expertise Precious Soul Sin Body. Physical and spiritual resistance permanently increased by 70. And the Hanyangjiang's Great Drought was precisely a spiritual type skill. With Suyu's towering spiritual resistance, the originally terrifying damage was drastically diminished in an instant. Beyond that, there was the Overlord tier expertise Iron Bones and Steel Flesh. Its effect even more brutally straightforward. All damage received was reduced by 10, including true damage. And then the Chieftain tier expertise, 10 of non-true damage received would be converted into HP for Suyu. With multiple expertise layers stacked upon one another, Suyu's tankiness was fearsome, his durability truly staggering. In past battles he had always been a one-shot killer, appearing as though he were a main damage dealer. But in truth, if one had to assign him a proper role, Suyu should have been classified as a tank. No, simply tank could no longer capture the extent of Suyu's durability. Because against physical damage he possessed the expertise Ethereal Physique, reducing all physical damage taken by 40. Along with Eternal Winter Body, which raised critical strike resistance by 60. With so many expertise stacked upon him, Suyu had now become an indisputable top-tier poop monster. Tankiness to the point of delirium. This meant he could simply tank the attacks of the other two Hanyangjiang while focusing his fury on a single one. And his physique was more than high enough, his entire body brimming with explosive strength. Combined with his orange-grade equipment Skull Piercer, which granted physical penetration, the damage he dealt was hardly low. Of course, there was also the true damage granted by Precious Soul Sin Body. Suyu's attacks carried an additional 10-20 mystery true damage. His mystery stat at present was 149 points. In other words, each strike dealt roughly 40 additional true damage. It might not seem like much on paper, but Suyu's agility coefficient was high and the speed of his fists was blinding. In the blink of an eye, dozens of punches landed, approaching nearly 1,000 points of true damage. The Hanyangjiang, receiving his focused assault, watched its HP drain away like flowing water. After all, even though the Hanyangjiang possessed a legendary tier template, it was limited by its level. Its physique was not high, and its HP amounted to just over 90,000. Nearly 1,000 points of true damage per second amounted to one of its total HP. In just 100 seconds, true damage alone would be enough for Suyu to drown a Hanyangjiang to death. Able to tank, able to deal damage, and even able to run thanks to his high agility coefficient. This was no longer merely a top-tier poop monster. It was the ultimate poop monster. Of course, if one looked only at the physical damage he dealt, Suyu said nothing, gazing at the physical damage he had inflicted, and could only sigh within his heart. He had no active skills after all. Skull Piercer was merely an orange-grade piece of equipment from an Overlord tier treasure chest. A single punch dealt physical damage so minuscule it was practically giving the Hanyangjiang a spa treatment. It could only be said that against powerful enemies at this stage, Suyu's entire damage output relied on Precious Soul Sin Body. True damage was simply that authoritative. Chatter. Chatter. The monsters within the Genetic Ascension trial obviously could not speak the Tianxia language, but they possessed intelligence and could communicate. The Hanyangjiang, being singled out by Suyu, sensed danger and immediately activated a skill. Lava Form. The next instant, the orange-red flames within its eye sockets flickered violently as its body transformed into a stream of lava, attempting to rapidly pull away from Suyu. Suyu, naturally unwilling to let it escape, immediately gave chase, his high agility coefficient proving its worth at once. The other two Hanyangjiang exploded forward with everything they had, trying to intercept Suyu, yet all they could see was his retreating back. The Hanyangjiang that had used the skill Lava Form in an attempt to escape waited for the skill's duration to end. It had thought it could finally put distance between itself and Suyu, gaining a moment to catch its breath. But the moment it reconstituted from its lava state, it found Suyu standing right before its eyes. Hanyangjiang. Judging by the rapid flickering of the orange-red flames within its eye sockets, it appeared thoroughly bewildered as to why Suyu's movement speed was so absurdly fast. Hanyangjiang. Chatter. It glared at Suyu in fury, feeling that every combat memory etched into its soul was a lie. Based on Suyu's prior performance, it had assumed Suyu was a tank. But what kind of tank moves that damn fast? Isn't this just bullying a stiff? Chatter. Suyu's punch sent it stumbling backward. A kick flipped this legendary tier monster onto the ground, and then his fist descended like a torrential downpour. The outcome of the battle was already beyond doubt. Even three Hanyangjiang, with a combined combat power of 1,500 points, were no match for Suyu. Able to tank, able to deal damage, able to run. He could even use the expertise Walking Ancient Wood to heal himself slightly. Frankly speaking, this thing was simply not something a legendary tier monster like the Hanyangjiang should ever have to face. For them, Suyu was far beyond their pay grade. This was the chemical reaction produced by the synergy of different expertise. Chatter. Accompanied by a mournful wail, the Hanyangjiang, singled out for focused assault, watched its HP bottom out. The next second, Suyu's fist descended, draining its HP to 0. Notice you have slain Hanyangjiang LV. 20. Based on damage dealt, EXP 0 trial monsters provide no experience. Notice you have devoured Hanyangjiang LV. 20. You gain 30 spirit. Notice as this creature is legendary tier attribute acquisition is doubled. You gain 60 spirit. Notice you have digested Hanyang Jiang LV. 20. Extracting the opponent's expertise. Notice you have obtained the expertise, Undying Blaze. Undying Blaze legendary tier, when you cease moving recover one of your maximum HP every 0.1 seconds. A new legendary tier expertise. Compared to Overlord tier and other qualities of expertise, legendary tier expertise was far more precious. Far more. The Hanyang Jiang possessed only 3 legendary tier expertise, the rest were all Overlord tier. As for Overlord tier monsters such as the Wind Corpse, Snow Lord, and others, all their expertise were Overlord tier without a single Lord tier among them. As for Suyu, his expertise grew day by day, incalculable in their accumulation. Apparently Suyu's luck had done its work, granting him the legendary tier trait of the Dry Sun Jiang. More accurately speaking, his luck attribute had been playing its role for quite some time already. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to directly obtain the legendary tier trait of the Silver-Eyed Twin Vices. Speaking of the luck attribute, Suyu had actually harbored a doubt all along. He had never seen any monster with a luck attribute higher than 10 points. And after reading the thoughts of Qin Jifei and the others, Suyu learned that free attribute points could not be allocated to luck. So the question arose, as one of the 5 major genes, or the 5 primary attributes, how was luck supposed to be increased? Was there any monster whose primary attribute was luck? Bang, bang, bang. While fiercely striking the Dry Sun Jiang, Suyu continued to ponder, not letting either task suffer. The reason was simple. Though 2 Dry Sun Jiangs remained, they could no longer pose any threat to him. After slaying the Dry Sun Jiang, he devoured 30 points of mental attribute. Since it was a legendary tier monster, the amount doubled to 60. This sudden surge brought his mental attribute skyrocketing by 60 points to 145, unlocking his second genetic optimization. However, Suyu chose not to select it immediately, for genetic optimization required time to take effect. Meanwhile, the increase in mental attribute naturally bolstered his mental resistance, further reducing the damage he received. It was a true case of growing stronger the more he fought. As for the physical damage from the Dry Sun Jiangs, his illusory physique alone was enough to handle them. Moreover, Suyu now had a means to restore his vitality. The legendary tier trait Undying Heat, as long as he stopped moving, he could recover 1% of his maximum vitality every 0.1 seconds. Not every 1 second, but every 0.1 seconds. The gap between these 2 intervals was enormous. Suyu planted his feet firmly, grabbing one Dry Sun Jiang by the neck, swinging it back and forth, while raining down fierce punches. At the same time, because he was not moving, his vitality was steadily climbing at a rate of 1% of his maximum per 0.1 seconds. In merely 2 seconds he had fully recovered. Stay still, keep healing. Compared to recovering vitality every second, recovering every 0.1 seconds was undoubtedly far more flexible and advantageous. Because he only needed to stop moving for 0.1 seconds to restore his vitality. This was the power of a legendary tier trait. Previously, the Dry Sun Jiangs had tried to keep their distance from Suyu precisely to heal themselves. It was only because Suyu was fast, possessed a robust physique, and had great strength that he could punch the Dry Sun Jiangs away with a single blow, forcing them to move actively. Otherwise, if a Dry Sun Jiang stood its ground and traded blows with Suyu, it would indeed be difficult to handle. The remaining 2 Dry Sun Jiangs seemed to foresee their own demise, the orange-red flames in their eye sockets flickering violently. Suddenly, crimson light began to emanate from the cracks on one Dry Sun Jiang's body. A surge of turbulent energy was gathering within its body. Suyu paused, quickly comprehending. This was about to self-destruct. How could this be allowed? If you self-destruct, what will I eat? At the critical moment, Suyu closed his eyes and promptly lay flat on the ground. The self-destructing Dry Sun Jiang. It immediately halted its self-destruction and shot a suspicious glance at its companion. In a realm beyond Suyu's hearing, they communicated through spiritual connection. What is going on? I'm not sure. Why did it suddenly pass out? Don't you think its behavior earlier was too abnormal? Oh, I get it. It must have used an active skill with severe after effects earlier. Exactly, that explains why it was so strong. Its after effects must be erupting now, so that's it. I almost fell for its trick. The above dialogue may seem lengthy, but because it was conducted through spiritual communication, it all happened in an instant. The Dry Sun Jiang that had ceased its self-destruction breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking it had gotten lucky. It immediately approached Suyu, ready to viciously strike with its claws to vent the frustration from being beaten earlier. But then it saw Suyu suddenly open his eyes. Suyu rose, grabbed this Dry Sun Jiang by the ankle, and began flinging it against the ground with rapid strikes. Flung and struck simultaneously. And when crimson light once again emerged on this Dry Sun Jiang's body, Suyu gripped its ankle, rolled his eyes back, and threw himself onto the ground once more. The Dry Sun Jiang whose ankle was being grasped. The other Dry Sun Jiang. This must be intermittent coma. If we attack with full force, we might still win. The 2 Dry Sun Jiangs unleashed their full output. Suyu cooperatively moved along with their assaults, constantly being sent flying backward. Though this meant he could not heal himself. However, the Dry Sun Jiang whose ankle was being grasped was also repeatedly sent flying, completely unable to recover vitality. The Dry Sun Jiang not held by the ankle. There's hope. Its skill after effect must be quite severe. Wait, stop fighting first, I need to heal too. The Dry Sun Jiang, not holding its companion's ankle, ceased its attack. Seeing the Dry Sun Jiang's assault pause, Suyu immediately guessed what they were planning and promptly opened his eyes. Without hesitation, he grabbed the Dry Sun Jiang in his hand and repeated the previous process, flinging and striking it continuously. Want to heal? Dream on. In mere moments, this Dry Sun Jiang's vitality dropped to 5%. In truth, when it had prepared to self-destruct, its vitality had already dwindled to just 20%. Beyond Suyu's hearing, the two Dry Sun Jiangs exchanged thoughts. No, this won't do. I'll just self-destruct directly. No, don't self-destruct directly, listen to me. What are you saying? Its coma is intermittent. When it falls into a coma, next time we simply won't attack, and you'll be able to recover vitality. Makes sense, let's do as you say, huh? Hey, say something. What's wrong with you? The Dry Sun Jiang, whose ankle was being grasped by Suyu, closed its eyes and actually fell into a deep sleep. Crown of Thousand Eyes Lord tier trait. One of its effects is, every 10 seconds your next attack will inflict a sleep effect. Suyu had rarely utilized this trait's effect, for many battles were often concluded with a single punch. But now this trait had proven its worth. The Dry Sun Jiang, whose ankle he was grasping, had fallen asleep. Suyu released its ankle and unleashed his full power, sending it flying backward, then quickly closed in to deliver punch after punch. This was the opportunity Suyu had actively created. Since you can self-destruct, I'll put you to sleep, so you cannot use your self-destruct skill. As for everything before, it was all to lower its health line. And now this Dry Sun Jiang's vitality had reached the execution threshold, so Suyu acted decisively. Thus, without any suspense, this Dry Sun Jiang's vitality was reduced to 0 while asleep. Prompt: you have slain Dry Sun Jiang LV. 20. Based on the damage dealt, experience points 0. Trial monsters do not provide experience points. Prompt: you have devoured Dry Sun Jiang LV. 20. You have gained 30 points of mental attribute. Prompt: since this creature is legendary tier, attribute acquisition is doubled this time. You have gained 60 points of mental attribute. Prompt: you have digested Dry Sun Jiang LV. 20, and are extracting the target's trait. Prompt: you have obtained the trait, Dry Sun Physique. Drought Sun Body legendary, your fire attribute resistance increases by 50, physical resistance increases by 50. 25% of fire attribute damage you receive is converted into your health points. Your fire-based skill damage increases by 50. When in an environment rich with fire energy, this damage bonus rises to 100. Offense, defense, health recovery, and up to 100 fire skill damage bonus. The power of a legendary specialization is once again proven. But the problem was, Suyu furrowed his brow slightly. This was the first legendary specialization he found somewhat mediocre, because he had no fire-based skills and likely never would. Not necessarily. It doesn't specify whether the skill must be active. Passive skills should also benefit from the damage bonus. Suyu comforted himself, then turned his gaze to the last Drought Sun corpse. This Drought Sun corpse still had full health. The next instant, Suyu closed his eyes, threw himself onto the ground, and gave a symbolic twitch or two. The last Drought Sun corpse stood silently, in place, momentarily at a loss. Should it attack? It estimated that killing Suyu would be extremely difficult. It saw Suyu regenerating health rapidly. The effect bore an unsettling resemblance to one of its own legendary specializations. But not attacking was equally unlikely since the enemy was healing. As for direct self-destruction, the Drought Sun corpse looked at its still full health bar. Full health self-destruction. That sounded incredibly stupid. With a cry, the Drought Sun corpse could take no more and launched a ferocious assault on Suyu lying on the ground. It unleashed every skill as soon as it came off cooldown, venting everything at Suyu. Then it noticed its damage output had somehow decreased once more. The Drought Sun corpse's damage fell into 3 main categories: physical, fire, and mental. But Suyu had just acquired the Drought Sun body, substantially boosting his fire and physical resistance. Worse still, the Drought Sun corpse's fire damage was actually healing Suyu. After nearly 10 seconds of relentless assault, the last Drought Sun corpse discovered Suyu was still at full health. It simply couldn't pierce his defenses at all. Despair washed over it. Suyu silently calculated that the Thousand-Eye Crown had finished cooling and immediately surged forward, striking with a single punch that sent it into a deep slumber. But then Suyu found himself troubled. It can only stay asleep for 3 seconds at most. Looking at this, my control chain still isn't complete enough. What happens when the Drought Sun corpse wakes after 3 seconds and self-destructs? Time was critical, and Suyu's mind raced. Right, I've defeated 2 Drought Sun corpses, and with the Silver-Eyed Dual Sin from the start, that makes 3 legendary tier monsters. When Suyu consumed 1/3 or 9 such legendary or higher quality creatures respectively, he would receive 1 precious slot in his treasures inventory. The specializations within these slots could also be swapped out at any time. Name: ingredient, treasure. Current treasure, Sin Body. Current treasure slots 12. Treasure: the Thousand-Eye Crown. Treasure: Thousand-Eye Crown Lord tier permanently increases perception range by 60, allows detection of invisibility in creatures below Lord tier. Every 10 seconds, your next attack will carry a powerful drowsy effect. The drowsy effect has been verified by Suyu. If the check succeeds, it can keep a monster asleep for up to 3 seconds. After the Thousand-Eye Crown was treasured, the original drowsy effect was directly upgraded to a powerful drowsy effect. Suyu thought for a moment, then closed his eyes and decisively threw himself to the ground. There was no other choice. He was truly afraid that upon waking the Drought Sun corpse might choose to self-destruct rather than endure defeat. I'm looking out for the monster's feelings. I'm really a good person, really amazing. Suyu lay comfortably on the ground, praising himself without a trace of guilt. 3 seconds passed quickly. The orange-red flames in the Drought Sun corpse's eye sockets flickered back to life, and with a jerky motion it rose to its feet. It glanced at its still full health bar, and then at Suyu lying on the ground. As a zombie, it was completely frozen in place. To attack, or not to attack? That was the question. The Drought Sun corpse turned and fled, trying to put distance between itself and Suyu. Suyu opened his eyes, watching it attempt to escape, and sighed with exasperation. Am I really that terrifying? He lay there for another 3 or 4 seconds before slowly getting up once the Drought Sun corpse had put some distance between them. Not rushing to use his full speed, but carefully timing his movements. Once the Thousand-Eye Crown finished its cooldown, he closed the distance and delivered a punch that sent it back to sleep. This time Suyu didn't hold back, grabbing its ankle and swinging it around while raining punches. Seconds ticked by. 5 seconds later, the orange-red flames in the Drought Sun corpse's eye sockets flickered. Suyu raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat disappointed. It seemed the powerful drowsy effect had a maximum duration of 5 seconds. Fortunately, he still had genetic optimization options available after meeting the mental attribute requirements. But Suyu glanced over the 4 genetic optimization directions once more and slowly shook his head. Tip: your current mental attribute exceeds 100 points, triggering 1 genetic optimization. Tip: please choose one option from the 4 below as soon as possible for genetic optimization. 1. Great Inventor. You can combine 2 active skills for simultaneous use. 2. Primordial Plague. Your attacks deal additional mental damage equal to 5/5 of your mental attribute and accumulate 1 stack of mental virus. Mental virus at 20 stacks can be detonated to randomly inflict a negative status effect. 3. Mental Armor. Your mental resistance increases by 20 and mental type skill damage increases by 30. 4. Boiling Heaven and Burning Sea. The fire damage coefficient from your mental attribute is permanently increased by 60. None of them were control type abilities. The Primordial Plague was somewhat related to control effects and represented Suyu's most favored genetic optimization path. The remaining 3 directions were not particularly advantageous for Suyu. Suyu stopped his attack, circled behind the Drought Sun corpse before it woke, and leapt into the lava stream. With the 50 fire resistance boost, he could now swim in the magma. This was thanks to the Drought Sun corpse's gift. Legendary specializations were indeed practical. So when the last Drought Sun corpse regained consciousness, it surveyed its surroundings and realized it was the only one left on the vast redstone plain. It was utterly bewildered. Previously, Suyu had at least fainted and remained visible lying on the ground. Now Suyu had simply dived into the lava stream and vanished from sight. The question then arose. Without being able to see its enemy, should it self-destruct? Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Drought Sun corpse threw back its head and roared, its mental state completely shattered. It sat heavily on the ground, pondered for a moment, and then decided to imitate Suyu by simply lying down. Interestingly, lying there and gazing at the ashen sky, its mental state actually recovered somewhat. A hopeful thought began to surface in its mind. Could it be that the lingering effects of that thing's skill fully manifested, causing it to self-destruct right where it lay while I was unconscious? Just as the Drought Sun undead was lost in thought. Whoosh! Molten lava churned and surged as Suyu burst through the sea of flames, leaping forth in a flash. In an instant he materialized before the creature and seized its ankle in a vice-like grip. His movements were lightning swift. In the very heartbeat of the Drought Sun undead's realization, his fist came crashing down. The Thousand-Eye Crown activated instantly, plunging the fiend into a state of potent unconsciousness. Fist after fist rained down from Suyu. When 20 layers of the spirit virus had fully accumulated, he detonated them all at once. Prompt: you have detonated 20 layers of spirit virus. The target has fallen into a weakened state. Suyu raised an eyebrow and continued his assault. Just before the Drought Sun undead could rouse itself, he triggered the spirit virus for the second time. Prompt: you have detonated 20 layers of spirit virus. The target has fallen into a skill imbalance state. Skill imbalance: when activating skills, there is a 10 chance of failure. When under attack, this probability increases to 30. Suyu's eyes gleamed with sudden understanding. The self-detonation of the Drought Sun undead was in truth an active skill. With potent slumber compounded by various debuffs, and given the blessing of my luck stat, I might just keep it from ever self-destructing. The Drought Sun undead stirred awake and attempted to resist, only to find its struggles futile. In its desperation, it sought to self-detonate. But due to the skill imbalance, its self-detonation failed. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu launched a ferocious assault and detonated the spirit virus once more. Prompt: you have slain the Drought Sun undead LV. 20. Based on the damage you inflicted, experience 0. Trial monsters yield no experience. Prompt: you have devoured the Drought Sun undead LV. 20. You gain 30 spirit. Prompt: as this creature is of legendary grade, the attribute gain is doubled. You gain 60 spirit. Prompt: you have digested the Drought Sun undead LV. 20. Extracting the opponent's specialty. Prompt: you have acquired the specialty, Scorched Earthwalker. Scorched Earth Walker Legendary grade. The coefficients of strength, constitution, and agility provided by the physique attribute are increased by 30. The fire damage coefficient provided by the spirit attribute is permanently increased by 100. After using a fire-type skill, the agility coefficient gains an additional 30 increase for 5 seconds. A specialty of unpretentious yet remarkably well-rounded numerical bonuses, especially comprehensive in its enhancement of physique. Were it not for his specialty extreme, the actual performance of his 300-point physique attribute would have been merely 408 points. It likely would not have allowed him to crush his foe to such a devastating degree. Gazing at this specialty, Suyu fell into a momentary reverie. The specialty of a monster is always tailored to its own nature. What I have devoured and claimed is inherently difficult to achieve a perfect 100 compatibility with myself. The second effect of Scorched Earth Walker was undeniably potent, yet Suyu would find it exceedingly difficult to utilize. Upon closer reflection, it became abundantly clear that tank-oriented specialties were indeed far better suited to him. So, I truly am fortunate. Every specialty I have devoured thus far has been one that maximizes my combat prowess. Suyu slowly shook his head. He had already come to a realization, namely that active skills likely account for a considerable proportion of one's overall combat prowess. Certain powerful active skills are capable of augmenting one's comprehensive combat ability by a substantial margin. But once one's tankiness rises, or rather once the numerical values of one's various stats reach a certain threshold, one can to a certain extent disregard the active skills of one's opponent. In other words, the combat prowess Suyu currently displays is in reality higher than the comprehensive combat power displayed on his status panel. Perhaps this is the allure of raw numbers. It's a pity the monsters in the trial don't drop treasure chests either. Before Suyu could continue his musings, the surrounding environment began to warp and distort, and his consciousness blurred for an instant. The gene ascension had begun. He felt as though every single cell within his body had unfurled, extending boundlessly across a two-dimensional plane. An indeterminate span of time passed. In a daze, Suyu discovered himself returned to the half-ascended realm, while the chime of a notification rang in his ears. Prompt gene ascension complete. Prompt your physique, spirit, mystery, and charisma attributes can now break through 300 points. Your luck attribute can now break through 30. Prompt you have acquired the permanent status, Gene Mid-Dimension. Gene Mid-Dimension damage you receive from Lifeform's Gene Low Dimension is reduced by 70. Damage you inflict upon Lifeform's Gene Low Dimension is increased by 70. Suyu's heart stirred as he gazed upon his own comprehensive combat power. Comprehensive combat power 3300. A rough estimate suggests that Gene Mid-Dimension has augmented my comprehensive combat power by nearly 800 points. No wonder the LV 40 Wind Corp's Snow Lord was able to reach a comprehensive combat power of 5,500 before its ceiling. It must have already undergone a gene ascension once. Of course, when battling Suyu, it was in a sealed state, rendering its gene ascension status ineffective. Suyu's gaze drifted downward, casting a glance upon the heavenly ladder rankings. First place, Suyu 3,300. Second place, Wang Tianfeng 330. Third place, Luca Rossi 290. Fourth place, Li Mu 270. Fifth place, Hans Muller 265. Sixth place, Concealed 260. 10th place, Choi Taewon 160. Everyone's comprehensive combat power is steadily climbing. Suyu nodded slightly, feeling a deep sense of gratification. Before he knew it, his own comprehensive combat power had already become 10 times that of second place. Suddenly, Wang Tianfeng's comprehensive combat power underwent a change. Second place, Wang Tianfeng 350. Such remarkably stable growth. His class is likely a developmental one as well. Suyu closed the panel and looked toward the half-ascended beings on the street. A moment later, he spent 10 minutes utterly annihilating every half-ascended being he could slay. A grand total of 1255 half-ascended beings, granting him a permanent combat power bonus of 1255. But that was not all. Prompt first kill of a life form with a gene dimension lower than your own. Prompt conditions met. You have unlocked the professional skill of the true Pelican, Bully the Weak. Name Bully the Weak. Category passive skill professional. Quality indescribable. Effect slaying a life form with a lower gene dimension grants 1 stack of Bully mark. Accumulating 100 stacks of Bully marks yields 1 free attribute point. This free attribute point can be allocated to the luck attribute. Current free attribute points 12. Evaluation: an evil pelican has appeared in the fish pond. Following the gene ascension, slaying monsters of lower gene dimensions would in fact allow Suyu to gain attribute points. At the same time, he could also obtain Bully marks. However, there was one condition: that the corresponding attribute must not have reached 300 points. Should Suyu slay a monster primarily attuned to spirit, then since his spirit attribute had not reached 300 points, he could gain spirit, just as before. Only once an attribute reaches 300 points would devouring monsters of lower gene dimensions thereafter yield only Bully marks. I say this is a buff, a terrifyingly powerful buff at that. Suyu looked toward his attribute panel, focusing primarily on his luck attribute. Luck 91. To be honest, having encountered so many monsters, not a single one possessed a luck stat higher than his own. Even the legendary Grey Drought Sun Undead possessed a luck attribute of merely a pitiful 3 points. Allocate all points to luck. Luck 211. A wisp of golden radiance flickered briefly within Su Yu's eyes before vanishing. This sensation, it doesn't seem to have changed all that much. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar reverberated from the southwest. Su Yu turned his head to look, his eyes widening slightly. He saw a half-constant being wearing a crown descending from the heavens. Notification: current remaining players 3. Half-constant beings reduced by 90. Conditions met. Notification: greedy ones, you have chosen a wrong path. The half-constant king has awakened. A wrong path. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. Perhaps so. But for him the rewards brought by this path were immensely valuable. Tisk, the other players haven't been idle either. They've been slaughtering each other fiercely, and correspondingly, quite a few half-constant beings on the streets have been killed too. Notification: current remaining players 2. Just as Su Yu sighed, a player perished at the hands of the half-constant king. He watched the crowned half-constant being transform into a streak of golden light that shot skyward, then descend upon a street in the northwest. In merely 10 seconds. Notification: current remaining players 1. Su Yu watched composedly as a beam of golden light descended from the heavens. It was a majestic half-constant being clad in resplendent golden armor with various diamonds embedded in its crown. To slaughter my subjects wantonly, death. Wielding a massive sword, it came crashing down upon Su Yu. Boom. In the next instant, its golden armor shattered, and its colossal form was blasted into a mist of blood across the sky. A half-legend, and yet so arrogant. Su Yu flicked his wrist. Notification: you have slain the half-constant King LV. 15. Based on the damage dealt, experience 800. Notification: you have consumed the half-constant King LV. 15. You have gained 1 layer of oppression mark. Notification: you have digested the half-constant King LV. 15. Extracting the opponent's specialty. Notification: you have acquired the specialty, Sovereign of the Clans. Sovereign of the Clans Monarch tier. When your clan reaches a certain scale, you will receive a temporary combat power boost. Your current clan scale is level 2, granting you a 10 temporary combat power boost. The specialty was unaffected, so you could still extract specialties from low-dimensional gene creatures. He gazed at the Monarch tier specialty he had just drawn, lost in thought. Clan scale affects overall combat power, so killing half-constant beings ultimately summoned the half-constant king. Of course that didn't matter. What mattered was, Su Yu frowned. My clan is clearly humanity as a whole on Blue Star, yet right now it's only at level 2. Never mind. It's just 1 specialty. No need to do anything special just for a Monarch tier specialty. He was clear-headed about it. This was merely a Monarch tier specialty after all. And just as Su Yu slew the half-constant king and picked up the orange treasure chest, it dropped. The street where he had originally stood rumbled mightily and slowly rose into the air. The half-constant beings within the street seemed to realize something, raising their hands in jubilant cheers. The next instant, that street began to shrink, growing incredibly small until it was only the size of Su Yu's palm, and it transformed into a meteor arriving before him. Notification: not a single half-constant being on your street has died. Your merciful radiance shines upon them. Notification: you have obtained ownership of this half-constant street. Please name it. Fishpond. I'm back. After a brief moment of dizziness, Su Yu stepped out from the purple door. He Zheng and Han Dong, who had been waiting here all along, showed expressions of pleasant surprise upon seeing Su Yu appear. He Zheng looked at the purple door behind Su Yu with expectant eyes. Then he saw the purple door gradually dissipate, leaving only a wisp of purple light that fell into Su Yu's hand. This Commander He Zheng, a man of few hesitations, was unusually caught in a moment of indecision, unsure whether he should speak up and ask. During the waiting process, in order to confirm Su Yu's status, he had been watching the Heavenly Ladder rankings the entire time. And then he saw it. Su Yu's comprehensive combat power had skyrocketed to an extent he found almost impossible to believe. Previously, when facing Su Yu, he had still possessed some confidence. After all, he held thermal weapons in his hands. But now He Zheng felt that those thermal weapons were nothing more than scrap metal. After accounting for permanent and temporary combat power boosts, Su Yu's current comprehensive combat power had reached an astonishing 4045 points. Compared to a fully powered LV 40 Wind remained Snow Lord, the difference was merely 1455 points. Faced with such an immense disparity, He Zheng even felt that he and Su Yu were no longer of the same kind. However, Han Dong, entirely devoid of such convoluted thoughts, saw a wisp of purple light fall into Su Yu's hand. He immediately asked with a puzzled expression, Su Yu, I mean Mr. Su, what exactly is that wisp of purple light? Just call me Su Yu. Hearing Mr. Su from your mouth, TSK. Ahem. He Zheng cleared his throat, signaling Han Dong to be quiet, then turned to Su Yu with a gentle smile. Mr. Su, did you see our soldiers inside the purple door? I didn't see them. Su Yu shook his head. They all died. I see. He Zheng did not press further, though a flash of sorrow crossed his eyes. All right. Su Yu tucked away the wisp of purple light. The problem here is resolved. I'm leaving. He Zheng started no longer overthinking and instinctively tried to retain him. Mr. Su, would you consider staying here? I can grant you the highest level of authority. I already have a stronghold of my own. Ah. He Zheng was taken aback. He had always assumed Su Yu was a lone wanderer. Hearing Su Yu's response, a wry smile appeared on his face. My apologies. I was being presumptuous. Su Yu said, nothing, turning to walk away. He Zheng watched his retreating figure grow ever more distant, slowly clenching his fist, his expression tangled. Wait, he suddenly called out. I have something to tell you. Ignoring the surprised glance from Han Dong beside him, He Zheng jogged over to Su Yu. What is it? May I, in my personal capacity, join your stronghold? Su Yu. He gazed at He Zheng in silence. Such a turn of events left him somewhat at a loss. He Zheng, my apologies. Baishan Military Region is a military district of Qianxia Nation, and I have no authority to make decisions on its behalf. So, Mr. Su, would you permit He Zheng to join your stronghold in his personal capacity as one among the multitude of souls in this apocalypse? Of course, due to my duties, I cannot return to your stronghold with you. But if your stronghold requires supplies or manpower, I can provide them to you in the name of cooperation. Su Yu fell silent. To be honest, he had never handled such a situation before, nor was he particularly adept at handling such matters. After a long moment, all right, Su Yu extended his hand toward him. The restaurant welcomes you. He Zheng froze. The restaurant? What was that supposed to mean? He reflexively extended his hand and shook Su Yu's while quietly asking. The restaurant? What is it? My stronghold. He Zheng's lips twitched slightly. For some reason, he now felt that he and Su Yu were of the same kind once more. Under He Zheng's guidance, Su Yu toured the present-day Baishan military district, taking in everything at a glance. Within the district, numerous ruins still remained, scars left behind when the monsters descended. Due to the shortage of manpower and raw materials, reconstruction had not been carried out. Of course, with the workshop at their base now operational, clearing the debris and constructing bronze-tier buildings was entirely feasible. However, He Zheng had chosen to prioritize building bronze-tier housing outside the military district, ensuring ordinary civilians would be the first to reside within such dwellings. I can still remember them to this day, those swarms of mountain goats thick as clouds on the horizon. He Zheng walked alongside Su Yu, his expression shadowed with complicated emotions. They charged recklessly, even disguising themselves, and the moment our soldiers drew near, they would lose all reason. Fortunately, we had firearms. We had guns, we had weapons, and we had brave soldiers fighting for us. Su Yu nodded slightly. He knew all too well that the mountain goats He Zheng spoke of were the boss-tier forest-touched goats. Then do you know what kind of monsters I faced when the descent occurred? He Zheng shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Su Yu continued. Only some purple glutinous bubbles, and at most sand-scaled beasts. The boss-tier monsters didn't arrive until several days later. He Zheng remarked, that's how it was. Survivors from areas far from the military district have said the same thing. Su Yu observed, judging by this, the apocalypse game dynamically selects which monsters to deploy. He Zheng conceded, that does seem fair. Yes, it was fair. Had Su Yu encountered the forest-touched goats from the very beginning, his survival rate would have been near 99%. And if the monsters unleashed upon the military district had been purple glutinous bubbles, they would have been effortlessly dispatched by the soldiers. Su Yu inquired, what are your plans from here on? He Zheng replied, I'll take it one step at a time. Who knows what might descend when the sky tiers open again. He gazed skyward, a look of deep worry crossing his features. Before Su Yu, he made no attempt to steel himself or project the appearance of having everything under control. Instead, he chose to wear his true thoughts plainly upon his face. Su Yu suggested, let's focus on construction for now. First, build roads. Roads are invaluable. Don't you already possess a gold-tier base? He Zheng sighed, you're right. Construction is never a wrong choice, but it requires experience points. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. You control so many bases. Surely you have a fair number of light portals as well. He Zheng shook his head. The number of light portals is always limited, and so is the number of monsters within them. Su Yu admitted, then I'm out of ideas. These things aren't my forte. He Zheng offered a bitter smile. Honestly, they aren't mine either. I'm just the highest-ranking officer in the military district. The two exchanged a glance and shared a laugh. He Zheng began, Mr. Su, I'll have that boy Han Dong escort you. His words suddenly faltered mid-sentence. A faint tremor followed, but in an instant all anomalies vanished, as though the tremor had been nothing more than a figment of imagination. Su Yu's brow creased slightly. He expanded the range of his heartstring resonance, and a torrent of thoughts from countless people surged through his mind. He released it just as quickly, having gleaned nothing of note. He Zheng drew a deep breath. Perhaps it was a low-intensity earthquake. But 3 seconds later, another faint tremor arrived, as though an earth dragon had merely shifted its massive body. Immediately afterward, the tremors grew increasingly frequent and increasingly violent. Beams of varying colors rose from the ground, converging toward the heavens above. White, green, blue, purple. Rumble. Under He Zheng's awestruck gaze. At the horizon, the once faintly curved surface of the earth suddenly grew flat. Distant mountains, buildings, and trees emerged from below as though whales surfacing from the depths. He Zheng's body swayed. He felt an invisible force pulling him backward. The sky grew thin, its blue fading into a deep violet, and stars became visible in broad daylight. Seas thousands of meters deep, as though freed from their bindings, surged upward like an upturned bowl being flipped, a 1,000-meter wall of water racing outward in all directions. He Zheng stared blankly as an endless white line stretched along the horizon. That was the crest of a colossal tsunami. Yet as though colliding with some invisible barrier, the tsunami instantly calmed, as though it had never existed at all. He Zheng felt as though he had grown lighter, his ears filled with pressure. But the next moment, the familiar sensation of gravity returned. Yet his face remained a mask of bewilderment. What is happening? He steadied himself by force and surveyed his surroundings, scarcely able to believe that the very heavens and earth had transformed in the span of an instant. Suyu remarked, perhaps it's because the apocalypse game favors a flat earth theory. He Zheng forced himself to calm down. You mean to say that our blue star has transformed from its original spherical shape into... He struggled to find words to describe it. To casually reshape an entire planet. What magnitude of power was this? Moreover, without harming a single soul upon blue star, with even the corresponding laws of physics shifting in tandem. He Zheng understood clearly the gravity he felt now was identical to before. But the gravity exerted by the original blue star and the current blue star should have been absolutely impossible to reconcile. A sudden despair welled within him. How could humanity possibly survive in such an apocalypse game? And what did the white, green, blue, and purple orbs converging in the sky represent? He instinctively turned his gaze towards Suyu. He remembered what Han Dong had told him. Han Dong had said that Suyu believed everything thus far was merely the prologue to the apocalypse game. The true apocalypse game had yet to descend. Then now. Notice the number of gold tier bases has met the threshold. 90 of purple light portals have been explored. Conditions are satisfied. The end realm descends. Notice the end realm, the twilight land of countless civilizations, is extremely dangerous. Notice current end realm openness level 0. 1. Exploration progress 0. Notice all players are required to raise end realm exploration progress to 0. 1 within 3 months. Notice if exploration progress fails to meet the standard on the first attempt, all players will lose 10 attribute points excluding luck. Notice as the number of failed attempts increases, penalties will progressively intensify. Notice the end realm marketplace has opened. Players have unlocked inventory space, unlocked communication systems, unlocked trading systems. Notice survive the pursuit within the end realm. A long silence ensued. He Zheng's breathing gradually steadied as he gazed at the colossal orb of four-colored light suspended in the sky. That was the gateway to the end realm. With but a thought, he could pass through this orb and journey to the end realm. So this is how it is. He Zheng's voice was hoarse. Mister, so you were right. The prologue. This is no longer the prologue. Suyu gazed at the orb, his eyes harboring an inscrutable expression. His conjecture had proven correct. Yet the reality was far more brutal than he had previously imagined. The end realm, the twilight land of countless civilizations. Only by exploring it could penalties be avoided. And the end realm was exceedingly dangerous. This was forcing Blue Star's players to gamble with their very lives. Regardless, I am only one person. The places I can explore are exceedingly limited. Suyu slipped his hands into his pockets, allowing the wind to stir his coat. If you wish to be spared from penalties, you must pool your wisdom and unite your resolve. He Zheng was taken aback. You all. Suyu shrugged and continued, anyone ranked in the top 10 on the heavenly ladder can enjoy varying degrees of punishment exemption. If you're the number 1 like me, you receive complete exemption from punishment. Hijun remained silent, his lips twitching slightly as he struggled to find words. Was it unfair? The heavenly ladder stood there for all to see with no rule preventing anyone from ascending it. Hijun suddenly snapped to attention, his fleeting sense of injustice instantly dispelled. Before the apocalypse, he had been the highest authority in the Baishan military district due to his past merits and background. Now Suyu stood at the top of the heavenly ladder because of his own efforts. What right did he have to feel discontent? After regaining his composure, his expression darkened. Mister, so you're essentially forcing everyone into the end domain. Indeed. Suyu gave a slight nod. Granted, the heavenly ladder champion could be exempt from punishment. But would anyone on the ladder choose to avoid entering the end domain? Absolutely impossible. If you refuse to enter the end domain, don't blame others for surpassing you. Such a rule was nothing short of perfect. It compelled everyone to venture into the end domain. No need for Officer Han to see me off. Suyu waved his hand, his figure vanishing in an instant to reappear at a distance. His voice drifted on the wind into Hee-jun's ears. Organize your people and enter the end domain. By the way, add my communication channel. I've sent you an application request. Hee-jun watched Suyu's receding silhouette, silently rendering a military salute. Once Suyu's figure disappeared from his sight, he offered another salute. Then he checked the notification panel and confirmed exactly what Suyu had said. The top 10 on the heavenly ladder each held their own privileges. I wonder how much blood will be shed. Fengtai City by Head District. Within Suyu's stronghold, Qin Zhifei and the other 3-star diners gathered together, engaged in heated discussion. Naturally, the topic was the newly descended end domain. Without Suyu present, they had reached a divergence. Whether or not to explore the end domain immediately was the question. Unlike the light gate, they were uncertain whether it would disappear once entered. So they chose to wait for Suyu's return. But now the end domain would certainly not vanish. Brother Yu has probably already entered the end domain. We can't just sit idle here. Zhang Fan looked around and continued, I plan to enter the end domain to scout it. If I return, I can share my experiences with you. Zhang Daliang shook his head. No, let's wait until brother Yu comes back before deciding. Zhang Wentao watched them discuss in silence, saying nothing. Although he was also a three-star diner, he knew he had no voice in the matter. Suddenly Xue Qingya spoke with an expressionless face. Why are you even discussing something so simple? Send a few reliable people to scout the end domain. Zhang Wentao glanced at her and turned away. Qin Jifei flipped a dagger in his hand. Director Zhang, what are your thoughts? Zhang Wentao wore a smile. None. I'll follow your judgment. He naturally had insights, but he would not voice them. For a moment silence fell over the temporary meeting room. Before the apocalypse, none of them had held positions of power, save for Xue Qingya, whose understanding came only from osmosis. But osmosis and true experience were worlds apart. Zhang Wentao knew clearly what should be done right now. Yet he simply would not speak, for he understood he could not. To speak would mean reaching for power. Even when Qin Jifei pressed him, he remained silent. Only when Su Yu asked would he answer. At its core, power, and the order of this place, belonged to Su Yu himself. Eventually Qin Jifei and the others chose to send several reliable individuals with substantial rewards to explore the end domain. But as time passed, the dispatched people vanished without a trace. None returned. What are you all doing gathered here? Suddenly Qin Jifei and the others blinked, and found an extra person standing before them. Su Yu, you're back? Are you all right? Qin Jifei was elated, but quickly concealed his emotions. Ahem, I knew you'd be fine. Su Yu took his seat at the head, leaning back in his chair as he looked toward Zhang Fan. The missile issue is resolved. Tell them, they need not fear missiles falling upon their heads. Yes, I'll go right away. Zhang Fan rose to deliver the good news, then returned to the conference room without delay. Seeing him return, Su Yu spoke slowly. The heavens and earth have undergone great change. The end domain has descended. The prologue of the apocalypse has passed. The future will grow even more merciless. I am only one person. Organize your people and explore the end domain. Zhang Fan asked, Brother Yu, won't you join us? Su Yu shook his head. Of course I will not join you. He offered no explanation. But the answer to that question beyond Zhang Fan, everyone could guess. It was simple. Su Yu's comprehensive combat power was far too high, and the teleportation mechanism of the end domain remained unclear. If teleportation was based on combat capability, sending them to different locations. Enough. Hurry and organize your people to enter the end domain. Su Yu gave the order decisively. Zhang Daliang thought for a moment and asked, what if someone refuses to go? Su Yu answered calmly, the end domain has descended. You cannot avoid it. If you lack the will to struggle, then do not remain in my stronghold. In other words, either enter the end domain or leave. It was true that monsters had become scarce across Blue Star, but grain was controlled within each stronghold, and the granaries in various locations had been seized by the powerful. Leaving a stronghold might yield enough food to last some time, but sustaining oneself indefinitely was unlikely. Either leave the stronghold and starve, or enter the end domain and fight for the sake of all human civilization. Beyond this, there was no third choice. This alone revealed the true ferocity of the apocalyptic world. Soon Su Yu had them organize their people, but he singled out Zhang Wentao to stay behind. Zhang Wentao rose cautiously. Leader Su, do you have any instructions for me? Su Yu gestured for him to sit. Have you grown accustomed to this yet? Zhang Wentao perched on the edge of his chair. Yes. Su Yu smiled. Would you like to contribute to my restaurant? Zhang Wentao's heartbeat quickened. If you command it, Leader Su, I would face mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation. Su Yu nodded. Jifei and the others are still green and need tempering. I do not understand these matters. You help them. Zhang Wentao hesitated. Yes. Su Yu continued, worried that once they are forged, I will set you aside. Zhang Wentao replied quickly, I would never dare harbor such thoughts. Su Yu regarded him with an enigmatic smile. I am not afraid of your ambitions. I am only concerned that you might hold back. Zhang Wentao's breath caught cold sweat pouring down his face. He looked at Su Yu, and in a daze his vision blurred for an instant. He seemed to watch Su Yu's shadow expand, suddenly growing infinitely large, threatening to swallow him whole. Watching Zhang Wentao depart with lowered head, Su Yu was about to open the end domain mall to take a browse, when he noticed Xue Qingya hesitantly shuffling in. Something you need, oi. Out with it. Well, Brother Yu asked me before to teach that big mushroom how to speak. Xue Qingya twisted her small hands together, her delicate face flushing slightly pink. Su Yu regarded her with puzzled curiosity, and then, Xue Qingya, ahem, it's just. It gave birth to a bunch of little mushrooms. Su Yu. What the heck gave birth to little mushrooms? Does that even make sense as words coming from a person? Wait, little mushrooms. Su Yu blinked, then slowly rose to his feet. Take me to have a look. Xue Qingya, okay. A short while later. Inside a bronze-tiered dwelling, Su Yu beheld the great mushroom along with a cluster of tiny mushrooms. The great mushroom blinked its enormous azure eyes goo. Xue Qingya gazed at them with an utterly speechless expression. It just happened all of a sudden. I was completely dumbfounded at the time. Su Yu said, nothing, merely studying the little mushrooms. Name Green Eye Mushroom LV. 1. Quality Elite. HP 160. Energy 80. Attributes Physique, 8 Spirit, 8 Mystery, 5 Charm, 10 Luck 1. Traits 1. Green Pupil 2. Fission 3. Cutie. Skills 1. Parasitize 2. Crushing weight 3. Mycelium sense. Overall combat power 20. ALV. 1 elite quality monster with an overall combat power of 20 points. 2 points higher than a sand-scale beast of the same level. Of course that wasn't the main point. The main point was, Suyu turned his gaze toward the great mushroom whose name was Blue-Eye Mushroom, a boss-tier creature. A boss-tier Blue-Eye Mushroom giving birth to a swarm of elite-tier Green-Eye Mushrooms. He stirred his thoughts reaching into the great mushroom's mind. Why is this human staring at me all the time? It's merely through my diligent efforts that I rose from LV 5 to LV 6, thereby producing these lesser offspring. When one speaks of the Eye Mushroom clan's reproductive prowess, how magnificent it truly is. Were it not for those wretched lynch-touch goats dwelling nearby constantly plundering us, we would have long since. Sigh, I know not when I might return to serve my kinfolk. Now trapped in this place, it truly brings sorrow to this mushroom's heart. The great mushroom sighed, then noticed Suyu still watching it, and immediately began squirming its body in unease. Why does this human keep staring at me? Oh, never mind. This mushroom's current circumstances are at least better than falling into the hooves of the lynch-touch goat clan. Those wretched lynch-touch goats imprison our kin and force them to spawn little mushrooms to be used as rations. Arg. If this mushroom could return, I would surely hide myself away well and never let the lynch-touch goats. Slap. Suyu patted the great mushroom's cap with his hand, his gaze profound with unspoken meaning. He turned to Xue Qingya. You taught it to speak along with our language. How is its progress? Xue Qingya sighed. There's been some progress, but not much. I called upon a few former language teachers, but the time has simply been too short. A warm, genial smile spread across Suyu's face. No rush, no rush. He extended his hand, and a stream of violet light flew forth from his palm, landing upon the ground, and transforming into a door of purple radiance. Go fetch those language teachers. Okay. Xue Qingya departed upon her errand, and soon returned. A short while later, 3 people walked in together. They were precisely the language teachers assigned to the great mushroom. The 3 of them had felt nothing but absurdity these past few days, as though living within a dream. After all, never had anyone asked them to teach a great mushroom how to read. Truly an abstract notion. Even more outrageous was that this mushroom was a monster. A fearsome boss-tier monster at that. Heaven only knew the immense pressure they had borne in their hearts these past days. They lived in constant dread that the great mushroom might go berserk and their lives would be forfeit. Now upon seeing Suyu, they also understood his current standing and spoke in unison. Chief Su. Gazing upon Suyu's youthful countenance, their hearts churned with a mixture of emotions. I found a place for you to hold classes. Suyu pointed toward the violet door of light. The complexions of those 3 shifted slightly, and the voice of one among them trembled. Chief Su, have we done something wrong? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Oh, what have you done wrong? If we haven't done anything wrong, then why would you send us to our deaths through that violet door? The speaker wore a face of bitter bewilderment, deeply perplexed within his heart. Suyu. Very well then. These 3 former language teachers were of far too low a caliber to know that Suyu now controlled the violet door. Step inside and you'll understand. He offered no explanation, merely stating it thus. The man who had spoken earlier was still hesitating. Beside him, a younger teacher had already begun striding toward the violet door, calling out loudly as he went. Chief Su has shown me the grace of his protection. Now that the moment has come, how could I possibly cower and hold back? So he spoke, and his face bore an expression of noble righteousness. Yet within his heart his true thoughts ran thus. What a magnificent opportunity lies before me now. A figure like Chief Su. I am nothing but a mere server. When would I ever normally have the chance to meet him? Now that I can see him, I must naturally display my loyalty and strive to leave an impression upon his heart, laying the groundwork for the future. With this apocalypse game descended upon us, everything is being reshuffled. I refuse to remain a mere teacher any longer. Thinking thus, he charged through the violet door without a backward glance. The other 2 meanwhile cursed him silently within their hearts, cursing him for seeking to elevate himself, while utterly disregarding their safety. While cursing him so in their hearts, their mouths said, "What shall he says we second as well." Having spoken thus, they 2 stepped through the violet door. Hoochie. Xue Qingya failed to contain herself and burst into laughter. Suyu gave her forehead a gentle flick. All right, now stop laughing. Xue Qingya finally managed to suppress her laughter. Their thoughts were written all over their faces, yet they had to dress them up in such grand words. Suyu shook his head. You're wrong. The point isn't their thoughts, it's their attitude. Xue Qingya paused, her keen intellect swiftly grasping the meaning. Suyu pointed at the great mushroom. Bring them inside as well. From now on, teach them within the violet door. Now within the violet door? Xiaoli stood rooted in place, his face a mask of utter bewilderment. Holy! Old Wang and old Zhang, who had followed right behind him, cried out in shock. There's actually a school in here. They were utterly stunned, never having imagined such a sight beyond the violet door. Goo! Suddenly a heart-wrenching shriek erupted from behind them. Xiao Li and the others instinctively turned their heads to look, and then they saw that the great mushroom had also entered, and it was scrambling and tumbling over itself in frantic haste, racing toward the teaching building. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with nothing but bewilderment. At that very moment, Xue Qingya walked in. She regarded old Wang and the other two with an indifferent expression. Go to the classroom. Oh my god, we can gain experience points just by being here. In the classroom, old Wang's body trembled slightly. The great mushroom had long since found a spot to settle, its eyes brimming with pure contentment. Coo. The little mushrooms circled around its body, their gazes likewise filled with comfort and satisfaction. Away from Su Yu's side, Xue Qingya habitually wore a cold expression, but now she slowly spoke. You'll teach it here? If there are results, continue the instruction. If progress is minimal, we'll find someone else. She had once been a student, yet now she was issuing orders to her former teachers. Old Wang and old Zhang were both somewhat uncomfortable, but they nodded slowly to indicate their understanding. Both of them were teachers at Xue Qingya's school. Moreover, old Wang taught the very grade Xue Qingya was in, though he wasn't her direct instructor. However, given her outstanding academic performance, he had heard of her before. Neither of them had ever imagined such a scene would unfold. Little Li meanwhile regarded her with utmost respect. Understood, please rest assured. I will give it my absolute all in teaching it. Xue Qingya appeared lost in thought. Is this the kind of attitude, brother, you mentioned? How I only gave them this favorable assignment, because we all attended the same school before. But the only one who truly appreciates it is probably Teacher Li. Great mushroom gives birth to little mushrooms grow into great mushrooms give birth to little mushrooms again. Inside the room, Su Yu reflected upon the specialty of the great mushroom, or rather the boss-tier monster, the blue-eyed mushroom. It possessed a specialty called splitting. The effect, every 5 levels it could split into 9 inferior sub-entities. The boss-tier blue-eyed mushroom could split into elite-tier green-eyed mushrooms. And the green-eyed mushrooms also possessed the splitting specialty capable of producing 9 white-eyed mushrooms. As for whether the white-eyed mushrooms possessed the splitting specialty and what their specific effects were remained unknown. To verify this, one could only wait until a green-eyed mushroom reached LV6 and split into white-eyed mushrooms. No rush. Let me first see what exactly this end domain mall has to offer. Having dealt with the great mushroom, Su Yu finally had some leisure time. Whoosh, the end domain mall unfurled before him, a kaleidoscope of radiant colors interweaving in brilliant display. White, green, blue, purple, orange. Tools and equipment of all 5 qualities were available in abundance. With the end domain mall opening, players' overall combat power should see a significant surge. Su Yu's gaze swept like lightning, scanning up and down, and he quickly spotted a piece of equipment he wished to exchange for. Name: Flame Ring, Sun Python Robe, Constitution 150, Spirit 100. Category: Equipment. Quality: Orange. Effect: Fire Attribute Resistance increased by 10. Upon equipping, grants passive skill, Flame Python Body. Evaluation: Python coils the body, fire devours the heart. The flame python body can cause my attacks to carry fire attribute damage. And I possess a legendary specialty that greatly amplifies fire attribute damage. This equipment is the perfect match for my specialty. As for the equipment's attribute requirements, I've long since met them. Unfortunately, Su Yu had no end domain points. Since it was a mall, naturally, it required currency. These end domain points served as the currency of the end domain mall. Wish to obtain end domain points? Simple. Just enter the end domain and you'll have the chance to obtain them. Alternatively, one could use the newly unlocked trading system. When the end domain descended, players' permissions were further unlocked. Backpack space communication system and the trading system. This trading system allowed players to trade with one another using end domain points. I don't have a single end domain point right now, and the price of this equipment. Su Yu shook his head, thought for a moment, and opened the trading system. This trading system did not require 2 people to trade face-to-face. Rather, it was a massive trading platform. An illusory light screen streamed with lines of text as players from all corners gathered in one place. Swish, swish, swish. Trading messages scrolled across the screen. Su Yu casually clicked one open. It was a blue-quality piece of equipment, nothing particularly important. But beneath this trading entry, there were actually comments from different players. Wang Jun, brother, take a look at my equipment. How about trading it for yours? Zhang Bingyi, big brother, no offense, but nobody has that many in domain points right now. Why not try bartering? Take a look at my equipment. How is it? Interesting. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. The emergence of this trading system was also immensely useful for boosting players' overall combat power. Because while a particular piece of equipment might not suit you, exchanging it with other players could yield equipment perfectly tailored to you, thereby causing a tremendous surge in overall combat power. Suddenly, a trading entry was tinged with a layer of green light and rapidly rose upward. During its ascent, the green light transformed into blue. Trading entries had different colors. The more players commented, the higher the quality of the color. In the blink of an eye, that trading entry turned purple and soared to the very top of the trading system. Su Yu raised an eyebrow and casually clicked it open. Trade Initiator Wang Tianfeng Heavenly Ladder Ranking 2. Item for trade: Armor Piercing Silver Splitting Spear Equipment purple. Trade target equipment of equivalent quality, preferably armor type or accessory type equipment. Below were a large number of player comments. Zhang Haiying, holy crap, I actually saw a living 2 on the Heavenly Ladder Ranking. Nia Yuanxin, I never expected such a big shot would use this trading system. Oh my god. Liang Rui, big shot, big shot. Are you in the end domain? Is it dangerous there? Sun Suinsuin, bro, have you met Su Yu? You're both big shots on the Heavenly Ladder Ranking. You must have met right. I've actually always wanted to ask, why is there such a huge gap in your overall combat power? Suyu. Well, at least it's quite lively. Reading these messages, he knew that the descent of the End Domain had not completely crushed the humans of Blue Star. These people all possessed a spirit of striving for greatness, determined to venture forth boldly in the End Domain. Of course, there were also people crushed by the cruel reality, and their numbers were by no means small. But so what? At the very least, there were still people whose hearts brimmed with hope. Suddenly, Suyu saw Wang Tianfeng reply to one person, that one called Liang Rue. Wang Tianfeng, yeah. Liang Rue, yeah. Big shot Wang replied to me. I'm heading to the End Domain now too. Suyu didn't continue scrolling down. He closed the trading system directly. The current trading system was of little help to him. It would be better to wait until the main force had accumulated a certain amount of End Domain points before he came to sell his useless equipment. End Domain, here I come. Suyu closed his eyes, his consciousness connecting with the four-colored orb of light in the sky above. The next instant, his consciousness first blurred, then swiftly regained clarity. Suyu opened his eyes, surveyed his surroundings, and a flash of astonishment flickered through his gaze. This place. What met his eyes was a silver-white room brimming with a dazzlingly futuristic sci-fi atmosphere. This greatly exceeded Suyu's expectations. He had assumed the End Domain would be a barren wasteland, a remote mountain forest, or at the very least the ruins of a city. Notification: initial entry into the End Domain detected. Primal language loading. Load successful. Primal language. Suyu felt something new stir within his mind. In the span of a breath, he had mastered an entire language. Coming back to his senses, he surveyed the room. The chamber was small and utterly bare, containing nothing but a single door. Yet the moment Suyu took a single step forward, everything changed. Buzz. Accompanied by a resonant hum, an electronic voice rang out abruptly. Your third-year final examination officially begins. First stage comprehensive combat assessment. Click, click, click. A series of continuous mechanical sounds echoed as a sleek silver-white precision instrument slowly rose from below. The electronic voice continued. Candidate, please make contact with the assessment instrument. Suyu. He drew in a deep breath, finding this turn of events rather bewildering. What exactly was this End Domain? The twilight realm of civilization. A suspicion formed in Suyu's mind. Paying no heed to the assessment instrument, he instead walked toward the door. The door was fitted seamlessly into the wall, devoid of any handle. Suyu clenched his fist and struck. Bam! A dull thud rang out, leaving only a slight dent in the door. Given his current physical constitution, a single punch should have been enough to reduce any structure on Blue Star to rubble. Yet against this door it had proven nearly ineffective. Warning: candidate, please refrain from attempting to damage the examination venue. Failure to comply will result in the nullification of your score. Suyu paid no attention to the electronic voice. He circled the walls, his expression contemplative. He approached the assessment instrument and reached out, placing his hand upon the silver-white device. Whoosh! A luminous screen leapt forth from the apparatus, unfurling rapidly, its surface alive with cascading numbers. At last the digits came to a halt, fixed upon a single number. The electronic voice chimed immediately. Candidate's composite combat power detected at 4045. Assessment. Pillar level. Please proceed to the combat platform for practical evaluation. The previously immovable door swiftly parted to both sides, revealing a passageway. A broken passageway. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind laden with the stench of decay and rancid odor howled as it crashed into the silver-white chamber. Suyu gazed outward. Before him lay a ruined wasteland dominated by silver-white tones. A mechanical construct 3 zhang tall, resembling an ankylosaurus with twin wings of crimson iron sprouting from its back, abruptly turned its head to gaze at Suyu within the chamber. Its pale gray eyes instantly flared a blood-red hue. Roar! With a thunderous bellow, the mechanical ankylosaurus trampled the earth and charged brutishly towards Suyu. Suyu raised his hand, and at the instant of their collision, he pressed down with gentle force. In the next moment, this once majestic mechanical ankylosaurus was forcibly pinned to the ground, struggling futilely. What a fine monster! Suyu gauged the intensity of its resistance, then clasped both hands around its skull and exerted a subtle pressure. Crack! He had actually torn the mechanical ankylosaurus's head clean off with brute force. Yet bereft of its head, the body continued to move, though now as though drunk, its actions became utterly erratic. The severed head, however, remained even more spirited, bellowing incessantly as its gaping maw snapped open and shut, attempting to savage Suyu. Suyu held the head in his grasp and waited patiently. After a moment, whether due to depleted energy, its crimson eyes gradually dimmed. Its body, meanwhile, continued to charge about, wildly brimming with energy. Suyu cast aside the head, darted forward, and within the span of a breath dismantled the mechanical ankylosaurus into scattered fragments. When he extracted a sphere shimmering with silver-white radiance from its mounting socket, the mechanical ankylosaurus ceased all movement, and a notification tone sounded. Notification: you have slain Chi-Yu Model 8 LV. 15. Based on damage dealt, experience 500. Notification: you have consumed Chi-Yu Model 8 LV. 15. You have gained 1 layer of oppression mark. Notification: you have digested Chi-Yu Model 8 LV. 15. Extracting target specialty. Notification: you have acquired the specialty, Nano Repair Steel Gale. Nano Repair Steel Gale, Overlord grade. When the circulatory system, Steel Gale, is active, restores 100 armor per second. Notification: you have obtained 2,400 in-domain points. It seems that to swiftly dispatch such mechanical constructs one must strike directly at their energy core. However, this specialty... Suyu furrowed his brow. This was an extraordinarily targeted specialty. It required the possession of a so-called circulatory system called Steel Gale to take effect. This monster must have been created by a person. No, rather by an intelligent being. Only under such circumstances would such a tailor-made specialty emerge. In other words, I am currently within a lost civilization. Moreover, Suyu's gaze flashed like lightning. This civilization too was once descended upon by the Apocalypse game. It appears they ultimately failed. Thus it appeared within the end domain. This twilight realm of civilizations. If the civilization of Blue Star were also to fail, would it likewise manifest within the end domain hereafter? It is inevitable. There's no other possibility. Suyu was utterly certain of this. The Apocalypse game demands that within 3 months the exploration progress of the end domain be raised to 0.01. If this requirement is not fulfilled, then the civilization of Blue Star will be caught in a snowballing catastrophe. Once trapped in such a state, they will surely be driven step by step into an impossible corner by ever-escalating demands. His thoughts stirred, and he chose to view the current exploration progress of the end domain. This was accessible to all Blue Star players. End domain exploration 0.0002. Converting that, the completion rate stands at 2. That's acceptable, I suppose. Pushing the exploration progress this far on the very first day proves that many players had chosen to enter the end domain. Yet Suyu knew that as time went on, raising this exploration progress would become increasingly difficult, for people would perish in ever greater numbers. The end domain was perilous. What Suyu had just faced was a LV-15 chieftain grade monster. For him, it was naturally a trifling matter, but for the vast majority of players it would be an absolute nightmare. In other words, different composite combat powers corresponded to different initial arrival locations. This was a blessing. It allowed players to develop incrementally, growing stronger before venturing into more dangerous territories. I estimate it'll take 1 to 2 months before the main forces arrive here now. Suyu had gained a considerable head start. But, for me, there exists no real danger here. His current nominal combat power roughly equated to that of a LV-35 sovereign grade monster after genetic ascension. However, because this nominal combat power was propped up purely by numerical values, his practical combat prowess far exceeded his nominal stats. Thus for Suyu this place remained nothing more than a fishing pond. Boring. Suyu lifted his foot and walked on, strolling leisurely as he slaughtered every mechanical monster he encountered along the way. Suddenly his stride halted, and a flash of astonishment crossed his features. Impossible. Am I finally going to starve to death? My vital signs can only be sustained for less than a day. Since entering the end domain, Suyu had always released the restrictions on his heartstring resonance, treating it as a form of perception. And just now he had read the thoughts of an intelligent being. One must understand that those mechanical creations possessed no thoughts of their own. Suyu's foot tapped lightly against the ground, and he moved like the wind toward the source of those thoughts. After several breaths, he halted his steps and looked up at the ruined structure stretched out before him. This should have originally been a shuttle-shaped high-rise building, but it had now collapsed, lying helplessly on the ground. The source of those thoughts was within this fallen shuttle-shaped tower. Suyu stepped forward, gazing at the silver-white walls, his brow slightly furrowed. He threw a punch. Boom. The wall shattered, instantly revealing a gaping hole. It seems the walls of the room I was initially in were specially made, which is why they were so sturdy. Suyu strode through the large hole and soon arrived before a room. He immediately broke through the door and entered. Who's there? A hoarse voice rang out. Because of the existence of the primordial language, Suyu discovered he could understand what Husha was saying. It was an intelligent being with a strange appearance. The head resembled a jellyfish with 2 pitch-black eyes inside, while silver-white tentacles extended outward. The body was largely similar to that of a human except for an extra pair of arms and a long tail. Suyu looked at him this way, slightly raising an eyebrow. Not a monster. Cough cough. Of course I'm not a monster. I'm a citizen of the Luin Empire. My name is Wu Lu. Wu Lu struggled to crawl up, but his legs seemed to be broken, preventing him from standing at all. At the same time, a layer of black mist shrouded his jellyfish-like face. Hiss. Suyu couldn't help but sharply inhale a breath of cold air. After a civilization's failure, there were still players who could survive. This was simply outrageous. If this were the case, the danger level of this end domain would skyrocket. Suyu crouched down, looking at Wu Lu. Can you tell me about the Luin Empire? Do you have any end domain points? Suyu fell silent, his mind churning like tumultuous waves. He could now almost certainly conclude that this intelligent being calling himself Wu Lu was definitely a player. Danger, danger. No wonder the Doomsday game had warned that the end domain was extremely dangerous. What do you need the end domain points for? Cough cough. Of course, to buy food. My leg is broken, I can't move, and I've been poisoned. My attributes have dropped dramatically. Are you a player? I'm a citizen of the Luin Empire, so of course I'm a player. Since you're a player in injury, like a broken leg should naturally heal over time, right? Suyu said this because Blue Star players were exactly like that. Wu Tao had once broken several ribs, yet recovered completely in just over a day. You? Wu Lu stared blankly at Suyu, his tentacles trembling slightly. I see now. Your civilization hasn't entered the end domain yet. The look he gave Suyu instantly turned to one of pity. Haha, hurry up and enjoy yourselves. Otherwise, once your civilization enters the end domain, you'll learn what hell truly is. Perhaps. Suyu's expression remained blank. How did yours fail? Wu Lu shook his head. I don't know. Suyu's brows furrowed. Wu Lu continued. I'm just an ordinary citizen of the Luin Empire. How could I possibly know the Empire's plans? Suyu's heart sank. If the failure was due to insufficient end-domain exploration, Wu Lu should have known. But from what he was saying, this Luin Empire didn't fail because of end-domain exploration. That's true after all. The Luin Empire had already entered the stage of nurturing the next generation. Suyu recalled that silver-white room. The electronic voice had stated it very clearly. That was the third-grade final examination room. Obviously, the Luin Empire had endured in the Doomsday game for a long time, at least long enough for the next generation to grow up. But they still failed. Hey, we're all players here. Help me out, give me some end-domain points. Wu Lu looked at Suyu with a plea in his eyes. I'll ask the questions, and if you don't lie to me, I'll give you end-domain points. Fine, go ahead and ask. Where is this place? Luin Empire's base number 5. How long has your civilization been in the end domain? I don't know. Suyu looked at him in silence. Wu Lu lowered his head. I was born within the end domain. By the time I was born, the Luin Empire no longer existed. Hint detected that you have initially made contact with the secrets of the Luin Empire. Mission generating. Hint mission generated. Mission name Luin Past 1. Mission difficulty Monarch tier. Mission requirement explore what once happened at Luin Empire's base number 5. Mission reward 20 free attribute points, 1 random Monarch tier specialty, permanent combat power bonus of 5. Suyu's gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected that he had actually triggered a mission. Back on Blue Star he hadn't triggered a single mission. That's fair enough, it was just a prologue. What missions would there be? Suyu looked at the mission rewards and questioned the Doomsday game system in his mind. Can these free attribute points be added to luck? No. Tisk, then they're not free at all. Why call them free attribute points? This time the Doomsday game system paid Suyu no attention. Suyu didn't mind either letting his gaze sweep over the remaining mission rewards. The Monarch tier specialty could be set aside for now. Permanent combat power bonus though, this was absolutely delicious. Perfect, I'll be operating in base number 5 next. I can accumulate exploration progress while completing the mission. Suyu thought to himself, then looked back at Wu Lu preparing to glean detailed information through indirect questioning. Where are your parents? Parents? Wu Lu looked at Suyu in surprise. What are parents? Suyu. He took a deep breath. The people who gave birth to you and raised you. Wu Lu, oh? You mean the previous generation body? Suyu. Previous generation body. Wu Lu's expression was matter of fact. That's right, we were all nurtured within the body of a previous generation body. What about it? Weren't you born from a previous generation body's body too? Suyu then. Where is your previous generation body? Wu Lu patted his own belly. Of course I ate it. Suyu. Wu Lu continued speaking. My previous generation body died protecting me, so I ate it. Suyu was greatly shaken, utterly unable to comprehend this. Wu Lu looked at Suyu in confusion. If your previous generation body died, wouldn't you eat it? The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched, and he said nothing. Wu Lu, however, seemed to have realized something. Oh, I understand now, you're different from us. When we consume the previous generation body, we can inherit their skills. So in order to strengthen the overall power of the Luin Empire, we absolutely must consume the previous generation body. After I die, the subsequent generation body I nurture will also have to eat me. At this point, a dispirited expression came over Wu Lu's face. But I haven't yet reached the age when I can bear offspring. And now I must die. He appeared deeply sorrowful. His jellyfish-like head took on a pale blue hue, his tentacles drooping limply against the ground, utterly devoid of energy. So you could understand this all too well. Still, he could not help but ask, when you consume the previous generation, do you acquire all of their skills? Wu Lu's jellyfish head swayed. Of course not. Only a portion of their skills can be inherited. At most 3, at least 1. Suyu. Oh, in that case, that's somewhat reassuring. Wu Lu. Suyu, what I mean is if you had inherited all the skills of the previous generation and still failed, then this apocalypse game would be far too terrifying. Wu Lu. Sigh, there's no point in discussing any of this now. Oh wait. Your civilization hasn't been dragged into the apocalypse domain yet. He turned his gaze towards Suyu and continued in a despondent tone. I hope your people can endure beneath the apocalypse game for a far longer time. It was his blessing. A blessing from a single insignificant individual within a civilization that had failed. Suyu, hey, don't jinx me. Wu Lu. Suyu, how many apocalypse domain points do you need? Wu Lu. Never mind, don't give me any. I never had any hope of surviving to begin with. I've been poisoned. Suyu furrowed his brow. What kind of poison? Surely there must be an antidote. Wu Lu sighed. It's useless. My attributes have plummeted drastically due to the poison. Even if cured, they will never recover. For any player, attributes were paramount, the cornerstone of everything. If one's attributes were too low, then no matter how formidable one's talents or skills, they could never translate into substantial combat prowess. For Suyu, however, attributes came cheaply. He could devour the monsters he slew and thereby claim their attributes for himself. But for Wu Lu, once his attributes were gone, they were truly gone forever. There was absolutely no second way to reclaim them. One must understand that voluntarily lowering one's level would cause the attribute boosts previously gained from leveling to decrease as well. This also made it impossible for players to reduce the difficulty of the genetic ascension trial by deliberately downgrading, Suyu being the sole exception. Then, how did you get poisoned? Wu Lu, this is Outpost 5 of the Liquid Silver Empire. Do you know what this place used to be used for? Suyu's heart stirred. If he could extract crucial information from Wu Lu, it would aid him greatly in completing his mission. What was it used for? This was where the underage citizens of the Liquid Silver Empire were cultivated. As Wu Lu's words fell, Suyu received a notification. His mission completion rate had risen. Joy flickered in his heart, and he pressed on with further questions. What does that have to do with your poisoning? Is there perhaps some fearsome creature lurking somewhere? My poisoning wasn't caused by a monster, but because. Wu, I finally found the Liquid Silver Secret Palace. Wu Lu began to weep, but his weeping bore no resemblance to that of humans from Blue Star. Instead, blue smoke billowed from within his jellyfish head, swirling above him before cascading down like rain in shimmering azure streams. The blue water seeped back into his jellyfish head only to rise again as blue smoke, repeating in an endless cycle. Suyu's lips twitched faintly. He had no idea this was Wu Lu's manner of crying. Fortunately, Wu Lu swiftly overcame his sorrow. He said to Suyu, "My previous generation once told me. In the old days, only those students who were evaluated as pillar tier during the annual final examinations were permitted to enter the Liquid Silver Secret Palace. Within the Liquid Silver Secret Palace, there were countless treasures, even rare artifacts capable of permanently enhancing one's attributes. I was determined to find the Liquid Silver Secret Palace, yet who could have imagined? I did find it. But I wasn't recognized as a citizen of the Liquid Silver Empire." Wu Lu nearly screamed out those final words. Suyu fell silent. For a long while. So the poison you incurred was due to the Secret Palace's self-protection mechanism. Can you tell me where the Liquid Silver Secret Palace is? No, you are not a citizen of the Liquid Silver Empire. Oh. Suyu asked no further, for he had already employed the Mindstring Resonance to read Wu Lu's thoughts. Wu Lu possessed a template, but only one of Overlord tier, nowhere near sufficient to withstand the Mindstring Resonance. The moment Suyu mentioned the Liquid Silver Secret Palace, Wu Lu's mind inevitably flashed with its precise location, along with several distinctive, easily identifiable structures, and the portions of his humiliating escape route from the Secret Palace. These alone were more than enough for Suyu to find the Liquid Silver Secret Palace. Wu Lu remained utterly unaware that his unguarded thoughts had betrayed him. Suyu rose to his feet. "I've initiated a trade with you. 1200 Apocalypse Domain points. That's everything I have on me." It was a sum he had accumulated through his relentless slaughter of mechanical monsters along the way. Suyu gazed at Wu Lu, his thoughts drifting. If the one lying here were a Blue Star human who had encountered players from another civilization, would those players have offered their Apocalypse Domain points to that human? He did not know the answer. The reason he himself was willing to give was probably because Apocalypse Domain points came far too easily to him. Or perhaps it was because he hoped that should any Blue Star human be unfortunate enough to fall to such a fate, they might receive a measure of kindness from players of other civilizations. Hey, if Blue Star's human civilization fails, where would I go? Wander the Apocalypse Domain. Perhaps. Suyu rose slowly to his feet. You? Wu Lu stared at Suyu in a daze, weeping once more. Suyu shook his head and turned to leave. Wait. Wu Lu called out to him. Take this. He handed an equipment piece to Suyu, his hand trembling. Name Liquid Silver Sequence 1536. Category Equipment. Quality Orange. Effect when equipped, the strength coefficient provided by physique attribute increases by 30. Evaluation Liquid Silver Empire Celestial Ladder ranking 1536, forged through the final sequence battle upon death. It was a bracelet modest in size, one that Wu Lu had once worn upon his arm. Suyu looked at him in silence. Take it. With my current attributes, I can no longer survive in this place. Wu Lu shared his current player panel with Suyu. Despite being level 25, his attributes were heartbreakingly dismal, his highest being physique at a mere 7 points. Any random Blue Star player could effortlessly claim his life. Suyu took the bracelet, its body a gleaming silver white adorned with intricate engravings upon its surface. He possessed the Mindstring Resonance capable of reading Wu Lu's thoughts. At last I have not lost my ancestor's relic. I have given it to a kind and intelligent being. Kind. Suyu had never imagined that he would be regarded as a kind person. He was clearly an evil pelican who had grown up stealing kills from the very start. The reason he had given Wu Lu the Apocalypse Domain points was simply because he had instinctively thought of how Blue Star humans might fare if they fell to such a plight. He merely hoped that those Blue Star humans might receive aid from intelligent beings of other civilizations. He slipped the bracelet onto his wrist, and a surge of abundant power welled up within him. This jellyfish-headed fellow has no idea of my true nature.